Damn. Turning on my side, I covered my head with a pillow, trying to drown out the noise coming from the street. But after a minute I threw it away, because of the stuffiness around me, irritably saying how annoying they are already. They obviously have a squirrel there. Since I woke up, without opening my eyes, I ran my hand along the sofa in search of something pleasant. But instead of the usual roundness of Natalia's butt, I touched the fur of the cat, who decided to bite me. Having playfully cursed him to myself, I heard a hiss, and the cat, dissatisfied, jumped onto a folding chair near the closet, and turning the fat-filled body of a castrated animal towards me, began to carefully lick his thick ash-gray fur. I sat down on the long-worn sofa with protruding springs, rubbed my creased forehead with my hands, and suddenly remembered that Natalia was planning an inspection or inventory at the store today. This meant that she would return late again, and irritated as 3 dogs. And all that would remain of my intimate life would be intellectual communication. "So why get up right away?" I asked, pulling at the elastic of my underwear. "Better sleep." Finding my worn-out slippers with my feet, I put them on and slowly walked into the small toilet, which I had significantly improved with my own efforts. I should change the tiles, I thought, with a proprietary air, sitting on the toilet with a cigarette in my dirty teeth. "Of course it is necessary," I said loudly, taking a drag on the smoke and shaking the ashes into a tin can standing on a narrow metal shelf to the right. "But who cares? If all that's left of sex is chatter in your head, it doesn't matter much anymore. Especially since Marina is hinting subtly again." Thinking about Marina's seductive figure, I washed my face and brushed my teeth, then returned to the room, hoping for silence, calm, and peace. But, unfortunately, the newlyweds continued to make noise outside, doing it loudly, creatively, and with theatrical pathos. Having wished the lovers to drink all the best and more love, I put on my headphones, turned up my music, and tried to drown out the street noise. What should I grab a snack for? Was the usual question I had when I opened the door of the huge refrigerator, completely unsuitable for the small, modestly furnished room. Inside were yogurts, and more yogurts, as well as sausage. When I smelled it, I doubted it. No, there was no smell. After the coronavirus, my sense of smell never fully recovered, and my taste was also not in full. But the sausage looked like it had been lying around for a long time, although it had not dried out or become moldy. A real veteran on the shelf. Did they bring some expired food again, or not? I thought. Remembering that I had thrown up a week ago, I boiled some new potatoes, added some fresh greens from the fridge, and ate the dish with pleasure. After pouring water for the cat and checking his litter box, I settled down to play PlayStation without leaving the couch. I had my first day off in 2 weeks, and I planned to enjoy the rest. Oh shit. I stood up, grabbed my lower back, which suddenly started to hurt, groaned like an old man, and looked at my watch. Damn it, it's already been 2 hours. I'm really stuck. Without thinking twice, I decided to go to the store for cigarettes first. It's not that I smoke a lot, but after lunch it would be really hard without them. It's hot. The weather has gone crazy. And my brain is melting from this heat. Keys, money, phone, bare feet and sneakers. The door slams on itself. Bastard. I contemptuously throw off the body that had fallen on me with a direct kick to the chest, not with the intention of causing harm, but only to remind the completely enraged inhabitant of my kickboxing skills. "These drunks have gone completely nuts," I blurt out indignantly when I take off my headphones. "Listen, Petrov, you don't—" "Har!" Petrov answers, baring his teeth on his peeling face and suddenly leaning forward. "What a bastard!" Now I hit for real. first in the chest, then in the head. He hits his skull against the wall so hard that my heart sank with fear. Did I kill him? However, the drunkard shows no pain and continues to wave his arms furiously, trying to grab me and, apparently, bite me. In the narrow corridor, dimly lit by a single lamp, the marginal old man looks like a character from a cheap horror film, from which goosebumps run down the skin. Damn drug addicts! I am overcome with a mixture of hysteria and fear. What are you using that you don't even feel pain? I hit again and again and again, until the skull of the neighboring drunkard burst from another blow when his temple hit the edge of the wall. He started it, I mutter, breathing heavily. It's okay, the bastard. He didn't even hit me on the head with a club the last time. And who are you going to prove anything to here? Having locked myself in the room with all the locks, I throw my bloody sneakers into the corner by the door with disgust, unlock my phone and start calling the police. Again and again. My fingers are shaking, and a heavy sadness has washed over my heart. Everything is lost. Everyone already understands everything, and, damn it, they will even regret it. But I will go to jail, because our self-defense does not work at all. I do not really believe in admitting guilt, but now, this is the only right step. Maybe at least the term will be shorter. Busy. Damn it. They're always busy. What if it's true? No, it can't be. I shake my head so hard that if I had brains, they would fly out of my ears. This just can't happen. I turn on the TV, bite my lips, switch the news, and try to call the police. A rabies epidemic that is rapidly spreading throughout the world. Panic is growing in the USA, shouts Scarbeva's husband. What's his name? Okay, whatever. I switch to another channel. It's the same thing. A nightmare. A global catastrophe. It all started. Despite the horror of what's happening, I feel a strange relief. I'm not a murderer. The news is similar everywhere. They are trying to calm down. They say the situation is under control. The troops and the Ministry of Emergency Situations have already moved to help, like real heroes. Solovyov shouts into the microphone so furiously and emotionally that it seems as if there is an emergencies ministry soldier in full combat gear on every corner. He couldn't take it anymore. The edge of madness was crossed. He looked out the window. People! I whistle, holding my fingers between my lips, trying to attract the attention of the entire block. Her. In response, I hear a lot of sounds of tires that were on cars. And then I see how a crowd gathers under my window, looking around and showing teeth. Oh my God! He jumped away from the window with a quickened heartbeat and closed it, turning on the air conditioner. Again, Solovyov. I listened to his story about the difficult situation in the United States and how great our authorities are. And whoever disagrees with this is either a coward or a fool or a provocateur and a traitor to the fatherland. We must remain calm, believe and wait. Then we will definitely be rescued. Apparently, these very brave employees of the Ministry of Emergency Situations are already on duty in every yard. I feel the urge to believe and just wait. But I shake myself, pick up my phone and check messages and missed calls. Mom called again. Friends, Uncle sent a message. I dial the number. Mom? I feel a wave of relief. Alive. Everything is okay, Mom. I lie without shame, painting a picture of young Natalia in front of my mother, a door with reinforced protection, and a refrigerator filled with tasty and healthy products. And how are you? Okay, everything is fine, Volodya. The voice closest to me sounds from the receiver. My friends and I are on vacation. Everything is fine here. I really hope she's not embellishing too much. True, These girlfriends are women of the Soviet era. Joint trips to pick potatoes during their student years, hiking, each of them having several dachas, an experience of life in the difficult 90s. And their girlfriends are also vacationing with their classmates. Men who have gone gray, sometimes balding, overweight, and have families. But it's too early to write them off. Although that's exactly what I'd like to think. Finally, I hang up and start calling the others. Almost half of them don't answer, including Natalia. What a stupid woman. I wanted to break up and, yes, I absolutely do not intend to tie my future to her, because she really is stupid. How can you take seriously a relationship that began with deception? When the girl in the photos is my age and normal-looking, and a woman who comes to the meeting is 10 years older and about 15 kilograms heavier, this is an alarming sign. It's not that I have any feelings, but at least I wrote frankly, a business trip. I will be in Lipetsk for about 6 months. I am looking for a pleasant companion with accommodation for this time. No obligations. On my part, help with finances and housework. There is no love, no special affection, and intimacy has recently left much to be desired, but I must at least try to support her. After all, she is still my woman, even if she is not an easy one. So, returning home, I urgently fill all available containers with water, including empty plastic bottles that Natalia, for some unknown reason, keeps under the sink, and check the contents of the cabinets and refrigerator. Garbage bags. Why so many? Then I realize that the water supply and sewerage will soon fail, and then I'll have to, well, do my business in these bags. Or just lean out the window. In general, everything looked hopeless. A lot of dubious sausages and dairy products, bottles of wine, packets of muesli, strange diet breads, which Natalia for some reason ate together with sausage, a lot of medicines, but among them there were dubious drugs, like expired paracetamol and stomach pills with questionable effectiveness. Of course, with such sausage in the refrigerator, you can't do without activated charcoal. Having figured out what we really needed, I put on my fisherman's clothes, that is, camouflage, from a second-hand store, put on my boots, and looked through the peephole of the door. In anger, I punched the wall and looked again, hoping that the flock of friends of the two-time deceased Petrov had disappeared. But no. They continue to devour the food. 4 or 5 individuals, and these are only those that are in sight. I have no desire to repeat the recent feat of fighting zombies with my bare hands, I muttered, trying to find a way out of the current situation. But no solutions came to mind. Natalia's apartment, and all that's left here is a game console, clothes, and work tools. Oh yeah, and the plumbing in the toilet. I installed it with my own money and with my own hands. 5 minutes later, I was on the verge of despair. The grinder and hammer were poor weapons, and if I could handle one puny zombie Petrov with a hammer in an open space, I really didn't want to get into a fight with several of them at once, especially in a narrow corridor. The easiest way would be to jump out of the window, but that wasn't an option either. The 4th floor is not the 9th. The only thing that would come out would be another living chop with lamentations that sounded like an invitation to dinner to the zombies. Maybe I should cut the pipes, I thought seriously, but immediately remembered that they were plastic. Damn, there's a catch here too. Having fallen to the floor, I clutched my head with my hands and stared stupidly at one point for a while. Then, overcoming my laziness to think, I began to remember my neighbors and their customs. So far without a specific goal, just for the sake of it. When I met Natalia, according to local traditions, you had to drink with someone, smoke with someone, and sometimes even fight. Of course, it wasn't the first time, so everything happened according to a clearly learned scenario. It seems like it's simple, but in reality, it's a whole psychology. Finding myself in the role of a newlywed and a local man, I met various colorful personalities. True, with rare exceptions, they all had a slight tint of madness, and sometimes even a real official psychiatric certificate. So, my head couldn't think straight because of the heat and stress. But for some reason, excerpts from books about the zombie apocalypse were spinning in my head. First, weapons, then robbery. Finally, I remembered that the neighbor across the wall, a well-built elderly man, had a stash. I myself was not there, but from the stories I understood that it was far from the best machete for survival and more than one blade for sure. That's something. I cheered up and, smiling, punched the wall between our rooms. I remembered that although it wasn't plasterboard, a partition half a brick thick wasn't very reliable.
You can kick him out! Wait, what if he's already left? Or is the door just open? Damn, first you knock down the wall, and then an entire army of Spartans that look like the same face.
In the end, I couldn't think of anything better than to take a small sledgehammer off its handle, tie it to a rope, and leaning out of the window, break the neighbor's window with this semblance of a mace. I pounded for a long time, until I was exhausted. But finally the plastic window began to give in, and after a few minutes collapsed inward. Aha! Again a stupor, but ingenuity suggested a way out. Having screwed Natalia's selfie stick to the torn-off baseboard, I first recorded a short video, and then, just in case, took a few photos. It looks okay, I said with some doubt, at least visually. The radiators are cast iron. They'll hold up. Stop. Why am I... The broken window in the neighbor's room confused me, and I seriously started thinking about using metal hooks from the chandelier and clotheslines from the closet. In theory, I had to climb from the window of Natalia's room into the neighboring one, hooking my cat onto the radiator. Damn! I slapped myself on the cheeks. Pull yourself together, Vova. This is complete nonsense. I'm ashamed of this vandalism with the window. Why did they break it if they could have just recorded a video from the street? I'm not the smartest, but I don't recognize myself in such a stupid act. Okay, let's chalk it up to stress. After all, it's not every day that a crazy neighbor breaks into your apartment. I put the sledgehammer on the handle, and in a few minutes I break through the wall. Just in case I make the hole small enough for me to get through, well then, I cross myself with hope, although I'm not entirely sure of the correct order. With God, I fall through the gap and crawl like a slippery snake to the next room. There's a door, locked, although it doesn't look particularly strong. More like the local Sherikovs, who can barely stand on their feet, maybe a little more solid. For modified characters from the books, this certainly won't be a serious obstacle. The owner is gone, thank God, flashes through my mind. It's not good to think like that. I reproach myself with hypocritical severity. But the nasty thoughts won't let go. I'm not so afraid of death, but to die like this, no, I don't want to at all. The furnishings in the room are quite respectable, judging by local standards. A single man without a family, with a normal salary, can afford some excesses. The TV takes up almost half of the wall, an expensive game console, a closet full of clothes and survival shoes. Too bad it's not my size at all. His feet are size 44 or 45, and I'm 39 and 40. My feet wouldn't fit in here. It's even worse with clothes, which is a pity. The things are high quality, which is good. On the wall, above the carpet, hang a crossed saber and dagger, and, unfortunately, iron is crap. I say gloomily into the void, throwing the objects onto the bed. The cleaver resembles something from the Rambo Die of Envy series. It has a serrated spine, a square hole in the middle of the blade, and there is also a bleeding edge, and not just a stiffening rib, but the very thing for which it was given such a loud name. The spine is almost a centimeter thick. However, despite its appearance, the steel turned out to be decent. The cleaver can still chop somehow. But the main thing is that the handle is made in the same style as the blade, and not a welded piece of work. Well, that's better. I continue digging further. But, unfortunately, the traumatic pistol does not inspire confidence, and the air pistol is the simplest option. There used to be plenty of them in Soviet park shooting galleries. I turn on the laptop, look at the characteristics of the traumatic pistol, and involuntarily grimace. It won't work against zombies, although the question is, who said that the only enemies will be zombies? I put the traumatic pistol aside and also remove the pistol from the shooting gallery. Who knows? Maybe I'll have to hunt pigeons. At the same time, the neighbors, whose name I still don't remember, have a printer, so I print a map of Lipetsk on several sheets, the entire city including districts and micro-districts, while the internet is still available. I can navigate the city, but rather poorly than well, so the map will definitely come in handy. The tablet can break, and a paper version in the current conditions will be more reliable. The neighbor turns out to have plenty of survival goods, but everything seems to be off the charts. Coils of paracord and bracelets made from it in huge quantities, compact folding fishing rods for survival, a knife with a hollow handle and various junk inside, many small knives, an impressive bronze knuckle duster with crosses on the striking surfaces. Reminiscent of the film Constantine, but much larger, a paintball gun, as many as 4 pairs of binoculars, a whole collection of compasses, first aid kit. Well, at least this. Together with the refrigerator and Natalia's supplies, it looks good. If you sit still and hope for the Ministry of Emergency Situations and the forces of law and order. By the way, remembering this, I pour water into all possible containers and at my neighbors, simply because it is necessary. It's enough for sitting, I say to myself, pressing my lips together. But to go out? I imagine how I'll grab 5 Petrovs in the narrow corridor of the newlyweds' apartment and not survive alive, even if I have a cleaver. Maybe I should wait, I think, but my conscience, that nasty thing, pushes me to look for Natalia. Am I a man or what? Keep calm, comes from somewhere far away. Stay at home. The authorities are working. I go to YouTube, looking for bloggers from Lipetsk. There are some. Lots of garbage, a couple of videos with shots from windows. You can see a car with a loudspeaker, or a clone of it. It looks like an armored cash-in-transit car that drives along the streets, accompanied by another armored car, and this is all. Aha! The blog of some Rosgvardia warrant officer. This is total crap, his sweaty face very close to the camera. Guys, this is a disaster. There is a sharp crack of gunfire. Curses fill the air, and the video suddenly ends. Fuck. A chill runs through me. What's going on? Have they started shooting right now? Such a quick turn of events is surprising. But there's no point in speculating. Only one thing is clear. There's no help to be expected. They'll probably rescue children from the camps, doctors and officials with their families. Oh yeah, and probably specialists too. Although I'm a specialist, I'm not anything special. A simple fitter who hasn't served in special forces. Throwing aside unnecessary thoughts, I take a selfie in the next apartment out of habit, and then, oh no, a zombie. A hunched creature is gnawing on a cat, and I feel sick. I barely have time to run to the sink to throw up. A terrible picture is imprinted in my memory. A cat's paw and a bloody mouth, fur stuck to the face, and a painfully distorted muzzle under the feet of its former owner. Bitch! I rinse my mouth. The zombie is fucking nuts, and I saw the cat and nothing? What a softie. Damn. I can hardly recognize Irina in this terrible creature. And that makes me even sadder. She was an amazing woman. Former. It would have been possible to have something serious with her, earlier. After thinking about it, I decide not to go into her room. I could handle one zombie, but if they burst in as a crowd, that's a different story. especially since I've been to her place several times and I know there are definitely no weapons there and the door is weak. To the left of Natalia lives Anna Ivanovna, an unexpectedly spiteful pensioner who creates a lot of problems for her neighbors and loved ones. This is not just an elderly woman with a difficult character, but a person who has been distinguished by spite and vindictiveness since her youth. Anonymous letters, complaints to the local police officer, claims to guardianship authorities against those who dared to object to their parents, and much more, constantly darkens life around. The selfie stick has had its day. Well, may it rest in peace. Or should I say that? Actually, it's better not to think about it or regret it. Oh my God. The internet again. Looking at step-by-step instructions on how to tie mountaineering knots. Luckily, thanks to a thoughtful neighbor, I have a sufficient supply of paracord. Oh yeah, the cat. After thinking about it, I decided to leave it unchanged. Because it is a domestic animal. Neutered and not used to the street, the only thing. The hum of the grinder attracted a neighbor who was keen on survival to the apartment. And I, having made a small hole below, returned to Natalia. The cat is enough for today. What will happen next? I will be alive. Maybe I will return. And if not, then I gave a chance to this woolly prankster. Using a grinder, I sawed off a piece of pipe slightly over a meter long for my neighbor's heating system. Fortunately, it was metal, not plastic, and could serve since it was not too rusty inside. I removed the ridiculous wooden overlays from the cleaver, inserted the handle into the slightly flattened end of the pipe, secured everything with bolts through, and then wrapped it with wire and electrical tape. The result was something gloomy and crude, a sort of mini halberd from the garage, but that was the situation. He lowered some of the tools on a rope, including a crowbar and a grinder, then a bundle of clothes for Natalia and, oh my God, heights scare me, but there's no choice. Going down from the 4th floor, the chances are slim. Kitty, kitty, kitty. He decided to give the furry scoundrel a chance. Well, as you wish, I said to the castrated beast, deeply offended. Then deal with it yourself. Oh yeah. I took the lids off the pots and tore open a large bag of food. That's it. There's enough food and water for a month, and I don't want to make any more plans. I look out the window. There are no zombies nearby. Well, with God. I put on my backpack, put my construction goggles on my eyes, cross myself, throw my legs over the windowsill, and carefully watch the refrigerator and the sofa around which the paracord is wrapped. On the way, my palms burn even through 2 pairs of canvas gloves. I push off the wall with my feet. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. I'm like a ninja turtle. A stupid thought flashed through my mind, and now I'm already stepping on the asphalt. About 10 meters away, a zombie falls out of an open window on the 1st floor. I quickly untie the ropes and hit him on the head with a halberd. The skull cracked, and I mentally congratulated myself on having had COVID and complications in the form of loss of smell. Otherwise, I think I would have thrown up from all this. On the first try, he quietly praised himself, trying to drown out his fear and the realization of the impossibility of what was happening. Grabbing a pile of clothes in one hand, tools and a halberd in the other, he jogged around the house, ready to join the fight at any moment. The backpack contains documents, mine and Natalia's, 2 bottles of water, a first aid kit, energy bars and chocolate, several cans of food, bread, and 2 packs of oatmeal. I wouldn't say it's cool gear, but that's all I managed to collect. Jogging. Zombies roam the courtyards, and it seems as if they move according to some precise patterns, left over from the time when they were living people. Old women and young mothers stand at the entrances to their buildings, drunks stand to the side. And all these creatures are following me, slowly but inevitably. What is this? I will reach Proletarsky with a whole crowd of the undead? No way. Damn. With a pounding heart, I throw the tools and clothes into the sandbox, throw the backpack. No. I'll leave the backpack. What if something goes wrong? And there's a first aid kit and water inside. Well, bitches, the voice breaks. Come on. Despite the words, I'm the first to move. I jog around the yard, drawing the zombies into a chain. Luckily, they move very slowly. Their movements are like those of old people, heavy and uneven, with sharp jerks, as if they are trying to hurry. Grabbing the halberd closer to the handle, I swing the blade down with a wide swing onto the head of the creature that was an old woman a few hours ago. Almost in half, damn it. I can hardly hold back my nausea. There's no need for this now. The zombie granny falls onto the cracked asphalt in a lump of bloody clothes, and a traffic jam immediately forms around her. Har, hissing, these creatures begin to gnaw at her. And I, running around them, lower the halberd onto the neck of the one who was recently a young mother. The face, which retained its impeccable hairstyle, looks frightening without a cheek, rolls away across the grass, and stops near a children's playground made of cheap, bright green plastic. So dumb, the thought ran through my mind with relief. Slow, stupid. But then I remembered the scenario of such horrors, and the feeling of relief passed. For now they are slow. For now they are stupid. All that remains is to concentrate. And in a few minutes, I send about 10 zombies to the next world in the courtyard of a 5-story building. But new ones begin to appear from the entrances and nearby courtyards. Paradox! Wow! Is that you? I heard a voice from the window on the second floor. Sasha? He raised his head, but only after a moment did he make out the slightly blurry, but still courageous and almost pleasant face of the former paratrooper. Not a bad man, one of those whose main achievement in life is service in the Army, airborne forces, and now life is good. And what happens next is no longer important. You're something, man, he continued, bending out of the window almost to the waist and showing his still strong but noticeably rounded body. That's right. I only woke up yesterday, slightly hungover, and then this crap happened. It's good that I turned on the TV right away. Otherwise, I would have gone out and never seen the sergeant. Can you imagine? There's not a single thing in the house that could even be compared to a weapon. Just a can of gas, you know, and a traumatic weapon. You seem to be making excuses. And meanwhile, at the door, the mother-in-law with her wife and child are frantically trying to do something, can you imagine? Zombies. Sasha laughed. But for some reason his laughter was hysterical. And then he continued to sob. We had a walk with the kid this morning, damn it. Wow. At least throw a saber through my window or something. I would have personally, with my own hands. At first he didn't hit the target right away, throwing the saber through the window only on the second try. Then he started to assemble the composition from the killed zombies again. Why do I need all this? Flashed through my head. But I drove these dubious thoughts away. I need it, and not because I am some kind of noble hero, but because the steam engines need to be put out while they are still weak. I exhaled, with great effort, splitting the skull of a large woman in a dressing gown. The knife at the end of the pipe turned out to be heavy and massive, so the heads broke easily. And thank God they did break. God forbid the blade gets stuck in the skull, especially at the most crucial moment. The feeling of unreality of what was happening was complete. The sky was clear without a single cloud, a rich blue color, the kind you don't see except in children's drawings. It was warm, summer. In such weather, all you had to do was sit on the beach or go out for a picnic somewhere. And then, zombies. How offensive, damn it. With irritation, I chop off the leg of an overly agile zombie in a military uniform with emblems on his shoulders, and, running to the side, with one strong blow, I throw his head off his neck. But no, It remains hanging on shreds of flesh. This zombie looked like a teenager, and I easily recognized in him a boy named Lyubka from the second floor. He suddenly stopped, as if hesitating, and I, suppressing the desire not to regret, swung the halberd. The head, with a shaved, double-headed eagle of patriotic meaning on the back of the head, like a ball, bounced on the asphalt. "Young man," an elderly woman called to me from the third floor in a sharp voice, shaking her sparse gray locks. "By what right do you administer lynching? They speak clearly on TV." Her speech was distinct, like that of an experienced teacher, but from her lips only repetitions of the nonsense that the presenters were broadcasting sounded. "It's a shame," I repeated, looking around and ignoring her words. Only now did I notice that pale faces were visible in some of the windows, pressed against the glass, or hiding behind the curtains. Bots. An indifferent thought flashed through my mind. The combination of bright summer sun, sweltering heat, and zombies roaming the streets feels wrong, offensive, and almost insulting. The apocalypse should start differently, with sirens, nuclear explosions, or earth tremors. At least the weather should match. And here, the sun just shines relentlessly. That's it, I think. I exhale hoarsely, and trying to take advantage of the moment, try to clean the halberd blade from the stuck. All sorts of nastiness. Hair, pieces of skin, blood, dirt. It's hard to clean, and spitting on this matter, I stick the blade into the sand several times, and again thank fate for the lack of smell, after having had COVID. It's hard to even imagine how terrible the yard can smell now. "Okay, that'll do," I say, spitting, looking at the blood stains with sand stuck to the blade. I don't feel sick, but out of caution, I try not to look at the bodies scattered around the yard. "Wow!" Sasha calls out to me as he comes out of the entrance with a sword in his lowered hand. "Alive? What?" I don't understand the strange question, looking in surprise at the demobilization uniform that doesn't fasten on my spreading belly. "Didn't they bite you?" "I don't think so," I shrug. "And I have here." He smiles palely, showing his left hand, quickly bandaged with a bandage, under which a greasy, smelly ointment is visible. "A wife." "Oh, wait." I try to calm him and myself down. "Maybe nothing will happen. Like, only after death, right? And that's not a fact, as if a dog just bit me." "Maybe." He smiles with a bluish smile. But it's clear that he himself doesn't believe it. "Let's go?" Sokol has a semi-automatic in his safe at home. "Did you wash it?" I don't let go. "With peroxide, almost immediately." The former airborne sergeant looks terrible, and it is unclear whether this appearance is caused by a bite or psychosomatics are added to it. "Let's go." He resolutely did not want to discuss the bite. Sokol is in that building, on the first floor. Over there, where the bars are. He's on shift today. I called him. The sergeant fell silent, his face tightening in a short, barely noticeable spasm. "And you'll need the gun. Right now." With a few blows of his elbow, Sashka knocked out the side window of someone else's Niva parked in the yard, opened the door and started the car without the keys. "Of course," he smiled wryly, noticing my interest. "And it was different." "Where is—" He reached into the back seats and pulled out 2 towing cables. "We'll pull them now. Come on, throw them in." "Okay." I jump up, pass the rope through the bars and make a loop. "Step aside," orders Sasha. Or is it now the Airborne Forces sergeant? The grill quickly flew out. Apparently it was held on by a thread. My partner drove the car right up to the window, and I, staining the roof with bloody spots from my soles, broke the plastic window with a few blows of the halberd. "No one," I tell Sashka, climbing inside with a halberd in my hands. The first thing to check is that the door is locked. Strong, the sergeant said calmly, climbing in after her. He was clearly shaking, but he was remarkably cool.
Sokol always carries the keys to the safe with him, he said, rummaging through his friend's tools like a proprietor, and pulled out a crowbar. And his safe is complete junk, finished Sashka, opening the door with the first blow and taking out the gun. Here. MP 15.5, semi-automatic. Shorty with a barrel length of 610 millimeters. He ran his hand along the trunk. The magazine was enlarged and held 8 rounds. The sergeant suddenly fell silent, his gaze stopping on my surprised face. "You don't know how? At all?" he asked. I shrugged my shoulders, embarrassed, and replied that I could only assemble and disassemble a Kalashnikov, nothing more. I served as a clerk at headquarters in the army. Not like in the films, brother, but, you know, I have an art education behind me and graduated from 7 years of school with honors, so they don't really ask about my wishes. He thoughtfully rubbed the back of his head, slightly covered in fat, and said, "Well, it's not hopeless. We'll fix everything now." Having rummaged around in the safe, Sashka pulled out boxes of cartridges from a manufacturer I didn't know, called Glavpatron. There were bullets and buckshot. The Falcon was preparing for survival, he said, smiling bitterly, but immediately ended the conversation. "Look here." Under his guidance, I assembled and disassembled the gun several times, understanding the procedure. "Oil and other accessories," he explained briefly, putting the weapon tool into my backpack. "The instructions are there. You'll figure it out yourself. By the way, take a look. Maybe some of the junk will come in handy. The Falcon was as small as you are." I immediately asked, "And how are you?" He smiled, and grabbing the entrenching tool found in Sokol's apartment, jumped out of the window. "What are you talking about? There you are." I hurried to help Sasha, climbing onto the roof of the Neva with my gun at the ready. "My former class teacher," the partner explained, without turning around, twirling a shovel around a decrepit zombie with purple hair, in which the remains of human intestines were stuck. "She ruined so much blood for me. Words cannot describe it." "Maybe I'll hit her with a halberd," he suggested. "Are you crazy? In training, I dreamed of coming back and hitting her over the head with a shovel." "Because of her? The bastards?" he answered, falling silent, and again starting to circle around the old woman. With a wave, a thin hand with wrinkled, dirty skin fell to the asphalt. "Dreams come true," the sergeant said with a smile. "That's it," he said, after a couple of minutes, sighing heavily. "I've had a great rest. Let's go further. It's very close." It turned out that a TT with more than 100 rounds of ammunition was buried nearby in the courtyards. "Well, yes," he chuckled, noticing my surprise. He was a bandit. Having calmed down several zombies along the way, we returned to the Falcon's room. "I need to clean off the excess grease," he said, disassembling the gun, "and clear the house of zombies while I still have the strength." "You—" I couldn't find the words. "I'm finished, Vava," the sergeant said calmly, pointing to the switched-on computer, where some blogger with a medical education was telling in detail everything he knew about zombies in a short time. "The signs are all there. Are you with me?" "Yes," I answered quietly. "Natalia, if she managed to lock herself in the utility room, then she'll last another hour. But if not—" "That's great," he nodded approvingly while our night was beginning. "You're a reliable guy, I understood at first sight. Together we'll free the house and then it will be easier. You know, it's better to beat your father together." "That's right," I agreed,
holding back my hysteria. After watching the gun being cleaned for a bit, I realized that I had learned the algorithms and could repeat them if necessary, even if slowly and reluctantly. While he was sorting out the weapon, I quickly made a shield out of the door that was left over from the bathroom. "Well, isn't it hard?" I asked. "It's fine," Sashka answered, thinking for a bit, hanging the door on the crook of his elbow. "I won't rush into attack, but it's perfect for narrow corridors. You can even put it on the floor. What do you say?" "Went." "I'm leading," he said, pointing his gun. "You follow, cover from behind." "Okay, but first, let's warn the others." Having climbed out into the yard through the window, I began to whistle to attract the attention of both people and those who were no longer alive. "People!" I shouted at the top of my lungs and whistled again. People started looking out of the windows. "Listen up. Sasha, the paratrooper, and I are going to clean out all this dead stuff in the house now. Get ready." "Why?" a plump and very short-of-breath man asked loudly, leaning out of the window. "But they said on TV." "Listen, Vadik," Sanyuk intervened. "If you want to sit here quietly, stay. No one will steal your clothes. And whoever is ready to go out, get ready." "What is this for?" a not very young and rather tipsy woman, a hairdresser, shouted from the window, whose name I could not remember at all, but I clearly remembered that it was her. "Ira, fuck your mother," Sasha joined in again. "Especially for you. Even for 3 reasons at once, you'll get used to it. Who wants to get out to the village or garages?" "To stock up at the store," I interrupted, hoping for support and my partners. "You can loot in the store," Sashka agreed. "That's not bad either. It's much easier to sit still when you have something to eat and a place to rest." "Got it. Is there anyone with a weapon, even if it's an axe? Grab it." I picked up. Some protective equipment would also come in handy. "What kind of equipment exactly?" asked the plump Vadik again. "Whatever the hell you can find," Sanya responded. "I won't rack my brains for you." "Well, let's get started." We started right in the yard. New zombies gathered at the noise. We fought them using the already practiced tactics, with cold weapons. Just a few minutes, and, did you see? A weak smile on the sergeant's face. They don't even notice me. "Well, let's go." He abruptly opened the door and confidently walked into the entrance. "First take the right," he warned, moving down a corridor with one dim lamp at the end. "I'm in front, you're behind, and check each door with your shoulder. No sudden movements." Sashka, swaying slightly, showed that he understood. "If the door is locked, then it's locked," I nodded. "If not, then you need to have time to jump back." "Got it," he said briefly. "Uh-huh." Step. The door is closed. Next. A muffled wheeze is heard behind it. I immediately mark the bold letter Z with a marker. And so it repeats. The first 2 floors passed without incident. On the third, an old zombie with a stick slowly and timidly approached us. "Well, damn," Sashka exhaled and didn't even waste a bullet, dealing with the entrenching tool and easily stepping over the body. "That's it," I noted on the 5th floor. "It seems we've got everyone down." "Looks like it," the partner answered with a smile. "Damn. Let's go to the next house before it starts." The entrances have been inspected. I shouted as loudly as I could when I went outside. "You can go out. You know who is in the rooms marked Z. You can't climb in. Only at your own risk." "We need to clear the entire building," a plump woman of about 40 with sparse faded curls nervously demanded, leaning her ample form from the 4th floor onto the street. "Hey, you," growled Sasha. "Go to hell, slut! We're owed, damn it!" Amidst shrill cries of "fake men," we moved forward. "Hurry up, Vova," Sasha urged me, his face distorted with grimaces. He burst into Natalia's entrance. The first floor, empty. On the second floor, the door opened slightly from a light push, and my stomach went cold. In the narrow corridor, the shot from the gun sounded deafeningly loud and, "Ready!" the sergeant said with a twitch in his face. "Forward!" On the fourth floor, a pack of comrades met under the leadership of the twice-dead Petrov. 2 pistol shots, one with buckshot, and Sashka turned to me, showing his elongated teeth so that the muscles of his face almost tore. "Yeah, come on," he hissed. He took a step back and fired straight into the head of the airborne sergeant. Another shot went into the flesh-swollen carcass of the last zombie in the pack. Rest in peace, Sergeant. I sincerely wished him a peaceful afterlife. Taking the pistol from his lifeless hand and the cartridges from his pockets, throwing the rifle over my back, I closed the door with my elbow. After standing for a while, I covered his crushed head with a loose demobilization jacket with stripes and epaulettes. Sasha and I never had close contact, and he wasn't a very good person, but in these 30 minutes, I think he'll be forgiven for all his mistakes. "Really?" I said quietly, feeling unexpected tears. "No one but you." "Well, damn it!" He spat out viscous saliva and continued the cleanup. "For the airborne forces. I warn you in advance. There are elements of zombie themes, artificial intelligence, and a parallel world. Surnames and characters similar to real ones are an accident and a figment of the author's imagination." Chapter 2. Vladimir. As soon as I left the entrance, a strong and very nervous Vadik quickly jumped up to me, exuding the aroma of sweat, rotten teeth, and anxiety. "The public has held a meeting and elected the quarter council." Vadik said this with the admiration that is characteristic of natural-born sycophants who talk in the smoking room about their superiors, the great thinker and the kindest man himself. "Well?" I shrugged slightly, adjusting my heavy backpack and looking at the exhausted crowd gathered at the Neva. "Talk faster." "The quarter council," he began hurriedly, trying to maintain a serious tone, and becoming even more excited, "has decided to mobilize Vladimir Nikolaevich Evgenov for alternative civil service." "What the hell?" I stared at him blankly and cleaned my ear with my little finger. "It's legal," Vadim explained hastily, breathless with excitement, while a fat woman from the community, sticking out her false jaw and flabby chin with sparse hair, expressively waved a stack of printed documents which, apparently, were supposed to convince me of the legality of what was happening. "Stop!" I waved my hand, stopping the lady who was heading towards me with the inexorability of a construction roller. She took a few more steps but stopped under my stern gaze. After hesitating a bit, she took a step back, lost her indomitability, and seemed to deflate. "What the hell? The public? Why did you hold meetings and make decisions about me without my knowledge? What kind of nonsense is this, people?" "Vladimir Yevgenyevich." Vadim folded his hands in front of himself. A mixture of official concern and pity appeared on his face. It seemed that the honor of duty was fighting with an unpleasant feeling. "You must understand that public interests have always prevailed over personal ones." "Really?" I was surprised. "Vladimir Evgenovich." A woman of about 40 years old with an unusual manner of gait, plump and large, but with a childish, almost toy-like face, where slightly sagging skin and a double chin looked like something unnatural. "You are a young, strong, trained man," she babbled like a small stream, said, "Vladimir Evgenovich," and constantly touched either her hand or her shoulder, emphasizing her ample cleavage, about the size of a 7, which swayed like bags of kefir. "Why do you need a weapon?" She tried to convince me tenderly, looking straight into my eyes and pressing her chest to my hand. "You are young, healthy, and, I'm not afraid to say it, an ideal man." Those around nodded approvingly and languidly agreed, accepting every word of the leader. And here, the aging doll waved her hand widely. Women and children. I was a little puzzled that by women and children, she apparently meant Vatic and about a dozen other men. Women? He turned his gaze to Vatic. At that moment, I was suddenly pulled back and to the side by my backpack. Turning around, I automatically delivered a back punch to the head of a skinny guy in brand new sneakers, a dirty LDPR t-shirt that was the wrong size, hanging like a sack on his sloping shoulders, and sweatpants shiny from wear. Bitch! He howled and crouched down, pressing the bleeding wound to his head, dropping the rebar wrapped in black fabric tape. Idiot! The doll woman shouted, sticking out her chest even more, and taking a step towards me. Vladimir Evgenievich, this is a misunderstanding. There was a note in her voice that she probably thought attractive, but it sounded extremely unnatural, and the age difference only made it worse. Without paying attention, I tore the gun from my shoulder and stepped away from those around me, trying to keep an eye on all directions at once. Igrik, you idiot! The woman continued, wisely keeping her distance from me. You bastard! Another woman from the crowd interrupted the puppeteer sharply, breaking away from the tight mass and rushing towards me with a fury reminiscent of a revolutionary storm. She extended her thin but flabby hands with long nails covered with peeling red varnish. How dare you touch my husband? Stepping aside, I struck the fury hard, low on the thigh and pointed the gun at the rebellious crowd. What the? My head remained surprisingly calm about what was happening, but my voice acquired a nervous readiness to shoot at anything that moved. People, have you completely lost your mind? Igor, you idiot! A male voice rang out in a goatish tenor from behind the women's backs. Unless he gives it back. If, damn it. Do you understand the difference? They killed her. The bruised woman lay on the dirty asphalt, sobbing and holding her leg. Cloudy tears streamed down her battered face. He would have given in himself. Nina Vasilievna convinced him, and you, fool, ruined everything. Everything, screamed a woman of indeterminate age, from 30 to 50, squat and with large hips, running up to Igorek, who was still squatting. Goat! Beast! She began to hit him on the head with her palms, clumsily, but with furious anger. Don't touch, the wife of the man being beaten shouted, without getting up from the ground, and immediately the most unprecedented quarrel broke out. Vladimir Evgenievich, squeezing her hands on her chest, and promising much, and even more, with her eyes and voice, the old doll began to approach me. You yourself see what is happening around. We are unarmed. Pass us the weapons, Vladimir Evgenievich. You are a young and strong man, and we are fragile women. Women? I held back a laugh, pointing the gun at the screaming Vadik and Igor, who were weakly fighting off Furia.
Vadik is disabled.
The doll clasped her hands on her chest again.
And Igor Alexandrovich is no longer young, and is also sick. Vladimir Evgenievich, you can easily deal with zombies with your bare hands. And, if necessary, you will find another weapon.
I wanted to lay out all the wisdom of the ancestors and surprise them with a variety of strong words, but I held back. 5 minutes ago, I still felt responsible for them. I was ready to at least shelter them, at least help them survive, but don't throw your pearls before swine. My mother's words came to mind. Go to hell, you freaks! And pointed the gun at the crowd. Get away from the car, quickly! There was no quick escape, but they ran away, colliding, barking at each other, and knocking in fear. Oh, you bastards! Why did you have to let the tires down? Damn you! Disappear!
Vladimir Evgenievich.
This specially concerns you. I cast an angry glance at the busty Nina Vasilievna and moved the barrel. Get out of here! One step. With a piercing squeal, she rushed into the entrance, and her flight immediately became a signal for action. People quickly dispersed.
Only a few injured spouses remained, who did not hesitate to express their dissatisfaction with me in strong expressions. Finally, they left, supporting each other with touching care. Ugh, damn! Throwing off my heavy backpack, I began to examine the cars parked in the yard. You have no right! Nina Vasilievna screamed from the window with a siren when I approached the Renault Logan. This is private property! Yeah, I grinned very maliciously. Private, you say? Once again, I walked around the private territory under the grumbling of a fat lady. As best I could, checked the mileage, technical condition, and equipment.
To be on the safe side, I took out my tablet and checked the data with the internet, which fortunately continued to work stably. The car, judging by the reviews, is not a luxury, but it outperforms all the others parked here. Good cross-country ability, a trunk of sufficient volume, and much more. Without thinking twice, I loaded my things in there, accompanied by the friendly cursing of those around me, and walked around the other cars in the yard. I checked the gasoline, oils, lubricants, and spare tires that were the right size. I would figure out later whether everything would be useful or not. Walking around the cars, I unscrewed the nipples from the wheels and scattered them as far as possible, like sowing seeds. This was not a prank aimed at neighbors who had suddenly become enemies, but rather a manifestation of a healthy sense of apprehension. What if an avenger were found? They would get into the car and follow me, and why would I need that? That's why I thought, no. Fortunately, I didn't have time to tell anyone about my plans to save Natalia. Driving out of the yard amid loud curses, I made a short detour along the Trubnoy Ring and neighboring streets. There were few cars on the road, which was certainly a joy. I didn't encounter any police or military on Moskovskaya and Gagarin, I reported to myself, happily turning around in defiance of all traffic rules and driving along Tsiolkovsky. There were no security forces there either, and I hadn't yet decided whether to be happy or upset about it. On the one hand, if the authorities really start to restore order and destroy zombies, that's good. On the other hand, they will act on the instructions of their superiors, who are hiding in a bunker and don't know the whole picture. And of course, in their own interests, as is usually the case. And I'm not only on a business trip, but I've also gotten into trouble with the public, the first candidate for punishment, or for fines, which are almost the same thing these days.
Just a delay, but an unpleasant one.
Most likely everyone is gathered together now and discussing what a jerk I am, to put it mildly. They are creating a common view of the situation. This is total crap, Vova, I say to myself with a warning smile in the rearview mirror. Driving along Tsiolkovsky, I look around carefully. Here and there, traces of the massacre of zombies are visible, and in Markov Square, an excavator is digging a hole into which bodies are being dragged with the help of buckets. The smell of slaked lime is so sharp that it penetrates even through the lost sense of smell. Okay, I nod in agreement, but I don't offer my help, and I'm in no hurry to start a conversation. The circle. Finally, I head to Proletarsky, where Natalia works. Only 200 kilometers from home, maybe less, but so many precautions. I didn't lose faith in people after the public.
Well, the public is like that.
Here in Lipetsk, half of the families of newlywed chemists lived, and even now either they themselves or their descendants are still there. Traditions have softened considerably since then, of course. In addition, the chemical newlyweds of the marginalized are now diluted by young families and inexperienced mothers of those who are sometimes called by the not very respectful word RSP. But in general. Arriving at Proletarsky, I stopped at the parking lot without turning off the engine and plucked up my courage. Well, God be with you. He patted the pocket of his pants on his hip, where the TT pistol with 2 spare clips lay, hung the gun on his back, and, putting on clean construction gloves, went out with the halberd at the ready. I'm in no hurry to go inside. It's already clear that I'm not the first one here. The door is broken. The display cases are smashed. Overturned shelves with scattered goods are lying around. And people. Listen, you big-eared sucker. A tall but rather strong man in his 40s, with a metal pipe on his shoulder and a holster on his belt, casually stepped through the empty display case. Without entering into an argument, he threw the gun over his chest and grabbed the forend with his right hand, throwing the halberd to his left. The man stepped back. "Got it!" He raised his hands together with the pipe and said with a strained smile, "I was wrong. I will correct it." Continuing to talk nonsense and stretching a smile that looked like rubber, he turned slightly to the side. Bang! Spinning sharply like a helicopter propeller, the metal pipe flew out towards me, and I almost managed to dodge. The metal lightly grazed his shoulder, and the gun slipped out of his hands, hanging on the belt. Meanwhile, the flabby man quickly rushed forward, sticking out his shoulder like in American football, and without slowing down, he suddenly picked up speed. "It was you." I pulled the halberd out of the already lifeless body. "In vain, man! You ran into yourself." My voice was breaking, my hands were shaking, and my legs too. "I killed a man. His blood is on my palms. Literally, here it is flowing down the metal to my construction gloves." "Koel," a hoarse voice was heard. "How long will it be there?" From behind the shelves, squinting because of his poor eyesight, came the dead man's partner, a fair-haired man of about the same age and build, only more muscular, a real retired wrestler who had turned into an iron muscle man over the years. "Damn it!" He jumped back, raising Kyuka to his shoulder. As I fall, I throw the halberd at the machine gunner, and from such a distance, I don't miss. The heavy blade hit the inside of his thigh and didn't do any serious damage, but the machine gunner, screaming like a girl, dropped his hands, clutching his groin. Reflex, I start from a prone position, snatching the dagger from under his back. I crash into a large man, knocking him down, kicking his legs with my hands, and ramming my shoulder into his flabby stomach, knocking the machine gun out of his hands. He tries to hold me, in a grip quite deftly, but I plunge the dagger into his stomach to the hilt, and I repeat this again without stopping. Damn! I stand up on trembling legs, trying to get rid of unnecessary thoughts. I am a murderer. Having removed the machine gun and 2 magazines from the body, I take the rifle and quickly search the store for enemies. However, there are only dead zombies nearby, piled up in a heap. Natalia? I throw the body aside, noticing familiar slippers. I run my hand over my head, as if trying to take off my hat, but only smear the blood into my hair. The kingdom of heaven. After standing there for about a minute, I search the dead again and find a pistol with 2 clips on the man with the throwing device. The model is completely unfamiliar because I have never been interested in weapons. There are only 2 magazines for the machine gun. One is half empty. There are no more cartridges. But there are private security company documents. Oh my! I come to my senses, jump up to the moving man with the thrower and chop off his head with a knife in one motion. More precisely, rather, chopping nervously. Then I do the same with the strong man. They won't get up? I kick the heads away from the bodies. My mood is disgusting. The day started badly, continued even worse, and evening is still a long way off. Idiots, I say to the dead. Where does all this anger come from? Or, I started sweating heavily. Usually employees of private security companies are connected to the police and law enforcement agencies in one way or another. They are not always former employees, but almost always have the necessary connections and know a little more than ordinary people. There are 2 possible scenarios. The city is in total chaos. There is no power, and it is necessary to flee Lipetsk as quickly as possible. But the question is, where exactly to run?
The gods had official permission from the authorities, so de facto, they were considered not looters, but honest defenders of food supplies. In any case, I need to leave this place as soon as possible and not be seen. I exhaled. Damn. Having washed my face and refreshed my head with mineral water, I walked around the store again. But I didn't find any living people hiding in the back rooms, or any hiding places made by the guards. I was especially hoping to find weapons and ammunition, but they weren't there either. After thinking about it, I came to the conclusion, what do I need? The answer is simple. Everything. Absolutely everything. If chaos and a lack of power have already begun in the city, then now is the very moment.
The zombies have not yet begun to attack, and potential marauders are just beginning to sniff the smell of blood and smoke, glancing at the TV where comforting and correct words are broadcast. If the security forces seize power, the consequences will be no better. They will shoot zombies, there is no doubt about that. But at the same time, they will first of all be busy saving their families and fighting for control, claiming that they are the valiant defenders and that life will improve under them. You just need to be patient and direct all your efforts and resources to eliminating competitors. And once that happens, everything for the people, in the person of their individual representatives. Maybe they won't kill me right away, I say, biting my lip and stopping work. In the conditions of an autonomous camp, this is not some kind of romantic softness, but a forgotten piece of ephedrine lies half-eaten. It's hard to be alone, and I'd like to join the team. Damn. Shaking myself, I remember the army jackals, and the indecision goes away. I grab the canned goods, stop my first impulse and walk around the store again. Then, belatedly covering my face with a spare t-shirt, I search the cars in the parking lot. There. A well-maintained Ford Focus is so heavily loaded that the wheels have sunk. Most of the cargo is alcohol, even elite by proletarsky standards. Not exactly outright counterfeit, which means it could pass for currency in the apocalypse. Canned goods. I quickly go through the load. Dumplings? Forget about them. The packs fly onto the asphalt along with boxes of beer and chips. The load is replenished with boxes of canned meat and fish, cereals and instant noodles. Enough. Then I throw the goods into Logan, and given the absence of a partner, not too carefully. Canned goods, cereals, peas, lentils, flour, salt, and more of everything. Toilet paper. Where would we be without it? Oh yeah! Remembering, I collect gingerbread, dried buns and cookies from the shelves, choosing packages with a thick coating. The loot is quickly loaded into the car. I keep looking around and don't let go of the gun. My heart is pounding. I'm scared to death. It's just terrifying. Dead people, guards, potential rivals from neighboring houses, security forces, but I am a looter. Why am I saying this out loud, I think? Because according to the laws of wartime, I can be shot without trial. At that moment, my strength seemed to double, and since there was still some free space in the car, I began to report to Logan chemical rolls, bars, chocolate products, kozanaki, nuts, and sweet pastes. Oh shit. I suddenly remembered and carefully placed household chemicals and hygiene products on top of the food. Honestly, there was still a lot of space left, and after playing Tetris, I could have stuffed in about a quarter of what was already loaded. But there was no time. It was already evening, about 6 o'clock, and the situation seemed incredible. Don't come here, with a revolver in my hands. I drove away a crowd of people standing with their junk 10 meters from the entrance. The things, judging by the brown stains, had clearly been used. During the scream, the voice changed, out of habit, almost without suffocation like in kindergarten. But given the current realities, such a trick, if it does not save me, will at least delay the problems a little. As soon as I could, I quickly started the Ford with towing and, praying to all possible gods, drove off. The store has been cleared of zombies,
he shouted out the window with a Caucasian accent. No thanks. On the way to the road, I lost a bucket of sweat and a significant part of my nerves. I have never been the most experienced driver. I got my license before my military service, but I never had my own car. I can confidently drive in a calm traffic flow, change tires and spark plugs, change the oil and fill up with gas. Perhaps this is the limit of my competence. When I'm towing a car with no driver, I can only move slowly and with a heavy heart. Without thinking twice, having reached Velikolopov Square, I turned towards the city cemetery. Zombie fucking bad, I mutter under my breath, smoothly turning the steering wheel. It is man who can be considered the main problem in the midst of the apocalypse. I don't have any special plans, rather a faint hope that most of the residents won't go to the cemetery for any gifts, at least in the coming days. There are also wholesale warehouses with various goods, located in entire micro-districts. Hopefully, there will be few people in the warehouses, and perhaps it will be possible to find a parking place and calmly think over the situation. Having driven the cars into the warehouse yard so that they were not visible from the road, but at the same time leaving the possibility of quickly leaving, I begin calling my friends in Lipetsk, hoping for a miracle. Subscriber unavailable. Out of the corner of my eye, I notice a zombie, hobbling around the yard with a torn-off human leg. I dial another number, again muffled. At that moment, my phone starts ringing. The number is unfamiliar, but it's hard to believe that it's spam. I'm listening. Hello? Hello? An unfamiliar female voice is heard. Dima has died. Come. The girls and I are all alone here and… The call was cut off. I couldn't call back, and I was left with a heavy feeling in my soul, as if I had let someone down. More calls followed. Empty. Empty. Yes, Popik finally answers. Vova, is that you? It's me. What's new? Damn it. The colleague spent the next few minutes speaking very emotionally. If you exclude the harsh words, the essence of his story can be reduced to short information. The trouble at the Novolipetsk metallurgical plant began right before the shift, when people were gathering in the locker rooms. 3/4, Vova! He shouted into the receiver with anguish. 3/4! How are you? Bad! The guards and security service, as if they were mad, act harshly without reason. They line everyone up just for the sake of lining them up. They don't take away phones? I hit it, Popik answered with hysterical laughter. Can you imagine? They have a ton of weapons here, but they're not shooting at zombies. They've set up a real concentration camp. And how are the men? I ask a logical question. What about the men? The security service promised that the families of Novolipetsk workers will be evacuated as soon as possible right away. We just need to wait a little and continue working. They are talking about losses and that if production stops because of us, the guilty will be torn apart for organs. Are they completely crazy? Yes. Popik laughed again. Imagine, some production should be stopped in just such a critical situation. Well, I nod automatically, as if he'll see. I don't remember the specific details, but it seems like NLMK has several workshops, and an accident in any of them could be something like Chernobyl, plus or minus. It's like that at any metallurgical plant, Popik said with effort. If something goes wrong, it's as if the whole city is in trouble. That's it, he said quickly. Come on. Flaws. Upon hearing this, the hair on my body instantly stood up in fear. Metallurgy involves a huge amount of flammable materials, even oils in the pipelines of rolling mills. The slightest mistake can lead not just to a fire, but to a real firestorm. And it also seems that chemicals are used there, which adds to the danger. Damn, I repeated. trying not to dwell on my disturbing thoughts, sincerely hoping for the common sense of Novolipetsk's management. But what if it's not the engineers who are in charge there, but the security officers? Then everything will be really bad. These people are a separate category. Their minds work differently. I've encountered this more than once. A phone call, and to my surprise. "Yes," the voice answered calmly. "Seryoga? Vova?" The voice suddenly became warmer. "How are you?" "Good," I interrupted, knowing full well that Seryoga liked to chat on the phone for a long time. "Alive, healthy, with prey and problems. And how are you?" "In the garage," said Pyrog. "I decided to do some metal work early in the morning, and was already there by 6. Have you heard about the apocalypse?" I heard. A quiet chuckle was heard in the receiver. But I have a feeling that these are just internal problems that have come to the surface. "How far are you?" He changed the subject. "Can you come over?" "Not far, but I warn you, I'm a problematic type. Come on! On the line!" I hung up and drove slowly. The speed did not exceed 5 kilometers per hour. I was passing by a cemetery, and usually few people walk there, and now even less, so I got there calmly. The mood began to improve. I've known Parag for a short time, but only from a good side. At first we crossed paths at work, then we met at the gym, and gradually became friends. The man is not simple, but reliable, like a Kalashnikov assault rifle. "Seroga!" I called, driving up and looking in surprise at the makeshift barrier in front of the garages. A figure in camouflage pants and work clothes looked out of the garage and waved. "Right now!" After shaking hands, the two of us cleared away the old tables and large pieces of junk that were blocking the entrance. "Where should I put the cars?" "Over there," Seryoga waved his hand. I opened up the abandoned ones. "Put any you want." "A lot of abandoned ones?" "There used to be about 7 in our dead end. Now almost all of them are free," he answered with a slight grin. Having parked the car, I began to unload my things, and Pai, having poured me some tea, put the kettle on. He ate quickly, but carefully.
"I was just drinking tea in the morning,"
He explained.
"I was messing around, and then some fresh ones from the cemetery showed up."
"Did you think you'd run away?" I asked with a grin.
"It's fine.
Pai shrugged.
You know, almost no one comes here, even on weekends, so we couldn't catch them off guard. And I have enough supplies in terms of protection."
"Yeah," I agreed, looking through the wide-open garage gate. "It'll give many mechanics a run for their money." "That's right," I exclaimed, jumping up and diving into Logan's interior, taking out Kshuka. Briefly, and in just a few minutes, I told the story of how I got out of the newlyweds, told about Sasha, the Airborne Forces soldier, the public, and the clash with the guards. "Seriously," he confirmed with a nod. "Okay, look, I can give Ksyusha away, but her story is such that it will be difficult to cleanse myself after her." "I don't care," he answered calmly, like a boa constrictor, and, nodding in gratitude, took the machine gun, placing it on his knees. "How are you doing?" I asked belatedly. "I buried him." The voice sounded calm, but no. He ran his hands over his face 3 times, turned around for a moment. Then he was reflected, ran to the house, and then... He fell silent, took a sip of tea from a ceramic mug, and I realized that there was no point in asking for details. "What are your plans now?" asked Seryoga. "Besides looting and hiding in garages." "Who knows? Nothing is clear at all." I recounted the conversation with Popik, conveyed the blog of the Roskvardia warrant officer, and my thoughts on the division of power among the top brass. Pirog had his own views, and we argued heatedly. only to agree 10 minutes later that they were all scum. Then the dialogue became more constructive and moved on to discussing survival issues. First, we need to make at least a few hiding places, he noted confidently. Long-term storage supplies, water. By the way, you only brought one package. As it is, I shrugged. Water is easier to get. I'm not sure, Sergei said, but didn't elaborate further. He's an experienced tourist and survivalist, not a professional or a fan, but he knows a thing or two. Food and water, ammunition and weapons, medicines, clothes and shoes, I count them on my fingers. Have I taken everything into account? He smiled mockingly. A lot of things. Tents or shelters, shovels, saws, repair tools, fuel and transport are also needed. I felt a little uneasy. But in such a situation, it is better not to argue with someone who understands at least something. So I say, give orders. He grinned again. You asked for it yourself. We don't have much time before it gets dark. He looked at his phone. I don't know about you, but I'd rather wait it out in the dark, with all the locks on. I nod, because zombies don't exactly look like the result of a virus. There's more mysticism and some kind of devilry here. About 2 hours, I estimate. He replies, more. Well, where are you going to spend the night? In the garages? I ask. Yes. He nods. I killed a couple of zombies in the cemetery, but the area around is empty. I don't think the zombies will go there at night. Maybe the opposite. But still, I say, in a matter like this, you need to have some time to spare. He nods after a short pause. Agreed. Then let's unload the cars and fly out for supplies. Looting? I smile wryly. Where else can we go? He reflects. Are you counting on the authorities? Yes, exactly on them. We set out in 2 cars, with trailers found in garages. One trailer was badly rusted, and the second had its original wheels replaced with trophy ones, but it drove, and that's the main thing. I know everything here, very well, Sergei said quietly, closing the focus door and looking around the warehouse area. I searched everything here during my years as a security guard. Oh, come on, I said doubtfully. It seems like you know all of Lipetsk. Probably, he answered with a bit of pride. I spent 10 years serving as a security guard, most of that time in the rapid response team. Now I work at Vodokanal. The whole city is probably in the palm of my hand. I know all the basements and hidden streets. Cool. I was surprised. Do you remember all the people? Of course. Pi suddenly looked at me in surprise. And I keep in touch. You never know when you'll need them. The door to the office was strong enough, although not armored. It felt about as reliable. Since the windows on the first floor were tightly closed, there were probably zombies inside. They carefully opened the gate and, looking around carefully, secured the door with bricks. Hey, who's there? I called out cautiously as I entered the narrow corridor, keeping my finger on the trigger. Anyone alive? Answer. Hrak! From the dark corners came the ominous sounds of the undead, whom we had previously incapacitated, according to the developed plan, luring them outside. It seems we checked everyone, Pi said warningly, removing the bricks and tightly closing the door behind us. We carefully moved forward, carefully examining each door and ready to jump back at any second if the situation worsened. There is a great lack of reliable protection. It would be better to put on full Gothic armor. But what is not there is not there. And on top of that, the heat is unbearable. Boots on your feet, forearms are wrapped in thick tarpaulin, faces are hidden by bandanas, and it is extremely difficult to breathe. I accidentally thought the apocalypse has come at the wrong time. It would be much more convenient in November. Sergei stopped me with one gesture and listened carefully. Here they are, the walking dead, he said quietly, noticing the approaching enemies. Having kicked the door to the accounting department, he quickly stepped aside and struck with a flail at the head of a fat zombie.
with a stylish hairstyle, dyed with colored feathers. "What is all this?" he asked in amazement a few seconds later, stepping over the body on the floor and carefully examining the room. Chief accountant, looking at the information on the computer that had been turned on in the morning. I share my guess with him. "It looks like she ate everyone else." "That sounds disgusting," he said, ignoring my words, putting on his gas mask, pushing the torn pieces of bodies away from the safe with his foot, and checking the note with the password found in the accountant's desk. "How can you breathe calmly in this smell?" "Thanks to COVID," I grin, not leaving my computer. "While you look around, I'll check the documents." "Why?" he asked without turning around, opening the safe. "Knowing where to look," she answered slightly absent-mindedly, continuing to study the papers and taking out cigarettes. "Okay," Pi shrugged, quickly looking through the contents of the safe, which turned out to be completely useless, and went off to search the office for usable smartphones, laptops, and external batteries. Along the way, he reduced the number of zombies without using firearms. "The equipment is no good," he reported 10 minutes later. "But I took 2 guns from the guards. Not a gift, but it's all in the piggy bank. Did you find anything?" "Yes." The printer began to produce sheets of paper. "Let's go." Entering the warehouse, I immediately realized that I had made a mistake. What difference does it make to anyone whether we take Lipetsk mineral water with Walking Peter or with Pyramid, canned goods of one company or another? On the other hand, it didn't take long, and now we at least know exactly where everything is. If there is a chance to take not just products, but those that you personally like, then it is no longer a mistake. Surviving comfortably is much more interesting. We rushed back and forth, not forgetting to look around and be ready at any moment to throw a box or package and open fire. Throwing a box of canned goods into the cabin, I wiped the sweat from my forehead with the end of my bandana and exhaled. I thought I was holding up better. Petrov, out of breath and also wearing a bandana, answered vaguely, "Where can I go? It's the busiest time of year." We drove there and back 3 more times, loading and unloading at breakneck speed. In addition to us, there were already individuals and organized groups of 3 to 5 people operating in the warehouses. They didn't bother us, and we immediately stopped the only attempt to establish contact, silently showing our weapons. While putting bottles of water in the trunk and bending over from the pain in my lower back, I said to Seryoga, "That's enough for today." He didn't agree, insisting, "We can make one more trip. There's still time." "Come on. Look for yourself what's going on around us. Evening is already approaching, and there are only more people in the warehouses. Do you understand what I mean? Do you hear?" Not far from us, a Lada Kalina car said, "Vladimir Central, North Wind." This sky, the sky that cries right under our feet, quietly sounded from the radio, where Shevchuk was humming something behind the fence. "The people have gathered courage," I summed up gloomily. "And, it seems, this courage is generously seasoned with alcohol. A little bit, and we can end up in a conflict. And why do we need it out of the blue? God forbid, with a shootout. The premonitions are disturbing." "Doubt it?" he says thoughtfully, biting his lips and listening to the melody. "Okay. Then on the way back, we'll stop by the furniture house and get some mattresses." We bought mattresses and bed linen and arrived at the garages shortly before dusk. Immediately, without unloading the cars, we carefully restored the barricade. "Zombies," says Pi, breathing heavily, pushing an old desk, brought here for some reason by the owners, towards the barricade. "They're stupid. Wait." I interrupt him. "Wait," nods my friend, almost spitting. "If they hit a barrier, they'll be stuck forever." He's repeating the basics, and I don't interrupt, realizing that the man is worried. "This is far from the worst. Enough," I say. "You think so?" Sergei looks at the structure doubtfully. Even an armored car won't be able to move it quickly. Right, he agrees. Will you wash it? After a short wash, using water sparingly, we threw the dirty clothes into buckets, poured in chemicals and water. In clean clothes, Pai immediately turned on the stove while I dried myself. What do you want the chef to cook? He asked with a smile. A man for whom cooking is not an empty phrase. Yes, I listened to the needs of my body. Tea, without sugar, and a little sweets, perhaps. I don't want to look at meat at all. And, he suddenly froze for a moment. What if I am there? Eat, I shrug, sorting through the rolls, cupcakes, and cookies. It's fine. Not to the point of nausea, I just don't feel like it. Listen, if suddenly, I'm not afraid, I nod. I'll say it without embarrassment. In Pirog's household, there was a kettle, mugs, plates, and everything necessary for comfortable living in the garage, except for the toilet. I'll put a bucket at the entrance. He shook his head. It's better not to go outside at night. If anything happens, he grinned, cover it with sand on top. Well thought out. Oh yeah, we ate while watching videos on a laptop, taking turns listening to Solovyov with official speeches, then to bloggers. The latter seemed more interesting and informative, but sometimes they went overboard with naturalism. Close-ups of torn bodies and zombie dissections on live TV were too much for me. My dears, the Supreme began. A cut-up, Seryoga intervened almost immediately. I edited the clips, you can tell right away. Hack work. I also see that it's a hack job. I bite into a cupcake and look up. Oh, shit. What? Pai turned, interrupting his story about the hack job. This is... I point my finger at the northern lights, clearly visible in the early twilight. Okay, I'll be right there. Sergei went down to the basement and started moving the junk. Help! He shouted down. No, I'll be up soon. Dosimeter? Exactly, Sergei nodded, without taking his eyes off the device. So that... He went down again and returned with another dosimeter. It's working, he said thoughtfully a few minutes later. The radiation level is within normal limits. What's this? I pointed to the sky, which was gradually becoming brightly colored. I honestly don't know. I bought them secondhand, but then I checked them. The last time was, he thought, at the beginning of spring. I was climbing around an abandoned building. The background was weak there, and the devices were working. But this... Pai shrugged, and we settled down to drink tea, watching the northern lights and the blazing lights in the private sector, somewhere beyond the cemetery.
Attention! Attention! Citizens!
Crackled an old radio receiver, somewhere far away, not turned off.
Listen to the address of the Lipetsk City Administration. Today, cases of infection with a dangerous virus have been recorded in the city of Lipetsk and the region.
Well, they got divorced. Sergei chuckled. The Lipetsk City Administration is taking all necessary measures to contain the disease and prevent epidemics. The speaker continued.
Follow the recommendations for the
Meanwhile, a rare exchange of fire was heard in the area of the warehouses, and a few minutes later, a loud explosion was heard. That's it, Pai said calmly, chewing his sausage. Civilization has gone topsy-turvy. Game over. We sat until late, going over various thoughts, and there was a strange, serene calm in our souls, like in a cemetery. That's it. It's time to pay for our mistakes. For some reason, being present at the end of the world seems less painful compared to what is happening in the United States and China, where absolutely incredible events are unfolding. It is not so much a malicious satisfaction, although some of that is also present, as a sense of some sacred justice, which from the point of view of logic and humanity seems absolutely absurd. I am a little worried about emotional numbness,
Or rather, not numbness, but rather the feeling that Natalia's death and the death of the guards happened a long time ago, and I have already lived through them. The situation when I, putting my life in danger, go to save Natalia, because there is no other way out, and sincerely mourn her death, and then abandoning her lifeless body without even thinking about burying it, seems natural and almost routine. At least that's how it feels. This is incredibly strange and must indicate serious psychological problems, and possibly even incipient madness. But crazy people never consider themselves as such, so I am not crazy. Or am I? Alternative civilian service in the Russian Federation is a special type of labor activity for the sake of society and the state, which citizens perform instead of military service. Chapter 3. Good morning, I said, just as I was starting to toss and turn in bed. I heard an incredibly cheerful greeting from Sergei, who seemed overly energetic. How did you sleep? He had settled down on a camping mat at the very corner of the garage, sitting cross-legged and busily sorting out his tablet, and judging by everything, had been awake for quite some time. Good, I yawned, almost dislocating my jaw. Thank you, it's terrible. His question followed almost immediately. Did you have any dreams? A little bit about everything, I answer reluctantly, immersed in a bad mood. Dreams, and this damp stuffiness of the garage, with the smells of metal, oil, and concrete. How much time has flown by already? It's almost 4 in the morning, Pai said, looking at the laptop screen. You can sleep some more. No. I shake my head, driving away sleep. I need to finish things in the morning. Well, yes, it's hot, my friend nods, without looking up from the screen. And this, getting up, I start to make the bed. I lift the mattress from the floor and put it against the wall, remove the thick plastic film on which it lay, stretch so much that my joints crunch. Shall we check? Seryoga put the tablet aside and looked at the door. Okay? I crouched down at the exit behind a makeshift shield made from a piece of thick rubber plate and put out my halberd, while Pai opens the door with my rifle in his hands. Google, he says with a serious expression, peering into the doorway. I feel like laughing. Seryoga also smiles slightly crookedly. It's clear, he states, going out into the street. Look, our barricade is working. We're all here. I yawn and stretch again. Do a little warm-up and take the still-sealed toothbrush. I see. Well, shall we have breakfast? I suggest we don't delay. Have a quick bite and get to work straight away. We need to shove the loot around while the people are still asleep. Where exactly is your choice, Comrade Pai? We'll find suitable places, he nodded, taking out a tile on the street. The electricity and internet haven't gone out yet, which is a real stroke of luck for me. I have a rough idea of how it works, and it's more of a miracle than a merit of the substation workers. Such things just don't happen.
Let me express my opinion, okay? Even though I'm junior in status.
Let's not play this game of juniors and seniors, the friend winced. I don't like this kind of hierarchy. Okay, I said, placing a can of baked cod on an overturned iron bucket and picking up a can opener.
Most people read the same forums and survival guides as you did.
I'm not sure. Sergei grinned, as if he had downloaded the entire internet. Maybe not exactly those, I readily agreed. The gist is clear. Those of the armchair experts who had not previously studied useful literature and watched films about the apocalypse. They have recently been quickly catching up on their knowledge. They will probably go rob stores and warehouses. The most cunning will even get to garages. I don't even count home gadgets and supplies. These ones are not even going to leave their apartments. Yeah. Sergei shook his cheek. I won't argue. I think the most advanced ones will start looking for supplies. in the basements of residential buildings. And what next? I have some ideas. He took the boiling kettle off and asked if I could pour you some. Come on. I hand over a mug filled with strong instant coffee with condensed milk added. I usually prefer unsweetened tea or coffee, but today, for some reason, I wanted something sweet. I try the drink carefully. The syrup is clearly felt, but the taste is pleasant. I work at Vodaconnell, or rather I used to, he said, sitting down opposite with a huge sandwich, reminiscent of the break-the-face style. So I think that's where I can hide it. In the office? No, he laughed, washing it down with strong coffee, in technical sub-facilities around the city. Oh, I see. And how are the emergency workers? I ask. There are places for that, Pi answered a little vaguely. But it's easier to show than to explain. If they don't find it by chance, but if they start looking for it purposefully. He shrugged, and I nodded silently, continuing to greedily devour the food, or rather just gobble it up, as if I were beside myself. I don't understand what's wrong with me. Yesterday I was so hungry that I ate my daily ration in 2 sittings. My appetite didn't decrease in the morning either, but there's no heaviness in my stomach. You know what else I can offer? I'm not sure if this is a good idea, maybe even stupid, but how about scattering small hiding places, almost in plain sight? For example, next to a pile of construction waste, completely unnecessary garbage. Put some packages of drinking water there, simple food like bars and breadsticks, something that won't spoil for a long time in the heat. And the rats? We need to come up with something about the rats. I agree with him, like a metal bucket. Well, that's a useful thing. You never know how things will turn out. It's not always easy to get into these catacombs of yours. And here, it's almost on the move. Then you'll need a weapon if you're on the move, adds Pirog. At least something simple. Bandaging material and clothing. Yes. I rub my chin and light a cigarette. Our clothes are pretty modest. Okay, let's figure it out. Where do we start? Damn, he thought. We need everything at the same time. Maybe we should work on weapons first? To create complex hiding places and not report weapons later? The garages are full of everything. Pi understood my doubt. I have a lot myself, and my neighbors have even more. By the way, while you were sleeping, I downloaded a lot of useful things from the internet. And on cold weapons, too? I'm not offended by the ambiguity of the expression, while you were sleeping. Pi is straightforward and doesn't make jokes. He may be able to, but he doesn't like it. In all likelihood, Seryoga reassured me. I suggest starting with simple and cheap things. Various glaives and other things with garage-made halberds. By the way, you also have a sovna, if we believe the reenactors. An owl is an owl, I agreed. Let's get to work. First, we remade my stabber, installing it on a titanium pipe with a sharpened crosspiece, slightly bent towards itself on one side. Sergei suggested using an oak shaft, but for some reason I focused on the metal. We assembled everything in literally 20 minutes, and although any reenactor would be very upset by such execution, the work turned out to be quite reliable. And the appearance. I don't just need to decorate it or admire it. The main thing is that it serves effectively. I have no idea why he needed it or where Uncle Alexander got it from, said Pirog, carrying an oak stick about 40 millimeters in diameter from someone else's garage. But I'm very grateful to him. Why did you steal it right away? I asked. Yes, I knew him well, since childhood. Sergei grinned, armed with a tape measure and a pencil. He used to say, "Everything around is Soviet, everything around is mine." That's the kind of person he was, Uncle Alexander died a quarter of a century ago, and before that he was seriously ill for several years. The garage has been standing practically the same since then. Well, that's nonsense. He understood me. There are a lot of such cases here. People hardly use their garages, but they don't sell them either, as if they keep them in reserve. And they drag all sorts of junk there. It's often impossible to walk there. A complete garbage place. We worked quickly, sloppily, and haphazardly. Sergei constantly grumbled that for such a talentless performance, one could cut off one's hands and glue them to one's back, so that the incompetent craftsman could be seen from afar. But there was nothing to be done. We ended up with two versions of the weapon, a primitive resemblance to a halberd from old models on a fairly long shaft. That Moe's, the long ones have a short handle. I took simple sheet metal, mostly 4 millimeters thick. There are plenty of these in garages. You could eat them with your ass. He made 2 templates out of cardboard, traced them with chalk on the metal, and then cut them out with a cutter. Seryoga roughly sharpened them on a carborone at an angle of about 40 to 60 degrees, like an axe, mercilessly using up the whetstones. No polishing. The rust was not even superficially cleaned. Then 2 metal strips were welded, and here the rust had to be cleaned a little, sacrificing beauty for tradition. This is crap, Seryoga said with disgust, looking at his work.
It doesn't break on the skull? No, of course not, he objected, casually placing the halberd against the wall of the garage. Okay, I get it. I won't say that I agree, but here and now, this is the only way to do it. I thought you said you didn't have any dealings with weapons, I asked, lighting a cigarette and leaning my back against the cold, concrete wall. Nah, Seryoga drawled. I'm not interested. I have a good feel for metal. Many people tried to persuade me to make knives and all sorts of small things, but I'm more into mechanics, and I do a little casting as a hobby. If I didn't know you, I wouldn't believe it, I chuckled, as if I've done this kind of thing 100 times already. Hell knows, Pi shrugged, then froze and his eyes widened comically. You know, I remembered now. As if I knew exactly what I was doing. Ancestral memory? Who the hell knows? He shrugged again, seriously considering the question. Things were really quite unusual. I am an assembler, and I know how to work with metal. I can't call myself an outstanding craftsman, rather an average specialist. I am young, as well as my work experience. I have only been at Shiraz Montaz for 3 years. Before that, I tried to find myself in trade. First as a salesperson, then as a logistician. I can do it, I know, but it was boring. I didn't even want to get up in the morning. I almost fell into apathy. I remember breaking my leg and being happy, lying on the slippery sidewalk because I didn't have to go to work. I changed my business, and although it wasn't like a holiday, I stopped feeling disgusted by work. I didn't lose financially, and I definitely won in terms of time and nerves. While I remain an average specialist, I am quick-witted and grasp things on the fly. But what Sergei showed is simply impossible to describe in words. At first, out of habit, I did not pay attention. We are all in constant fuss. We work without stops and distractions. I try not to fuss without reason, as often happens in a new job, and his every movement is precise and precise. Then suddenly it turns out the return on his work is 5 times higher than Pyrog's. The difference in experience and skill, I get it, only it usually manifests itself in skilled work. And how to explain it? The devil knows. Maybe it's something akin to how zombies simply exist. Let's make a few 6-finger chains and flails as an experiment, Pi suddenly suggests. Let's try. I flare up. The same tool, the same parts, but the results are different. I only had 1 6-finger and a pair of flails, while Sergei had 4 of these 6-finger and 6 flails. And the quality, you can immediately see who worked how. It's undeniable.
Who knows now? He laughs, reflecting our shared doubts. Having loaded the cars, we drove up to the barricade, and I quickly jumped onto it from the owl. Oops. He awkwardly curled up in a jump. What a nimble undead we got.
Sergey! I don't understand. Is it just me? Or have the undead really become noticeably more agile? We'll see. He approached with a flail, peering closely at the crowd of dead people at the barricade, and put on a gas mask. I guess you're right, he admitted, his voice humming slightly from behind his mask. Well, let's go, I decided, grabbing the fat corpse by its swollen neck with the hook of my owl and pulling it toward the barricade. Sergey immediately crushed its skull with his flail. Damn. He stepped back, wiping his face with wet wipes, while the zombies, growling and baring sharp teeth, devoured their twice-dead friend. Did it get dirty? Pi asked sympathetically. Sorry. You're the fool. I waved my hand. I'll go get my glasses and tie a battle scarf over my face. Things went much better with the glasses. Not every blow of mine reached the dead, and not every move of Sergey's broke their heads. But in a few minutes, we dealt with the bulk of them. Cover me. I handed the gun to Sergey and climbed onto the barricade. Oops! I jump and chop off the head of a skinny zombie in a bright orange vest and dirty, almost torn work clothes that were visible underneath. It occurs to me that his arms seem to have grown too long. Even if he clenches his fist tightly, his arms will still hang far below his knees. A fat woman with a face that is vaguely familiar and swollen like a balloon barks at me with the agility of a drunken sumo wrestler. I manage to dodge, grab her ankle with my crossguard, and yank her toward me. I jump back with a curse. The woman has fallen, and her entire ruined essence has burst forth. Terrible sounds of "nah" have appeared. A severed head with two long brown teeth rolls along the asphalt, clicking its jaws. A gray zombie on a cane runs up at a trot, thrusting forward his huge belly, swollen with decomposition. He speeds up almost twice as fast in the last meters, forcing me to take action. Cutting off his leg, I ignore him for a while and retreat to the road, dragging the zombie behind me. Otherwise, we're standing too close, I shout to Seryoga. And, grabbing another victim almost by the very edge, I quickly chop off his leg with a hockey move. Pi, having completed the cleanup, calmly noted, lowering the brain-stained flail to his feet. They are evolving. If this continues, we will either have to move out of the garages or seriously worry about fortifying the territory. And the roofs? You never know. We can sit on the roofs, says a friend with some doubt. But there will be a huge amount of work there. Okay, let's see how things go. We removed the barricade. Seryoga got behind the wheel of the Ford, and I collected the dead with the help of ropes. In about 10 minutes, all the carrion was taken far away to the side. Only bloody stains and body parts remained on the road. We carefully raked this muck with a shovel and threw it right on the road, which pleased the crows sitting on the garages. There are garden plots nearby, Pirog said, washing himself at the sink. Oh, I thought, rinsing yesterday's clothes and unwrapping a protein bar. Metallurg Tractoro Stroitel. I know those places. Do you think it's worth making hiding places there? Finally, we climbed into the cars. I'll go ahead, I suggested. After all, you know all the places where there is garbage better than anyone. This is a really good place, I said, burying the cache with rubble from the broken slate and carefully looking around. If something happens, you can hide here for a long time. Besides, there are fewer zombies among the gardens. Fewer, nodded Pi, carrying a brick crumbled by time which crumbled right in his hands. But it is also easier for them to hide. And to take cover.
He placed the brick on the slate with the air of a specialist, giving the pile a disgusting and unsightly appearance. In case of anything, there's nowhere to hide. I hope there aren't any larvae on top. I laughed, watching him decorate the hiding place. Absolutely right, smiled Pi. And nature doesn't attract you? It's a pity, of course. We sorted it out surprisingly quickly, spending less than an hour, stopping several times to beat the zombie pensioners. They piled up mountains of garbage, half-rotten small change, and even terribly neglected bushes near one of the stops. True, the quality of the shelters. Having examined them for the last time, I remained skeptical. The level of the Forest Brothers caches, which hid from the authorities for decades, is, of course, the highest level of skill, but practically impossible. Who would have thought? There are two options. Pi pulled out a tablet and opened a map. We can go via Okruzhnoye Highway to Opitnaya. There I worked, I finished for him, looking over his shoulder. And I know everything perfectly well. He laughed. Well, let's go, I agreed, opening a bottle of soda and quickly drinking a third of its contents. The area there, as far as I remember, is quite far from the center, but if necessary, you can get there on foot. And then, we'll go through the micro-districts and come out on Log, where Vermisheva Street is on the other side. Got it. First, we'll sew Opitnaya, then Log. Just try to make sure we go as far as possible around the pipe plant and all the large buildings, especially offices and shopping centers. I'm afraid there are all sorts of cartridges there and we could lose. You can see for yourself how agile they are now.
Easy,
said Yoga quickly responded.
We'll scatter some of the small stuff around the offices, and we can even leave some of it in the collectors.
Okay, I supported him. But why don't you want to spread out further into gardening? There are a huge number of gardening associations between the city cemetery and Kazarevka. I don't feel like it, P.A. shrugged, unrolling the package of the roll. Are you taking it? Uh-huh, he broke off a piece. Well, if the soul does not want, then it does not want. Maybe he will change his mind later and maybe not. On the other hand, it is right that we place stashes not in one area of the city. Let's go. There are few cars on the Okruzhnaya, but at least there is some movement. In some places, the road is blocked by dozens of cars that have collided, and you have to go around them on the side of the road. There are many zombified drivers with empty looks and buckled up behind the wheel. Sometimes the inside of the windows is covered in red spots, and for some reason, this especially scares me. To my relief, there are no living people in the cars. More than a day has passed. I really don't want to play the role of a rescuer, especially considering that those who are saved are unlikely to thank me and promise to pray for the rest of their lives. They will most likely demand that I immediately save my mother, grandfather, Kat Mirka, and Uncle Kolya from Lenino, which is nearby. Why isn't it like this in the city? This thought suddenly pops into my head. The apocalypse started in the morning, at this time on Moskovskaya and Gagarin. There are the usual traffic jams, sometimes about 200 meters long. How can we understand this? The whole city should have stopped. I put aside the idea of other oddities, such as the northern lights, zombies that evolve, and the presence of electricity and internet in the midst of an apocalypse. Sergey and I hadn't even turned on YouTube this morning yet. By the way, why is that? I go online more often than to the toilet, and here I didn't remember at all. While I was sitting in the city, what was happening seemed normal, but as soon as I left, it became dreary. Natalia's death, exploding zombies, etc. It was like a blow to the head. While I was thinking, Pi started to stop, and I slowed down too. Did you notice? He said suddenly, jumping out of the car and dumping his own thoughts on me.
Maybe some kind of radiation? What? Sergei stared at me. The machine won't stop working because of the radiation. In the city, the cars would have stopped so much that they would be driven off the roads by bulldozers. They wouldn't move at all. Damn. Maybe we should leave the city, go into nature, I suggested, almost panicking. Although no, this is some kind of bullshit. Why? Sergei, as an experienced survivalist and tourist, was missing the advantages of life in the village. We're not the only ones who are so smart, right? Every grove will then have its own squads of survivalists to save themselves from radiation. The same thing, only in a different form. Oh shit, he sighed, taking off his bandana and wiping his bald head, covered in sweat. I'll write down a reminder now and hang it on the mirror so I don't forget. Pai said it as if he was threatening someone. I kept silent. What can I say? The only thing left to do is make notes. While I was writing notes for when I returned to the city, so as not to forget anything, I was tuning the music and accidentally came across the local radio. This is Lipetsek FM, and with you... the connection is so bad that you can barely hear. The city authorities assure residents that they will do everything they can to restore normal life and, don't switch away. To hell with him. Spitting on the asphalt, I light a cigarette and close Logan's door. Shall we go? Asks Seryoga, who had just been looking at the sky with the expression of a serious researcher. Yes. There is some orderly process going on at school number 14. Workers from the neighboring houses are energetically turning the building into a fortress, hanging bars on the windows that probably even a bear couldn't break through. 2 cranes are laying concrete blocks along the fence, and behind the fence, they are sawing poplar for firewood. The phone rang so unexpectedly that I jumped slightly. It was Pai calling. Yes, Seryoga? I answer. Should we slow down? He asks. Come on, I say with some caution, suppressing my paranoia. I don't want to sit in garages and close myself off from the world. Ah! One of the workers shouted from afar, causing the cranes to stop. Seryoga! He's alive, the bastard. Around us there is a noisy but good-natured crowd with the smell of sweat, diesel fuel, and fumes. Every second person has a firearm. The rest have cold weapons in their hands, even cruder than ours. There are more and more scary cleavers and spears, which are apparently designed to hold back the dead while others chop off their heads. Handling firearms is something people are accustomed to, thanks to their military service, while bladed weapons, on the contrary, seem inconvenient and irritating, as if they restrict movement. The scene looks wild and strange. A machine gun hangs on his back, and next to it is a cleaver made of a metal plate with a handle wrapped in electrical tape. Many wear large crosses on their clothes, and next to them are amulets with an obviously magical meaning, right down to a wrinkled chicken foot that seems to smell. There are very few women in the crowd. Almost all of them are behind the school fence, looking out of the windows. Those who stand next to the men on equal terms do not look very attractive on the whole. Questions are being asked. That's awful. The people's foreman, a middle-aged man with a Prima pistol clamped down on his lip, reluctantly says, leaning on a spear. While we were fighting back, he waves his hand vigorously and takes a deep drag. Mine is worn out, and that's how its nature showed. He. She smiles barely noticeably, sadness in her eyes. But the grandchildren are alive. And how are you? As a friend of a friend, a simple hard worker and a good guy. I quickly became one of them. I'm not sure that I completely did. But in such circumstances, this is already an achievement.
There were men with whom I had crossed paths at work, so happy to meet as if they were long-lost relatives. The local population did not lay claim to our weapons and provisions, having managed to plunder, it seems, either a police station or even an army, considering the quantity and quality of the trophies. There was even an idea to stay here, and, judging by Pirog's thoughtful look, he also did not exclude such a possibility. By the way, they invited us to stay. "Look, guys," said the foreman, putting his hand on our shoulder. "I'm not promising a thick layer of chocolate across your face, but you won't go to waste either. The city is nearby, but not very close. Fields are all around. We've already agreed with the pilots from the military airfield on good neighborliness and mutual assistance." "On the left, it's 7 o'clock!" a hoarse voice suddenly rang out from a loudspeaker on the wall of the school. At the same time, a short burst from a machine gun exploded in the space. Then, after a short pause, several single shots about 200 meters from us and "All clear!" came from the loudspeaker a few seconds later. "Some jumper, damn him! Ivanovich says, 'Let him go! I'll tell you myself!'" An irritated voice was heard from the speaker. "Lena, you came here with tools. We need to poke around. It's not clear what kind of bastard this is. He doesn't look like a dead man and, well, come here." "If we can, we'll drag him to the lab. But if not, as usual, we'll take him apart and bury him with lime."
The district administration is intact, and the Rape Research Institute has survived. Snippets of conversations could be heard from people who were once again gathering as a team. "For now we are uniting into a federation, and then we'll see."
"Did the officials survive?"
Sergei asked quickly, unexpectedly causing laughter in the crowd. "The officials?" repeated the people's foreman, smiling with a characteristically harsh note. "Did not survive." There was a quiet chuckle in the crowd, and the thought flashed through my mind that these were the very people who could really help, make, so to speak, the dreams of a significant part of society come true. We exchanged phone numbers and email addresses.
Later, Pi, in the school server room, which was being installed by a pimply but extremely serious boy of about 15, showed us those same proven and useful sites for survival. Taking advantage of the opportune moment, I told the guys about my adventures from yesterday, not hesitating to embellish a little and turn the events to my advantage. Sasha, the Airborne Forces soldier, a charismatic and sharp guy, was well known here. Many began to sniffle loudly and blow their noses when I, with pathos and of course embellishing, told about his heroic, without exaggeration, death. Yes, the guy was real. Lyaka, a drunk man of about 30, summed up gloomily, and the others nodded, still under the impression. "And these," he pointed his hand towards the Trubny ring, standing up from the felled tree trunk lying on the ground, "are a complete hopelessness. The quarter council, damn it, they've become completely insolent. They give them weapons, damn them, and also provide them with all sorts of things." "You're not making this up?" asked a young guy with street manners and a noticeable ring on his finger, squatting skeptically. "What are you talking about?" Lyaka exclaimed indignantly, turning his whole body towards me. "Don't you notice the banks? I was good friends with Sanya. He was a real guy. Sometimes we'd drink together in company. He even told me about that damn cabinet of curiosities. I've never seen Vatican in person, but if I accidentally meet him on the street, I'll recognize him right away." "That's right," his wife confirmed, a strong woman with traces of vanished beauty, taking a drag. "Word for word and you'll get to the end, Pashka. The guy's know Volodya from work. He's a reliable guy. Said, done. And Pirog is not one of those who dates worthless people." I accepted. The dreamer raised his thin hand submissively, casting an unkind glance at me. "I was wrong." I nod wordlessly, accepting the weed that is being passed around, and take a drag. "Familiar people. I've encountered people like that. Probably got into trouble in his youth and spent a couple of months in a pretrial detention center. His family got the simpleton out while simultaneously pleasing the entire cell. So the guy's impressions of the life of a thief remained almost romantic. While we continued to talk about the pleasant sides of the local people, we were immediately given some ammunition and quite a lot of provisions without listening to any objections. In general, we did not argue much. "Who knows," said Seryoga when we walked back to the cars. "The people seem nice. I know many here, but..." "Who knows," I picked up. "It's exactly the same situation. My girlfriend is very hesitant. There's a smart team and all that."
Let them argue, but it doesn't scare me. I'm not much better myself.
"Let's finish what we started," suggested Pai. "Just not at Opitnaya, since we have allies here. Then we'll continue on our way." Each set up a secret base on Zheleznyakova, Prishvina, and Sovkoznaya streets, carefully hiding from prying eyes. Then through Stanshonnaya. "Call off," Seryoga ordered over the phone as we began to maneuver along the street, going around parked cars. "There's some guy with binoculars keeping an eye out. Let's move on." Cursing furiously at the stranger I don't know, I follow Pirog. They made a hiding place on Yuritskogo Street, but decided not to linger on Telmana. One of the high-rises is burning and shooting can be heard in the courtyards. They considered it unnecessary to interfere in other people's squabbles, so, passing the Church of St. Catherine near Bikhanov Garden, they went to Gagarin. Having stopped near the entrance to Bikhanov Garden, we settled down to have a snack at the stands with the leading production workers. "It looks like they've brought some order here," Pai noted, opening a can of energy drink and taking a couple of sips in one gulp. "There's a military town nearby, and it's noticeable." "I wonder what kind of order this is," I said, sitting cross-legged, right on the relatively clean asphalt, and clutching at a Snickers bar. I'm not inspired to live in formation for the rest of my life, bowing to every scoundrel, just because he has stars on his shoulder straps. "The police are no better," he answered, without much enthusiasm. "I served in the internal troops, then in the State Bureau of Investigation. I saw a lot of things. No one is superior to others. I am in a terrible mood. Having driven by, I estimated the number of survivors at no more than 1/5 of the previous number. And that's if I'm lucky." And then, mutating zombies, epidemics, and the inevitable security forces, whom after serving at headquarters I absolutely do not trust. A passenger car with the sign Emercom and the siren on sped past Sokol's side along Gagarin Street. "I'm overcome with anxious doubts," Pai said warily, finishing the energy drink in one gulp and burping as if giving the world a sign of his existence. "Shall we get through the vegetable gardens?" I didn't even notice how I got behind the wheel. "Through the vegetable gardens." He listened. "It's already late. Do you hear?" A rare column of military equipment was moving along Gagarin. Ahead of them was a BMP-2, which was angrily examining the surroundings with its thin barrel. It was followed by several Com-Az trucks with tarpaulin covers and 2 armored personnel carriers. "Let's smile and wave," I told Seryoga. But he quickly got his bearings, cheerfully demonstrating loyalty and, not by chance, the column stopped. A man in a bulletproof vest and helmet jumped out of the armored personnel carrier. "Who are you?" he asked menacingly, as if he had received the right to power and judgment. "Marauders? We?" Pai was genuinely surprised. "What are you talking about, Comrade General? A marauder?" "Here." He opened the doors with the pathos of a man offended by such suspicions, taking out his phone. "Call! This is humanitarian aid from the residents of Opitnaya. We are doing the work of the Ministry of Emergency Situations." Pai almost went beyond the permissible limits, but in the end hit the target. The chief military officer of unknown rank softened a little, and after a series of curses, he decided to listen attentively to our arguments. By the way, he never introduced himself, but his subordinates nicknamed him Drag General. First in the courtyards, I say, simultaneously pointing my finger at the map on the laptop. Where are you from? The special agent suddenly interrupts me, as if by accident, trying for the 10th time to throw me off track with not the most cunning methods. I answer calmly, since I am well acquainted with the methods of such specialists. Came down from the window, I continue. First he cleared the yard. Was it difficult? Comrade General suddenly asks. Well, I think so. I shrug my shoulders. I'm an athlete, and I've served in the army. Did you serve seriously? The chief squints, and I no longer understand why he even mentioned the army. At headquarters, I straighten up and catch his playful and slightly silly gaze. A clerk, Glavnyuk winks cheerfully, listening out of the corner of his ear to Pirog's conversation with the special agent. Well, yes, you can always find a common language with Sir Yoga. They are already discussing mutual friends and some luba. Absolutely right, I strive even higher. Yeah,
And your clearances, as I understand, are higher than those of many colonels. Just a coincidence?
exactly so, General. Pure coincidence. Did you hear that, Filipov? The Commander General addresses a plump ensign from his retinue. That's what it means. A man has understood his service. The world to hell. Zombies all around, and he doesn't care. He signed a subscription. The conversation almost smoothly flows into a friendly one, as much as it is possible with people who perceive those who are lower in status than them not as equals but as funny characters from the Sims game. Don't reach out, the so-called Commander General often repeats, although it is clear that he likes this emphasis on hierarchy. And what, did you clean up the cemetery afterwards? He asks. The two of us, Sergei answers brazenly. We put so much meat on it, it's scary. Meat, you say?
But how do you explain this, then? The special officer shakes the Kyusha from the Ford in front of us, turning pale for a moment. At this point, I understand that we have already entered the ranks, and then there will be an assessment of our guilt before the Comrade General, and directly before the Special Officer Marchenko. This will determine how much more they can reproach us and put pressure on us, as well as how we will react to this and how ready we are to adapt. But from the cemetery, Comrade Major, I step forward, changing my voice to the Shveka a la Russe flavor. Logan. Yes. He stole it temporarily, I admit. But it's your own fault, the bastards. The Niva's tires went flat, and there was no way you could have behaved decently there. Don't pull the wool over my eyes, the Major frowns, exchanging glances with some faded warrant officer. What nonsense, Comrade Major. It's a legitimate trophy. I'm telling you, Logan stole it, but lost it near Pyotoroshka. While I was going around to my friend's apartments, I shake my head. And now, bitch, in vain. I go out and that's it, the car is gone. What else could I do? I call Sergei and he's in the garages, near the city cemetery. Pai nodded confidently and said that everything was like in Greece. Choose whatever you want. Only there are no weapons, but you can live. I nodded in response, continuing to play the role of a simple-minded athlete, and noticed that Logan was standing nearby with a Ford attached. I thought I would give him what he deserved, calling him a car thief. The general snored quietly, without interrupting, and I remembered my lessons in the theater group, because my mother was a teacher, and it was very difficult to attend such classes. After a theatrical pause, I played, approaching, and loudly said, "Koch?" The ensign asked again what it meant and quickly walked away under the stern gaze of the general. I admitted that I had a machine gun, that someone had gotten out of the car. The most important one smiled and asked if I had shot that person. I answered that no, it was already a zombie, and at first I was very scared,
but then everything passed. I almost lost my nerve while I walked from the 9th to the cemetery. The special agent asked sarcastically why I hadn't taken another car, and I looked at him innocently and admitted that I hadn't thought about it. The general laughed and then calmly listened to our story, finally putting me in my place in the group, assessing my mental abilities. While we were talking, the soldiers were not standing idle, and it was obvious that they had not stopped because of our appearance. From the depths of Bihanov Garden, faintly distinguishable words were heard through a loudspeaker, while at the same time an active cleansing of the Spartak sports complex was underway. After a pause, we told about the situation on Upitnaya. About half an hour later, we moved along Gagarin Street towards Moskovskaya together with the column. The movement was slow, with frequent stops and visits to courtyards. A state of emergency has been declared in the region. In some courtyards, something resembling self-government was already forming. And then Comrade Lieutenant General would come out to communicate with the locals. Outwardly, he looked confident, diligently copying the image of a strict commander, like a daring warrior, and even with his voice he tried to resemble some character unfamiliar to me. "He's pretending to be General Lebed," Pi whispered to me. "Whom?" "Let's move on." He waved his hand, plunging into the crowd, and yes, familiar faces were flashing there again. During one of the pauses, the general began to give a speech, while the soldiers dispersed into the surrounding area and combed the nearest houses. They were demonstrating, so to speak, their power live. Sergei and I, out of curiosity, joined one of the groups. Fortunately, it was only about 100 meters to go. "Filipov, Yartsev!" The elderly captain, with the face of a man who had clearly experienced many difficulties, loudly demanded, checking the data on the tablet. "Begin the cleanup!" And there it is, sir." The aforementioned soldiers lined up. "Oh, damn," the tall Filipov breathed out weakly, passing a few steps away from me. "He's getting even. Damn it." Jumping into the Kamaz, he quickly took off his protective gear, similar to a firefighter's, and handed the thermal bag to his partner. "It's time," the strong Yartsev said reluctantly, pulling on his gear, lowering his helmet visor, and tying a rope to the door of the entrance. After a short pause at the intercom, the door rang and opened. Without going inside, Filipov scooped up minced meat from the thermo bag with a wooden spoon and threw it in. A few seconds later, a firecracker flew in there too. "It's bait," he explained. Half a minute later, a rumbling sound was heard, and zombies began to descend from the upper floors, led by the noise and the smell of raw meat. To lure out the most cunning, Filipov slapped a few bloody scraps onto the asphalt with a spoon and abruptly moved behind a plywood shield. The support guys immediately opened fire on the zombies, trying to hit their heads but not always successfully. "Pfft," I heard. "Not everyone is destined," Pi remarked nearby, stopping. "And you are given it?" Yartsov heard our question, smiling crookedly, and without waiting for an answer added, "Captain, civilians here want to show off their skills." The soldiers began to talk, and the captain, assessing the situation with doubt, gave his permission immediately. "What kind of masterclass is this?" Sergei shrugged, taking off his machine gun and handing it to a short soldier with a corporal's badge. "Here you go." I did the same, threw a bandana over my face, put on my glasses, and headed towards the zombie. A powerful blow to the leg, and the corpse fell to the asphalt. The next one, to the thin neck, the head in a blood-soaked baseball cap, rolled towards one of the soldiers. Jumping back, he vomited the contents of his stomach right onto the severed head and his boots. With a smacking sound, Seryoga hit the elderly bald zombie with the keys to the apartment on the head. The pensioner quickly collected his thoughts. "They are strong." Yartsov exhaled when we dealt with the undead. Well, yes. Seryoga frowned and pointed at the 7 reanimated dead, spread out at the entrance of the 9-story building. After a pause, he took a roll of toilet paper out of his backpack and began to wipe the chain. Agreed, I agreed, wiping the blade of the owl on the clothes of one of the dead men, then thrusting it into the ground several times. Nonsense. I nodded to my friend, held the city cemetery. There's definitely something to do with meat there. And you? Seryoga grinned, realizing that I was about to brag, and cheerfully told about my participation in the cleanup of the newlyweds and Sasha the airborne troops. Oh my, one of the soldiers at the end of the line said contemptuously. The young one is still okay. I heard that the special services dealt with him. But where did this old man grow up? Stop! The angry captain growled sharply. Filipov, Yartsov, you are my best attackers. Take your shields and shotguns and go ahead. To the 10th floor. And don't forget to take pictures of the apartment numbers. Because I know you. I drove into the newlyweds' courtyard like a winner, accompanied by Sergei in a Ford, a warrant officer with several soldiers in an infantry fighting vehicle, and with well-deserved respect. Hey, Council, come out. Humanitarian aid has arrived. I whistled, scaring the crows sitting noisily on the playground. Leaning on the Logan car, I gnawed sunflower seeds and talked to the ensign. Seeing not just me, but also the military in the yard, people began to gather at the windows, and then gradually began to descend. Humanitarian aid. That's it. I kicked Logan's wheel and nodded to the soldiers, who had already begun unloading the car. Cool. Irina, the hairdresser who rented a room on the 2nd floor, came up first, slightly unsteadily. I had visited her a couple of times for haircuts, and the attractive blonde in her 40s had somehow decided that I had deep feelings for her. There are women who sincerely believe that men behave politely with them not because of their upbringing, but only because of a secret desire to start an intimate relationship. They perceive ordinary politeness as a declaration of love and a willingness to give all the riches of the world. At the same time, they are often unlucky in their personal lives, and they constantly find themselves in difficult or even dangerous situations. Exactly, she repeated again, wafting the smell of fumes over me, and placing her hands on her chest with a smile that she clearly considered charming, but which I perceived more as an excuse to visit the dentist. The hairdresser gave me a meaningful look and, as if by accident, touched my cheek with her lips. The aromas of fumes, mint gum, unbrushed teeth, and crunchy chips emanated from her. Vladimir Nikolaevich, I always knew you were a real man, Nina Vasilievna, an exact copy of Urka the hairdresser told me with delight. Her smell was nicer, but not very different. Looking at me and claiming that this was all a terrible misunderstanding, the residents of the newlyweds' houses took apart the humanitarian aid. Igor and Furia carefully hid the humanitarian aid as if blending in with the surroundings, not forgetting to take Thursday and Friday as well. Naturally, it wasn't without scandals. Vladimir Nikolaevich, the thin woman began sobbing, her dress hanging on her body, pressing her hands to her chest. I understand that in wartime— Exactly, he interrupted, pouting. You're not allowed to do that. Are you the quarter council or something? Carry out a redistribution if you think the aid is being distributed unfairly. After these words, the lucky ones with the best rations hurried to their apartments, and the rest raised a ruckus. Crow's quarter, muttered Pi. What? Oh, yeah. I glanced sideways at the impudent thieves. There's a whole herd of them here.
Those dissatisfied with the distribution could organize a vote and start recording who got what, so that during the next distribution they could compensate for the differences in one direction or another.
Having expressed this insightful thought, he left him with the ensign, who began to explain the junta's policy, and he himself went to the soldiers for a conversation. A couple of minutes later, having used up a previously hidden box of beer and snacks, He insistently asked them to change the tires on the Niva. It's not that it's difficult for him. It's more of a psychological issue. Firstly, to show Voronya Slobodka that even though he's a small boss, he's the one in charge here, and to secure that status. Secondly, you need to build relationships not only with the comrade general, but also with ordinary soldiers and officers of lower rank. The psychology of people in uniform is quite special, and with Parag they will definitely not become their own for this group of jackals. It is unlikely that any of them will be awarded officer ranks, in which case it is important to establish contacts with ensigns, sergeants, corporals, and unofficial leaders without a shoulder strap. "The city must live," the general said triumphantly, rocking on his toes and filling the air with the smells of cognac and Belgique. "Live," he repeated meaningfully, waving his finger in front of his face. Taking a cigar out of a wooden box, Comrade General lit it, squinting and looking at us attentively. "Infrastructure, all of that. That's why you are subject to mobilization. Yes, sir." Sergei and I stood up in chorus. Damn. The general nodded with satisfaction to his thoughts and turned to the plump major. "Appoint warrant officers responsible for food and clothing supplies." But before registering us for rations, the quartermaster service completely emptied the garages. The soldiers, cursing and exchanging barbs, loaded the Kamaz. "Take everything you stole." Seeing Sergei's gloomy expression, I decided to intervene so that he wouldn't accidentally say something unnecessary. "We have an excellent commander." I praised him, patting him on the shoulder. "A real manager." "Fuck him," Pai croaked, curling up through his teeth. "Don't you dare complain in the car," I warned sternly, trying to show a smile. "Smile and wave, Sergei. Turn on your enthusiasm. You've dreamed of becoming a military man your whole life, haven't you?" "The rank of senior warrant officer has been my cherished dream since childhood," my friend answered bitterly, twisting his face into a smile. "And watching the workshop that I spent 20 years creating fall apart is the collapse of my entire worthless life. And I'm overjoyed," I answer him in the same spirit. "Sergei, look wider, deeper. We now have a roof over our heads. You understand?" "Leaking," he grimaced. "Father Commander, damn him. Okay, I get it." He ran his hand over his face and was silent for a while. Then he put on a submissive expression, appropriate to the situation, and began to help, or rather supervise, the loading of the workshop, which was especially dear to him. Having loaded all the trophy property into the Kamaz in 2 trips, we collected a little more from the warehouses and headed to the military town. Sergei and I walked together, accompanying the vehicle, and everyone was in a terrible mood. It was even worse to see the BMP behind us. Thoughts came rushing at me like moths drawn to the light, restless and aimless. One thing was clear. Comrade General was clearly not the best candidate for the role of leader, which meant that we were in for tougher times and perhaps a power struggle. Or maybe the opposite. Given the threat of a zombie apocalypse and possible man-made disasters at NLMK, the situation seems much worse. We haven't encountered hordes of zombies yet, but a close-knit group in military uniform and their civilian allies running the plant could very well cause a disaster. If not destroy civilization as a whole, then at least the city will be seriously shaken. The more I try to look into the future, the more bleak it seems. Chapter 4. The line in the officers' mess moves slowly, as if stretching for hours. People and time itself seem frozen. Only insects buzz above the hall, as if accelerated by doping. On corpses, one thought begins. "Sour cream?" asks the good-natured woman at the distribution desk of Warrant Officer Kusenov. He is a short, strong man with a dark, handsome face, looking reserved and serious.
Kusenov says thoughtfully, Krasninskaya or Lebedyanskaya.
Her gaze seemed to suggest something very personal. And he, a calm and thorough person, examines each item on the menu carefully. The ensign has a strong build and impressive strength. He is not the worst, but the conscripts treat him with caution and do not always like him. Everything here is much more complicated than it seems at first glance. It's lighting. She turned around and shrilly reproduced the sound of a ship's siren. It's lighting. Yes? A no less sharp contralto with vibrating metallic tones was heard from the depths of the kitchen. Do we have Lebedyanskaya sour cream? I'll have a look now. I rolled my eyes, but didn't start a showdown with the ladies. It wasn't my area of expertise. There were no random people among them. All were spouses, mothers, and daughters of officers who had stayed after the A hour. There was no qualification at all, and there was no desire to improve it at all.
They say that on the first day they still tried to fuss, albeit in vain. Then, realizing that no one would hold them accountable for their service, they relaxed and, according to Pirog, instantly turned into the worst employees, similar to those who worked in the late Soviet era. In general, the life was arranged disgustingly. Comrade General turned out not to be a leader, but rather a thrifty custodian, who had absolutely no idea what to do with the property he had inherited. This work was clearly beyond his strength. Maslachenko, who jumped from colonel to lieutenant general, did it in a very controversial way. Having survived the A hour, he took the post of senior officer of the military town and was active in communications with Moscow, describing the situation in the best jingoistic tones. A real combat officer who had spent his whole life doing educational work was promised general shoulder straps. But Ilya Yurovich did not wait for what was promised.
Having received the epaulets of lieutenant general and having gathered reliable henchmen,
the newly minted commander general carried out an armed coup in one military town. In the chaos, when the overwhelming majority of officers were destroyed and the remaining minority were busy saving their loved ones, power, like a ripe fruit, ended up in his hands. For one full day, the former officer-educator strengthened his power, and only after there were no real opponents left among the garrison and the comrades were sprinkled with blood, the army went out onto the streets of Lipetsk to restore order, as best she could, and it turned out that her capabilities were very limited. If an external enemy had actually invaded, our missilemen would have been able to press the right buttons and the pilots would have shot down all the enemy aces. The fast troops didn't let us down either, judging by the actions of Sasha from the airborne forces. However, the officers and soldiers of the military town were mostly far from elite. They were more concerned with paperwork, maintenance, and care of equipment rather than tactics and battles. Although the soldiers knew how to shoot, it turned out that shooting at a target and shooting at living, albeit not quite living, people are completely different things. Shooting former comrades in arms or an elderly zombie pensioner turned out to be much more difficult than in video games. Veterans of local conflicts also experienced similar difficulties, although to a much lesser extent. After all, it is one thing to shoot at the enemy while sitting in a trench, or to perform combat missions indirectly, controlling equipment and feeding shells, and quite another to fight point blank, pointing a weapon directly at the head. Much more serious were various mystical fears, mostly connected with the Christian tradition. Apocalypse, resurrection of the dead.
How can one take up arms if the salvation of the soul and eternal life are at stake?
Many were unable to overcome the strong psychological attitudes of "do not kill," which were strengthened by religious ideas and mystical moods cultivated in schools and on television. The military continues to clear the city, but the effectiveness of Lipetskik units leaves much to be desired. Over the past few days, the army under the command of Comrade General was able to liberate only a small part of the city and simultaneously strengthen its influence, although the area under control is far from large. In fact, the military garrison is now just one of the organizations present in this area. It is difficult to say for sure whether these groups are bandits, but it cannot be denied either.
Sour cream? Mayonnaise?
Without waiting for an answer, she generously poured mayonnaise onto the dumplings and solemnly placed a foggy bottle of 40-proof vodka on the tray. Thank you. I force a polite smile and go to the table. Having put the tray down, I hang the gun on the back of the chair and wait for Sergei, wiping the same sticky grease from the table off the gun with a damp napkin. Tired, he said immediately, throwing his machine gun on a free chair and sitting down opposite me. But soon our fellow soldiers sat down next to us, and the conversation that began with this word smoothly moved to more neutral topics. I kept up the conversation without much enthusiasm, mostly listening and eating. "It's a bit like drugs," said the middle-aged ensign, deftly unscrewing the cap from a bottle intended for two and pouring it into shot glasses. "Well, here's to your health." Raising their glasses, he and his friend drank, as if they had inhaled life force and quickly forgot about everything. We chewed sausage. Ivanich nodded his head in the direction of our ration bottle. "Will you?" "No," I answered, continuing to chew and carefully watching out of the corner of my eye what was happening in the dining room. "If we're going to drink, then the real thing." "And you?" Ivanovich asked, turning to Seryoga with a look as if he was expecting a miracle. "Oh, I knew how to drink in my time too," he answered melancholically, immersing himself in memories of his carefree youth. "So what do you mean you won't take it?" "Go ahead and take it yourself. Go ahead." Pai waved his hand, catching a piece of fried sausage with his fork and getting ready to try a pickled tomato. "Ha ha! We'll get more," proudly declared the colleagues, as if they had won a solid sum in the lottery. As a token of gratitude, they shared with us some not very significant gossip. And that's where we stopped. After all, we are still newcomers and have not yet fully integrated into the team. The usual quiet noise, typical of any canteen, can be heard around. At the next table to the left, they are discussing a certain Sveta, who, happily feeling safe, willingly shares with anyone. A young lieutenant who recently graduated from the academy does not mince words. Vividly tells about where, how, and how many times he managed to visit this Sveta. "Put your legs on your shoulders," he explains with gestures and facial expressions, which makes his young, acne-covered face seem a little vulgar and silly. One gets the feeling that Sveta was his first woman, and he is in a hurry to share his success with his comrades, embellishing his own masculinity. "Shoulder straps," the captain laughs, leaning over the plates and chewing. I walked in right away, and she just gasped. The people at the table are smiling rather at the lieutenant himself, who is putting himself in an unflattering light. In the army, such stories are always popular, regardless of rank. But it is important to know how to choose the place and time for such conversations. In the situation with Davalka Sveta, apparently, not everything is so clear-cut. And this is what makes the atmosphere especially unpleasant. Perhaps the woman really has problems with her head, and she needs the help of a specialist, at least a psychologist, but most likely even a psychiatrist with medication. Or it is not only a matter of increased sexual desire and a decreased sense of shame, but also a simple fear of being abandoned and unwanted. The military town is considerably safer than the surrounding areas, even if they have been subjected to purges, but the high-ranking general is in no hurry to take care of women, children, and the elderly. His argument is simple. If the town is populated with civilians, the military will lose the ability to perform their official duties normally. On the territory of the base, you can now increasingly meet relatives of military personnel and workers hired in previous times. Of course, there are also especially valuable specialists here, among whom there is an invisibly but clearly division into officer and civilian employees, with the latter having fewer rights. It is almost impossible for a good engineer, doctor, or mechanic to end up outside the military town. But if this happens, he will easily find new housing. Such professionals are in demand, and if, for example, a doctor is an experienced traumatologist or surgeon and not an endocrinologist or cosmetologist, then literally in an hour he will settle in a new safe and comfortable place. They will come for such people, transport them with their belongings and beloved pet, take into account the requirements and patiently accept their difficult character, family circumstances, and any whims. The main thing is that the person works, because they are strictly and without condescension asked for results. But what about the cleaning lady who recently held the position of store director or worked as a notary? She either got to the military town by chance or was selected based on her appearance, practically on a competitive basis. However, such a selection remains in the shadows for now. There are only guesses and hints about it, especially among newcomers. Grandmothers cling to their place with all their might, and if someone suddenly loses it, it is enough to almost whistle. And there will definitely be those willing to exchange principles for an increased food ration. And really, I can't blame them, and I don't want to do it. Behind us there is a tiresome but tense conversation about the problems of distributing rations and the peculiarities of war communism, intertwined with elements of feudalism. What canned goods? What canned goods? And what about service housing, a car, fuel coupons? All this should now keep pace with the present, where there is abundance, and not where there is a deficit, they say animatedly. A binge drinker? Ivanich asks me persistently, like a tick that won't let go of its victim. I just shrug my shoulders vaguely, not wanting to explain, and he takes this as agreement, switching to a condescending, instructive tone. My whole life in one period, he mutters, constantly smacking his lips and sometimes burping. Sorry, my stomach is not right. Although it happens that his stomach hurts or not, he still eats everything that is offered at once, with almost half a glass of mayonnaise in front of the plate, and a lot of ketchup mixed in. Later, he will definitely burp, complain of colic, drink mesim, and run to the toilet every hour, telling in detail about the state of his stool and sensations. I love her. She even cries from happiness. She feels so good. The lieutenant loudly declares, and I involuntarily frown. He may be a prude, but we're fed up, says someone at the next table, taking the newly vacated seat. With nothing but semi-finished products, they've recruited almost a whole platoon of women into the canteen, and they feed us all kinds of garbage. Newbies? The cheerful major said softly, whose wife, as far as I know, is busy in the canteen. Moscow wasn't built in a day. And what's wrong with semi-finished products? Canned cereals last a long time, but pelmeni and nuggets sell out quickly. What if the refrigerators suddenly break down? We can have semi-finished products. A tiresome argument about the canteen workers. Their professional and personal qualities begins. They discuss, however, surprisingly tactfully, although they do not do without swearing. God forbid accidentally offending a woman who is somehow connected with the boss or close to the general. I understand stress, loss of children. But do you still need a conscience? Yesterday I told her about meat, and she rudely responded that how dare I talk about meat when she has children, and so on. And what does this have to do with me? If she doesn't like working in the canteen, let her go to the housekeeping department. There's a lot of work there. But how many of those are there?
No, yours is still normal.
The critic suddenly spoke up.
I understand, but these others...
I look at the plastic tray covered with plates. This is not food, but some kind of horrible parody of a bachelor's lunch. The canteen usually offers semi-finished products. Pelmeni, vareniki, a large number of fried, for some unknown reason, fried sausages and wieners. The soups are so-so. The grannies are not very good at cooking for a large number of men at once in huge pots, or they do it for show, which seems more plausible. They are sad and stressed, and it's a sin to blame them. Mountains of cookies and wafers often lie right on the counter. Dried cakes and pastries are displayed behind glass. Take as much as you want. Chocolate bars and candies are considered strategic reserves, so they are not given away. I do not understand the logic of this because cookies and wafers can be stored for a long time as well. Cockroaches are crawling between the sweets on the counter. There aren't many of them yet, but they are no longer one by one, like an advance guard. That's why I don't buy treats from the counter, although sometimes I want them until my teeth hurt. It puts me off. Of course, if I really need to, I can take a risk. But until it comes to that, I'm not ready to stoop.
Turn it up! Someone shouts at the cleaning lady, slowly crawling along the tables with a rag. And a large plasma TV on the wall starts broadcasting the news. In the Chertonovo area, fighting with the use of artillery continues. The young presenter worries, trying to remain neutral. According to unverified information, there is a significant number of victims among the civilian population. The commander-in-chief of Biryulyovo-Vostochnoye and the prefect of Cheremushki expressed serious concern. The head of Merino sent a note of protest and promised to form a militia. Damn, I blurted out. This is only the beginning, Pai said in a prophetic voice, and we silently watched the news, full of the same joyful, encouraging, and optimistic promises. High-ranking officials vowed to punish the guilty, restore order, and improve life. According to bloggers, those who have not yet been punished for spreading panic and have not been sent to disciplinary units continue to trust officials, but mainly out of habit, or simply faith. The faces of the military in the canteen were full of doubts. They understood better than anyone else that if even the army and the Ministry of Internal Affairs had gotten out of control, which had not happened even during the collapse of the USSR, then this meant the end of the system and the usual way of life, and ahead was the era of feudal disorganization. The collectors of the Russian lands would appear again, for whom the winner would be right and perhaps, a little later, holy, and the losers would be branded with the darkest stigma. Let's argue! We bet! What are we betting on? Asked the part of the dining room that had gathered in an excited crowd at the door. On the use of nuclear weapons, the elderly lieutenant colonel of the chemical troops, recently called back to service, grinned grimly. Someone whistled. But the bets were already made. The main discussion was about whether Moscow would use nuclear weapons, or whether Moscow would acquire them, and whether these would be tactical weapons or full-fledged ones. Many people vocally expressed a desire to bomb Moscow, claiming that all the infection was coming from there. And then, a dispute began about the fate of the entire government. Couldn't he? Let's get out of here quickly, suggested Pai. Patting me on the sleeve and quickly grabbing the trays with dishes, we hurried to carry them away. This is sabotage. I tell you for sure. What's sabotage? There are such security measures. They were our own, and they gave us up. Oh, screw it, I said, perhaps expressing the general mood of our company as we left the dining room, and walked a little to the side from the entrance. Seryoza raised his nose in displeasure, because after the sterile cool air in the room, the cloying, putrid smell of decomposing human flesh could be felt outside. My sense of smell has been slowly returning over the last couple of days, and under the current circumstances, it's not a pleasant thing at all. Honestly, sometimes I wish it didn't work at all.
The smell of decay has permeated the entire city so much that it can be felt everywhere. Only in the private sector it is less noticeable. Office buildings, residential apartments, basements and attics, sewer pipes and garages. The smell of human remains comes from everywhere. Bodies are disposed of in different ways. Most often they are buried in pits in parks, which are dug by bulldozers and covered with lime. Lipetsk has turned into one big cemetery. In addition, dead dogs, cats, pigeons, and rapidly multiplying rats, which for some reason choose abandoned cars as a home, make the situation worse.
There, they give birth to offspring and often die. There are already problems with the sewerage system, partially with the water supply, garbage removal and street cleaning. Often residents themselves do this, since the house committees do not always cope. The epidemiological situation is terrible. Doctors are extremely gloomy. It's a good thing there's no air traffic between the continents in both directions, Captain Dyakov noted gloomily as he left the dining room. Do you have a lighter? I smoke with him and light up myself. Recently, I have started to take cigarettes much more often. Previously, a couple or 3 a day was enough, and not always, but now half a pack is barely enough. The tobacco is enough for now, and in a few years, if I live long enough, we will switch to the tobacco grown by myself. Talking about health is already funny. There is a constant shortage of time in the head. Thoughts are capable of working only a few weeks ahead, without imagining either a general vision of the future or their personal place in it. We're not falling yet. I take a deep drag, trying to keep the conversation going. But I can't promise. Exactly, he nods, bringing a cigarette to his lips. The dead hand and all that. Damn, what fools we were. What did we ever argue, fight, threaten wars about? And now? Barog asked with interest, watching the Kamaz truck with the military pass by. And now too, Dyakov grins. Damn it, everyone understands. But when it comes to it, they remain silent. Officers, the pride of the country. He spat, looked pointedly towards the headquarters and quickly left, furiously taking drags on his cigarette as he went. A few breaths later, the butt was thrown into the trash can. Well, we talked, smiled Seryoga, listening to the sounds of shooting outside the camp. It's time to run away, I admitted. The only question is where or from whom. I'm not going to get involved in this dirt, Seryoga shook his head, and I don't advise you to either. You just don't understand what kind of intrigues can simmer in an ordinary military unit or police department. Whole multi-move schemes. Without knowledge of the layouts and reliable acquaintances in this area, we can only get involved once and immediately become victims, I supported, taking a last drag. And the main thing is, most likely, they'll exchange one piece of shit for another, and maybe even the whole team will get caught. No matter how you look at it, it'll be a junta. Have you lit up? Asked the friend, chewing gum. The city must live. He looked around, imitating the comrade general. Ugh, damn it. Our task is to transfer the military town economy to the most autonomous mode. Although this was initially included in the project, there is still a lot of work ahead. Defrosting of artesian wells, replacement of part of pipelines, and much more. The foreman, and in fact the engineer, gets the pie, which he spits at angrily. Even the most experienced and versatile mechanic, who can read blueprints without mistakes and give useful advice to his superiors, still remains not an engineer. I am the deputy, and according to the command, the one who should keep the little soldiers in check and punish the disobedient ones. In the opinion of the Commander General, I am a kind of strong hand, given his habit of easily introducing physical violence,
hitting plywood, kicking in the face, performing educational trips, low kicks. This has not been officially confirmed yet, but many are no longer shy in their expressions. This is mainly done by contract soldiers, where there is a hierarchy, but sometimes officers and warrant officers do not refuse to put in place. Of course, all this happens supposedly for educational purposes, because the motherland is in danger. So it is necessary to forget about all sorts of liberal inventions. I don't like this situation at all. It's obvious that this is a very harmful phenomenon. I am an athlete, and I used my skills almost exclusively in sports fights. But even if we put personal convictions aside, how can one calmly relate to the atmosphere in the team? So far, not a single person has received a gunshot wound, but suicides against the backdrop of a global crisis no longer seem surprising. In addition, no one controls the military now. Neither the military prosecutor's office, nor the Committee of Soldiers' Mothers, nor human rights activists of all stripes. It turns out that there are very few restraining factors. Nowadays, a commander's footstool seems like a real manifestation of paternal care compared to the rapidly developing violent practices. This is normal. A commander is like a father. He cares for his subordinate and shows love. But what will happen next? In 21 days, a habit is established. Will hazing and corporal punishment become the norm? Public censure on Saturdays and ceremonial punishment on Lenin Square? Having picked up our men near the military canteen and having waved away the contract sergeant who was trying to strictly report to Piroga according to regulations, we were led to the place of work. The sergeant, having gathered something like a scattered formation, moved forward, while Sergei and I walked a little to the side, silently and without any desire to talk. "I always said so, Valeri! I saw it myself!" The skinny private got excited, grimacing for no reason. "Yesterday the bosses finished off the jumper with a burst right over the fence, in midair." "Chatter in the ranks," Sergei reminded for the sake of order, without even turning around, and the conversations around him died down a little. "Oh, really? On the fly?" The guy with the corporal's badge doubted noticeably more quietly, adjusting the machine gun on his back. "It's clear that it was an accident," agreed the thin and tall Xenia, looking back at us. "There, of course, everyone considers themselves snipers, but in reality, crap, jumper, honestly, some kind of monster. Knees back, bumps on his head like horns, a goat's muzzle. Just looking at him makes you want to cross yourself and puke." "And what did the autopsy show? Just a dead man or something else?" "Who the hell knows? I wasn't informed." Xenia shrugged his shoulders indifferently, and then conspiratorially signaled to the short-eared dachshund that was running past. One of the pets of the general's lord personally. "Naida, Nadochka. Come here, girl. Here's what I'll give." After the zombie apocalypse, there were very few dogs left in the city. They were pursued not only by the living dead, but also by some fearful citizens, inspired by YouTube videos, who decided to destroy potential hellhounds in advance. This hunt turned out to be surprisingly productive. It's a pity that such energy was not directed into a more useful channel. When it became known that dogs, unlike people, do not become infected from bites, it was already too late. No, the video with hellhounds was not edited. Bloggers simply perceived the details as patterns, provoking a wave of panic around the world. For a dog to turn into a zombie, many conditions must be met. This includes a weight of over 30 kilograms, feeding on dead flesh during life, and the preservation of the body after death. In addition, the transformation takes time. If for a person zombification takes a few minutes, then for a dog it takes at least an hour. In the current circumstances, This is almost impossible, especially since ownerless meat weighing several dozen kilograms attracts many predators. If the pack or zombies do not have time, rats and crows come to the rescue. Surviving dogs, especially the smaller breeds commonly referred to as rat dogs, have suddenly become strategically important. They eat little, are good at sensing the approach of the dead, and are also good at suppressing rats, which is especially important now. And of course, there is a sense of guilt toward these brave pets. They exchanged the udder for a Kalashnikov with zinc-coated cartridges. Now they are looking for a husband, of the same model for her, and are planning further breeding. We let the platoon go a little ahead, and I overheard the muffled conversation of conscripts from the local guys, of whom there are plenty in the military town. They were walking, noticeably breaking away from the rest of the unit. Usually there is severe punishment for this, but Comrade General is far away, and the logistics troops are lenient in terms of drill training, and Sergei and I do not care about formalities, as long as the soldiers work properly and observe discipline, even to a minimum degree, without serious violations. Our working day lasts 12 to 14 hours anyway. There is no time for drill formations. They did the right thing by sending the general, I hear from one of the stragglers. They don't need him at all. They've long since merged with the military airfield at Opytnaya, and for them our Maslachenko and the Novolipetsk SB guys are the same thing. What is our territory like now? Asked a Caucasian-looking guy, with pointed ears and the figure of a light wrestler, speaking good Lipetsk Russian. Who are we? Another quiet Russian, whose name I never remembered, responded ironically. It turned out that he behaved with restraint with his superiors. Clarify? Yeah, damn. Anwar laughed involuntarily. We are a military town, for now. Bye, smiled the short, strong Ilya from the company. That's also a position. Yes, no matter how you look at it, the resident of the Caucasus responded with a grin. As far as I remember, he belongs to the Lipetsk diaspora. And we always sounds a bit ambiguous when he says it. Beyond Bikhanov's garden begins the neutral zone, approximately up to Stantsianaya. Further on, the experimental station holds its positions. The inconspicuous interlocutor began to explain quietly with a frowning face. But remember, what I saw and heard, that's what I'm telling you. I see. Anvar nodded quickly. Speak directly. The entire situation in the city needs to be at least tried on in its entirety. On one side, we ran into Ped, then about 300 meters. The territory is free, and then the Sokolskis control the land. They are in alliance with Opytnaya. If you move down, then to the upper park, along the line of Kameny Log, and a little further, almost to the Polytechnic. It's not impressive, Anwar noted doubtfully. Yes, that's right, the inconspicuous narrator shrugged. Our general was a day late to restore order in Lipetsk. When the armored vehicles started moving, their own centers of influence had already formed here. 3 large ones, and 2 on each side. And it is impossible to take away the territory? The Caucasian asked incredulously. I don't believe it. It's not that simple, the inconspicuous man answered with a sly smile. While our comrade general was playing at being a junta, some officers and contract soldiers went off somewhere, and not empty-handed. I don't know for sure, I don't want to lie, but there are rumors that we're not the only ones with armored vehicles now. Wow, the Caucasian man began to sweat at the same time. At Nulmaka, the inconspicuous one added quietly. They turned out to have their own warehouses there. Perhaps these are mobilization ones from Soviet times. Or maybe, who knows? In short, who is stronger now is an open question. No, the Caucasian proudly raised his chest, lifted his chin and stuck his lower lip forward.
The army remains the army. Oh, come on. The squat Ilya even stumbled in surprise. Are we all such super specialists that no one will touch us? Yes, that's true. Anwar agreed with thoughtful sadness, looking at the soldiers walking ahead. Each of them obviously considered themselves experts. It seems to me that Novolipetsk is not much more serious, the inconspicuous one noted. Only the local SB guys did some damage first, almost turning the plant into a concentration camp. They weren't suppressed, Anwar asked. No, the inconspicuous one answered. What is there and how? I don't know exactly.
It seems they were pushed back, but the SB guys are still in power, if not at the head. It's a complete mess there. Ilya shook his head and spat on the asphalt. Push, I commanded quietly, and they quickened their pace, trying to catch up with the platoon. Did you hear? He nudged Sergei with his elbow and pointed at the conscripts who were walking at the end of the column. What did you hear? He asked, confused, returning to reality. Oh, come on. I shake my head, finally realizing that it is simply impossible to hear these conversations from afar. The territory of the military town is constantly in turmoil and filled with extraneous sounds. Loading and unloading work is noisy everywhere. Mechanics are fixing something. Builders are erecting new objects. Everything is fenced off. Passages are closed, fortified and militarized. Food, building materials and equipment are brought here. Total chaos and movement, with continuous activity.
And what did you hear? The comrade asked again.
Forget it. It's some kind of nonsense. This isn't an army. It's a children's correctional home, named after the Marquis de Sade. Sergei cursed, climbing down after me along the metal hooks driven into the wall of the water supply tunnel. While we assign everyone to work, while we explain to everyone. Orias having descended, he fell silent, began to breathe heavily, and quickened his pace, bending slightly, checking the map. Behind us, lagging behind about 7 meters, were those same 3 comrades with equipment and tools. It's complete nonsense, Pai summed up thoughtfully a few minutes later. Come on, show me. I looked closely at the drawings, then took them from him and almost sniffed them. All the necessary seals and stamps are in place, but the data does not match what you see around.
There are 2 options. I return the documents to my colleague. Either in the era of post-perestroika chaos, there was a huge amount of construction, completion, and reconstruction here, which I personally find hard to believe. Or, I rub my nose, thinking seriously, we reached the secret part of the iceberg. Are you serious? Seryoga asked with genuine interest. He is a big fan of abandoned places, especially military installations, climbs, and similar adventures of this kind. Well, it seems like the truth. It looks like the initiates were eaten by zombies, and now we are rediscovering the underground secrets of the military town. I'm a little worried. Seryoga, I shared my doubts. Okay, if there really is some kind of bunker there, but what if there isn't?
After all, it could be a warehouse with military chemicals or a missile silo. That's unlikely. The comrade waved it off. Although I wouldn't rule it out completely. But this, said Pai, slowing down at the turn, I just can't understand. The soldiers behind them pulled themselves together and froze, as if rooted to the spot. Damn. Ilya quietly exhaled in surprise. Excuse me, senior warrant officer. We ignored his curse and stared ahead. A huge, dimly lit tunnel of red brick with vaulted ceilings stretched forward and slightly downward for at least 200 meters. Beyond that, due to the dim light created by lamps covered with large caps of frosted glass with a grid, there is no gap to be seen. On either side of the passage are 2 giant pipes, almost 1.5 meters in diameter. Above them, like a snake, a tangle of many thin tubes wriggles. Give it to me,
Without looking away, he extended his hand back, and Ilya handed over the rescue knife.
I don't always carry it with me, but it makes me feel calmer. I understand that this is more of a psychological move, but I still use the knife, both for safety and as a tool. The ability to undress, cut, slice off something. I have a habit of putting it right in front of me when I go down to the basement. And this is not a manifestation of paranoia at all. If there is paranoia, then only of a healthy person, or more precisely, a living one. Having touched the pipes with a metal stick, he made sure of their reliability and climbed up. "It's humming," Pi responded, in a voice that conveyed both the excitement of an experienced adventurer and the natural caution of a person about to go through this situation. "Uh-huh," I agreed. "That means there are people working there too." "What is that sound?" Anwar couldn't resist. "That's what we have to find out," Sergei answered, without turning around. "City sewerage?" Ilya asked doubtfully, his face showing that he didn't really believe it. "No," replied Pi, rubbing the bridge of his nose. "And not the city water supply, I'm pretty sure of that." "Reconnaissance?" I suggested, not feeling particularly enthusiastic. "What can I do?" said my friend, biting his lip. I walked along the pipe, looking carefully at the walls, expecting to see something unusual. The further we walked, the more the tunnel reminded me of a surviving piece of an ancient civilization that I had read about many times on the internet. Lipetsk was officially founded in the early 18th century, but it received the title of city only more than 70 years later. Despite its official status, before the emergence of NLMK, it was a small provincial town famous for its mineral waters. Even 60 years later, having become much larger, it had only about 100,000 residents, for whom were such spacious tunnels built, into which it was easy to fit a 2-lane road and allocate space for convenient sidewalks with bicycle paths. I stopped and began to carefully examine the wall, taking a few steps back. "What is this?" someone asked. "Get in," I said, handing Sergei the special tool, and he grabbed the mount. A jerk upward. Seeing the interest of the conscripts, I helped them to get up too. "Look," he ran the blade along the wall, drawing stripes. "This is where the boundary between the bricks lies. First, a regular red brick, then a transition to another." "Yes," confirmed Pi, carefully examining the surface. "At the back there's a regular brick, like an old one, and here it looks like it's slightly melted. It's possible it's a different brand, but I can't say for sure." "Damn," Ilya squeezed out. "What is this place? A missile silo?" "Nothing surprises me anymore," Sergei answered thoughtfully. "Neither a missile silo nor Stalin's bunker. Or even the remains of an ancient civilization," I added for him. And the friend agreed to this too, quickly sliding down one pipe and immediately moving to another one, located opposite. He shouted, "Okay guys, Volodya and I are moving along the pipes, and you stay below. Distribute. Who on the right, who on the left, and who in the middle. Be on the alert." After a few hundred meters, bas-reliefs began to appear on the brick walls. At first, there were simple patterns, geometric and floral. And then there were faces and scenes, depicting scenes from ancient and other mythologies. Later the tunnel changed direction and, at that moment Pi hoarsely said, "The evening is no longer boring," while throwing the machine gun over his chest. I wanted to say something, but I couldn't find the words, and silently closed my mouth for the first time in a long time. Crouching down, I ran my hand along the metal pipe and then crawled on all fours, carefully feeling the metal. With each movement, the pipe seemed to come to life, becoming covered in increasingly realistic scales. As it moved forward, the pipe increasingly resembled a living creature, a metal snake, or even a Chinese dragon. I kicked the pipe and screamed, "Damn, did you see? No, did you see? It moved like a dog's skin." Pai responded in a strange voice, as if his figure was shrouded in smoke. "Yeah." I called him. "Seryog! Seryoga! Damn, if I do it, I'll regret it. If I don't, I'll regret it too." Taking a deep breath, I took a few steps forward, touched his shoulder, and froze in place. In front of me was a huge cave with a dim light from the long moss and huge fireflies silently crawling along the walls. Two powerful streams of crystal clear water poured from the dragon's mouths, creating a sparkling rainbow waterfall that fell into the lake, on the shore of which stood houses. Fascinated by this picture, I walked forward, and a soft voice inside my head asked, "Do you want to enter the dungeon?" The perimeter system, URVRVSN Index-15E601, known in the West as the Dead Hand, is an automatic control mechanism for a massive nuclear retaliatory strike developed in the Soviet Union at the height of the Cold War, and now used by Russia. MTO, Logistics Troops. Chapter 5. Do you wish to enter the dungeon? The voice repeated. I resolutely stepped back, and suddenly found myself at the very edge of the waterfall. Streams of icy water pushed the Dusak sheath between my legs and hit me in the knees. Staggering, I fell to the ground, instantly soaking wet to the waist and above. A wave of cold and fear ran through my body, piercing my insides and soul with an icy shiver. Seryoga barely wavered but stayed on his feet, as if he had taken a complex stance from films about Hong Kong fights. Behind me, Ilya, not very inventively, but very emotionally, swore at the top of his voice, switching to a nervous falsetto, and soon Anvar joined him, accompanying the swearing with obscene words in his native language. Without getting up, I slowly crawled back about 2 meters, only then got up, leaning on the wooden handle and holding the scabbard. "So," I said, looking tiredly into the foggy curtain behind us, through which a tunnel could be guessed, going, it seemed, into the endless distance, a tunnel of gigantic dimensions, honestly, I noted. Through clenched teeth, the inconspicuous Slavka said restrainedly, carefully touching the curtain with the butt of his machine gun, "It won't break through." A few seconds later, I confirmed his words, pushing the curtain hard with the wooden handle. Well then, having consciously gathered myself, I crashed my shoulder into the curtain and rolled softly back, barely staying on my feet. It was like I crashed into a tight trampoline, I shared my feelings. "Let me try," Anvar suddenly said with some unexpected Caucasian accent, and bending low rushed forward in the manner of wrestlers. For a second it seemed to me that he would break through the curtain, but then it bounced back, throwing the soldier towards the waterfall. I managed to grab him by the collar when he fell into the water. But I myself could not hold on, again finding myself sitting in the icy water. "Damn." The Caucasian glanced at me without getting up. "Strong, sir?" Without wasting time, I shook his hand and helped Anvar, who was a little confused, to get up. "What a nuisance," Seryoga's voice rang out, turning to us. "Guys, I'm not 100% sure, but it looks like it's because of me." I repeated the voice in my head. "Do you want to enter the dungeon? What are you saying?" He grimaced, as if experiencing a severe toothache, but I wanted it myself. "Right here." Pai took off his hat and loudly tapped his bald head, which was glistening with sweat. It's as if something clicked in my head. I couldn't help but notice a strange game mechanic, in which the sound of falling water didn't drown out our voices. The noise was very loud, but sounded separate, as if the brain had allocated different channels for loud sounds and background noise. And another part of the brain and hearing apparatus was tuned only to conversation. Anvar, casting a sideways glance at my comrade, whispered something quietly, but with strong emotion, and did not immediately fall silent under my stern gaze. Who of us was higher in level, and other heroic squabbles we settled on the second day in a training duel. In the army, it is sometimes easier to immediately prove your superiority by force than to build respect long and tediously, relying on statutory norms. This is especially true with fighters from the Caucasus. They rarely listen to the weak, especially if the commander has a weak spirit, which, I admit, is absolutely understandable to me. Anwar is a real wrestler, and a very strong one at that. But he has practically no striking technique except for a punch as powerful as a cannon shot. But what good is that if he can't keep his distance and switch from wrestling to punches, and the punches themselves look clumsy and awkward? I have a rank not only in kickboxing, but also experience in mixed martial arts. I didn't exactly crush him, but I left a serious impression of myself, despite the fact that my weight category is significantly lighter. Mental influence, I said as confidently as possible, trying to impose my opinion and break through the resistance. Seryoga grimaced even more and shrugged his shoulders. Didn't even try to justify himself and didn't want to do it at all. Zaradras, why are you ruining my game?
You're such a neat freak, he blurted out.
Like in the game, I replied, approaching the edge of the waterfall and peering down with apprehension. Then I looked with the same trepidation at the dragon head of the pipe. It turned to me and frowned with disdain. You're the leader of the group, and with all that entails, we get it. You came in, you got carried away, and now we're all getting it. My fault, guys, Seryoga said gloomily. If anyone wants to speak up, please do. I won't be offended. Oh, come on, Ilya breathed out, waving his hand hopelessly. He hung his head and hunched over, clutching the Kalashnikov like a baby. A cloud of heavy thunder and depression hung over our sight. The area was completely flooded with water. It was impossible to sit down or lower a weapon, which also worsened the atmosphere. We somehow stacked the equipment in a shaky pyramid, but it did not help. The cold from wet feet intensified the feeling of hopelessness and ticking time. If you can't go back, I fell silent, gathering my will into a fist. Then you have to move forward. Where to? Ilya asked gloomily, pointing wide ahead. The waterfall was falling rapidly from a height of about 50 meters, and he didn't want to jump in there either, like a pike, or like a soldier, or in any other way. Anwar drawled, pointing his finger at the damp ledges from which jagged rocks jutted out on both sides near the waterfall. Over the rocks? Jumping from one to the other? Slavka answered, coming closer to the edge and looking down. And do you notice the ribbon of life in front of you? No? The Caucasian said, confused after a long pause, clearly trying to call up the interface. That's exactly it. No, Slavka summed up gloomily, throwing the machine gun to his other shoulder. Anwar bit his lip but remained silent, not wanting to look offended or try to establish himself as the leader of their small group.
Maybe we should try to figure it out, Ilya suggested, frowning.
Like some kind of lever. I saw something similar in one game somewhere. You have to push or press on something, and then a bridge appears.
A quest.
Pi chuckled dryly and began to carefully examine and tap the wall. We looked at each other and followed him, because what else could we do? Jumping into the water, hoping for a miracle of rebirth is very scary, and even if it is, who will guarantee that you will wake up again in a tunnel and not on the edge of a waterfall?
Ha ha,
Slavka exclaimed a few minutes later, standing by the rock and pointing his finger.
Look, there's basalt with...
At first, he started listing the names of the breeds, but after looking at our uncomprehending faces, he immediately fell silent and sighed. At that moment, he really missed his glasses, gray wig, and academic cap. Well, and perhaps the British scientist plaque above his head.
In general. Slavka wiped the bridge of his nose, collecting his thoughts in a more simplified form, especially for those who don't really like complex explanations. This simply can't be, because it never happens. This, he loudly hit the stone with his palm, is igneous rock. And this one, the hand touched an almost identical stone. Sedimentary, Understood? If this is a game, I shrugged and fell silent, not wanting to add to the team's pessimism, which we already had beyond all measure. Well, Slavka rubbed his nose again. No one has canceled the conventions of the game, but you have to start somewhere. We spent the next 15 minutes trying to tap the stones in a certain order, move them, and even drip blood on them. I must say, no health stripes or quickly healing scratches appeared. The pain was real, but unfortunately without any effect. We gave up this activity with a creak, started searching again, and soon fell into despondency. In a small area, only half the size of a school gym, but greatly stretched in width, we found a lot of signs and hints. Anvar and Ilya almost even started counting them, but got confused after 50, almost quarreling.
Brack!
Pi intervened.
Enough, hotly pets, guys.
They glanced sideways with hostility, but obeyed reluctantly, obviously because of the charter and habit. By this time, our feet were frozen almost to the point of numbness, which did not add to our hopes at all. We brainstormed, but it was not very successful. Anwar, constantly sneezing, began to tell moralizing stories about his relatives, but then he himself got confused and could not understand what exactly he wanted to say when he started the conversation. Ilya, sniffling and regularly wiping his nose with his fingers, after which he washed his hands in the water at his feet, said, and snapped his wet fingers, winced, and remembered that guy. Slavka's logic was quite confusing, and it took more time to figure it out than to understand that man with the sword from Ilya. The guys were clearly irritated with Seryoga, and with each passing minute, their gaze became increasingly clear that they wanted to check what would happen if they removed the squad leader. Perhaps the group would then jump out of the dungeon? It didn't matter what he said. There were only faces around them full of doubts and unwillingness to even listen to arguments. Catching his gaze, I shrugged slightly and nodded. So, I see that you are angry with me, Seryoga began, and you don't even want to hear any proposals. Suddenly, the soldiers fell silent, which we took as silent consent. Let's try to change the command, he continued, looking into the void in front of him. I'm relieving myself of the command of the detachment. I'm taking command of the squad, I answered immediately. There were no effects. The interface didn't appear, but I felt that from that moment on, I became the group's commander. Unfortunately, there are no interfaces, understanding of one's own level or hints. Alas, to hell with it. With entering the game, or digital embodiment, as it is more correct to say. But now, I would be incredibly happy with at least a minimal interface, and the ability to gain a foothold at the respawn point. Maybe... Slavka stood up and pointed at the veil. No way, Ilya said rudely, and added resentfully, as if specifically for Pi. Well, at least this. Stop it, I ordered sharply. Yes, we'll keep it, Comrade Warrant Officer. Ilya stood up cheerfully, showing his readiness to obey me, but not Parag. Well, at least this flashed through my mind. But I didn't want to make the situation worse. After a few minutes, I found the mechanism for switching the ledges on the sides of the waterfall by trial and error. The stones slowly moved forward and back, jutting out like standing trunks, seemingly changing their hue. After experimenting a bit, I left Slavka there. Try it, I said briefly, and I'll take a look around.
Indeed, Comrade Warrant Officer.
He nodded eagerly.
It looks like it's a complex system.
Anvar looked at Pi with a victorious air, who did not pay the slightest attention to this childish fuss in disguise. Suryoga stood at the edge of the waterfall and carefully watched the movement of the ledges.
Stop!
Pai commanded, raising his hand.
Leave it like this for now.
Did you hear, Comrade Senior Warrant Officer? I pressed, noticing signs of disobedience.
Yes, we'll keep it.
Slava answered calmly, stepping aside and demonstratively shaking off his hands. That's what I thought, Sergei exclaimed happily, taking out his mountaineering gear. I took it with me just in case, since the application was approved, and then it suddenly came in handy. He froze, using a rope to measure the distance to one of the ledges near the Dragon Tower, which was throwing out a fountain of water and a bright rainbow. Can we reach it? I asked curiously, craning my neck. So far, just barely, his comrade replied worriedly. See there, to the protruding rock, a little to the left. You can go down freely, but then the difficulties begin. I took extra ropes, but for digging tasks, not for such tricks. Who would have guessed? He added that he would tie a knot that would untie itself. It was no problem, but he was sure that the platform would be tight for all of us. He would have to sit on the ledge with his back to the lake, tie the knot again, trying not to throw off the others or fall himself. It's not that bad, Ilya muttered quietly, but I decided to ignore it. Well, I tried to estimate the distance from the ledge to the water. It doesn't seem that high. At least the 5th floor, Sergei interrupted sharply, but more likely closer to the 7th. If you're not an extreme person, you can get pretty hurt from that height, even in combat boots and gear. And then there's the water. He lifted his foot and stamped so hard that we were splashed with icy moisture. Cold, and the lake is not as small as it looks from above. We must hope for the best, but prepare for the worst. Is it really that bad? I asked, wiping my nose. Why not? Seryaga shrugged his shoulders indifferently. We have a chance, not a small one, but it would be better to try to increase it. What's worth it? I suddenly stood up, assessing the soldiers gathered nearby with my gaze. Let's look. Yes, pull, Ensign, Ilyuka responded joyfully for everyone. We're looking. Coughing and sneezing, we searched the walls, sometimes using the most unexpected methods. In the end, I achieved only one thing. The lighting on the site began to flicker softly, like a garland on a Christmas tree. He said, taking off his boots. I'll try to feel it with my feet. We might be missing the floor. Having taken off my shoes, I slipped backwards on my heels on the stone floor, so as not to damage my toes in the event of an unexpected encounter with an obstacle. The guys, having exchanged glances and slightly hesitating, did not take off their shoes, and Seryoga, meanwhile, was preparing the mountaineering equipment. My legs barely felt the cold anymore, but I tried to use my vision, although the seething water made the situation murky. But still, a couple of times, it seemed to me that some contours were outlined under the water. Bent over as far as I could, leaning forward, I continued to shuffle my legs, which were already starting to hurt. Sometimes dropping my hands. Past. Yes! I shouted sharply. Guys, move to the curtain! Better to be on the safe side. I didn't have to explain it twice. The guys quickly retreated to the curtain and hid. Some kind of ring, I commented, in a recess cut out for it. Looks like a cellar lid. I tried to lift it up, but almost hurt my back. But I realized in time to try from different sides. The first attempt was successful, and the roof moved, first with effort, then abruptly, as if thrown back by a strong spring. The water on the site began to swirl and... Magic, Anwar said, cursing loudly. The middle of the site was cleared, like the waters of the Red Sea during Moses' exodus from Egypt. Absolutely dry. And also, I sat down and touched the stones with my hands. They were slightly warm. You are real professionals in the thieving business, Ensign, Ilya exclaimed. What? He turned to him, without getting up from his squatting position.
Yes, I mean the game moments.
He quickly explained.
In a good way. You notice traps very well.
Okay. I looked at him with the big brother sees everything look and turned away so that he wouldn't relax. Water was still pouring down on both sides of the square, but here it was dry and... Steps, I said, tying the laces and hanging the boots around my neck, then took a step down. Well, since I'm the commander, it's too early for me to send others into battle while sitting in the warmth. Not forward, but follow me. Where else can I go? I heard Setioga behind me, who immediately began to follow me down. Eagles! I shouted from below with a delay. Take the tools! The devil knows what will be useful here. After all, we got here with all the equipment. The descent was long and caused some discomfort. The steps were very steep. It seemed as if they were made either for children or for some non-humans. They were noticeably lower than usual, and because of this, we stumbled several times, although there were no serious injuries. Slava muttered barely audibly. It looks like we're not descending from a height of 50 meters, but from the Burj Khalifa. I suggested that he wait for us at the top, which caused laughter, as if I had told some funny joke. Finally, the descent ended, and it can be considered a timely event. My legs were already cramping, but I did not complain, unlike the guys, because the commander must save face. It will be possible to relax only then. If, flashed through my head, we'll return to the military town. In the meantime, my leadership and team player skills must be at their maximum level. The area at the entrance to the waterfall is surrounded by a low stone wall, which is clearly in need of repair. There are many half-ruined sculptures and bas-reliefs around, made in Indian or Indonesian style, with many carved details, but often with errors in anatomy. Although, why think about the correctness of the body structure, if along the pipe big dragon? Apparently, the norm here is anthropomorphic figures with short, clumsy legs, the length of which is only a third of the body. The platform rises above the terrain by only a few meters, and below, on both sides along the lake, there is an area resembling an embankment. It is just as abandoned and half-ruined, with weathered statues and bas-reliefs, partially preserved narrow benches, clearly not designed for comfort, and dim lanterns that barely illuminate the space. Here and there, wild vegetation has pushed through the high stone flower beds and straightened stone slabs. The lake is enclosed by a solid stone fence, waist-high, decorated with simple carvings. Probably because of its simplicity, this fence has been better preserved and looks relatively fresh. Sometimes the fence is interrupted by wide steps, with patterns descending to the water, on which several seals with shiny black eyes are now resting, attentively watching us, and large turtles, up to 1.5 meters long, indifferent to what is happening around. The creatures in the lake are in a constant battle for survival, and judging by the sounds of splashing and the strong slaps of their tails on the water, there are creatures here that are much larger than many fishing boats. It seems that the owners of this place left it about 50 years ago, and the working lights are only a reminder of the previous level of civilization. Something like Chernobyl, and by the way. Seryog, do you have a dosimeter with you? Someone asked. You think so? Pi exhaled and began rummaging through his pockets. No, everything is fine, as far as one can consider normal in such a situation. He waved his hand and fell silent. It feels like, Slavka intervened, squinting strangely, the lake is much bigger than it seemed from above. No, Anvar began, but immediately corrected himself. Or maybe it's true. We've been going down so much, it's an optical illusion. It's a pity it's hard to see. Bad? I was surprised. After surveys and several experiments,
It turned out that each of us perceives the situation in our own way. For me, the cave is just a cloudy day. Sergei and Slavka see everything as if in approaching twilight, and while their long-range visibility has worsened, up close, on the contrary, everything seems much clearer. Exactly clearer, Slavka confirmed, as if each object is outlined in space. Yes, it seems so, Pai thoughtfully agreed. However, Ilya and Anvar turned out to be practically blind and see the world as if in the dark, but without any sharp contours. Clearer? I asked again. There is such a thing, but only part of the environment. Another series of experiments, which took about 5 minutes, showed that I perceive only something conditionally important as outlined. Well, that's right. A thief, Slavka exhaled. No offense, Sergeant. It's just the game mechanics. You, in theory, should be shown all sorts of traps, hidden passages, and all sorts of things. He twisted his hand, clearly not quite understanding what this everything meant. Okay, I agreed, throwing the gun over my chest and starting to look around with renewed energy. Accepted, no offense. Sergeant, did you play games? Slava asked cautiously. In general, yes. I play, but more often in Word of Tanks and not in your... We'll figure it out, Slavka promised cheerfully. I nod confidently, although the feelings inside are completely different. And oh, how angry I am at Pirog. Of course he remained a friend, but how inopportunely he made a mistake. And not just a mistake, but his cleanliness will soon get to him. I really don't want to be responsible for this incomprehensible devilry that is happening to us. We are in deep trouble, and my intuition tells me that this is only the beginning. Out of nerves, I fussily rummaged through my pockets, trying not to show my excitement, as if I was checking things for business. For about 30 seconds, I stared at the unfamiliar objects, trying painfully to remember what these rectangular boxes were. Communication artifacts, the brain prompted and switched off. A mobile phone and a tablet. What? Seryoga was surprised. A mobile phone and a tablet, I repeated, handing over these items while my friend frowned, trying to understand what I was talking about. Muscle memory kicked in, and the mind started remembering. Messages, Viber, WhatsApp. Tried to call, no answer, and the numbers on the electronic display froze. Wristwatch, same story. The second hand froze. A telephone, Seryoga exclaimed, as if he had rediscovered America, holding these things in his hands. I remembered. That's exactly it. Mental influence. Slavka sighed. It turns out that you, Senior Warrant Officer Petrov, were the first to be influenced. Anvar and Ilya, perplexedly sorting through their artifacts, muttered indistinctly that they would never repeat this under any circumstances, and all the problems were due to the tension and influence of this mental factor. At the same time, they seemed confident in themselves, and sometimes even demonstrated real mastery. Well done, he interrupted their flow of speech with a hint of guilt. Let's step aside a bit, collect our thoughts. I have a feeling that the game element has had a much stronger effect on us than it seems. And it wouldn't hurt to dry out, Sergei added after a series of sneezes. At least your shoes. Having walked about 200 meters from the site, we stopped in a small park where there was a half-ruined gazebo surrounded by old trees, probably planted before the local events comparable to Chernobyl. We found dry branches nearby and lit a small fire, not so much for warmth as for a sense of coziness and tranquility.
The abandoned embankment didn't look threatening at all, and most people thought it was just a nursery for the dungeon. But, and if not? The feeling of anxiety was very appropriate. Everything around seemed picturesque, even romantic, but my consciousness was giving me no peace. Something was wrong here. I didn't want to get involved in adventures at all, and so far I hadn't felt any extraneous mental influences. It was planned to sort out the boundaries of these nurseries, especially if they were supposed later and not soon. No one attacked, and there was no need to shoot at anyone. This was already a big relief. Having taken off all the clothes, they wrung out the wet pants and underwear, put the jackets under the buttocks, and carefully laid out the shoes around the fire. Everyone has spare socks, because such are the peculiarities of plumbing work. It is very easy to get your feet wet here, and then walking in wet shoes is quite unpleasant. But with underwear, the situation is different, and the boots should at least be dried a little. Phones, tablets, watches. Have you checked everything? I asked the team. That's it, warrant officer. A moment later, apparently remembering the meaning of the word telephone. Slavka answered for his guys. In principle, everything works, but it's terrible, and the brain constantly refuses to think.
Yeah, I say thoughtfully, lifting the gun from my knees. What kind of thing is this? A civilian-style alchemical thrower, Anwar reports happily, and the soldiers nod approvingly. Can we think about it? I see puzzled looks. A gun, said Pi, with the air of a man who had remembered a long-forgotten word in a foreign language. May I have one? I hand him the weapon. He holds it carefully, and then hands it back. And this? He took his weapon, which was lying on the right. A military rifle? I said uncertainly, trying to return my memory, but my thoughts were stuttering. No, Seryoga frowned. It seems a little different. This is crazy, Ilya exhaled. We were really screwed. These are objects alien to the mechanics of the game. Slavka jumped up, shaking his head mischievously.
It seems so, agreed Pi. But it's not clear why you remembered the meanings of the words gun and phone, while the guys can't wrap their heads around such concepts. The devil knows, he shrugged expressively. Although you remembered, albeit belatedly. I understand how everything works there, and I repaired it recently. I fixed it too, I say thoughtfully. I changed the screen after, well, you know when. And I climbed inside too. Exactly, interrupts Slavka. Comrade Senior Warrant Officer, Comrade Warrant Officer, if this is the mechanics of the game, then it turns out that you are to these phones and tablets, Pi suggests. Yes, the soldier nods vigorously. So they are involved with the artifacts. Maybe because of this? I change the barrel on the gun. I look at the weapon in a new way. And the butt. And this, not remembering the exact name, is a military model, factory-made and impersonal. Will it shoot? Ilya asks in surprise, and we all fell silent tensely. The silence was not broken by shots, but the soldiers quickly took apart the iron and began to look greedily at my owl and Dusak. In order not to provoke, I handed the owl to Seryoga. And what about yourself? Asked Pi, not taking the weapon. If the firearm is in question, will you stay with the cleaver? I know a little, I answer briefly, and noticing the doubt in his eyes, I add,
Last year, I was in St. Petersburg on a business trip for 4 months. I studied Filipino eskrima. That's how it is. I picked up a few skills. They work with blades there, too. Okay, he nods, taking the owl. But the gun is worth checking. My clothes and shoes dried out pretty quickly. Most likely, some kind of game convention again. I wear my old clothes to work, bought at a second-hand store, sewn and repaired by myself. But at least they are comfortable. But for some reason, the boots. Is it really considered an achievement that I changed the laces? On the other hand, I didn't have any particular trouble with the gun. Is it dry? Asks Seryoga, raising his head from the disassembled weapon. Yes. Look, maybe you have such game mechanics, all that stuff. Without getting up, he reached for his pants and nodded, and began to get dressed. I'll pass by here, I said. Sit still. I won't go far. I'll just, let's say, try to pass like a thief. Maybe I'll see something. Maybe I should come with you, warrant officer? Anwar asked hopefully. No. You'd better guard the senior warrant officer. I pointed at Seryoga. See, he's messing around with those military rifles. Maybe he'll work out somehow too. An automatic. Pai exhaled with obvious relief, pulling the bolt. Just assembly and disassembly with mixing of parts. Did you see? I drew the soldier's attention to the event. Let's do the same. Assembly, disassembly. Well, you get the idea. The rank and file were fired up with enthusiasm to the limit, and I, without waiting for the end, went to walk around the territory. My soul became a little lighter. The situation, in spite of everything, no longer seemed so hopeless, and I started to look differently, to look and see a little more than before. Fairies. I breathed out in admiration, looking at the tiny figure with dragonfly wings that fluttered among the branches. Feeling my interest, the fairy froze in midair and turned to me, fixing her gaze on me. I see, I see, I see, she screamed, and I really saw. Among the trees, in the air and on the water, not only ordinary birds and insects, but also creatures emitting a soft magical glow, and I only had to blink for them to disappeared. With great effort of concentration, I could again distinguish them and even hear them. I see, I see, I see, the fairy screamed in irritation, opening her huge mouth full of sharp teeth like a shark's. Her face was both scary and cute, like a funny monster in a dress made of leaves and grass. Her proportions and appearance are far from human, more reminiscent of a porcelain German doll, but not a living fairy toy. She looked alive and very believable. What beauty, I sincerely admired. Are we beauty? The squeak asked uncertainly, opening its toothy mouth. Beauty, I confirmed, a charming fairy. We are pixies, the little one frowned and seemed a little offended. Sorry, adorable pixie. Charming? Another friend, dressed almost identically, flew up, holding a sharp spear made of bone in her plump hands. Her face was just as surprised, and her big eyes blinked frequently, looking at me. Lovely, I nodded. How lovely we are, the first one frowned, flying closer, and I automatically estimated her height. About 18 to 20 centimeters. She's lovely, I agree with her. A real charming delight. Pixia blushed and came even closer, and I melted with affection. It seemed that she sensed my emotions. The little winged creature smiled back. I reached into my jacket pocket and took out a candy, carefully unwrapping it. Will you have some? I said to Prelesti. Sweetie. Me? Pixia hung in the air, and even her dragonfly wings stopped moving. What do you mean? They fly using magic. What should we do? Asked Charming with a doomed expression, without taking her eyes off the candy. Do it? I was surprised. Nothing special. I'm just sharing from the bottom of my heart. It's just, she breathed out in disbelief and flew closer, grabbing the treat. Sniff, sniff, sniff. Just candy, she said sheepishly to her friends, of whom there were already about 30 or even more. Delicious, Charming said with pleasure after a few seconds, like a person who had broken free. Just candy. The squeaky conversations grew louder. Lovely. We are lovely. Charming, another toothy pixie corrected. Petrov, one of them demanded, pointing at the chomping charm. And at first I didn't understand what exactly she wanted to know. Petrov? No, I just treated him as a friend. Friend, 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 they squeaked, flying closer. Friend of man. One of the pixies sniffed the scratch on her wrist and without further ado scraped the sore off. Not a human, she said confidently. There's clearly not enough human here. I tried to object but quickly fell silent, because deep down I remembered the words of a kind-hearted neighbor from my distant childhood, who once said with regret, "Mom is a teacher and Dad is a scoundrel." However, another part of my mind confidently claimed that my father was almost a pure-blooded Kender, and my mother was half hobbit, and almost half human with an admixture of dark elf blood. Nonsense, my consciousness stubbornly insisted. But does it matter? For example, Sergei is almost a purebred dwarf, and he is 1/8 kobold. But no one cares. In the Soviet Union, all nationalities were equal. What's the difference then? I thought out loud. I've always been an internationalist, and have never considered some peoples or races better than others. Guys, I shouted from afar, raising my hand with the gun high. I'm with friends, don't shoot. At the same time, I tried hard to hold back a smile seeing Anvar, who covered his shoulders with a furry machine gun. However, the Highlander is not very embarrassed by his nakedness, and the fact that he was the first to grab a weapon only speaks in his favor. Meet, I introduced. Pixie, my friend jumped out from behind my back, making a slight bow in the air. Charming cutie. Friend. Really, cutie. Sergei smiled, looking at the embarrassed pixie. Got some candy? Another pixie flew up to him, jealously tugging the first one by the hair, and then jumping back a meter. Just like that? The cute little monster's face showed both the expectation of a miracle and, at the same time, doubt in it. The kind that only children from an orphanage, who have experienced many trials of fate, have. Where is... He tapped his jacket pocket. Here's a candy bar. Do you want one? Just? The monster squeaked, pressing his little hands to his chest, greedily looking at the candy bar, and blinking his eyes frequently, in which tears had appeared. Well, yeah, Seryoga smiled good-naturedly. Eat it, but be sure to share it with your girlfriends. Friend, 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 the monster squeaked almost in a whisper, grabbing the candy bar and flying off to the side. Opening it in the air, she bit off a piece, rolled her blissful eyes and flew up to Pi, rewarding him with a very sweet and at the same time sticky kiss on the cheek. She sighed happily and settled down on his shoulder like a child whose dreams had come true, a real triumph of joy.
And for me...
And for us. The pixies flew at us, touching our hair and begging for sweets. We handed out all the treats, and for the next 15 minutes or so the squeaky monsters, exchanging impressions and delicacies, gobbled up the sweets. Who am I? Listening to the end of the candy bar. In the meantime, Milashka asked Seryoga, tugging his ear.
Milashka,
he answered, turning his head and gently stroking the monster's back.
Friend?
She asked hopefully, arching from the caresses like a kitten and almost purring. Friend, Pi supported, smiling a little shyly but very sincerely.
Friend,
Exhaled Cutie,
sprawled on Seryoga's shoulder with her plump belly up, reminiscent of a vacationer relaxing on a deck chair. The Caucasian didn't know where to look when raised skirts and protruding butts of varying degrees were directed in his direction. After a few minutes, we finally calmed down these kawaii creatures, switching to another topic with difficulty. Then the pixies, in their own way, decided to show us something interesting, and organized a tour of the surrounding area, in their understanding of the word. Let's go, the cutie tugged at my hair, adding with delight, interesting, interesting. With difficulty, breaking through the many-voiced squeak, we only understood that it was relatively safe here. For pixies, the thought flashed, and who knows what they themselves put into the concept of safe. The pixies' home was in the hollow of a huge tree, reminiscent of a walnut, if they could live for 1,000 years. This majestic and spreading tree grew about 50 meters from the shore of the lake, and its crown almost touched the water. We didn't climb up there, but we raised our heads without much effort, trying to see the entrance, located at a height of about 30 meters.
It was difficult to notice even for me. "Wow," I said in admiration, wondering if I could get in there. One part of my mind was skeptically twirling a finger at my temple, while the other part confidently asserted the opposite. Every ledge, crack, and unevenness on the thick bark seemed like a reliable path with railings for a real kender. Very beautiful. The place was chosen well. Few people would get here. The pixies raised their noses, tried once again to describe with words and gestures the dimensions of the enormous hollow, and then, with redoubled zeal, began to lead us around the area, showing us their hunting grounds and places for the soul. Our ideas of beauty did not always coincide, and Slavka and Sergei, acting as ethnographers, asked the pixies what exactly beautiful meant to them and why, and I simply watched like a tour guest, looking around out of the corner of my eye.
Don't touch anything with your hands or unscrew anything, I warned the boys in front of the abandoned mansions the pixies had led us to. The architecture seemed interesting but alien, and I still couldn't figure out whether these buildings belonged to the local elite or served a public purpose. "What if," Ilya began. "No options," I asked sternly. "Do you have inventory? What will you haul it with?" He only hesitated, and his face distorted into a sad grimace. "Don't forget about magic. We don't really know anything yet, and we can easily stick our fingers into the local equivalents of sockets and meat grinders. Is that obvious?" "Got it, Comrade Warrant Officer," he answered with visible chagrin. "Soldier, is the task clear?" I turned to Slavka. "Yes, sir, Comrade Warrant Officer," he said with a heavy sigh, glancing at his comrade. "I'll follow through." To say that it was interesting inside is to say nothing. The room was dusty, but there were no signs of looting, which only enhanced the Chernobyl atmosphere of the dungeon. A thick layer of dust and small debris covered all horizontal surfaces. Dried insects lay everywhere, loudly crunching underfoot. Dried mouse corpses and fallen bird feathers. "Steampunk," Seryoga said admiringly, slowly looking around. "Technical magic, rather," I corrected him. "I mean the style of design," my friend waved his hand. "Oh, well, yes, it looks like it," I agreed without arguing. To me it looks more like the shop of a medieval alchemist who moonlights as a jeweler and makes all sorts of astrolabes. But if he wants to see steampunk in it, then so be it. No pity. "Hands!" Slavka barked at Anvar. The Caucasian stepped back from the shelves with a guilty look, folding his hands behind his back. "Comrade Ensign," Slavka began in a plaintive tone. "Or maybe—" "No way!" I snapped loudly at him. I had to raise my voice more than once, but Ilya, on the contrary, showed discipline. Anvar reached for any objects that resembled weapons, after which he blinked guiltily. And Slavka reached for any devices and gadgets. "I think it's some kind of fans or lamps," Pai muttered, walking away from the strange examples of local techno-magic. There was doubt in his voice. "Maybe," I warned the obvious, "and maybe not. We don't understand what the locals considered household appliances. Imagine,
You turn on something and a massage of the anus along the entire length and width of a shovel handle is guaranteed. I said this especially for Anwar, who immediately hid his hands behind his back. Hands! I stopped Slavka again. We're filming everything on our phones. That's right, Seryoga exclaimed, taking out his own. I can, cameras and still cameras, reacted to artifacts, albeit strangely. I couldn't understand the essence of this strangeness. I just felt it. I shook my head, clearing away the extra thoughts. Then I wrote everything down before I forgot. We took turns filming and photographing to avoid cluttering up the phone's memory. This method helped us find peace. Draw me came from nearby. And me first. Turning around, I saw Ilya surrounded by pixies. That's how it is, he explained guiltily. I accidentally took a photo of Sweetie on my phone, and she saw herself on the screen. I understand. Wiping my face, I exchanged glances with Sergei and order. Let's go. With a reproach, the conscripts slowly moved towards the exit. So much for understanding, but curiosity still gets the better of them. And this eternal maybe is constantly under their feet. I repeat, guys, I try to get through to their minds. We are not on an excursion. We accidentally ended up in a dungeon. Do you remember that? Yes, sir, Comrade Warrant Officer. Slavka answered gloomily for everyone. If you remember.
Then why are you raising your hands? You need to get out and not get stuck around some mysterious artifact of an alien civilization.
Go out? Prelest interrupted me, flying very close. Seriously, go out? Yes, dear, just go out. I nod affirmatively. Just like that. She continues. Absolutely simple. I confirm again. And we are friends? All the sadness of the upcoming farewell sounded in his voice and look. Friends. I hold back the lump in my throat. I don't know what she felt there. Yes, General's comrade. The dungeon. Yes, sir. The pixies have been removed. Yes. A post has been set up. We're waiting. Turning off my phone, I sit down on the hot asphalt at the entrance to the water supply tunnel, put the gun on my knees and close my eyes. The feelings are difficult to describe in words, maybe even impossible. The endlessness of the dungeon, the long walk around the goblin settlements and the ogre camp are left behind. No trophies, no kills, and you left the dungeon flashes through my head. And then a brief flicker of you left the good pixies zone. And that's something completely different, right? Or is it not?
What the hell, Pixie Hooksy Jensen?
The general suddenly screamed, running out of the car and slamming the door loudly. His face was purple from the vodka he'd drunk and the rage. His mood was at its limit. His hand immediately reached for the holster on his right side. Now, with his own hands,
Hello.
A girl flew out from behind me, making a slight bow.
Pixia. Charming charm. Pixia!
Her friend supported her.
Cutie, you're a general, right?
Both of them at the same time.
Will you bring some candy?
Burj Khalifa is a giant skyscraper in Dubai that reaches 828 meters.
Chapter 6? Vesti FM, Lipetsk and Nastya Korosteleva are with you. Stay tuned. Negotiations are continuing with shootout in the central market area.
The Caucasians are dividing up the market with the Czechists, Anvar said, wiping away the sweat and throwing a damp towel onto the barbell. Caucasians. Ilya exhaled with a grin, shaking his head, but did not develop the topic, breathing heavily and frequently looking at the second hand of the large clock that hung above the door. The radio was muttering something, but I did not trust it. Just background. Time! Slavka commanded sharply, and they both rushed to do burpees, sometimes choking on air through their mouths, sometimes blowing bubbles out of their noses. Without discussion, I continued to do the series of exercises, paying attention to the knee strikes. The Caucasian sat down under the barbell, straightened up, paused for a few moments, and began to squat, staring intently at the mirror and trying to perform each movement as correctly as possible. His face with unshaven stubble was covered in sweat, but he only blinked slightly and exhaled loudly. The weight of the barbell was quite small, but several approaches of 50 repetitions were enough to tire out even an experienced athlete. "Slavka, work harder!" I encourage him with a shout. "Jump faster, more energetically! Only 5 repetitions left!" Ilya, bent over and resting his hands on his shaking knees, breathes intermittently, resting. His chest is heaving. His sides are sticking out like an excited stallion. Sweat is dripping from his nose. A puddle has formed under his feet, and only about 10 seconds have passed. "Stop!" I commanded. "Take a deep breath. Let's move from the warm-up to the main part of the workout. Don't sit down yet. Stand up. At least take a little rest." "Comrade Warrant Officer!" Slavka pleaded, dropping his entire elongated body onto the racks with weights. "Maybe we should just forget about this workout. It's like my strength is running out." "It's okay," Anvar answered hoarsely, slamming the bar onto the racks, and they started to remove the weights. "You'll get into the rhythm." "Where else can I go?" Slavka muttered with the expression of a martyr. "Sorry, I think I'm going to throw up now." Pinching his mouth and making disgusting sounds, he ran to the sink in the corner and threw up the contents of his stomach. "This is some training. Ah!" After washing his face and hands, Slavka took a sip of cold water, walked slowly to the mats and fell on his back, spreading his arms out in a cross. "Now you'll have some rest, and you'll be as fit as a fiddle," I say, lifting my spirits with my words. "They're completely green," Ilya muttered with a hint of nervous laughter. "And they're also covered in pimples." Future elite, damn it. Getting on all fours, Slavka crawled to the trash can and licked the viscous saliva. Dungeons, locations. Our dad is a smart man. I stop any inappropriate conversations in advance. "Yeah." Slava glanced at the camera in the corner, then at me. Yeah. "Father, damn it. It's all clear to everyone. But the screws are tightened, tightly, a hierarchy with a personality cult is forming before our eyes. If there was at least a personality, it wouldn't be so offensive. But here, no matter how you say halva, the bitterness of carrion remains in your mouth. Father, mother of her, where did he suddenly get this? A commander and manager. No good. But he seized power and built a vertical as if he had studied this all his life, and defended 3 dissertations at once. Pi and I are newbies. Although we would like to change something, the only realistic option is probably kamikaze, and even that is not a given. We don't know who is in charge here. We are rarely allowed near the management, and with great caution, under the gunpoint of machine guns. But why are the old-timers silent? No answer. Are they waiting for something? Or are they happy with everything? Or the craziest option is that Comrade General outplayed them. However, I don't rule out anything. Okay, guys, take it easy. I clap my hands, and the soldiers slowly rise from their mats with plaintive sighs. After we somehow hacked the dungeon and made it our base, our team found itself under close surveillance by the pride of the general, the special department, and who knows who else. Whole crowds of people are trying to control us, each pursuing their own goals. And I am already completely confused about who is the enemy and who is the ally in this bunch of irritated and embittered comrades. Everyone is trying to gain influence, puffing out their cheeks and pressuring us to report personally only to them, or to submit to them in everything. Then, according to their plan, they want to completely take our place.
using the precedent. As soon as we let down our guard, everyone will have to sign off 3 shifts in a row, using both words and completely different parts of the body. And we, damn it, are still newbies. We know almost nothing, and the situations here are extremely complex. Not only ranks and positions are important, but also personal relationships, which are sometimes very difficult to trace. There are senior warrant officers whom even experienced officers try not to touch unless absolutely necessary, and vice versa. Who and how to send on errands is also an art. You can tell one person directly, "Go away," and he won't even be offended. You can tell another person politely, diplomatically refuse, and then he will harbor a grudge, but with a smile until a certain moment. You can refuse a third person, but afterwards you must meet for a drink to show that you, Mikulich, are a strong man. It just doesn't work out now, but next time you definitely will. Because you respect him as a real man, Mikulich.
And we, damn it, have already stepped on everyone's balls. We haven't managed to put ourselves in trouble yet, but we've already done a lot of damage. Maybe the relationship will normalize later, or maybe not. And besides, an important question arises. Should we even fix this? Maybe it's better to quietly slip away. Having returned, we suddenly found ourselves as sons and good fellows who, paradoxically, owe the motherland in the person of Comrade General. This logic, according to which we suddenly found ourselves in debt, is characteristic only of the army, and does not presuppose discussions or questions. Where did these obligations come from? Bati has many plans for us, and we are obliged to justify the trust placed in us and the funds spent. This, as I understand it, is food in the canteen and the uniform issued. Also a service apartment in the town, where I hardly spend the night every other night. In exchange for the taken Kamaz with things, of course.
Yes, this Kamaz was hastily looted, but the leadership of the military town are essentially the same looters. They behave more like bandits from the 90s who seized the territory and not like legitimate authorities, or one could say, like feudal lords. In my opinion, there is no significant difference, despite the objections of historians. And we are still sons of Comrade General. But we have screwed up badly. We should be grateful that we are not thrown to the front line with a sapper shovel in our hands, but are given a chance to atone for our guilt, with work, sweat, and blood. The fact that Comrade General mobilized us by force into his militia gang is not taken into account at all. Pirog tried to stand up for justice and received a virtual rebuff. They reminded him of his disorganized work and lack of engineering education. At the same time, Seryoga loudly declared that he was not an engineer, and it was none of his business. But Petrov decided not to insist.
They accused him of violating the order when entering the dungeon, an inappropriate behavior of the commander. Seryoga refused to admit his guilt, the degree of responsibility and the depth of what happened. As a result, he was sent to the garages, until he realizes and atones for his misdeeds. I tried to hide, for which I was called a good boy, literally kissed almost like Brezhnev, and appointed commander of a supposedly elite detachment of 3 conscripts. What to do with us, the general doesn't know exactly, but he has more than enough enthusiasm, that's what they said. It is planned that we will hack dungeons and explore locations in the interests of the motherland, which is now associated with the red face of Comrade General. The command was extremely interested in photographs of trophies from abandoned buildings and very unhappy that we did not bring samples. When I tried to rely on my intuition, I was called an idiot and given a long lecture on safety precautions. During it, they explained that everything could be done if you thought about it a little. If I had a head on my shoulders instead of a mess in my skull, the science department would already have the artifacts and would understand what they were dealing with. I didn't argue, much less tell anyone about the Kender blood and other oddities. It didn't seem to affect Seryoga and the guys, or they were keeping quiet too. So I decided to keep my mouth shut for now. It would be safer that way. I suppose if it weren't for the misunderstandings with the mental state and magical powers, Comrade General would have brought a company of fighters into the location and cleared it out completely. Or, more accurately, would have tried to do so. He would have egged on the fighters with speeches about living space and malicious xenos. Added amphetamines, rumor has it that they are already being created in a chemical lab. And forward. For Comrade General, at least such plans were initially in the air. Scientists, under the guidance of an inspired security officer, conducted a series of tests, and it turned out that everything was far from simple. The volunteers' brains did not burn out, but the effect of even a short stay in the location turned out to be peculiar, like after a prolonged binge, with squirrel and other joys of life of a professional marginal. Considering that even the pixies, the little animals from these places, are not the most formidable, then dealing with goblin and orc shamans is even more frightening. Moreover, in addition to shamans, there are warriors, whom I personally am not inclined to underestimate, which makes the situation extremely tense and interesting. Natalia is very worried because there are artifacts, valuable trophies and xenos hidden downstairs, whose abilities are a mystery with many unknowns. We can say that the situation is exactly from the category of, I wanted to but I'm scared, a real classic case. All this information is classified as a great military secret, with a level of secrecy inaccessible to ordinary people. Judging by how many officers and warrant officers are trying to control us, at least 50 people are privy to this secret, and most likely about 200. Of course, all sorts of rumors are circulating around the garrison, sometimes very fantastic. After the appearance of zombies, which quickly turn into the most terrible creatures, people will not be too surprised by game elements introduced into the real world. Although it is not quite usual, many, it seems to me, will perceive it rather with relief. Resurrection, binding, and so on. You just need to survive, and then you will meet a new, amazing world. Pixies fit right into this new, almost digital world. I don't know how many people have seen them, but I suspect more than they should. Plus, almost everyone has a camera phone, and rumors and other forms of information transfer do their job. Do you have any candy? They asked. Who are they? Maslachenko asked again, his eyes bulging and filled with burst red blood vessels. You don't know at all, do you? Answered Charming with sincere regret. We are pixies. Lovely, added Cutie, giggling sheepishly. We are the Charmings. Charming said irritably, ignoring the increasingly reddened military man. A shrill squabble broke out, discussing whether all Big Tree pixies could be called Charming, or whether it was only Charming's personal name. Friends and future allies, Comrade General, I tried to save the situation, standing in line and looking intently at the high command. Vova, Vova. Natalia pulled at a strand of my hair, trying to get my attention. Very useful things. General, they can conduct aerial reconnaissance in stealth mode, without even taking me away from the ear that was first bitten and then covered with kisses. These are drones, Ilya Yuryevich, the special officer quietly explained, leaning towards the general. Oh, you fool, you fool, you fool, came the cries of the little monsters, who were pulling each other's hair, scratching and squealing. In the current situation, continued Marchenko, you yourself understand. Any advantage counts, but of course, it's not for me to tell you about it. The general looked at the pixies, who had already stopped fighting, whispering, adjusting their hair and clothes. We are Charming, Natalia reported to me, proudly showing the bruise under her left eye. And us too, spat Cutie through a knocked-out tooth. Only in a completely different way. Is there anything tasty? Little sister, Anwar's pixie, flew up to the driver of the general. Something sweet. Well then, glancing at the chief, who was talking to the security officer, the driver, a junior sergeant, took out menthol candies from his breast pocket. "Come on!" Having grabbed the whole package, the little girl unwrapped one lollipop and sniffed it carefully. Then she licked it and crunched it, squinting contentedly. "It's not right to beg for sweets from strange men," Anwar said softly, picking her up in the air and placing her on his shoulder. "Yes?" The pixie was surprised, immediately taking off from the Caucasian's shoulder and flying up to the driver again. "I'm sister, and who are you?" "I'm Alexander, Sanya Mesheryakov." He carefully extended his finger to her, and Natalia, not quite understanding, sniffed it and hesitantly bit it, licking off the drop of blood that appeared. "Now we've met," Natalia informed the laughing Caucasian in a businesslike manner. "Can I ask you anything?" "Yes, we can," he answered, holding back a smile. "Sharp teeth." Sanya Mesheryakov smiled sheepishly, sincerely enchanted by the pixies. "Do you have any friends, Natalia?" "Put them on a payroll," the special officer said. "Train them slowly and use them for the good of the motherland." "What do they like, Ensign?" Vasily Ivanovich asked me, his eyes and glasses flashing. Despite his first and middle names, the special agent's nickname was not Shapai, as one might expect, but item number 2, which says a lot about his human qualities. "Sweet, Major." I stretched out even more. "So look." He looked at me with a look like a dead fish. "You're responsible. It's your idea. You're responsible." "Yeah, damn." "And here is the tree where the pixies live, Sir General." Seryoga showed, leafing through the photographs. "And here, give it to me." Comrade General snatched the phone from Parag's hands. "What kind of malfunction is this? Is it broken or something?" Poking unsuccessfully at the screen with thick fingers with dark nails, Ilya Yurievich irritably returned the phone to its owner. "Everything works, General," P immediately reported. "Give it here. What the hell, Ensign, are you kidding?" The leader flared up, blushing with anger. "No way, Comrade General. See for yourself." "You, warrant officer, what's your name again?" The major turned to me, beckoning with his finger. "Yevgenov Vladimir Nikolaevich, Major." "I don't care." He waved it off. A slight hint of mockery flashed in his eyes, and I realized that this whole phrase, "What's your name?" was thought out in advance to calm the arrogant simpleton. "Phone, quickly!" It turned out that the devices that had been in the dungeon now only worked in the hands of their owners. This made the special agent incredibly angry. "All sorts of idiots!" He cursed so rudely that I felt like I had been splashed with mud. Although I usually don't take offense. You can say, "Fuck your mother," and everyone understands that you're not talking about a specific woman. But it's an abstract expression of strong emotions. But if you add specifics like, "I fucked your mother," that's already a clear insult, especially if you say it to her face. The special agent curses exactly like that, to hurt you personally. In real life, he is a scoundrel. Or this is a psychological tactic to suppress his subordinates, to subjugate their will. I don't know. But I will remember it, and when the opportunity arises... Sorry, Major. I straighten up with an exaggerated backward bend, look ahead with a glassy gaze, and repeat like a fool. My fault. "Organize a post," the Comrade General ordered, "and be in my sight." "And these?" "Item number 2, asked the commander, leaving me alone, expressing all his motley devotion. "These." Mazlichenko turned to us, at first with difficulty spreading a smile on his pale lips, but his eyes remained just as cold. "They deserved it. They deserved it, boys." Pirog, who was several years older than the self-proclaimed general, cleared his throat hoarsely. But Ilya Yurovich had already put us in a slightly uneven line with just one glance. Well done. The comrade general narrowed his eyes, dragged me to the sweat-darkened bulletproof vest that he wore without interruption, and kissed me hard on both cheeks, exhaling his foul breath and leaving traces of saliva. Eagles, you have justified the command's trust. He spoke in harsh, poorly connected phrases, and suddenly began talking about our prey for the sake of the motherland. When did I manage to get into debt? I was mildly surprised. After all, I studied on a fee-paying basis, paid for medical treatment, served in the army, then paid taxes, and still ended up in debt? I didn't argue. What was the point of sorting things out with a man who, just a week ago, was cleaning up the military town, destroying potential rivals? We weren't people to him, but just little men, figures from the game's schisms. I, Sir General, do not consider myself a debtor, Seryoga began. I am already 47 years old and, oh you fool. We'll talk later, Vasily Ivanovich interrupted him, squinting with deep meaning. About the laws of wartime and many other things. Pia shrugged his shoulders indifferently. He was a man of principles and self-respect, but it seemed he had overdone it a little. He came from the front of the line, as Sister blew out rainbow bubbles. The air smelled of menthol and eucalyptus, and the tension of the moment suddenly disappeared. Give, was heard from the flock, which was taking away the lollipops with an unusual and funny effect. I want some too.
And I have to fart!
To the garage, narrowed the eyes of the security officer Pi, until you atone for your guilt. I was ready to move, but froze when I saw the barrel of the machine gun and just watched Seryoga's back. What the hell can you do? Allocate a room! Comrade General nodded to us. And these, a clumsy gesture towards the pixies. Put them on rations! Half an hour later, we were settling into a dry semi-basement in the center of the military town, pulling out old Cold War-era junk from it. Shelves with faded documents, dried-out gas masks, and other things that had somehow survived perestroika, rising from our knees, and other events. We had a toilet with one seat and one eagle place. Cast iron cisterns were placed right under the ceiling, and the wash basin, obviously made later, stood for some reason inside the room. The design was reminiscent of Soviet films of the 50s, but, surprisingly, everything worked. Except that the flush was very noisy. We can put the shower, Ilya confidently noted, putting aside the screwdriver he had been using to disassemble the rack. Next to the sink. And what about the drain? Unlike him, I continue to work without a break. It's nothing, warrant officer, he snorted, reluctantly taking the tool, his palm already rubbed red. I'm telling you honestly, I'm not promising a European quality renovation, but in the same style, no more than 5 hours of work. If only there were materials and no one to interfere. Hello! Hello! A squeaky voice sounded right next to my ear, and I turned around, seeing Natalia with 2 huge plastic bags. By the way, her bruise is almost healed. First one appeared, and then a whole flock of the same ones filled the basement, all with loaded bags. Calling to each other in squeaky voices, they flew around the ceiling like funny-shaped balloons. How did the sentry let you through? I asked sternly, but the girl seemed not to understand the question, or simply pretended to complain about the bad air and the fool of a general. It stinks, ugh. She was indignant, speaking either about the general or about the famous Lipetsk air, which can not only be seen, but also felt. And he didn't give me any candy. Greedy. What's this? I asked, pointing at the bags. The candies, she smiled contentedly. You took them yourself. I didn't say we were friends, she explained with resentment, shrugging her plump shoulders. "But you can take from an enemy. It's prey." He rubbed the bridge of his nose thoughtfully, but he absolutely didn't want to argue. "Explain to these girls what the army and subordination are. To hell with such joy." "They'll warm up," Slava calmly remarked, stroking the squeaky miracle's back. The girl melted and rolled her eyes, arching her back under his fingers. "They'll warm it up," I agree with him, although the upcoming troubles are still not completely unimportant. This is the case when the boss already has a long list of your real and imaginary offenses, and adding one more ceases to cause fear. Having given me a bag of cheap caramels and leaving a farewell, unusually slobbery and sincere kiss on the cheek, Perles slipped out the window. The whole flock rushed after her. Amazingly, the frequent metal grating freely let through not only the cute little monsters, but also rather large bags. And they said that cold iron is a barrier to evil spirits. "Come visit," squeaked Charming, and all the pixies shouted joyfully, promising to show something interesting. "Be friends." Even, she fell silent, clearly overcoming herself. "Even without sweets, come. Just like that. We'll treat you." They sparkled and seemed to dissolve into the air, looking away. "That's the story," I said thoughtfully, turning to the guys. "Okay, why are we standing here? Who are we waiting for?" Should I run away? The persistent thought flashed through my head again. I should have stayed on Opitnaya when they offered. But who the hell knew? "That's it, guys," I clapped my hands. "The hand-to-hand combat is over for today. Put on your armor, take your staves apart, and pair up. Glory, with me, into the basic stance and stop." I went to the computer, found a training video tutorial from YouTube that someone from the special department had downloaded, and brought it up on the TV screen that was hanging on the wall. The video itself was far from the best quality, and I would have preferred to find more decent information, but alas, we do not have access to the internet. Formally, this is due to secrecy, but in reality, the difference between us and the prisoners is almost imperceptible. We live in virtual isolation, communication is strictly limited, and the only difference is that we do not work hard but train 3 times a day. That's all the elite. The officers have meals, beds are not in the barracks, but in separate small rooms that were quickly separated in the same semi-basement, and other such trifles. For a person accustomed to ordinary life, this seems insignificant. But for a conscript, such trifles are of great importance. After spending several months in the barracks, under constant pressure from the team, where you need to be the same as everyone else, even the opportunity to wear a hat slightly askew becomes valuable. You already begin to stand out. You stop being part of the gray mass in the digital. You become special. And the generals, special agents, and other jackals understand this whole situation very well, understand everything on a subtle level, and skillfully manipulate, testing divide and rule. My guys are smart and understand all this psychological pressure, but nevertheless, these techniques work without fail. When the guys are training, and their fellow soldiers are doing repairs in the basement under the supervision of an officer, accompanied by obscene expressions and strong curses, the feeling of special selectness manifests itself by itself, no matter how much you deny it. On the other hand, this gives rise to a feeling of envy, especially when the attractive girls from the officers' mess bring us food. At the age of 18 to 20, such moments are perceived very acutely. I need to get out of here. The persistent thought came to mind once again. But how? I have no desire to play invisible without the ability to save, and even though bloody kendering adds bonuses to hacking and other thief skills, no one taught me this. Opening a lock or, say, sawing through a grate in a semi-basement window is not a difficult task. Special criminal skills are not required. Simple metalworking skills are enough.
What to do with the alarm? I've never studied this subject. I don't even know where to start. Sentries? I'm not sure I'll be able to sneak up behind them, and I doubt I'll be able to eliminate them silently. It's best to avoid bloodshed. After all, there's a difference between being followed by orders and being pursued with hatred. We are only given weapons at shooting ranges, and getting into the weapons room is a real challenge. Running around the city at night with a piece of rebar is not an option. Although, on the other hand, the thought increasingly comes that this path is preferable to serving under the leadership of a commando general. At least here, there is a greater chance of survival. "You're a damn," came from the door. "Go." Major Parakin, the deputy military commandant of the garrison, burst into the gym. A strong, somewhat dim-witted fellow with the manner of a stubborn teenager who had never really grown up. "Oh my God," he blurted out, instead of a greeting. "Why are you standing around doing nothing? The general has already declared combat alert, and you're ignoring his orders? Rise, I say." "General, of course orders are more important," I tried to fight back. "Besides, we are also subordinate to a special department." "Don't you dare argue." He stared at me with his small, fat-filled eyes, turning out his lower lip and showing his yellow teeth. "Isn't a combat alert a reason for you to act?" A thick hand slapped loudly on the holster with Stechkin's pistol, and I immediately understood what was going on. He's big, but flabby, and looks tired. Although he thinks he's important.
A punch to the arm to take away the holster, a sore inner thigh, and a jumping knee to the jaw. "Got it, Major," I replied and turned to the guys. "Did you hear? Let's get ready quickly." "Only, Major?" I again addressed Parakin, whose hairy nostrils flared at my agreement. "You're all different from people," he hissed irritably. "Come on, get dressed." His gait and scent became more confident and assertive. With his chest tense and his lower chest drooping with age, he tapped his foot impatiently on the floor, waiting for us to change. "This is a real alpha," flashed through my mind. "Take dry rations," I quietly ordered the guys, pointing with my gaze at the cabinet where all sorts of tasty things are stored, "for at least 7 days. Remember? Carry out." The conscript's eyes lit up, and Ilya swelled up. He wanted to speak out, but he kept quiet, and thank God. It wasn't the right moment. I would have hit him on the head just for trying to open his mouth. "Ready?" Parakin squinted, pulling a large cigar out of his breast pocket and lighting it with a huge gold gypsy-style lighter. "Let's go." "Major Sergei is in good shape," I say with a smile, gesturing for the guys to shut up and follow me. "Come on, damn it." Parakin exploded with a cigar in his mouth, holding his hand on his holster and looking like a gypsy drug lord. All of these cigars, gold lighters and Longines watch, look ridiculous on him, turning him into a funny character from an operetta. "Alarm, damn it!" The duty officer opened the armory, and I took not only the machine gun and pistol as required, but also a shotgun, which no one particularly paid attention to, or simply did not attach any importance to. I am not the only one carrying around a cold weapon and several guns, like a cartoon pirate. For shootouts with rival gangs, we have nothing better than a Kalashnikov, and it is preferable to kill with buckshot or a spear. The image of a fully equipped soldier sometimes comes out quite unexpectedly. But what can you do? Fortunately, the guys are increasingly moving around in cars, not on foot, so it's bearable. "Why are you so slow?" Parakin persisted, moving his cigar from one corner of his drooling mouth to the other. "Hurry up, damn it. The general himself has already set out for the operation, and you seem to be rooted to the asphalt."
"A fool with initiative is much more dangerous than just a fool,"
Slavka muttered, adjusting his heavy backpack. And then, the sawed-off pistol-type shotgun that hung on his right side in his home holster. "Well, yes." I shook my head, looking at Parakin,
who was gathering all the disobedient ones. "An order from the general himself!" he shouted, opening his mouth so wide that the thought flashed through my cynical mind. To fall like that, you could lose a couple of lives. All of them, damn it.
What, lady, are you going to violate military regulations? Not far from the gates, a large group of armed bitches from non-combatants had gathered, seething and not fully understanding what exactly they were supposed to do. It turned out that our task was to comb the area in search of saboteurs from NLMK. "What the hell is all this for?" said out loud an old captain from the mobilized teachers of the Polytechnic Institute, who was thrown out of the gate with a short-barreled weapon in his hands. "Our place is not here, to be honest. This is for real professionals, and we are game here." "Now it's clear," said an elderly warrant officer standing nearby who had retired under Yeltsin quietly. "The general himself is participating in the operation, then everything makes sense." There was not a drop of irony or sarcasm in his voice. For a man accustomed to service, everything was obvious and did not require explanation.
"But I don't understand at all," Ilya whispered. "What do you say, senior warrant officer?" I sighed. "Logic. Why exactly B?" Ilya didn't understand, blinking frequently. "Because it's military," Slavka interjected for me. "Understand, ensign." "Yes." Meanwhile, they began to distribute us into squads, assigning tasks, and I was completely focused. "Go along Zagel, through the courtyards on the right side. You'll meet at the Bank of Russia. From the Chkalov Aviation Center to the 6th Polyclinic, then along Ignatieva. The heart beats in the chest like an African drum, as if it wants to break out of the throat. Ilya tries to ask something, but Slavka, well done, immediately shuts him up. "I'm after Gagarin." "Got it, Major." Waving my hand, I began to make my way to the special officer, who was about to go along Gagarin. "Yevgenov, damn it," he muttered in surprise. "What the hell are you doing?" "I told you. You only answer to me and Comrade General." "The same as everyone else. I understand, Major." I answered a little cheekily. But at that moment it was possible. The deputy military commandant ordered the weapons. "What a fool." The security officer growled through his teeth. "Okay. Stay behind me." "Yes, Major." "And how many weapons do you have?" He frowned, skillfully using the toe of his boot to knock down the shield that was hanging on the back of my backpack. "Why did you hang all this on yourself?" "My fault." The deputy military commandant ordered to take everything without explaining the purpose. "You're a fool," the security officer repeated, nervously twisting his neck, which had turned red from the tension. "Okay. Let's go to the armor." "Yes, Major," I answered cheerfully. "Did you hear, guys? We, as much as possible, quickly rushed to the armored personnel carrier, climbed inside the troop compartment, and settled in there with at least some comfort."
"Damn, I almost threw my back out," complained Slavka, shaking his shoulders from which the heavy loads had finally been removed. "It's hard to run with a backpack." "Why did you come here?" The personal security officer was surprised, looking in on us. "What, were you listening to the Major for God knows how?" "What kind of idiots?" "On the armor! There's nothing for you to do here. Get out!" I remained silent, picked up my backpack, and showed the soldiers by my example that it was time to carry out the order. "Bastard," Ilya muttered quietly, struggling to throw his backpack onto the armor. I silently clenched my fist, and he immediately fell silent. "Have you driven in armor?" asked the crew commander, a contract sergeant of average height, a little over 30, who had arrived just in time. "Not a chance," we replied. "I see," he nodded, explaining to us how to behave correctly, and other subtleties. "I'm not going to race," he said, taking out his cigarettes. "But if anything happens, no offense. I understand. You're not a child." I also took out a cigarette.
I took the cigarillos on the occasion. Want a smoke? Let's... We took a few drags each, silently looking around the area. So, you say you worked at headquarters. He suddenly began to speak quietly. Uh-huh. I nodded. Lyoka! He extended his strong hand. Volodya! We shook hands without any stupid game of handshake. You did the right thing by not messing with Aslamov. He nodded towards the officer. A real scoundrel. It was clear at first glance. I agreed with a nod. Let's go! The security officer ordered briefly, climbing into the landing compartment. Forward! Yes, forward, Comrade Major! The contract soldier answered, deftly jumping into the car and starting the engine. A quick start, a right turn, and we drove out onto Gagarin Street, through Aviatorov Square. We moved in a column consisting of an armored personnel carrier, a Kamaz with fighters and 2 cars, pressing tightly to one side of the road, then to the other. Sometimes the column drove into courtyards, after which we received an order and we, bending over, ran through the entrances, understanding a little what was happening. As always, Anwar breathed heavily, changing into armor and putting his left hand into the straps of a shield made of several layers of plywood. I'm tanking, right? All that's left is to find a healer and a mage, Ilya muttered quietly, putting on similar armor, soaked in sweat. We already have our own thief. Chatter. I stopped the conversation because to have such conversations near our special agent means to invite trouble. He is a scoundrel. He likes to arrange provocations. He sends someone to talk or something else in this spirit. And this is not just a job. It is a calling and character. The Middle Ages. We are already using battering rams. Soon, we will get to arc-ballistas and trebuchets. There are fewer and fewer shots, because the undead are no longer as thoughtless as they were in the very first days. They seem to have some sense. They try not to attack the squads. They are careful. Of course, there are clashes from time to time, and at such moments, protection in the form of armor and shields becomes a primary necessity. The heat is unbearable. It does not subside. But there is no choice. I really want to live, and not just exist in some other form of life, or a half-dead state. It does not matter. There are rumors that there are cases when the wounded do not turn into zombies. Scientists have tried to find a way out. Or maybe some people miraculously developed immunity, but opinions on this matter vary greatly. However, I prefer to put on armor, especially when I have to examine entrances and basements. Over time, the behavior of the dead increasingly resembles the actions of top predators. They begin to merge into the urban ecosystem. In appearance, they are also real predators. Teeth, claws, spiky tails. And now, it has come to the division of hunting territories and conflicts. And I really hope that it will not come to showdowns for females and the emergence of new forms of alternative life. On the other hand, mutations continue, and some of the zombies have long been comparable in their threat level to wolverines or large Nile crocodiles, rather than just hyenas. It seems that there are still many surprises ahead. There are many rumors, and it is sometimes difficult to figure out where the truth is and where the fiction is. Sometimes you listen, and it seems like a complete mess. But then you remember the dungeon, and everything falls into place. After my return, I did not take part in the purges, and my circle of contacts is very narrow. We live as if in captivity. Therefore, it is difficult to form your own opinion. And trying to analyze this terrible situation based on indirect information can get you confused for a long time. Sometimes human faces flash in the windows and curtains flutter, but there is not a soul on the streets. It is clear that there is an anxious mood. Everyone is tense. However, the House committees are in no hurry to join the raids, which, in my opinion, is quite understandable and justified. What kind of people are these, damn it? Aslamov was hypocritically indignant, standing by the armored personnel carrier with a cigarette. They don't want to help their defenders. Incorrigible fools. A crowd, so that's what the defenders are like, Anvar said with a sly smile, moving his lips without making a sound. That's right. Why do they need these futile squabbles? Slavka answered quietly. The war was equal. Two worthless people fought.
Ilya chuckled nervously and muttered something of his own, unintelligible due to the roaring engine of the armored personnel carrier.
Falcon, Falcon, here is Eagle. Do you hear me?
A voice sounded over the radio on the major's belt.
I am Sokol. I hear you. Oriol.
Marshenko replied, not paying any attention to us. After some brief negotiations, one of the escort vehicles, a closed Kamaz with fighters, headed to the 2nd Regional Hospital. A few minutes later, an Audi with 3 soldiers moved towards the 44th Lyceum, and the special officer's face noticeably relaxed. The radio started to sound again.
Sokol, Sokol, here is Oriol. Do you hear him?
I am Falcon. I hear you, Eagle. They said a secret word, and the officer, casting a sideways glance at us, stepped aside. I strained my ears, but couldn't make out anything. The major spoke briefly with the trusted fighters from the BMW and sent them to the right.
I watch as a passenger car disappears around the corner. Exhale deeply and, trying not to look at the officer, take out a cigarette and light it. Blowing out smoke with narrowed eyes, I lean on a long object, expressing absolute calm. Another drag. I shake off the ash, change my position a little. Now or never. My heart is pounding like it has never done in my entire life. My pulse is almost 200. I am immediately covered in sweat, as if I had entered a steam room in full force. The adrenaline is increased by invisible observers hiding behind the curtains. Turning the object around, I deliver a classic lunge, and the blow reaches the officer's temple with a crunch. Dead, flashed the thought. I let go of the object and am already walking towards Aslamov with my mouth open, taking the knife out of the sheath on my right hip. Strike, another strike, then twice more. Ready. I exhale, holding my falling body. Damn. Slavka looks at me, convulsively moving his throat.
How are you? Will you stay here? I ask with my lips, sitting down next to the body and wiping my hands on the dead man's clothes. To hell with him, Ilya answered for everyone. That's how it is. He sharply ran the edge of his palm across my throat and Anwar nodded in agreement, carefully jumping onto the armor. I followed him. Alexei, I call through the hatch. Let's have a smoke? Come on, it's your turn to smoke. The sergeant pulled himself up, sat down on the armor and quickly assessed the situation. Wow, what a sight. Will you come with us or on foot? I asked in such a way that there would be no hint of violence. A tense spasm ran across his face. I took an oath to serve Russia, and in our country people are considered legitimate, not a colonel who has gone crazy. What are your plans? Experienced, I shrugged. I see. The sergeant thought for a moment. A federal republic? Okay, with you. It's not that we don't trust you. I smiled and the contractor smiled back. But for the sake of everyone's peace of mind, let's agree on everything in advance, so that there won't be any misunderstandings later. Only the driver will remain in the armor. The hatches will be slightly open. He showed the RGD grenade, which was still in service with the Russian army, and continued. Let's go to Apitnaya, and then decide for yourself where it's best to go. Maybe you have your own business at the military airfield, or you'll go to Traktorny. Here. He shook the grenade in his hand. I can give it to you as a token of gratitude. I won't refuse. The sergeant grinned, and turning his back to us, shouted into the hatch. "Come out, guys." "Holy cow," said the tall corporal, who jumped out and almost stepped on Marchenko. Swallowing slightly, he looked with particular attention at my owl, sticking out of my temple like a flagpole. "Damn," the freckled private exhaled, looking at the commander with reproach. "An argument," he replied, gesturing with his eyes at the grenade in my hand. "Exactly the same," the private agreed, swallowing his words. "And what should we do now?" Having repeated to them about Opitnaya, the guys clearly calmed down in anticipation of the worst. "We are with you," they said at the same time, exchanging glances. "Personally, I didn't have it so bad in the military town," added the corporal, frankly. "But after this incident, I have only one path: to the penal battalion." "Best case scenario," the private confirmed. Overcoming the sudden disgust, they searched the bodies, and, for now I forgot, he suddenly pulled out the owl with force and cut off Islamov's head. And just in case, to the special officer, "This guy is so vile that a stake through his heart wouldn't hurt him," I explained my actions. No one was outraged. They were used to such methods. "Let me lay down some polyethylene," Leonid suggested in a business-like manner. "We'll throw the bodies into the landing compartment, and then throw them out along the way to confuse the investigation." "Yeah, Ka." They loaded the bodies, carefully swept away the traces of blood on the ground, as best they could. I really hope that the observers won't run to the special department officers who are looking for the superiors. No. Without thinking twice, we moved through Shkatova in the direction of Opitnaya, having stopped briefly at the Sokol Community Center. We threw the naked bodies into the bushes, and I decided to take the heads with me. The reasons are not entirely clear, either for a report to the Opitnaya management or as hunting trophies that will take a place above the fireplace. Stancyonnaya, Polevaya, Zheleznikova, Boyevoy Proezd. My soul felt lighter, and I had almost relaxed when an armored personnel carrier unexpectedly shot down and knocked someone down, stopping abruptly so that I almost fell off the armor, miraculously holding on and paying for it with a dislocated wrist. "Fucking hell!" I screamed, giving in to my emotions. "Fuck, I'll be there, warrant officer." The driver immediately showed his head from the hatch, looking fearfully at the grenade in my hand. "He wasn't on the road." "What the fuck?" Anvar tumbled out of the APC with his machine gun at the ready, deftly, albeit senselessly, rolling across the asphalt, and headed towards the roadside bushes with his gun aimed. "A dead man, probably," said the driver. "Exactly. Who else?" "Let's think positively." I glanced at the 14th school visible from the road, desperately hoping that this was not a local idiot who decided to take a shortcut, but a real zombie. "In armor?" I asked sarcastically. Jumping off the armor, not listening to the driver. "So what? If you were bitten in the armor?" He followed me and made some ridiculous excuses. Approaching the body, I wanted to turn the broken head with my boot, but I remembered in time that the APC crew were neither subordinates nor comrades to me, and disrespect for the dead could backfire on me if he was a local. The driver, unlike me, showed neither respect for the dead nor caution, and did the dirty work for me. "What kind of Pokemon is this?" I blurted out. For a moment it seemed as if I was in a dungeon again, but around me was the familiar picture of the Lipetsk outskirts, practically unchanged since the beginning of the apocalypse. "What's up, Ensign?" Slavka asked. "I told you, he's not from around here!" The driver breathed a sigh of relief. "Look!" Taking his cleaver out of its sheath, he chopped off the head with a familiar movement and lifted it by the hair,
demonstrating it without the slightest disgust.
Wow!
The private exclaimed with delight, beaming with joy at his double success. He finally shot down a non-local and an elf, damn it! Well, well, Ilya muttered, and I remained silent, although my thoughts were similar, crudely laconic. Part of the skull was missing, the face was badly scratched by the asphalt, but an elf. A real, damn it, elf. So, what does this mean? Slavka began. Is the whole planet like this now? A game? Dungeons, quests, parties, right? Elves, damn it! The private beamed with stupid joy, admiring the severed head. No one else has ever received such a trophy. I'll upload it to YouTube now. So that means we are players? Slavka continued, looking thoughtfully at the portal that appeared half a meter above the cracked asphalt. You! The elf in a loincloth who came out of the portal was indignant. NPCs! He turned to the driver, still holding the severed head in his hands.
And now they've taken my head off, he hissed like a snake, revealing shiny white teeth that resembled predators from ancient legends. The hands themselves pulled the pin from the grenade, but the elf, as deftly as a snake, intercepted it right in front of his face, smirking with contempt, and raised his fist to his forehead. Explosion, and the road was covered with drops of blood, and the headless body, after standing for a few seconds, collapsed onto the asphalt. This is outrageous, Lyaka said with coldness in his voice. His face was devoid of any emotion, reminiscent of a stone wall. That's how it is, huh? You can't believe it? Almost immediately the phone rang. It was Mom, and he gestured for the boys to be quiet. Not now, we'll talk later. Yes, Mom, hi. Hi, Vova, how are you? I glanced at the headless body and the still glowing portal above the asphalt. It's okay, Mom, it's really okay. I realized my responsibility, the extent of my actions, the depth of what is happening. And I ask to direct me to this war. Author L.A. Filatov, Chapter 7. Holy cow! The huge wooden door swung open with a bang, and the driver flew into the conference room of the 1st Judicial District, without raising his head, which was cut short and covered in beads of sweat. He was holding the tablet to his stomach. Mechanically, he slammed the door with a tight closer with his elbow, straightened up, and addressed those present. Guys, can you imagine? When he saw me, he straightened up like a frozen, idol-like figure. Excuse me, Sergeant. The driver's face immediately became formal, almost stupid, and I felt unpleasant, and somehow awkward. Roos, we're not in the army anymore, I grimaced, realizing that the subordination skills I'd learned at the training center weren't so easy to throw out of my head. Volodya or Vova, whichever you prefer. Yes, Comrade Vova, Ruslan said with his usual gesture of respect, and then became embarrassed, blushing to the roots of his hair and awkwardly hiding his guilty hand behind his back. At the same time, the tablet, which remained in his other hand at chest level, gave the whole picture a funny shade. Comrade Vova, Slavka grinned nastily, stretching out on a chair and looking at me with a defiant squint. Anvar chimed in, making sounds similar to grunting, and Ilya quietly laughed, trying to say something, but the laughter that got into his throat prevented him from saying the words. Funny jokes? I raised an eyebrow, and even the usually serious Lyoka began to laugh, exchanging glances with Mishka, the one responsible for the sights. Lyoka looked at me, then at Ruslan, who was hesitating between the desire to joke and a sense of duty, and burst out laughing again. And you too, damn it? I asked him in a hopeless voice, which made the laughter almost hysterical. And I clearly understood that the nickname Comrade Vova was now mine, and not just in a narrow circle. However, looking at Ilya's shining eyes, it was clear that this story was spreading much wider, and Anwar with him.
This trio, despite all their peculiarities, complement each other perfectly. Very different guys, but at the same time true friends, familiar even before going to the dungeon. Bitches! I couldn't help myself and started laughing. Of course, of course. If something like this had happened to someone else, I would have been the first to run and tell everyone about Comrade Vova. Okay, said Lyoka, wiping away his tears. What's wrong with that? Here. Ruslan fiddled with the tablet for a few seconds, then turned the screen towards us and declared, I posted some elf stuff on YouTube and then, holy shit, it's only been an hour. A little more than 2, Mishka automatically corrected him, looking at the screen of his phone. Who cares? Ruslan waved his hand. My fault. I don't give a shit, nodded Lyoka. Go on. Yes, yes. Ruslan still couldn't fully understand the meaning of early demobilization and couldn't shake off yesterday's mood. Here, a little over 200,000 views, can you imagine? Not bad, Ilya agreed, but then added, not bad, this is fucking awesome. How many people are left? About every 20th? And the internet isn't preserved everywhere. This is a fucking sensation, a total hit. Fuck. It's a sensation, Slavka agreed, frowning. But just what? Ruslan asked impatiently, all in dreams of popularity and glory that suddenly appeared on the ruins of a dying civilization. Why he needed it, he didn't know exactly. But hype. Yeah, who the hell knows? Slavka shrugged uncertainly. Maybe the offended long-eared one will start taking revenge. Fuck him. I waved it off decisively. With these pussies. What about the pussy? Lyoka asked in surprise, leaning forward and stretching his neck with new cuts from shaving. Yeah, if we're like NPCs, then pissy. Anwar laughed belatedly, his teeth sticking out too wide as if he had 44 teeth instead of 32. The laughter was tense and nervous because the situation really was ambiguous. I don't care, I said even more confidently. If we're NPCs, which I personally don't believe. Slavka interrupted me sharply, jumping up from his chair and keeping it from falling at the last moment. The universe could be a hologram. At least that's the theory physicists have. Then these long-eared pussies are just holographic creatures like us, and the difference between us is only in the relative density of our material illusion. I do not support the idea of the artificial origin of the world and the universe, he continued, excitedly walking in front of us like a professor at a lecture. But, I repeat, if this is so, the difference between us is in the degree of density of illusions. And I cannot consider myself or our civilization a computer program because of the colossal, one might even say excessive, complexity of our world. We would easily pass the conditional Turing test. And also, Slavka stopped and squinted, as if watching through the mass sight of enemies. Can you imagine a civilization capable of creating entire universes with codes? Damn it, their toys would be much more interesting. Your version? I asked, trying to remain calm while fighting the urge to bite my nails. We can assume that there is a civilization from a more compact layer of the hologram, and it is not much better than us in terms of development. Slavka explained without hesitation. Thanks to their increased density, they are able to influence less dense universes. Probably, he emphasized, we ourselves became the result of the activity of a certain architect of the universe. But this being is definitely much higher in status, and these, Slavka smiled maliciously, the invaders. Have you said everything? I interrupted him, deliberately destroying the majestic mood. We wouldn't want to make blood oaths now, promising to drive out the enslavers. Well, yes, Slavka stuttered, a little confused. If, I emphasized my voice, we are NPCs and they are players. Don't interrupt me. I don't reject your hypothesis. These creatures invaded the less dense layers of this holograms. Ilya helped. Rewrote the codes of our universe. I nodded gratefully to him. Or maybe not. It's not that important. Let's call them better. Hackers. They are capable of intentionally hacking neighboring layers of the universe, or they sincerely believe that they created us. The second seems unlikely, but specialists know the details, and it's easier for ordinary people to perceive us as a product of artificial intelligence. In any case, the logic of their actions is unlikely to be much different from ours, I summed up. Is it? Probably, Leoka agreed. Otherwise, the whole idea of the game loses its meaning. Well, Slavka began, that's not necessarily true. I admit that their civilizational thinking is partly similar to ours, but in key aspects it's very different. And why then? Objected Leoka. If they, in fact, they programmed it. Anwar intervened gloomily, breathing heavily and muttering something clearly not very pleasant in his own language. They programmed it. The sergeant agreed with obvious difficulty. That means they did it for themselves. Then the Earth, our legends and so on, are more likely a reflection of their world.
Aesir, Vanir, elves, Olympian gods! Ilya quickly shouted, and the sergeant nodded in confirmation.
If they belong to a neighboring, denser dimension, then they were clearly looking for a world at least remotely similar to their own.
After a short pause, Leoka said, frowning,
So that the average user would not need intellectual sophistication. And this long-eared one certainly does not look like a university professor who conducts virtual ethnographic experiments with primitive tribes.
A vulgar gopnik, Ilya chuckled.
What about zombies?
Mishka wondered.
How do they fit into these theories?
Excellent, I answered with false confidence. Vladislav's theories support this. If hackers wanted to arrange a zombie apocalypse, they could have come up with more original options. But what we got, oddly enough, although an apocalyptic situation, is not quite cinematic.
Any game master can come up with a more exciting plot. Honestly, I could have come up with something more interesting. So what do the goblin locations look like in the zombie apocalypse world? I ask excitedly. It looks like these damn hackers screwed up our world and are now inserting fragments from other, already broken worlds into it. Whether directly or through code, it doesn't matter. In general, yes, Slava answered, stopping biting his lips. Zombies are a program failure during the clearing of space on the hard drive of the universe, and we, the survivors, are NPCs, so that the good does not go to waste. But, he tapped his head lightly with his bent index finger. Someone adjusted the settings. It's easier than creating original, colorful characters from scratch. Probably. An option? I agree. Goblins, for example, could be real or once existed. It doesn't matter. Instead of using AI to write each hero individually, or turning NPCs into primitive creatures, they simply copied a real character and pasted him, and if necessary, slightly corrected the memories. Isn't it simpler? Not a masterpiece of world literature with exorbitant fees, so to speak, but just a cheap rewrite. I agree, Slava nodded, his face now resembling a wax mask before death. This fits perfectly with my hypothesis. What should we do now? Asked Anwar, whose eyes showed mortal sadness. At that moment, he remembered that all of this cheerful guy's relatives had died. What should I do? I scratched my nose thoughtfully, trying to somehow formulate the goal. Anything to get rid of the thoughts about the meaninglessness of my existence as part of a computer program and the desire to put a bullet in my forehead. In the end, I said, live first. Just live. Swift and chaotic thoughts rushed into my head. I hurried, afraid of losing the essence of what was happening. Remember the dungeon guys? He quickly glanced at his comrades. Lyoka and his friends were already aware of our adventures, but only superficially and very briefly. There was no time to discuss it on the way, and then so much happened that there was simply no room for conversation. We entered the dungeon, but left the location, I emphasized, trying to give the words more significance, although I could not find an exact expression of the thought. In my head, there was only a feeling that this was extremely important, as if I had caught something key in our entire adventure. "Hacked!" Slava suddenly cried out, perking up. "Exactly! Earth is currently in the debugging stage, it turns out. Big-eared Dick! It looks like he's a beta tester. I'll take a look now." He immersed himself in his phone, and a minute later reported, "Yes, other players have already registered too. There aren't many of them, so it's most likely true. Beta testers. We definitely have a few days, weeks, or even months before the mass arrival of players." "So it turns out that Ilya began. "Viruses," Ruslan added gloomily, nervously biting his nails. "Trojans," Slavka interrupted him sharply. "Not viruses." "What difference does it make?" the guy answered indifferently. "Enormous," Slava straightened up with enthusiasm. "We are the descendants of the great human Troy, which fell under the onslaught of more powerful forces. But it was the heirs of the defeated Trojans who laid the foundations of Rome. The city fell, but we are alive, and our era will come." "Well, you're going too far," I shook my head, cutting off the pathos of the moment. "Although there really is something similar in all this. Your theory probably has a lot of controversial details, but to accept it as a basis, I'd like to discuss this with scientists." "Wait a bit." He exchanged glances with Slava and Lyoka. "Are you sure there's a computer in the building?" "There are even several of them," Anvar responded. "Will we edit and edit? If anything, I can help. I even had to shoot music videos." "Wow," Mishka was surprised. "What's surprising about that?" Kavkazets didn't understand the bewilderment. "And you think a brother is a fighter and all that? That's a stereotype. In fact, editing clips isn't that difficult. If you have a head on your shoulders and a desire to figure it out, you can master the basics in 6 months to a year. A professional level is more difficult and requires talent. Do you have one?" Mishka narrowed his eyes sarcastically. "It's enough to edit a video," the Caucasian replied, smiling slightly, not giving in to the teasing. "Okay, let's go. I give the go-ahead in the role of the leader of our small detachment, and go out into the street, where the guys from Opitnaya are on guard duty. This policy... It's a little nerve-wracking to leave the APC in strangers' hands like this, but there's no choice. The Mafinka is not mine, but the guys are good guys, think about everything themselves. And they have absolutely no desire to be responsible for it. Alexei has relatives, friends and former colleagues here. If the sergeant wanted to show openness and transparency, so be it. I think the sergeant went a bit overboard with this political and diplomatic nonsense, but who am I to interfere in someone else's fate? The only thing I noted in my mind was that I don't want him in my unit, and if I have to fight side by side, I should remember about such strange political quirks. He seems like a normal man, but, shaking my head, I drive away the bad thoughts. Right now, I don't give a damn about anything. If Alexei, nicknamed Daddy, turns out to be right, then he's a good man. Let the locals deceive him with baits like peace, friendship, chewing gum, perestroika. Take away his armored personnel carrier under the pretext of democracy, openness, and war communism with common property. I personally won't lose a penny. Nothing at all. The only thing that worries me is whether they will give me a green card at Opitnaya or send me far away. I am not afraid at all of what they will give the general there, that's for sure. They called him Pederalissimo here. They sincerely hate him from the bottom of their hearts, all the working people. Reconciliation in the coming weeks or even months is not expected under any pretext. Maslachenko, having seized power in the military town, almost first of all went to the aerodrome and was going to establish control through Opitnaya. Generalissimo did not advance far, getting stuck at the intersection of Boyvoy Proezd and Lebedyanskaya Street. There was little fire from either side, but the failed ruler of all Lipetsk decided to play at being Nazi invaders, with hostages, gallows, and other bloody attributes. In fact, no one was hanged or shot. Most likely, Comrade General only wanted to demonstrate his power in order to intimidate ordinary people. He found a pretext, accused the locals of provocation, and apparently expected to arrange negotiations, during which the crowd would recognize his right to administer justice, execution, and mercy, calling him to power. However, the residents were not the ones inclined to fulfill someone's voluntaristic whims. No one bowed down to the new master, and openly went mad at the sight of the gallows. For the Comrade General, this was an unexpected blow. Not come and rule us, but real popular rage swept away his plans and covered his camouflaged back with strong anger. When an elderly woman, a former primary school teacher, died of a heart attack while being held with her hands tied behind her back under the gallows, the drag general's plans finally collapsed. An hour later, Opitnaya's militia fighters, with the help of Aerodrome, drove him out, and according to witnesses, no prisoners were taken in this fight. Communication did not start, first delimiting the territory in fact, and then officially with the help of Sokolsky's mediation. Maslachenko did not attach much importance to this border incident at first, considering it a fleeting moment. It turned out that it was in vain that the dead teacher destroyed his hope for the unification of all patriotic forces under the command of this general. Check, the guard standing by the armored personnel carrier with a machine gun in his hands and flashing a light, asked me with a cheerful smile, "Oh, come on." I shrugged and took a drag on my smoke. I don't care. I'm not a military man and I never wanted to make a career in the army. I'm responsible for my guys. I brought them here, and then let them decide for themselves what to do. And these guys seem like normal guys, even though they're just fellow travelers. That's also fair, the worker agreed, not forgetting to inspect the surrounding area. We smoked together. By the way, I started smoking a lot, but it had some strange effect. Tobacco started acting as an energy drink. Theoretically, it's possible, since hobbits have special blood. If in the game, the hobbits never part with their pipes and live long and vigorously, then tobacco gives them strength. That's a fact. Probably. Hello, namesake. A familiar guy with tattoos greeted from afar, approaching the front door. Been waiting? Just a little more. I shook his hand. It's clear that there is no extradition from the Don. But there are some nuances. Haha, that's right, he laughed, rustling the wrapper of a cheap lollipop. Okay, call your own. Yes, I didn't go far. I went up to the window with bars, which turned out to be wide open because of the heat, and called the guys. In short, the guy with a crooked gait to my right was telling me as he walked, "Everything is fine." There were no extraditions from the Don. Your guys gave them a real beating. Real guys, no deception or tricks, and the rest, he shrugged his shoulders, we will discuss at the council. It will include the conditions of your further stay and what we agree to, for the sake of your acceptance, and much more. Aren't you afraid of conflicting with the general because of us? Asked Ruslan, and I involuntarily rolled my eyes. What a funny guy. Sometimes shy, sometimes he blurts out something unnecessary. However, I'm familiar with this type, nothing new. We're not afraid, the guy answered with a smile, understanding my reaction. We're not going to quarrel in this matter, with or without you. We just don't cross the line. But still, Ruslan did not give up. You're still a young guy, my interlocutor grinned. Don't be offended. If you were older, you would understand, without words, that the most dangerous predators among people are those who wore shoulder straps. Gangs of former policemen and security officers behave brazenly. You can't achieve peace with them. Not because we live by thieves' rules, the man smiled again. Now we are talking about common sense. About accumulated experience. You understand?
Ruslan nodded cautiously, but it seemed to me that it was more because he was pleased to have such a confidential conversation with an authoritative person. Experience, repeated the namesake. The security forces and security officers are those who are used to going beyond the limits. They do not shine with honesty in everyday life. And if they have already crossed the line of the law, then they have no breaks at all. It is in their nature. And the military, he spat, is a total disaster. In any country, as soon as they take power, mass shootings and genocide begin. They just don't know how to do it any other way. Understand? That's their nature. Some kind of magic, damn it. Besides, not a single military junta has been able to raise the economy. What about the airfield? Asked the guy. This is a special case. The humpback waved his hand. Firstly, the pilots are more intelligent, and they are a separate category anyway. They have settled in securely. You can't get anything out of them. But they seem to be able to cope with anyone. However, they have a shortage of weapons and fuel, so they don't brandish nuclear weapons. They are stewing in their own juices. Okay, he interrupted the conversation. We've arrived. However, I looked around the schoolyard, where the council had already sat down on the familiar round logs. Why so few? Direct democracy, the namesake chuckled, approaching the log, so that everyone can see and hear who votes and how, and what proposals are put forward. Since there are few people, this format works. Not enough yet, I agreed, trying to imagine how many residents were left in Lipetsk, and how realistic direct democracy was in such conditions. Sit down, ordered a tired woman, no longer young, with a strong smell of sweat and medicine. I am Olga Vladislavovna, the local dentist and the chairwoman of this meeting. This one? I asked, looking closely at the other members of the council, who were looking at me closely. There were about 15 of them, some familiar faces, but most of them were unfamiliar to me, and there were only 3 women. Thoughts about the inability of the female sex, accidentally overheard in internet groups, flashed through my head, but I pushed these absurd ideas away in time. Now is the time when the team needs a strong leader, and his physical strength may be conditional, but noticeable. The time of the specialists will come later. And my gut feeling is that many of those sitting here are being demoted several notches. For now, these are the alpha males, the unexpected field commanders, and a few true professionals who possess either exceptional skill and therefore fame, or outstanding leadership skills that go along with professionalism. It's too early to build real alliances, comes the revelation. Despite the fact that serious alliances with the participants here are still far away, I mentally note this as an important observation. The choice is made by lot, came the answer from Petrov after a short pause. Before each meeting. First of all, Vladimir Nikolaevich, the woman said calmly, I want to assure you that handing you over to the general, she twisted her face into such an expressive grimace that the imagination drew a curious scene. As if a box with unpleasant contents had been placed under her nose,
offering to evaluate it by organoleptic methods. She coughed lightly, slightly tilted her head, trying to hide an inappropriate smile. There's no more, we won't do that in any case. I have already explained, Olga Vladislavovna. The man with the lumpy figure said, squinting from the bright sun, briefly and clearly. There will be no extradition from the Don. Even more simply, the woman answered calmly. And, by the way, this proverb suits the situation perfectly. We spontaneously developed a certain form of Cossack assembly, with elected atamans and everything else. On the one hand, complete freedom, of course, subject to certain boundaries. On the other hand, strict order during combat operations, service, and similar circumstances. The Federalissimo demanded your surrender, said a young, skinny guy about 17 years old. Despite his age, he looks quite natural in the council, with all the adolescent features, acne, and a voice that has not yet become fully masculine. Turn it on, his namesake grinned. The guy smiled back and took out his tablet. Wow, Ruslan exhaled in admiration. Against the backdrop of the Russian flag, and so many awards. Hero, where is that from? The Turing test is an experiment in which a person engages in a dialogue with an intelligent program, trying to figure out whether he or she is communicating with a computer or a human. The tale of bygone years tells of the summoning of the Varangians under the leadership of Rurik to Rus. The people's cudgel rose in all its terrible and majestic might, paying no attention to anyone's preferences or rules. With simple-minded naivety, but with a certain expediency, it rose and fell, continually stabbing the French until the invasion was completely destroyed. War and Peace by Lev Nikolaevich Tolstoy. The Cossack is being carried away somewhere into the distance, said the hunchback, and laughter began to be heard in the council hall, which grew louder when Federalissimus on the screen began to talk about the patriotism and military glory of the officers. He smells of honor, the bastards, the hunchback said angrily, turning away and spitting on the hot asphalt. I didn't continue. But really, where is the honor and real officers here? After exchanging glances with the guys, I prepared to defend our interests before the Opatnaya Council. We didn't want to be pawns in their game. Thanks, I'm going on a walking voyage. We didn't expect any special advantages, but we had no desire to start from scratch, breaking the established ties of the Lipetsk Brotherhood and connections, which had become a little depressed after the zombie apocalypse. They were local, indigenous, and although every heroic deed had its own witness, it happened in front of the neighbors. And we came with what? Imported heroic deeds. The guys and I decided to stick together as a single brigade, or as Anvar calls it, a free squad. Yes. Shooting or editing is not so important. The main thing is not to get scattered. You shouldn't expect any return from the Don, I said, rubbing the bridge of my nose and taking out a cigarette case with cigarillos, collecting my thoughts. And that's probably a good thing. The political aspect, the inner voice leads thoughts away, and this is not bad. The Federation arose gradually, based on the organization associated with the 14th School, the Rape Research Institute, and the district administration. Later, the private sector and others joined in, largely due to the ideological orientation of the founders. As for the small autonomists clinging to power locally, it is better not to talk about them. If the founders of the Federation were more decisive, about a quarter of the territory would have fallen away at once. Not to mention such small groups as ours, who are fighting not for land, but for friends and relatives. Okay. I cover the pause, take a drag on my cigarette, and blow out the smoke. Let's agree. Great. If not, then we'll move to Traktorny or Sokol, so as not to disturb the owners. Lyoka remained silent, looked thoughtfully, and nodded slowly. He is with us, but not completely. It depends on the circumstances.
We agreed, Kozhevnikova calmly confirmed, opening the video on the tablet and turning the screen towards us. Give! Pixies flashed on the screen. I want it too! I don't understand whether she expected some special reaction from me, or simply decided to appear openly, laying all her cards on the table. After all, in general, it didn't matter. Is this your agency? I shifted lazily. We are aware of the situation with the dungeon, the medic continued. The location of the friendly pixies, I corrected to avoid misunderstandings. Is there a difference between them? She threw me a sharp glance. Yes, croaked the young voice of the youngest member of the council, and not a small one. In a few short words, he explained the difference between a location and a dungeon. Really? Olga Vladislavovna bowed her head slightly and quickly exchanged glances with her colleagues. District Court, she said, unfolding the map on her tablet for greater clarity. See, in the triangle formed by the school, RAPS, and the court precinct, if a problem arises, reinforcements will arrive in 5 minutes at most. The Cossack was walking somewhere into the distance. On his chest hung many medals. For bravery, for victory, for pleasant conversation, for scientific merit, for environmental protection, 2 space awards, the Order of the Warcraft Player, the GTO passing badge, the Technical Inspection Mark, the symbols of the Zhiravlik Pregnant Women's Club, the cloakroom of the Gidrovlik Cultural Center, the AltaVista.com internet resource, the Society of People with Fungus, the captain of the Zarnitsa game, the Gomel Mental Hospital, a snuff box and a fire starter, 8 beer caps, a sign of the Gypsy Dance Festival, a reminder for a crane operator to wear a helmet, a warning to beware of bicycles, a medal in honor of the 38 years of victory, the Order of the RSFSR, the secret Templar distinction, an insert of Leolic Bolic chewing gum, the sign of an anonymous alcoholic, the symbol of the Wine Lovers Club, the emblem of punks made from trash, the SUSE Linux logo, the badge business teams, a mark of the sister city of Tinda, the title of the most experienced driver, the honorary badge, Best Bore Stud, the badge, Honorary Diver, a sticker with an offensive inscription about Putin, an October star, the title, Heroine of Labor, blood type, IP address, and a peace-loving peace sign on a chain. Suddenly the Cossack slipped, and with the medals, bam! Now, all the awards scattered along the highway. Guys, men and women. If you suddenly find somewhere, Order of Glory, Order of Peace, a button with the coat of arms of Algeria, bracelet, can opener, malachite brooch, Red Cross, Peter's Cross, City of Prague, City of Brest, regimental nurse, childhood is a wonderful time, Esperanto, CSKA, personal number of the Forester, cufflinks for military uniforms, the best turner, the exhaust is okay, lose weight in 5 minutes, Youth Club Socknude, KGB, honorary donor, Elena Bonner Private Foundation, Festival of Chechen Fashion, number from Fedoshnode, at least a medal, at least a badge, past the Cossack, and the saboteurs from the military town. I ask, lighting a cigarette and feeling that the zzz here is not accidental. God forbid, Volodya. She was surprised. What saboteurs? There were never any special forces in the military town. There were more officials in uniform and technical specialists there. Olga Vladislavovna is right. The young man chuckled. Before all this nonsense, the guys and I were in a military patriotic club. Nothing special. Regular hand-to-hand combat with NVP. Sometimes we went to play paintball and airsoft. Enough. Wojtek spoke, nodded his head, throwing another caramel into his mouth. They won't stand up to the equipment, but his guys' mobile groups quickly washed them out. What can you say? An ordinary conscript will give in to them in everything. Only they can't handle glasses.
And these are still locals, hee. A few years ago, they were wandering around the gardens, stealing apples, hee. It was... Wojtek smiled warmly. Perhaps the officers know tactics and strategy. In school, they ran like horses and shot like cowboys. Now everything is the other way around, interrupted the senior worker with a rifle on his knees and burst out laughing, opening his holy mouth without embarrassment. Yeah, right. The kid smiled. Even if they knew how to do something before, they've long forgotten it all. Saboteurs won't be able to get through. He gently ran his hand over the fore end of the machine gun. I promise. Let's say, I nod towards Olga Vladislavovna, expressing my readiness for discussion. The building is completely at your disposal, she says in no hurry. All reasonable support with weapons, transport, tools, and equipment, as well as provision of provisions is possible. And in response? In the basements of the registry office, we have a dungeon. Or what is the correct spelling? Location? Thank you, Wojtek. It opened an hour ago, or rather became known, and for now... She shrugged, clearly not knowing what to do, and I had a hard time refraining from promising to do everything immediately and even more. Nothing. We're worried, Volodya. You understand? The volunteers are climbing in and then falling out, Bugor said hoarsely. Incidentally, it turned out to be not just a title, but a nickname. Something to do with the difference in physical abilities, I think. Everyone's physical abilities are normal, a young man of about 30 objected sharply. He was thin, a typical geek in appearance, but he confidently held a sniper rifle, and the Stechkin in the holster on his right side was clearly not for show. There is a special category of nerds who do not strive to prove their point with their fists to a passenger on the bus, do not pump up their muscles in the gym, simply because they are not interested. But they go hiking, overcome rapids, jump with a parachute and fight with swords. And if something serious happens, here's a guy with a sniper rifle who's ready to swallow not just a tooth, but an entire jaw. If there's a conflict between him and Bugor, he'll beat the former criminal and easily leave him behind. It's just that a geek isn't interested in measuring his merits every time over trifles. Then let them be magical. Bugor waved his hand. But we are not discussing science now. Geek grimaced, but when he saw my face with the words 9th grade vocational school written on it, he shut up. Hey, my face is a big liar. People are getting worse, Bugor continued, rubbing his nose. And it's different for everyone, that's the rub. Smart guys, he nodded towards the guy with the rifle. We haven't managed to identify any patterns yet. Some people's blood pressure just skyrockets, while others actually go into delirium tremens. Can you imagine? There are more curious cases, the geek answered venomously. But putting people at risk by using them in experiments is unacceptable, including experimenting on yourself. That's why the geek tolerates the corner, I thought, watching my tattooed comrade. He works for the community, and many of such people's antics can be forgiven. It's wrong, Bugor calmly agreed. But decisions need to be made, and perhaps very quickly. No one knows. Perhaps this is an army of invaders, or maybe it's just a cave with glowing mold, nothing more, nothing less. What should we do now? Just ignore it? Or should we fill the basements with concrete and put tanks on guard at the registry office? You really have tanks? Anwar, who had been silent until then, was surprised. Everything is like in Greece, Bugor answered a little mysteriously. We seem to promise everything on time, without deception and unnecessary problems. Everything necessary, within reasonable limits. The deadlines are pressing, you understand? And you, judging by the stories, know how to confidently move around dungeons and locations. Most likely, the geek interjected. The difference in forces will even out over time, although it's not a fact that it will be completely. but right now it will be difficult without your support. Let's do it this way. I exchanged glances with the guys and saw in their eyes the excitement and desire to rush again to the dungeon, to the location, or anywhere. We operate on the principle of a free squad. Anvar perked up and smiled broadly. He clearly liked this topic. We are responsible for reconnaissance of the territory only once. Once. I repeat for the umpteenth time. If it is necessary to conduct reconnaissance again, or even more so, to survey a new location, the discussion of hiring will be a separate issue. What are your requirements? Olga Vladislavovna asked dryly.
First of all, Pirog, he looked at her intently. That is not up for discussion. We need to get him out. Or exchange him, whatever. He is one of our team, and my friend. The woman nodded slowly, biting her lip. For us, the court building itself is not essential. The worker with the sniper rifle noted, glancing to the side. Are they up to something? Wow, I thought. However, it must be a separate building with extraterritorial status, so that we can establish our own rules there, including the placement of metalworking equipment and machines. For at least 3 months, the court building, the medic confirmed, exchanging glances with her colleagues. What next? Weapons. He scratched his chin where the stubble had stopped growing, and frankly, I don't understand how my physiology will develop further. We have our own firearms, and dragging heavy equipment like armored personnel carriers or grenade launchers to the location is risky. The equipment can malfunction there. We didn't know that, Bugor answered briefly, frowning slightly. That's who does your intelligence work. Yes, he nodded calmly, and told about the experiment, with mixing weapons and other similar moments. So it's a weapon? Asked the elderly craftsman, with a noticeable lack of teeth, whose name was Uncle Sasha. Comes with spare parts? Yes, I confirmed. Weapons with accessories, light armor, if available. Even homemade will do. We have crossbows, Wojtek said. Weapons stores were robbed. Composite items were found, apparently contraband. We didn't notice it right away. We only took it all apart yesterday. The documents were strange, so we didn't check right away. Why smuggle? Slavka was surprised. I saw them for sale back in my school years. The tension force is different, Wojtek explained. Use is prohibited above a certain threshold. That's how it was. Clear. We'll definitely take them, I nodded, before we change our minds. By the way, are there any spare parts for them? The devil knows, thought Wojtek. We need to check. They know how to disassemble and assemble themselves, but it's hard to say about the parts. We didn't need to divide the crossbows. There are more than enough firearms. Take it, I repeated. And do you have any explosives? I think if we make some simple homemade grenades, they should work. We'll find something else, Uncle Sasha nodded affirmatively. Medicines, perhaps, I shrugged, and preferably, urgently. The sooner we deliver them, the sooner we can move out. And then more calmly, the machine park. Nothing complicated. The level of a good garage workshop, maybe a little more. We'll do it to fix the car and patch up the weapons, the master said understandingly. Not quite in abundance, but it won't be a deficit either. Vladimir? Olga Vladislavovna turned to me. We are ready for everything, but there is one difficulty. Your friend. It is not an easy matter with him. We promise, she quickly declared, noticing my serious look. We will do everything in our power. But, unfortunately, we know for sure that he is in shackles, literally in chains. So... I know Sergei. Bugor put his hand on my shoulder. He's my friend too, so, honestly, Volodya, we'll do everything possible and even a little more. After a short silence, I nodded. This is not the time to get directly involved in the conflict. We'll see. Well, no hard feelings, guys, said Lyoka. who stayed behind to negotiate a matter for his squad. Good luck. Our things were delivered to the courthouse in one go, and we immediately got to work without being distracted by everyday issues. There is a place to sleep, something to eat, and a place to go to the toilet. Everything else can be solved. Anvar and Ruslan, who had temporarily joined them, began editing the video, and we turned into a kind of extras. As soon as the weapons were brought, the Caucasian began to be distracted by his favorite, expensive toys. I had to explain that Slavka's speech and all our recent conversations should appear on the internet as soon as possible, while the equipment still somehow miraculously works. I have a hunch that the internet will function in the game too, but who knows? Besides, what censorship restrictions there will be remains a mystery. And Slavkin's hypothesis, in my opinion, is of great importance, at least from the point of view of self-respect. We are not soulless creatures, but captured representatives of a less dense layer of the hologram, and that's all. And the players, accordingly, are not deities, but rather German fascist occupiers, and generally, scoundrels. In the end, the video was edited together, while simultaneously fiddling with the weapons, creating a poor imitation of grenades from blocks of explosives, and commenting on what was happening. Ruslan suggested, "Maybe we shouldn't cut too much? It's interesting as it is now." Anvar shrugged. "Let's make 2 versions. A long one and a short one. It'll take 5 minutes. Right now." When he stood up, stretched, and immediately started working on the weapons, carefully examining each barrel. Ilya teased him with the words, "If the caliber was bigger, you would have a real orgy right now." To which the Caucasian only grinned, not at all offended. There was a knock at the door, and without waiting for an answer, Uncle Sasha flew into the courtroom with a duffel bag. "Armor," he hissed, dropping the duffel bag on the floor and straightening up. "Oh, damn! I keep forgetting that I'm not a boy anymore!" He offered the boys to examine the contents, squatting down and lighting something very cheap and poisonous. I tried to offer my cigarettes, but Uncle Sasha waved it off. "No way! I've been smoking this crap for 30 years. I'm used to it." Ilya, disassembling the armor, exclaimed in surprise, "Wow! Eclecticism!" "What is there?" Uncle Sasha shrugged, relaxedly blowing out a smoke ring. "It seems to be sensible. It looks like it," Anwar replied with some disbelief, trying on the plastic shin guards. "This is definitely a good thing," the man emphasized, pointing his cigarette at Anvar's legs. "You can't break it with just one bat." "Maybe," Anwar agreed after a few seconds, lightly hitting the shield against the doorframe. The rest of the equipment was made in the same way, from plastic combined with metal. For the head, they took motorcycle helmets of the motocross type. He didn't bother much. He chose a helmet, shin guards, knee pads with elbow pads, and a plastic cuirass protecting his chest and stomach. According to Uncle Sasha, this equipment was from the reserves of some dead guy who was passionate about historical fencing and bored everyone with his stories about a cool purchase. Unfortunately, the remaining elements of the purchased armor were missing from the collected ones. When asked directly, the representative of the experienced only shrugged his shoulders. "It's too much of a rush, damn it! If we start looking now, who knows when we'll find it?" We spent about an hour trying on the armor, sighting in the crossbows and guns right from the ship's window, and also disassembling and assembling them. Uncle Sasha was in no hurry, either in word or gesture, but he smoked so often and intensely that we all felt a certain depression. "That's it," I said, uttering the magic word, and Uncle Sasha stood up groaning. The car arrived, damn it, he said with relief, putting out his cigarette on his rough palm and hiding the butt in a crumpled cigarette pack. A Pazik with a running engine, emitting a characteristic hum, pulled up to the porch. Uncle Sasha and several other members of the council climbed into the passenger compartment with us. The elderly woman in glasses from the Rape Research Institute was silent, making notes on her tablet, and the second, middle-aged, plump and energetic man kept shouting, "Intelligence, guys! We need intelligence! It's vitally important to us!" He began to menacingly chop at his throat. "We need the data at any cost." "A screamer, damn it," Ilya muttered, without lowering his voice, as he got off the bus at the registry office. "Agitator from the street." "Over here!" The locals fussed as they greeted us at the entrance. "Why is it taking so long?" a grumpy woman tried to protest, but she was quickly silenced and led away. "I'll show you from a distance, guys!" The local worker smoked nonstop, his hands shaking. "No offense, okay? This is just mind-boggling. At first, I thought I'd go crazy. I know these basements like the back of my hand, and then I started climbing. They're endless, kilometers long. And then..." Shaking off the ash, he awkwardly broke the cigarette and began to curse, so that only prepositions remained in his speech, and even then, only partially. Lighting up again, he told about his difficult journey through the basements, his attempt to penetrate the portal for reconnaissance, and the unfair accusation of his colleagues, who thought he was having panic attacks, which caused him a deep emotional wound. "You can't trust people." He shook his head sadly, wafting the smell of old fumes and alcohol across our faces. "People..." "Let's jump," I said, not so much to the guys as to the audience. And we jumped, then did it again. I could hear whispers from the edge of my ear that could easily be heard several meters away. Completely crazy. They almost pointed their fingers at me. And then I heard a completely distorted story about how Pi and I cleaned the city cemetery. Everything around is covered in blood and dirt. Oh, but they don't care. The interlocutor doubted. But the narrator mentioned Sergei's old exploits. And thanks to these convincing arguments, the people agreed that yes, he could. Sergei could, and I am his partner, so to speak. Two madmen have found each other, flashed through my mind, and I decided to talk to Sergei about his adventures again. He is one of those rare people who does not like to talk about themselves. Politics, religion, business, metallurgy, travel. Everything is lively, interesting, well-reasoned. Oh yes, and about women. About yourself? No. What's so interesting about it? Only in casual conversations do things come up that you could choke on while drinking tea. R is for reputation, I sighed mentally, trying to maintain the image of a brave Special Forces soldier. "Let's go," I ordered, and we went down to the basement of the registry office. "That's it," said the guide, after several hundred meters of passages and turns in damp basements with the smell of mold and paper. "From now on your own. See? That's where the border begins." He pointed at a wall that was slightly different from the others, which were covered in peeling paint the color of a failed chemistry experiment under the tree. "From here on, go on your own." And we went on our own. "Bitch," Ilya drawled a minute later, adjusting his backpack. "We are loaded like workhorses. In addition to the usual Kalashnikov assault rifle and supplies of food, water, and ammunition, each of us also has a rifle, a crossbow, and some sharp-bladed weapon. I have 2 of them. It is difficult not so much because of the weight, but because of the inconvenient balance and the need to quickly change the Kalashnikov for the crossbow. It is clear that we will get used to it later. Or we will leave something extra, whatever it is. But for now we go like this. "Are you tired already?" Anwar asked with a clear hint of a joke. "Tired? No. Just mentally strained," the guy answered. "I just imagine the situation with the basements, and it doesn't make me happy at all." "Tell us," Slavka chimed in.
not forgetting to take pictures of various landmarks in case we got lost. "What's there to listen to?" Elia answered gloomily. "Remember that lousy dung? How the basement suddenly grew there? It's the same here." "Well," the Caucasian began. "GNU," Elia interrupted. "Don't shoot it down. And imagine if such crap happens not only in dungeons and locations. You go into a cellar, and it's 20 times bigger, and there's a quest with rats. And the multi-story buildings? Just an ordinary Khrushchev-era building, and underneath it there are dungeons on 5 levels, according to the number of floors. How do you like that?" "Damn." Anwar almost tripped. "With the current crap, this even sounds quite natural." "God forbid," Slavka said in despair. "And what about me? I just keep quiet and listen, staring at the increasingly alien walls of the basement, trying to catch at least some patterns. And do they exist? The devil knows. If there is any resemblance to the dungeons of Vodoprovodny, it is very weak for now. Somehow a wide corridor, flooded with daylight, and many doors on both sides. The basement is the same as in many institutions, be it a research institute, a school, or a construction company office. Only the walls are wider, the ceilings are higher, and there is this ominous infinity of turns, strange-looking doors, and incomprehensible drawings on the walls. For now, these drawings are almost indistinguishable from the pictograms on Tractony, but I am sure that in a few weeks or months, they will turn into something more complex. I already noticed certain repeating motifs in the pictograms, depicting intimate parts of the body, hearts, and names of local losers and sluts. Or, more likely, I just mentally suggest this to myself, however. In a few months, inscriptions like "Gray is a loser" and "Marina solves cases for money" will turn into tasks and real quests if deciphered correctly. And behind each door, you can find, if not a great secret, then at least a part of a big riddle. But this will be later. And for now the system is being configured. And to climb there... "Stop! Damn it!" I grab Anwar by the jacket at the last moment. "Why did you start opening the doors? You have to know what's there, right?" He answered quite reasonably, slightly offended by the insolent tone. "Are you sure?" I squinted. "If you open it, a quest with rats awaits you and you won't be able to refuse." Slavka also chuckled. "And what about me? We're not on duty anymore, and there's no need to strictly monitor behavior." "Okay, you little rascal," I curse, hiding my smile. "You remembered, right?" "I remember, Commander," the soldier smiled. "Well, Timirovites, let's get ready." "Est, Commander," Anwar said with an unexpected accent, throwing off his backpack and holding it firmly in front of him, in his left hand like a shield tightly pressed to his body. In his right hand, on top of the backpack, was a 10th caliber semi-automatic rifle, loaded with buckshot. We acted in exactly the same way, except that in my left hand, in addition to the backpack, I also had a sleeping bag, and Ilya had a crossbow instead of a rifle. "Straight left right," he reminded the boys. "Ilyuka is the last one. Forward!" Anwar bent down and put his backpack in front of him, and was the first to break through the shimmering opening, followed by Slavka, half a second behind, to the left, and me to the right. Deep breath. I dropped to one knee, holding my backpack out in front of me, and scanning my surroundings with my heart racing. To my right were blackberry bushes, closely fused among the broken boulders. Ahead, about 50 meters away, lay the overgrown and uneven bank of a stream, beyond which stretched a beech grove where a herd of wild boars were bustling about. Left, there was just a cave wall and nothing more. A little further, about 100 meters away, it suddenly cracked, turning into a vast gorge with groves, streams, and animals experiencing varying degrees of anxiety. The Friendly Pixies area is complex in terrain and, to my eye, resembles the imprint of a rock on a car windshield. A shallow dent in the surface of the lake and central valley, and a series of winding cracks running across half the glass. Phew. I finally exhaled with difficulty, trying to relieve the tension. I gestured to him in the direction of the bramble thickets, and he, leaving the backpack in place and holding the crossbow in front of him, like a snake, quietly slid towards the large stones. In his motorcycle helmet with a motocross design, he looked almost like a mysterious creature. Not at night, will be said, I quietly whispered to Ilya to Anvar. About 50 wild boars were flashing in front of us, and these animals are extremely vicious and dangerous. They can suddenly attack. Ilyuka nodded and slowly settled down a couple of steps from the Caucasian, first putting down the crossbow, then the rifle, and then the Kalashnikov. Having put down my backpack, I carefully followed Slava, trying not to disturb the peace of the branches. I do not claim to be a great hunter, but my mother, although she taught Russian language and literature, was interested in folk medicine, medicinal herbs, berries, and mushrooms, and took me into the forest from about the age of 5. It was not so much that she taught me, but simply that there was no one who could stay with a child. In general, the forest is near and dear to me, and it seems the feelings are mutual. But at that moment it seemed as if all the hobbit blood in me had awakened at once. Oh, and the Kender blood too. I walked, quietly and carefully, and Slava seemed like an almost invisible ghost. Had the legacy awakened? And which one exactly? It intrigued me. Curiosity flares up more and more, almost noticeably. And here it is, the first negative from the influence of Kender blood. It is already clear that, led by this feeling, I will crawl into any crack. Whether it is necessary or not, it does not matter. It is interesting. The blackberries were large, as if they had been selectively bred, and very tasty. What a shame. The blood legacy woke up at the wrong moment, I say quietly, barely moving my lips, spitting out sweetish, thick saliva, colored to match the tone of the juice. Damn, my little hands are so restless. I push my way through the thickets, carefully avoiding branches and trying not to step on the crawling snakes. They are comfortably basking on the stones, sliding along crevices, and even clinging to the branches of blackberries. Mostly these are harmless grass snakes, but sometimes there are adders, and something like a light goes on in my head, warning me of the level of danger. Interesting. And then it's like an explosion of information explodes in my mind, and I have a hard time distancing myself from the knowledge that every Kender and Hobbit has known since childhood. Now. I hear Slavka's voice. Now I'll throw it on the stones. He puffs a little, but overall he pulls me easily, supporting me under the right arm. Okay, I've moved a little bit, I say, almost independently reaching a flat area at the very top of the slope and pulling my body up there. Look, I shake my head and, sitting down, lean my back against the warm stone. That's also strange. My thoughts lazily spin. By definition, there can't be sunlight in a cave, and in general it's almost twilight outside. But the stones seem to be warmed by the sun. Light. Shadows. Where does all this come from? Everything is clear, Commander, reported Slavka, who had returned. There is something like a pebble beach behind the rocks, and beyond that stretches something like a prairie. No one will be able to approach from that side unnoticed. Wild boars are digging in the forest, so neither we nor potential enemies can pass by. The forest is clearly visible from here. Call the others, I order again, having difficulty collecting my scattered thoughts. And who are you? He looks at me questioningly. Looks like the legacy gave the signal. I smile wryly. Come on. So as not to repeat it twice. Okay, I fell into a strange state of oblivion, remembering both my childhoods, human, and also my existence as a half-breed kender, with a quarter of hobbit blood and a small admixture of dark elf blood. And how are you, Commander? Slava leaned over me. I'll live, I answer with a crooked smile, probably. The legacy, damn it, has awakened. I got hit on the head in the dungeon. Ah, Ilya finally understood. That's why you have these problems with your eyes. And who are you, anyway? Kender half-breed. Slavka whistled in surprise. A quarter of a hobbit, and a little bit of a dark elf. Wow, you're seriously out of your mind, comrade. Vova, Ilya grinned. And what's it like? Honestly, I haven't figured it out yet. But I know for sure I'm so curious that everything will go to hell. What else? He persists. Just imagine you remember 2 childhoods at once. Holy shit. Ilya was surprised. That's exactly it. No, I raise my hands. Physically I seem to be fine. New and old knowledge needs to settle in my head, Slav. Yes, just in case. You're the eldest. Does everyone understand? No one was surprised or started arguing with me, which made me incredibly happy. Why didn't you? Anvar was about to ask, wincing with resentment, but then he fell silent. Ah, I see. Sorry, Commander. Wiretapping, omission, all sorts of things. And what about a secret? Ilya asked, just to be on point. You? The Caucasian answered with a grin. You mean to say, I mean, Anwar interrupted him, that your Riazan face has, I know, a very interesting secret written in large letters. Wow, Ilya agreed. I really do have that feeling. I dreamed, Anwar continued, that I was a wolf. I think it was a greeting from my family. I'm a werewolf, right? Exactly, Ilya confirmed, his eyes sparkling mischievously. And you were bitten by a fellow fighter. In spirit. Now, on the full moon, you will wear red moccasins and get into a low-slung priora with completely tinted windows. Damn, Anvar shook his head. You, brother, must have been bitten by a poet. You're a bad singer. And at the traffic lights you'll get out, Ilya continued with shining eyes, not paying attention to the reproaches, and dance the lezginka to black eyes. Anwar snorted quietly, holding back his laughter, and waved his hand. Don't even think about it. They laughed, but Slavka remained silent, although he clearly wanted to put in a word. Before I forget, Slav, about the house, that is, this area where we are now, the situation is murky. I don't know what games are being played there, but there is definitely wiretapping. That's definitely the minimum. Exactly so, he agreed. I can name several more reasons, from the desire to catch Pedrolissimo's saboteurs to control over our detachment. The council may not be involved, but its individual members certainly are. Yes, so there is no point in discussing anything seriously there. I nod and turn away. Ilyuka. To avoid any misunderstandings, I saw the grimace you made when we took a newbie on Opitnaya. Well, he hesitated, sitting down on the backpack. There is something. It all looks somehow ugly. Got it. No, Ilyuka, it's not about greed, but about self-respect and the instinct for self-preservation. Free stuff is not valued, you understand? We are not natives, and we could only become them after a few months of many shared adventures.
Shared adventures with them, Ilyuka. But since we are strangers, no one can guarantee that we will survive. Do you understand? Not really, Ilya shrugs, looking at the forest with the wild boars. Supplies are strictly on a residual basis. We get to the most dangerous places first, Slavka added melancholically. Not because they are bad, but because we are strangers.
If a person chooses to whom to give something useful, a stranger or a loved one, even without need, guess who he will give it to? I see, Ilya sighed. To my own. True, Slavka nods. And add the subconscious here. Even if someone tries to be fair, then in small things he will still often play along with his own. And if this happens everywhere, from the boss to the storekeeper and the cook, then it turns out that we are the first in danger and the last to benefits. And it's not a fact that we'll find a common language, Anvar noted, no longer with an accent. No, I'm not saying that they're bad.
There are just too many leaders there, brother. Each has their own team, their own people, their own relatives. If we keep to ourselves, we'll end up with no one. That is, expendable material. And if we join someone, it's also not a fact that it would be a good decision. You also need to choose the right side, you understand? And a reliable person, Ilya nodded, biting his lip and sighing. I understand, but still, it's somehow not good. That's life, Anvar shrugged. We don't live in the city of the sun. We live in the city of Lipetsk, and damn it, in a post-apocalyptic one. And in this story, we look even more human. I agree, Ilya grinned with a slight wry smile. And also, I decided to intervene. If you personally, or we all together decide to join the ranks of the Opitnaya fighters, then it would be better to go there with a reputation, not of please take us uncles, but with a reputation of valuable and therefore expensive warriors. Phew, he tried to get up. I came to my senses a little. It seems like everything started to come together in my head. The boars have moved from their place, Anvar reported, peering into the forest, and it seemed even sniffing. No, it didn't seem so. Seeing my interest, he was embarrassed for a moment, but immediately shrugged his shoulders and smiled. A walking gas analyzer. A mischievous thought flashed in his eyes. Now he will be able to determine the state of health by farting. I held back inappropriate laughter and the desire to say it out loud. Good. Let's wait a few minutes and then head along the forest edge. I order, getting up, checking the state of the body. It looks like everything is fine. I respond to my friend's puzzled looks. We'll see how things go later. The stream is crystal clear, with a bottom of multicolored stones shimmering in the sun, and a weak current that does not wash away your feet. On both sides grow reeds and cattails. The banks are not swampy, smoothly going into the water. Everything around seems like a real picturesque landscape, as if created for the canvases of great masters. A thought of regret flashed through my mind that I had once given up painting because my teachers had not called me talentless, although they had not praised me either. It was a pity that in my youth I had decided that if I could not become an outstanding artist, I should try my luck in business. In the end, neither of these things worked out very well. We found a place to cross without any problems and crossed to the other bank, keeping our backpacks and weapons dry at the cost of wet buttocks and body parts frozen from the icy water. Afterwards, we changed clothes, waited for Slavka, who was covering our group, and went along the edge of the forest, which even from a distance inspired alarming respect. The forest here is not as fantastic as the one by the lake. It is almost earthly, but the size of the trees is frightening. Such majestic nature would be a wonderful subject for a painting, or a landscape from the window of your own castle. But when you stand face to face with this wild element, you understand how trivial you are, and you involuntarily feel a connection with your distant ancestors who cut down these giant forests without the slightest mercy. Even at the edge of the forest, there are trees that we would not be able to embrace altogether,
but in comparison with the giants whose crowns rise above the other trees, they look like young growth. The grass between the trees sometimes hides above your head, as if repeatedly hiding under its thick cover. However, we do not even want to go into such vegetation. There is no point.
What kind of insects could there be here? Anxious thoughts creep into my head, and before I cast aside my fears about spiders the size of dogs, an inner voice throws up images from the fairy tale childhood of the half-breed Kender. It turns out that there are plenty of insects here, and not the usual ones. One part of me began to get nervous, and the other took a businesslike view of the giant ants and spiders that are bypassed with crossbows and spears. Yes, such creatures exist, but this, in general, is nothing unusual. The sharp smell of rotting leaves, grass, blooming flowers, rotting fruit and tracks left by a wild boar is sharply felt. The piles of manure and their aroma correspond to the tracks, and when I put one thing to another, it became really scary. Pigs weigh more than 300 weight, and this is not the heaviest weight. This is a common occurrence.
It seems that there are animals of impressive sizes here. Anvar confirmed my fears, and I looked at the Caucasian with gratitude. It was nice to know that I was not the only one with such fears.
What?
He looked indignantly at the laughing Ilya. Yes, I'm afraid. No one wants to die, and if you end up in a pig's stomach, that's honestly not the best way to end your life. Several times we encountered such animals that Anvar's fangs showed up again, and his Caucasian accent intensified. His fear of death had already disappeared, and, as I understood, it was precisely the fear of a pig-like death. Now that's a trophy, he sighed, watching the maniacal hunter and the saber-toothed lynx weighing about 50 kilograms. The lynx, meanwhile, looked back at us, wrinkled its nose with obvious disdain, and disappeared into the hazel bushes, shaking its large paws one last time. Did you see that? Anwar got angry, turning to me.
It dug its paws in our direction, like trash in a sandbox. Such a nasty saber-tooth. He continued to speak indignantly about the lynx's behavior for several more minutes. Do you really care what the cat thinks about us? Ilya asked his friend teasingly, finally throwing away the forearm-sized cockchafer he had been dragging around for the last few minutes. It turned out that he had collected beetles as a child, and now the fifth-grader entomologist in him had awakened, deciding to revive his old collection. Yes. Well, no. Anwar was confused, carefully stepping over a line of red ants who were busily carrying a dead badger of almost normal size to an anthill. What do you want? Got it. He finally realized the situation and cursed in his native language, exhaled several times and muttered, Okay, I get it. I have my own problems and also, with my head,
My alter ego's memories of his life in a mixed village where hobbits and people lived had not yet taken shape. Rather, they were like a long open book that was read in a hurry. However, the knowledge of what kind of creatures can live in such a forest has already firmly settled in my consciousness, and this, honestly, is terrifying. Huge spiders. How huge are they? The alter ego objected. They are ordinary. Ants the size of a gopher are nothing. There are creatures much more malicious, for example the camouflage assassin, which not only skillfully camouflages itself, but also digests its prey alive, without any anesthesia and for a very long time. Such villains were quite common in the area around the village inhabited by hobbits and humans, although the forests around were usually considered relatively safe and were regularly surveyed by the local militia. Sometimes stray wyverns appeared, as well as my alter ego began to feed me lists of these monsters from the outskirts of my native village, as well as much more menacing creatures that inhabited the local forests. The list grew longer and longer, like a roll of toilet paper unrolling, stretching into infinity, like something out of a cartoon. And to me, it was necessary to take into account
Not only the possible dangers from animals and the need to lead comrades through this minefield, but also to avoid panic, so as not to aggravate the situation. Wait a few days for the information to manifest itself. I threw away pessimistic thoughts, but doubts flood my mind again. And which of them really belonged to me? It smelled of smoke. Anwar caught his nose. And blood. Damn. I exhaled. But I have to. Reconnaissance, damn it. Let's go. We walked especially cautiously, even more so than before, afraid of everything around us, and feeling, as it seemed to me, like a fearless but slightly crazy astronaut who had set foot on an unknown planet. I tried to use something like the intuition of a nomad and a hobbit, but it was not working well. If I managed to focus for a short time, a complete picture of what was happening would appear in my head, including even the smallest bronze beetle 5 meters away. Then the usual state would return, and I would understand that such a rhythm was hard on the mind. But I would have to get used to it. Soon, Anwar said, stopping and throwing off his backpack. Don't interfere, I warned the guys. We're scouts, don't forget. We remember, Slava responded, but it looks like they don't. Only now did I think that it was possible to rely not only on the smell of smoke and blood, but also on the cries of the birds, which were making a noise in complete disarray at the edge of the forest. A chill ran down my spine. It was unlikely that we would have been able to pass unnoticed, so as not to scare the winged ones. Fortunately, the birds are now in such a turmoil, as if a whole detachment of Urukai in full uniform had walked along the edge of the forest, and not us, stepping carefully. We're watching, I repeated, peering through the branches and squinting. A camp, Slavka whispered intermittently, stating the obvious. Real Indians. Goblins, Anwar clarified, not taking his eyes off the stage. Are they slaughtering them? Ilya hissed. They're goblins, Slavka said with an admonishing tone in his voice. But I caught doubt in it. At that moment, my vision helped me see everything very clearly, as if I had come on an excursion to the Sevastopol panorama. The local goblins do not look like mutants after a nuclear winter. Without going into details, they look like ordinary workers from city blocks, short with short and crooked legs, long arms, but everything within the human norm. If you don't pay attention to the green tint of the skin and the pointed, lopsided ears. And the children, it's just awful. One blow and the goblin's head flew off, an excited voice rang out, and the damned vision showed the smallest details. A flying head with veins and tendons, with an expression of distrust and pain on the green face. The head rolled along the ground, raising dust and staining it with blood. The child's dead eyes looked at us indifferently. We are just observers, Ilya muttered, scratching the ground with his nails and not taking his eyes off the scene in the camp.
They play football with severed heads there. Fun. Fascists.
Slavka exhaled, his face darkening. Commander, Anwar groaned. What? These bastards, he heard his own voice. My great-uncle. Yes? Slavka repeated after Anwar. Leave the backpacks here, I ordered abruptly, as if spitting out the words. Bring only your weapons and... Guys, I beg you, don't attack. Crawl like snakes, and then shoot. And don't get into close combat. These are players, okay? 7 players, and no one knows what kind of weapons they have or how they're upgraded. We crawled, exactly as we never had before. Memory accurately imprinted what was happening, for some reason preserving in the subconscious, the trash scattered near the camp, and they don't go to the toilet centrally, although more on that later. Now. Closer. Closer. I hear a wild female scream and force myself not to rush forward, having advanced only half a meter in this time. But Slavka couldn't stand it. A moment, and it flickered. Then a huge snake body jumped out of the grass, and in a few seconds reached the teepees. The snake's head struck one of the players in the chest like a hammer, and its thick tail lashed out at the legs of the second. And the ogre's heavy spear pinned Slavka's body to the ground. And from the dry grass, baring his teeth furiously, a huge wolf was already rushing. "Bitch," I growled, starting to shoot. Ahead of time, just to somehow distract the players from the guys. There's buckshot in the magazine, and the range for it is maximum. Probably even beyond. Shot, just to distract. More. And run. Run. Run forward. Then I fall. Noticing the crossbow aimed at me, curl up into a ball and rise again. Shot. The crossbowman, a tall and stately warrior in armor, had his face blown off. And I, falling, fired and this time hit him in the stomach. At that moment, Ilya started shooting from the left flank, and then Anvar burst into the camp. Leaping, he barely managed to dodge the blow of a two-handed sword held by an elf paladin, drawing attention to himself. The goblin old man, unintentionally attacked by the swordsman, managed to grab the misericord that hung on the paladin's belt and plunged it into the back of its former owner. The swordsman was finished off by Anwar, who grabbed him by the throat and forcefully pushed him out of the fight. Running up to Slavka, I ripped the spear out of his scaly body, and the players are gone. The goblins have almost disappeared too. Only a fighting old man, a girl of about 9 years old, and a woman of about 40 years old remain. That's all that remains of the camp, and all around lie corpses, corpses, and more corpses. Chapter 8. This, Olga Vladislavovna nervously fanned herself with a faded paper fan, quickly exchanging glances with the council representatives as if seeking their approval. Is not quite what we agreed on, Vladimir Nikolaevich. Really? I raised an eyebrow, not going into the conversation, and settled down on the thick log as comfortably as possible. He carefully studied the fossils he had found, and then wiped his clawed finger on his leather trouser leg. I replied that the contracting parties had fulfilled the terms of the agreement and observed its spirit, and that the reconnaissance had been carried out in good faith. During the reconnaissance operation, there had been a clash with the enemy, and we had been able to attract valuable allies from among the local population. Meanwhile, the important ally finished his manipulations with his nose and, businesslike, blew his nose right onto the heated asphalt. "Wow," muttered one of the impressed guards who had come closer to watch the spectacle. "So small, but enough snot for a whole squad." "What's in the mouth?" asked one of the council members. "It's just a trunk. The strategic reserves of boogers could be enough for an entire kindergarten." "Valuable, you say?" The member in the vest looked meaningfully at the old goblin, who was chewing on a cheap caramel, reminiscent of the one Bugger had. "It's a child of nature," I retorted. "Naive and pastoral." "Actually, even too much," the member muttered, looking meaningfully at the goblin. "So, unusual and carefully worked out." "Convex," Malloy suggested, cheerfully exchanging glances with Bugger, who appreciated the joke with the candy. Convex, unusual, and carefully worked out. The goblin savors the candy, squints his little eyes, and calmly scratches himself. Eyes are drawn to the clawed paw, scraping under a necklace of dried and smoked ears, mixed with fangs, torn and knocked out of opponents. The impression of the decoration is complex. On the one hand,
It seems to tell of the long and eventful path of a true warrior of the steppes. And on the other, the ears smell noticeably, and some fangs are clearly affected by caries. Second-hand Indian flashed through my mind, adding fuel to the fire of unpretentious humor. And fleas too, someone from the council said in a hopeless voice. Lice!
One of the spectators, a strong worker who displays the habits of an alpha male both in and out of place, declared authoritatively. When my daughter brought this infection in the first grade, we barely managed to cope. Since then, I've been an expert in these matters, no worse than Milosheva. Found someone to talk to, a hoarse voice responded sarcastically, and the viewers, together with the members of the council, began a lively debate about Russian television, as well as about the professional and personal qualities of the presenters. A belated discussion flashed venomously through my head. Everyone has suddenly become politically conscious and enlightened. And who was bothered before? Are you going to complete the contract? I repeat, restraining the impulse to follow the goblin's lead. It's not so much my upbringing that holds me back, but the scale of the deal. If I'm going to be rude, I'm going to be rude in a big way. But the trading post? Olga Nikolaevna tried to touch my conscience. My wild imagination of the last few days showed how the anthropomorphic conscience in my imagination scratched its head in its sleep, snored, rolled over, and released the whisperer. I barely restrain a smile and shrug my shoulders. I'm just suggesting, and whether you like it or not is your decision. The contract was fulfilled to the letter, and in fact, we did much more, finding potential allies and new trading partners. After parrying, I fall silent, imitating the goblin with an imperturbable expression. Now it's your turn, gentlemen of the council. I have no complaints about Olga Nikolaevna, as well as, for now, about the other members of the council. They act as they see fit, protecting the interests of their constituents. And I, accordingly, defend my interests and the interests of the guys. Kozevnikova is too decent for such negotiations, so she can't do it. With goblins as allies and a trading post in the registry office, the situation is really complicated, depending on the point of view and legal nuances. We fulfilled the contract and even exceeded the initial conditions. This, in fact, is the difficulty. In the army, we would most likely be punished for arbitrariness. We did everything to cavalry. Goblins as possible allies, killed players, a trading post. My head is spinning. What will come out of this is a big question. On the one hand, there is a chance to establish full-fledged connections with the goblins, and the first in Lipetsk, which could give a serious strategic advantage. On the other hand, there are players. Think, gentlemen of the council. Players, so what? Molly frowns with displeasure. What business is it of ours to take revenge? The rest is unintelligible. Even improved hearing does not help to understand. Avengers, damn it! The kid, young and hot-tempered, intervenes sharply. Have you ever played games? Seriously? Well, believe me, someone who has played, I don't care. No one is going to form alliances with us. They killed some players. So what? And those 7 Nazis? Buger joins the conversation, frowning his thick eyebrows. Won't they come up with problems? Even if they do, the man in the vest supported the small side. We don't need such neighbors nearby. What's his name? We'll build a clan castle on those lands and start pumping on us and the goblins. They'll beat each other like balls. Evil spirits, damn it! One of the few women on the council came closer, looking more like an awkward version of a man or lesbian activist.
Why should we feel sorry for them?
What if we just passed by? Asked a man of about 50 with a displeased expression, looking like an alien element here, surrounded by brutality and excess testosterone. However,
he should definitely not be underestimated. Because if this slightly mysterious man survived the zombie apocalypse while preserving not only his life but also respect, then he is clearly not a weakling. What is the point of all this? What difference does it make? That's how it is with the young these days, he said thoughtfully, frowning. Digital nomads. Now they can stay here on purpose, to save their reputation, or for revenge, it doesn't matter. So what? Uncle Sasha shouted irritably, grinning with his uneven smile. Wipe each other's feet? If people choose between freedom and safety in favor of safety, in the end they will lose both of these benefits. By the way, it was not me who came up with this, but Benjamin Franklin. You need to assert yourself right away and not bend under any fascists. Absolutely right, Sanich. A woman with masculine features zealously supported him, throwing a cigarette butt on the asphalt and crushing it with a dirty rubber slipper. Let's close our eyes to petty dirty tricks, then a political alliance with the fascists, and we won't notice how we ourselves become like them. At first, just like that, Uncle Sasha cleared his throat, making a sound reminiscent of a goblin's click, and then we'll turn into an appendage of such a state, like an appendix. We'll fight for other people's interests and supply slaves to Germany. The argument flared up with renewed vigor. Everyone forgot what it was about, because ideology came into play. Talk about the Germans near Moscow, and the signature phrase, Stalin is not on you. So what now? I intervened during the pause. Is the contract closed? Closed. A geek named Sheldon Cooper replied briefly, exchanging glances with Buger and Olga Vladislavna. You've accomplished the task and even exceeded expectations. But that's not gratitude at all. The council approves of your decision, but I ask that you record in the minutes that in future, mercenaries should not show excessive initiative, but strictly follow the terms of the contract. I object, Malloy intervened. The situation is changing rapidly now. It is impossible to foresee all the difficulties. I am in favor of greater freedom of action and strict observance of the spirit of the agreement. He and Sheldon exchanged glances for 10 seconds, after which the geek, with a twitch of his cheek, coolly suggested, let's settle for a compromise. In the future, when hiring, we will discuss such issues more carefully and formalize them accordingly. I accept, nodded Malloy with a slight delay. The next question concerns the trading post, Olga Vladislavovna said with noticeable relief. Who would like to speak? Allow me. The intellectual stood up, casting a displeased glance at everyone. Of course, Igor Yurievich, the woman replied. First of all, I would like to note that mercenaries, a free squad, yes, Anwar interrupted sharply. These are fundamentally different things. A free company, the man agreed calmly, unfazed by the Caucasian's rude tone. God gave men strength and weakness, but Colonel Colt made them all equal. The free detachment, the intellectual repeated, intends to take at its disposal not only the court building, but also the actual registry office. I'm against it, I answer with a light intonation. This trading post is like the useless internet of a grandmother from a famous meme. Absolutely unnecessary. Absolutely. Who else but you? The intellectual began, but fell silent when he saw our mocking smiles.
I repeat.
I no longer try to hide my laughter.
Absolutely. If there was a chance to establish trade relations with the goblin tribes, perhaps even for some time without competitors, then whether you take advantage of it or not is your concern.
Seek and you will find, said Slavka, now officially my deputy. Checking the residents of Opetnaya will not be a problem if you approach the matter wisely. If. Especially emphasizing the last word. You want to involve our detachment in the work of our trading post. It is necessary to take into account not only your interests, but also ours. We do not intend to fly for thanks, solving only your problems. Salary, the intellectual began, decisively moving his sagging cheeks.
Nonsense, Uncle Sasha interrupted him. Yuri, how do you plan to calculate the accounting? According to the tariffs? I may not always like their pettiness either, but the guys are doing the right thing. They have clearly stated their position and are sticking to it. Uncle Sasha is right. I agree, adjusting my sunglasses. Sitting on a salary and selling yourself for pennies is simply unprofitable. And what about bonuses? Someone from the crowd added their word. And how should we calculate bonuses? He turned in that direction. What should we use as a guide? Previously, everything was approximately based on $1, taking into account purchasing power. And now, based on cartridges? Based on net profit? What exactly? Are we demanding something outrageous? Slavka intervened. Just a regular percentage of the profit? Yes, the entry to the location is on your territory, which means that most of the exhaust should go to the Opitnaya, but the agreement and relations with the goblins are our merit, not yours, and we want to receive bonuses for this. And solving your problems in the location? Tearing our asses for this is also for us, Ilya added. So, count. A fixed salary is ridiculous. The squabble with the fans began again. 20 minutes later, they came to an agreement. The council representatives, who protect Opitnaya's interests, agree to give us a percentage of the profits. This decision was supported by everyone, including the guards and the spectators, although some broke through with reproaches, calling us greedy.
Slavka and Ilya, who was in a great mood today, mainly answered, but I decided not to get into a squabble, taking the position of a calm observer, ignoring the petty provocateurs. But! Uncle Sasha raised a finger yellowed with tobacco, attracting attention. The interest will be calculated fairly, taking into account your contribution. Work to the fullest. You will receive a respectful reward. And if you rest or partied too much, there will be a minus. That's right. I agree with him, after exchanging glances with the guys. But at the same time, we strongly ask you to take into account force majeure circumstances and insurmountable difficulties, as well as cases when Opitnya does not fulfill its obligations. For example, untimely delivery of weapons and medicines, disrespectful attitude towards us as business partners, as well as towards our allies and friends, and other similar situations.
Wow, that's business, came an envious remark from the crowd. And maybe I want that too. Forward, comrade, and with a song, Ilya answered sarcastically. A lot of unknown awaits us, and you have every chance to find yourself in the epicenter of events, and even become a hero of history books. There were chuckles and all sorts of wishes, from benevolent to indecent, addressed to the newly minted envious person. Apparently, this person does not enjoy much respect among his own. Have you finally decided? Bugor asked impatiently. Almost. My heart is pounding wildly. I take off my glasses and rise from the log. There's just one small point left to discuss concerning our common future. Ilya, who understands the approximate scenario, took out his phone and started filming a video for the upcoming video, without being distracted by conversations. Then we will come up with bright and memorable phrases, put them on top of the video, and if necessary, add subtitles in several languages. Uncle Sasha drawled, groaning from the pain in his joints, also rose from the log and came up to me. Have you grown younger, boy? I look. It seems like you've become shorter. I thought it was my imagination. And these ears? An elf, damn it! Exclaimed Malloy enthusiastically, waving his sniper rifle like a drum major with his baton. Wow, this is simply incredible!
Kender, half human, I answer briefly. The blood legacy has activated again. I see, he leaned back, looking at me without his previous delight. Well, Kender, what's so unusual? A star with a funny name. Who are you? Uncle Sasha asked, turning to the guys not paying attention to the noise of the crowd around. A werewolf, Anwar admitted sheepishly, stamping his foot slightly. Wow! The woman in curlers was surprised, clutching her cigarette tightly as she made her way next to the council. Take a step back, and then screaming in one tone, she began to back away, moving her elbows through the crowd. Listen, little bird, Bugger addressed sternly, lightly placing his hand on the machine gun. If we want human blood during the full moon, we will destroy you. Right away. There is no such need, I intervened. He has no bloodthirstiness, only a craving for meat with blood. For regular meat. Cool, exhaled some teenager of about 13, who had somehow broken through to the front. Anvar chick, bite me. I also want to become big, hairy, howl at the moon and be liked by girls. I'll bite you, you little son of a bitch. A woman with a black eye and a clear lack of teeth, looking like a fan of strong drinks, was breaking through the ranks. What a disgrace, a voice rang out nearby. He drank his whole life away, and it was no use. A zombie or something. Saryoga, don't get worked up, agreed a sporty-looking man in a faded t-shirt from the neighboring yard. It looks like they took her for one of their own. She has no brains at all, and the smell is sometimes absolutely disgusting. How many times have I seen her in a puddle, disgustingly drunk? It's unpleasant to even think about it. Already drunk since the morning, the woman turned sharply to them, ready for conflict. Damn them, she cursed, her voice trembling with anger. An unpleasant argument with insults broke out until she was finally dragged outside the schoolyard. But even there, she did not calm down, breaking into curses and splashing out hatred. My soul is suffering, she screamed hoarsely, almost losing her voice. My soul, you scoundrels cannot understand this. Damned creatures. You say you don't want a bloodbath? Uncle Sasha continued, but the assembled group spent a long time discussing the woman's drunken behavior, rather than talking about Caucasian people, their customs, and gastronomy. I'll take the boy with me, one of the men said loudly. A normal guy, only very energetic. So what? Let him try in the garage. First he'll learn to help, then we'll trust him with the tools. I've been saying for a long time that the electoral system needs to be changed. She's always drinking, and even the end of the world didn't open her eyes. And yet we keep repeating, every vote counts. But is that really true? That's right. It's high time we introduced a real rationing system, like in Stalin's time, said a young guy who apparently didn't even live to see Yeltsin in his later years. For the Stakhanovites, increased rations, and for the dependents and slackers, only dry rationing cards.
What are you talking about? An elderly invalid with a cane who had miraculously survived the zombie apocalypse began to interrupt. Did you list me as a dependent, you scoundrel? Is your crust dry? Hide your own nonsense. Only real meat with blood, Uncle Sasha, the Caucasian answered loudly, and the conversation turned to the topic of werewolves who were riding in a sleigh with a drunk girl and the question of depriving her of parental rights. When the people finally digested Stalin's norms, all the tension subsided. Everyone still knows that Anvar is a werewolf, but here he is, calmly telling the council members what it's like to live on 4 legs, and he doesn't intend to threaten anyone, neither in human nor in animal form. If anything happens, said a strong man sitting next to him with the eyes of an experienced soldier, slapping the butt of his rifle, we'll cut you short quickly. And you, young man, the member in the vest turned to Ilya, falling behind Anvar. What is your racial affiliation now? Me? He asked in surprise, not stopping filming. Do you really think that everyone will change their race so easily now? I'm an ordinary person. Just a man, the council member persisted. Well, not exactly simple. I can strengthen myself, the guy shrugged.
continuing to film. How, exactly? Malloy became interested and came closer. A priest, Ilya said reluctantly, from the Russian Orthodox Church. Wow, someone shouted. This is going to be a real priest. Oh no, Ilya frowned. And not from that church either. It's the Russian Pastafarian Church of the Macaroni Patriarchate. How did you manage to get in there? Asked Bugor in surprise, frowning. Like many criminals, he was deeply religious and took religion seriously. So, the guy shrugged, not taking his eyes off his phone. My parents are very religious. They took me to church since I was a child. No matter what, I have to go. I'm just tired of it. He made a sharp motion with his hand across his throat, and for a moment I saw his eyes glowing. I thought, it seems that the parents are not just religious, but some kind of fanatics or crazy people. When I entered the university, I specifically chose another city. There, he chuckled, I became a Pastafarian for fun, and even took orders in the Russian Pastafarian Church. And there were a minimum of formalities. Who could have known? Oh my God, Uncle Sasha said with feeling and burst out laughing. The laughter eased the tension a little, but I noticed that he was a little nervous. Bless, asked Malloy. Ilya muttered some incomprehensible words, took the Pastafarian symbol off his neck, and made a movement with his hand. Damn it, the Blessed One said in surprise. It works, it feels like a massage. Half an hour, little by little, Ilya shrugged, clearly not happy with the situation. In the location, the effect lasts longer and is stronger. Who? Malloy began, but immediately hesitated, apparently remembering that he was talking to a priest. That's nonsense. We'll get through everything. Putting his arm around Ilya's shoulders, he began to convince him of the mutual benefit of such pumping. And you? Bugor turned his gaze to Slava. A reptilian, he answered with a heavy sigh, preparing himself for some unpleasant questions. To hell with it, Bugor spat. For once a normal guy, and that reptilian. Come on. Put away the machine guns, Slava asked. Do you hear? Bugor gave a stern order. Whoever starts shooting, let him shove the gun up his own ass. Got it. Slavka calmly turned around without unnecessary effects. In the blink of an eye, a huge snake curled into a ring on the asphalt. Oh my, Uncle Sasha said with admiration, rummaging through his pockets. Guys, do you have a tape measure? I think I left mine in my other jacket. A construction tape measure was found, and a minute later they solemnly announced, 7 meters, 25 centimeters. Let's see. Uncle Sasha leaned towards the snake's head. And the teeth? We must have poisonous teeth at such a size, right? Wow. Showing himself in front of the phones, Slavka blinked and, I don't understand, he said in bewilderment, looking at the snake's tail coming out of the human body. Concentrating hard, he became human again and exhaled with relief. Intermediate form. Wow. Uncle Sasha said hoarsely, taking out his smoked cigarettes. What kind of menagerie are we getting together? It looks like you're the first ones here, right? I shrugged, because what can you say? Only 1 in 4 people, the elderly worker continued, taking a deep drag. And he's a buffer at that. Now that's news. We spent the entire evening settling into the registry office building. The first floor housed the offices, that is, their offices, trade pavilions, and security. And we began to occupy the second floor, although calling it the second floor is a bit of an exaggeration. In fact, we settled in the right wing, equipping the former bureaucratic offices. Design. Ilya breathed heavily, lifting bottles of drinking water for the cooler. Expensive and luxurious. Such bad taste would knock the eyes out of crows. It seems quite acceptable to me, I shrugged indifferently. What else did you expect from the registry office? Pathos, marble, stucco, mirrors and gilding. That's what you need to create a festive atmosphere. You have taste, Comrade Vova. He noisily put the bottles down on the carpet and turned to me with a disgusted smile. Have you ever met a gypsy in your family? Okay, now we'll get settled in a bit, and you do what you want, and I'll take care of the design. Of course, it's simple, he added thoughtfully, already immersed in the creative process. It's stupid to mess around with global alterations. Here we are, more like temporary residents. Well, designer, I muttered to keep the last word. We have settled securely so that if necessary we can withstand a long siege, repelling attacks and sabotage from Pederalissimo or attacks by ogres from the depths of the friendly Pixies location. There are more than enough water supplies for a year, enough food, a wood-burning stove with a bunch of coal and logs, a gas stove with additional cylinders, comfortable beds with mattresses. Uncle Sasha is desperately trying to bring down the price, trying to take our trophy weapons and armor for next to nothing. But Anvar, hardened in the southern markets and among his merchant relatives, does not give in. He is brave, self-confident, a true ruler of trade and king of merchants. Why do we need this at all? Uncle Sasha asks indignantly, clutching the gauntlet in his hand. He doesn't want to let it go, because it's an expensive item, and even without taking into account the quality, the metal for the gauntlet was very expensive. Walking past, I wink at the Caucasian and secretly give him a thumbs up. This makes him smile, and the trade immediately reaches a new level, literally epic. Anvar has received the position of a full-time quartermaster and seems to fully justify the trust. I do not interfere in the trades, but rather take care of the accounting and management of the loaders and builders who were seconded. The men work strictly according to the army rule. Everything that can be misunderstood will definitely be misunderstood. I'm already so tempted to swear that when Slavka joked about the exorcist, it even became funny. But you can't break the rules. I remember well how irritating this boss's habit of addressing workers in a simple way was. They would start swearing. And if only it were on the merits. First, he himself, a fool with a purchased certificate, did not explain and did not provide the necessary conditions, and now demand results from him. I don't want to be like those idiots whom I hate even after the end of the world, so I always behave as politely as possible, addressing workers as you. The men are not that stupid. It's just that the situation is complicated and unusual. Transforming the registry office building to meet new requirements, while preserving at least a bit of its ceremonial splendor for possible receptions, is far from an easy task. To be honest, I would be just as confused. No, Comrade Vova, you have to explain properly, not confuse. The worker looks at me like an offended innocent, and it just knocks me out. Did you say that they are not stupid? That you will not use the people's language? Oh my God. I start to get nervous and try to restrain myself. How could you mix up the right and left sides? How, pray tell, could you misunderstand and even smash the equipment against the corner? There's not enough space to work. Are the corridors in the registry office cramped? Or are someone's hands not as straight as their brains? Then I started using strong expressions, as if I was defending a dissertation and was now speaking in front of strict philologists from the academic council. Well, young man. The gray-haired scientists of my imagination nodded meaningfully, whispering and throwing notes to each other. And now, if it's not too much trouble, tell me a few words of prison slang. I will transplant taste buds to the most unexpected place for you. Brainless idiot. You will get pleasure every time you visit the thinking room. Stop, enough. Commander. Anvar, who had appeared from below at the noise, intervened with great effort. His hand on my shoulder was tense, as if ready to stop what was happening at any moment. What's wrong with you? He said irritably to the hooligans, not letting me go. What kind of a person can you bring to— I, Arthur Stepnov, the leader of the troublemakers shouted, his eyes wide, carefully tearing the t-shirt on his powerful, hairy chest. I won't allow. However, He did not get into a fight, wisely limiting himself to bulging eyes and foaming at the mouth. His size was impressive, but we are not simple either. "You damn it!" Anvar roared, turning in my direction. In the military town, the commander never swore dirty, he never raised his voice, and you broke him in a short time. "Get out," Uncle Sasha ordered briefly from above, and the hooligans left, displeased, but not too loudly, muttering insults at me. Real primates. The thought involuntarily flashed through my mind. Not workers, but a whole pack of monkeys. In all my practice, I have encountered such idiots no more than 3 times, and now a whole team. "It's our mistake," the worker reluctantly admitted, licking his dry lips and sighing deeply. "An athlete, a champion, but in reality, an empty shell. People told us that the man was bad, but we thought that we were simply jealous of a successful athlete." He waved his hand and hesitated, as if that was enough to explain. "I was a member of the party and was on the payroll of the youth organization. However, this just clarified everything." "What's that noise?" Slavka, a specialist in electricity and electronics at the registry office, approached. He handles everything from installing generators to alarms and video surveillance systems. "Ah!" I wanted to remain silent, but I couldn't help but tell, cleaning out unnecessary words from my speech, like the usual, "fuck." I did this not out of politeness, but because another piece of my virtual alter ego woke up and reminded me that I, a malefic with a penchant for curses. Taste buds in the anus. That's doubtful, of course, but I provided him with a couple of unpleasant minutes. "Why are you so quiet, Comrade Vova?" Anvar nudged me in the side. He is a gentleman, and contrary to all stereotypes about Caucasians, playful and friendly, like a Labrador puppy. He is very embarrassed by his character, and in front of strangers, he creates the image of a typical Highlander. With him around, my fantasies are playing in all directions. So that's it, I unpacked. He shared with the guys and at the same time with Uncle Sasha, who chuckled lightly after hearing this. It turns out that I'm a cursologist, or whatever it's called. I don't know, the Caucasian answered thoughtfully, exchanging glances with Slavka. The reptilian sadly shrugged his shoulders. He was much more concerned with one mystery. How is electricity still being fed from sockets? There have been quite a few power grid failures in recent days, some of which were caused deliberately. The most diverse groups took part, from domestic saboteurs who worked for the princes of the entire micro-district to fans of apocalyptic sects who enthusiastically destroy the city's infrastructure. But there is still electricity. Of course, it is a game mechanism, but Slavka is almost certain that it is not just the will of programmers, but some physical laws. If we understand them, we can become a little stronger. Uncle Sasha was only slightly interested in Slavka's thoughts about physical laws, smoked with us, and went downstairs.
"Tongue in the ass," he muttered, barely audibly, and added with an old man's quiet laugh, "All idiots. For re-education." "No!" I screamed, bending down, sincerely afraid that I would end up working in Makarenko's style. "I don't want idiots to be re-educated, Uncle Sasha. I might accidentally hurt you too, without any malicious intent." "You don't want to, you say?" A sly, wrinkled face peered out from the stairwell. "But what if by mutual agreement, for educational purposes?" "Well," I said, thinking for a second, "to hell with you. We can do it in the juvenile hall." "Agreed." Heh. At night, I woke up with a severe headache and lay there for a while, hoping that it would go away on its own and I wouldn't have to get up. But the pain didn't subside. Turning on the nightlight, I tried to gather my strength, torn between sleepiness, unwillingness to get up, and excruciating pain in my head. Sitting down on the bed,
I felt for my slippers with my feet and looked around the room, which had been hastily converted from an office into a bedroom, without much enthusiasm. If it weren't for Ilya's efforts, everything would probably be much worse. Ah, right, panties. I sleep naked, and although I don't think that a naked body shocks men that much, I don't really want to walk down the hallway without panties. Huh. I note to myself that I almost forgot about the panties. But I caught the weapon before I put on my slippers. As I stepped out into the corridor, I shuddered from the obvious feeling that someone was watching me, and that, at any moment, the authorities would appear from the office and shout something like, "Security! Who is this idiot in shorts with a gun? Call the police!" The noise brought visitors who would probably start pointing their fingers at me. An old, familiar nightmare. When you find yourself in a crowded place half naked or completely naked. Damn, I look around nervously, clutching the gun tighter. What kind of vision could this be? Oh well, let it be these finger pricks. I would give anything if only a mug that couldn't be doused in 3 days would peek out of the office and start pointing a finger at me, calling security and the police. Better Balachka and a couple of weeks in a mental hospital than this whole hellish nightmare. The medical center was in chaos, so I didn't find the blood pressure measuring device right away. I wrapped a rubber cuff around my not-so-strong bicep, pressed the button, and waited for the results, yawning and making a quiet groaning sound. 170 to 120, wow, I muttered in surprise, and was about to call the doctor on duty for advice, but remembered in time that I was no longer human. Turning to the memories of my half-breed Kender, I realized that we drank coffee often and more than enough, including when I had a headache. Moving to the kitchen, I approached the coffee machine with doubt, checked the instructions, and started pressing the necessary buttons. While the coffee was brewing, I went to the window and opened the blinds. What I saw did not please me. Damn, quietly escaped from me. The northern lights were spreading outside the window, and my heart stopped for a split second, overwhelmed by the darkest premonitions. System update, a thought flashed through my aching head, but I did not delve into the reasoning. Carefully sipping my coffee and feeling the headache go away, I looked at the lights outside the window, as if in a daze. Can't sleep either? Slavka suddenly squeezed into the kitchen, turning into something between a man and a snake. My head suddenly started to hurt. I take coffee and at this time admire the view outside the window, enjoying the scenery. Ah, the reptilian responded lazily, opening the door of one of the 2 double-door refrigerators in the kitchen. However, he didn't really need to take anything. Household appliances today cost exactly as much as the movers and the truck driver demand for them. The shops are full of various delicacies, the expiration dates of which are already approaching. How can you resist the temptation? And stomachs, what can you expect from them? Just a month ago, I walked past the same pastry shop and licked my lips because the prices there were too high. No, I had enough money. My salary by Russian standards is quite good. I am not married and have no children. I do not pay a mortgage. It's just that if I had at least occasionally visited such establishments, dressed a little better and gone with girls to restaurants and not to the food court in Riviera, then it is unlikely that I would have managed to accumulate any safety cushion. I wanted to eat. Slavka's voice came muffled from inside the refrigerator, accompanied by smacking sounds. That's why I woke up. Such an appetite requires food in large quantities, I agreed, yawning. And I would also like to make a sandwich. What appetite? He didn't understand. Oh, yes, that's exactly what it looks like. Are you eating? Ilya asked reproachfully, appearing in the kitchen, wrapped in a blanket and also holding a gun in his hands. Sit down, Slavka invited. Do you want some coffee? I'll do anything. Buffer exhaled and complained, sitting down at the table and pulling his bare feet towards him. After the army, I can't get back to normal. I can't say that I was very hungry, but there was something strange in my head. I was ready to eat at any time. Anwar came up a couple of minutes later, wished everyone good morning, and sat down at the table. What morning? Ilya was indignant. But the Caucasian silently pointed at his hand with the watch. Oh yeah. Almost 4 o'clock. No need to go to bed anymore. Did you also wake up because of that laser show outside? I don't know. Anwar shrugged, biting into his sandwich. But when I looked out the window, I immediately realized that I wouldn't be able to sleep. There will be some trouble, Buffer agreed with him, looking sleepily at the cake. Exactly, confirmed the Caucasian. There will be trouble. Since I was already up, I decided to put my personal belongings in order in the morning. It seemed like a little time had passed, but I had noticeably grown them for a long time. My personal belongings were more for keepsakes than for necessity. Equipment from the Comrade General, acquired from the Opitnaya Council. Wow! He was genuinely surprised by his old backpack, which he had been carrying when he came down from the window of Natalia's little room. I thought I had left it in the military town, and here it is. Out of curiosity, I poured everything out on the floor and quickly ran my eyes over it. Everything was in place. Everything was just like in a hasty escape. An open package of dietary cardboard crisp breads, 5 protein bars, 3 muesli bars, Bounty and Snickers, a can of Sauri and oil, a can of Pollock caviar that is not of the highest quality, a package of crackers with raisins and poppy seeds, a bag of small poppy seed pretzels, 2 bottles of water, 1 liter still, the other 1.5 liters with gas, a can of energy drink. I think I drank it. No, someone muttered. In addition, chips in a cardboard tube, several packs of chewing gum, medicine, underwear, panties, socks, t-shirts, as well as all sorts of hygiene items along with a small towel. While I was cleaning and meditating, it was already light outside and voices were heard. And, "They've started," came from Ilya. "Maestro, turn on the music." A familiar backing track started playing and, "Hello, Sky in the Clouds." Slavka sang in a velvety voice. He knows how to sing. He would hardly have made it to the final of The Voice, but he could have made it to the selection stage. "The sky is in the clouds," Anwar repeated a little belatedly. "Hello, youth in boots. Junist in boots. May my melancholy disappear. Here I am. Hello, troops." "What do you have there? A military parade of songs?" I looked out of the window and almost fell onto the asphalt. Fuck. He quickly put on his sneakers and grabbed his weapon, flying out of the room. "You need to see this up close." "Huh?" Uncle Sasha nudged me in the side, excited. "Eagles!" The eagles, meanwhile, were loudly stamping under the windows of the building, singing with as much zeal and dedication as possible. But Anwar is in his wolf form, and Slavka is in the form of a snake. The image of a Caucasian carefully stepping on all fours made me double over with laughter. And when I saw Slavka's snake face crawling along the asphalt to the beat of the music, I simply couldn't stay on my feet. It's not easy to be yourself when you're in line. The stage itself seemed to be saying at this moment. "Stop, cut," Ilya announced with a joyful voice, and addressing the YouTube viewers added, "And this is our commander, Comrade Vova. Say something for the audience, Comrade Vova." I just groaned. Damn. Ilyuka, take this away, immediately. Meanwhile, the cameraman's fingers flashed so fast that only an experienced gamer could repeat it. And the video with Comrade Vova's historic speech had already flown to YouTube. Anton Semyonovich Makarenko, famous Soviet teacher, Chapter 9. In my dream, I found myself in an awkward situation, an unpleasant incident with defecation. Everything was very detailed with vivid sensations and smells like reality. But in life, when you go to the toilet or into the bushes, you try to distract yourself as much as possible and certainly not pay attention to such details. Waking up, not immediately understanding where the dream was and where reality was, I sadly thought about how I would have to carry dirty laundry to the washing machine, hiding and making up excuses so as not to be seen by the guys. The legacy, damn it, came at the most inopportune moment. I gnashed my teeth, explaining to the guys and waving a nasty knot of crumpled sheets. The body is rebuilding quickly. I didn't have time to run. Expect unexpected troubles soon. Excuses in a dream sounded unconvincing, and I looked like a pathetic loser. The guys nodded seriously, exchanged mocking glances, and rushed to share my failure with the others, perhaps even through YouTube. Rising up in bed, sure to see dirty laundry, I suddenly realized that it was just a dream. And then the smell hit my nose, heavy and intrusive. It slowly rose from below, firmly eating into the lungs, like dull cast iron batteries with streaks of brown liquid. Unload came from the street, and something heavy crashed onto the asphalt. Well then, full of bad forebodings, he jumped up to the window, peered in, and immediately opened it wide, filled with righteous indignation. "What are you— Damn it!" interrupted the voice of the senior officer on duty at the registry office, full of malice. "Have you completely lost your minds? Decided to set up a morgue here?" Remembering the bad dream and recognizing the culprits, he went berserk. "Maybe I have a moral trauma now. All, you bastards," throwing on his shorts. He grabbed his rifle and cartridge belt and ran down the stairs, jumping over the steps barefoot, just as he was. "What's wrong with that?" Valera snapped from below, his eyes wide, either not understanding or, more likely, pretending to be stupid and trying to avoid the topic. "Dead people are killed with decoctions anyway, and at least this way, there's time. Have you ever tried saving time by eating raw potatoes?" The shift supervisor's voice trembled with suppressed anger. "From the garden, so that you could shovel them out of the mud like a pig. Yes, you filter your speech." Valera was indignantly uncertain, turning to his partner, a worker of indeterminate age, who was also pickled. "Is that right, Sonia?" The lanky, skinny Sonia tried not to breathe, with great skill impersonating a wimp. Catching my glance, he played the role of a wimp even more skillfully, worthy of an Oscar. His rare teeth chattered, and the yellowish whites of his eyes with thick red veins rolled up to his curly, thick eyebrows, pre-fainting. You worthless thing." First mentally spitting, and then on the asphalt, I left the proletariat alone. "I wasn't aware of it, bro." The middle-aged, balding driver of the Gazelle truck hastily got out of the car and nervously wiped his sweaty face with his shoulder, throwing up his hands. "I brought it where it was needed and immediately drove off to stink. The valves were so pressed that not a single thought remained in my head." "Damn," he exhaled, flashing his gold teeth and looking with his fingers at the pile of dead people shot in the area during the night. "I would never have come up with such nonsense in my life." I reluctantly nod in response. The driver was not the brightest in the world, but he never showed any bad courage either. A common driver. About 20 years ago, he somehow managed to save up for a Gazelle. And since then, he has been earning an honest living, holding the wheel. "He's made meat rows, damn it!" Palich doesn't calm down, accompanied by his subordinates who are picking up the slack. "He's thrown everything out. Damn it! Damn it!" He spat on the asphalt, watching the Gazelle drive away. "I'm so angry." The smell from the meat rows, mixed with something unnatural, has weakened, but still hangs noticeably near the registry office. And, as far as I understand, "Slav!" I raise my head to the sleepy and angry reptilian looking out of the window. "Today is breakfast and training at the location. Come on,
Wake up the guys, let them get ready. Oh, damn. One of the guards, already sweating since the morning, sighed with envy. If only we had that. Soon this
Magical pressure will even out, don't you know? Well, the guard held out a cigarette and a lighter. I think there will still be a difference, like living on top of a mountain and in a lowland. Only, it's not about oxygen, but about the amount of magic. That's understandable. Polich nodded in agreement, looking with Jewish sadness at the rotten stain that had eaten into the asphalt, which, God willing, he and his subordinates would have to wash off. And excursions, not just for stalkers, but for everyone in general. According to Sheldon, about 2 weeks or so. In general? One of the guards waved his hand with a cigarette vaguely. You know that some people are fine, but others get their heads knocked out so hard? In general, yes. I shrug. But keep in mind that this is just a version for now. Forward, Polich nodded, his bald head glowing with sweat. At least some version, otherwise I'm tired of constantly thinking. I'm stuck in my head. What's really there? This is not just curiosity, but life itself may depend on it. Magic, no guys, no joke. I looked at the guards who had very expressive eyes. Anvar and Slavka are magical creatures. Ilya is a priest and a buffer. And you? Polich leaned over with interest. Malefic, answered slightly surprised. Uncle Sasha didn't explain it to you? Ah, upbringing through the ass, I see. What is this anyway? The guard asked cautiously. I think I read it somewhere, but I can't remember what exactly. Personally, I have curses, I said, throwing up my hands, and Polich, after thinking a bit, began to laugh. So all your wishes to this idiot, the subordinate started talking, laughing rather indecently. Not literally, I assured with a sly smile, but he'll definitely have a fun day. Oh my God, the shift supervisor chuckled and wiped away his tears. Listen, I don't get it. How are you, Kender? It seems like they can't do magic at all.
Half-breed. A quarter hobbit, almost a quarter human, and a little dark elf. And how it all got mixed up, I myself still haven't figured it out properly.
Cool. Polich nodded, but he was clearly no longer fully with us, but was lost in thought. And these curses, do you ever use them in practice? Yeah, I see. I don't know yet, he shrugged. Maybe I'll just have to educate all sorts of Valorez. I'm also a technomage, but not the best. Little things. I feel technology better for now. That's all. And then if you believe YouTube, at my level it's about, I don't even know. The kettle boils a little faster, the sockets stop sparking, and so on.
That's nothing. A legacy?
The young guard said enviously, looking at his comrade. Not a fact, he shrugged again. Maybe some bonuses came from the system. On the first day I did as much as that Viking after mushrooms, and after that I never sat still.
I didn't want anything. It just turned out extreme. Perhaps, agreed Polich with that special air of a veteran, which clearly said, the elder himself had made a great mark on day X, and was now thinking about what the system would give him personally. And what about the legacy? Do dreams count? Dreams, heightened sense of smell or touch, he listed the symptoms, slightly changed appearance, preferences in food and drink. Dreams, then, the elder one said slowly, stroking his bald head. We'll write them down, thank you. And Sheldon and his scientists don't say anything? I asked the guys, standing barefoot on the warm asphalt. No way, the young man smiled wryly. These are just versions, and I think it's dishonest to speculate on them, he almost quoted the geek. Okay, guys. Wait, the elder intervened. If it's not a secret, what exactly went wrong? Besides magic? Various things, I answered evasively. But so that sincerity flowed from each of my sentences. The hobbit and the elf improved their aim. The kender added dexterity and kleptomania, damn it, I sighed with complete sincerity. You're in trouble. the younger one noted sympathetically, feeling less hopeless. In our time, trials are fast and merciless, so this feature turned out to be not the most successful. Does it bother you much? Well, I made a face, and the guard calmed down. I could see his thoughts. Of course, he doesn't have magic yet, but he's a nice guy. And not just anyone. Kleptomania, damn it! The weather is just awful, grumbles Ilya, tightening the straps of his backpack. It's not even 6 in the morning, and I'm already covered in sweat. It's like that all over the world, Slavka calmly answered, not looking up from his tablet. It's all equator and heat, even in the Arctic and Antarctica.
It's not clear why there are no floods.
That's strange, the priest repeated after him. So you understand the problems of space and time after the start of the apocalypse, but the lack of floods is unclear? I've already come to terms with the effect of time zones merging into one, the reptilian calmly answered, not taking his eyes off the tablet on which he was actively chatting. But I still can't figure out the floods. I understand that both phenomena are related, but they should still be based on physical laws. Damn. Ilya rolled his eyes, still struggling with the backpack. So it turns out that all over the world the attack with bites began right before the start of work, and at the same time everywhere. You understand? Slavka answered calmly. What's so worthwhile about it? Ilya finally gave in, having dealt with his backpack and toned down his assertiveness. Intimate, the snake said briefly, scrolling the screen with his finger. Really? The Caucasian stood in a fighting stance, tensely straining and his eyes flashing. For everyone, Slava nodded, as if he had read the thought, and finally looked up. Commander, how are you? I listened to my inner voice, purely positive. But no, it depends on the girls. I don't want to get involved with the little ones and mothers with children. And it's not like there's no place to show off. Well, the reptilian froze for a few seconds. This is more complicated, but we'll think of something. And how do you feel about minors in general? The question is important, because after the apocalypse the concept of reproduction gained new fans, and in society there arose dark ideas of future patriarchs about raising wives for themselves literally from early childhood. Society reacts to this sharply, but not only has the age of consent shifted downwards, but the official threshold of adulthood has also dropped. If you can be shot under arms from the age of 14, and in some communities seriously, and not as a reserve for the most extreme case, then the age of consent is automatically lower accordingly. The communities came to the conclusion that if a person is trusted with a weapon and put on combat duty, then he is perceived as an adult with all the consequences. Moreover, this concerns not only sexual and other adult opportunities, which caused joy among overly energetic teenagers, but also responsibility, up to punishments, including penal companies and even execution. On the other hand, there are plenty of adults who are considered minors according to documents. This innovation has only recently come into use, but society perceives it as something long awaited. 16, I think, mentally assessing the age of the local girls and their readiness for a relationship. Although no, keep these for yourselves, you're still little kids.
I'm not afraid of the law, which doesn't work now, but the fact that although they have adult bodies, their heads are still completely empty.
Accepted,
says Slava, poking his fingers at the screen again.
And what don't you like about mothers? They exist too.
He raised his head and clicked his lips defiantly, and Anwar nodded vigorously, waving his hands around something enormous, measuring approximately 120 by 90 by 120. There are some things, I agree.
I'm not afraid of stretch marks and stuff. It's just...
It's awkward to talk about this, but I try to be extremely frank with the guys.
They have children, you know?
R.S. Pishki?
Ilya showed off his internet knowledge.
Are you disgusted?
Oh, come on, you'll say the same thing. Any normal mother with a child. Normal, you know. First, she thinks about the child, his safety and comfort. I don't care that he's from another man, although
Thinking for a moment.
that matters too.
Not too much, but I won't hide at that too. But the main thing, he looked them over. For us, it's simply dangerous. Here and now, we have no support, no stability at all. If we don't like something, our characters have diverged. We quickly up and leave. At least a tractorny, at least a pixie in Lokatia, at least on foot to Novosibirsk. A permanent woman, moreover, unusual and unfamiliar, with life on the go and battles is an anchor. And what to do with the child? There are a huge number of opportunities for pressure and manipulation, Slava nodded, thinking for a moment. At the very least, women will try to make sure that we stay on a pitnaya, and whether it is beneficial to us or not, it is convenient for her. The child is better provided for there. The mother has the right to pester and change everything to suit her wishes. That's right. I supported the reptilian. There is one more thing, trophies, which we will definitely start exchanging not for the things that we need for survival, but for what she and the child will need. Even if in fact it is just vanity in front of her friends and not a real need. Ilya said, finally settling down with his backpack. Let's go? They were waiting for you, Anwar answered, turning to me. So, with women only one time and nothing serious? Why not? He put the backpack on his shoulders and mentally compared himself to a donkey. The weight is simply enormous. Fortunately, there are only a few kilometers to go, so it is worth being extremely careful. And it is even better not to get involved with certain categories of people at all, at least until the situation changes. Then we'll settle down in a safer place, Slava cheerfully added, going down the stairs. And we'll even be able to set up a harem and a kindergarten for ourselves. In the meantime, Comrade Vova expressed some not very tolerant, but very precise thoughts. Bastards, Anvar summed up, looking at Ilya, whose face began to twist into a malicious smile. So that there are no children! The Anvar senses Asa Borats, Komsu, Novi Tamask in red skies, Stades, and Alquip, Torin. Although the morning is still young, people are already crowding around the registry office, cursing at the characteristic smell and remembering Valera with a kind smile. So you're a cursologist? An elderly woman with a bag full of all sorts of things asked the guard with interest. Serves him right, the parasite. Otherwise, and the children? Where are the children? Two middle-aged women flew past, dragging a loudly rattling cart on wheels behind them. And so, I did not hear how the question about the children ended. Despite the heavy backpacks that almost break our backs, we move quickly, passing elderly women, aunts, and various grandfathers with checkered oilcloth bags, carts, and backpacks. These people usually grumble and behave impolitely, do not follow any traffic rules, do not give way to the right, but walk as they please. They can suddenly stop in the middle of the aisle to sort out their bags, or as an eternal and unchanging classic, walk side by side having a heart-to-heart conversation in a group of 5 people. It's annoying, but at the same time it gives a sense of immutability to the situation. Everything is the same as it was before the apocalypse. Pensioners still go to the spontaneous flea market, carefully saving to add a little to their pension. Yes, the situation has changed. It is unusual to watch the flow of people in a spacious corridor, which is lit by lamps with white daylight, but overall everything seems quite normal. Even when the corridor begins to transform, showing the approaching entrance to the location, nothing fundamentally new happens. They've spread out, grumbles a lively old woman, breathing heavily, talking to her friends and squeezing through with her bags. There's no way through. Having found a suitable place that seemed good to her,
She immediately occupies it and immediately repeats the behavior of those very friends whom she just scolded. Things from bags and carts are laid out, so that each item occupies a separate space without falling in a heap and taking up most of the width of the corridor. In her faded eyes, the understanding of her own rightness is realized and, you just don't understand, this is a completely different level. Currently, trade is almost spontaneous, regulated only by specially designated trading points and a mandatory sales tax. At the same time, the places themselves are provided free of charge to stimulate entrepreneurship, as officially stated. In reality, the merchants from the experienced and the location sellers are looking at each other closely, assessing prices and demand for goods. As in any new business, the situation is not simple. Each side has its own glass beads, and attempts to sell are with varying success. In relation to our goods with a lesser degree of liquidity, these are parts of the bodies of the dead, from which the goblins create all sorts of abominations for medical and narcotic purposes. This garbage is mainly sold centrally, although the hunter is able to sell the carcasses of the dead to resellers, or sell them himself. But there are sanitary and epidemiological restrictions, so usually the corpses are processed by smoking the heads and pouring alcohol. In the ranks of the morgues, the smell and atmosphere are quite unpleasant, like the shop of some terrible cannibalistic eatery. A familiar hunter waved in the distance. "Hello, Comrade Vova." "Hi, D-Mock." I squeezed the sweaty palm of the former policeman, who has been tipsy since the morning. "How are you? How's your daughter?" "Excellent," he answers happily, showing rare teeth, but then admits that his daughter is lazy, doesn't want to do anything. She just sits, watches recorded TV series, and surfs the internet. She doesn't want to do hand-to-hand combat or anything else. I tell her, let me at least teach you a little. We'll go through the basic course for a young fighter, but she won't. I don't know what to do. I involuntarily look at the smoked, grinning head of the zombie with the feeling that this abomination is looking back. By the way, it is quite possible, considering the shamans and necromancers, that life, or rather non-life, inside the smoked head can arise almost by itself. For those who like to moralize, I remind you that I am not the main character of this story, a fairly smart but rather rude working man. And in the criminal code of Russia, the age of consent is set at 16. I will also clarify that the main character is still a very young guy, while Anvar, Slag, and Ilya are already 18 to 20 years old. Do not forget that the action takes place in a world that has long been collapsing, and in such conditions, moral standards are greatly simplified. Yes, see you later, Dim, I say with an expressive movement, adjusting my heavy backpack, but I leave after about a couple of minutes. I try to ignore a few acquaintances on purpose, because frankly, how much can you do? Everyone takes at least a little time. And although I don't feel sorry for them, but damn it, not now. Vladimir Nikolaevich! Vladimir Nikolaevich! I quicken my pace, not paying attention to the elderly woman, who has already gotten on the nerves of not only me, but also the entire management of the factory. This real perfectionist is capable of constantly tormenting everyone because of some insignificant nonsense, which, in essence, does not affect anything except for the feeling of the rightness or wrongness of the world in her sick imagination. For work-related matters, please contact me on weekdays from 4 to 6, I say to the man laying out metal junk on the counter. This guy is quite unpleasant. An ordinary trader, but he is smart, I must admit. Yes, this happens often. I add, I will make sure that you are let in without waiting in line. Alas, the position of the commercial director of the factory is not an easy job at all. Fortunately, thanks to the education I started in the specialty of logistician, I can at least more or less understand my duties. Bless me, Father. And I notice furtively how Ilyuka, without stopping, crosses the old woman, with the sacred gestures of Pastafarianism,
and quietly whispers a blessing. The old woman groans and straightens up. Pleased how's I awarded grace, the old woman proudly declares, bragging to her friends. Things didn't work out with the Orthodox priests on Apidnaya. It wasn't that the people weren't believers. It was just that the priests couldn't resist. Later, attempts were made to instruct the flock from the outside, but without much success. The church of the martyr Evdokia, near Bikhanov Garden, while formally maintaining neutrality, too obviously took the side of the comrade general and quickly lost parishioners from Apidnaya. Various Baptist preachers, evangelists, and Mormons do not take root here. They are called zombies, caught in outright pedophilia, or they just start behaving strangely. He seemed normal, and then suddenly starts talking nonsense at services. And what to do with such a person?
Moreover, with the advent of buffers, priests have faced the same demands, and this is sad. After all, what kind of priest are you if nothing changes after your blessing? Well, Amen is said, and then what? Why does your back still hurt and your stomach torments? A weak priest, not a real one. Orthodox priests have taken root only at the Comrade General and in Novolipetsk, and they say that there is another one in Traktorny, but self-employed. He had some indirect relation to the Russian Orthodox Church before the apocalypse. Ilyuka, a convinced atheist and agnostic by mood, perceives what is happening as a sign of destiny, and is glad that the hostile clergy could not gain a foothold in the new, post-apocalyptic reality. He is sure that society is being purified and healed. As for me, watching how old ladies rush to him for a blessing, I see in this people's desire for faith, even the most wrong one, that the priests failed to fit in my opinion, is only temporary.
They relaxed, since they are essentially part of the power structures. But as soon as the situation stabilizes, then again. On the other hand, no one will leave the void in spiritual life, and people begin to look for mentors among Pastafarians, shamans, and various Rodnivers. As a result, each group will have its own, the only true sect. Nodding to a familiar goblin, I linger for a moment at the ruins, sorting through metal plates, and at the same time, watching the green-faced one's actions. The goblins readily accept the metal, since they don't have their own blacksmiths and can't have them by definition. A racial or tribal curse. They haven't figured it out yet. They have a big problem with metal, a clear resonance between a specific blade and a specific goblin is needed. Otherwise, the weapon quickly rusts, breaks, and deteriorates. I would like to understand these patterns, but so far without result. I am weak in magic and do not have a scientific mind.
Too bad, because this is a real gold mine for those who know how to understand. Sometimes the green faces grab familiar objects, and it's almost impossible to guess. Here stand the goblin women, talking in their own language, sorting out old dolls, decanter stoppers, glass marbles, and worn-out clothes. For some reason, they remind me of Eastern ladies in the first years of Soviet power. Of course, not in the literal sense. Their morals are much freer, and there is no oppression in their behavior. It's such a special feeling, as if they had escaped from an abandoned mountain village and immediately found themselves in a noisy market of a big city. We see old dolls, worn sandals, and cheap jewelry, and they... On the other hand, we notice jewelry made of semi-precious stones, gold coins, furs, suede, bone carvings, etc. But for them, all this is just useless junk. Who's the real savage here? It's an open question. Laughs in my head, and I nod in greeting of the goblin's bow. Soviet porcelain figurines were a big hit because according to the system's strange plan, they could become a haven for a strong spirit. These figurines became such a haven. Stupid woman, she waves her hands, a little human traitor. Ha! Here comes the Kender Hobbit racism. I quickly go through my memories, but no, this is a normal racial distinction. Human, Hobbit, Kender, goblin, elf. Put it on the shelf, she gestures, as if playing crocodile, showing the semi-nomadic man what a shelf and an elephant for luck are. The picture is truly unusual. For some unknown reason, they take old photographic film as if they just like it and make jewelry out of it. It looks beautiful and has a pleasant smell. At least they smell it like women from the late Soviet Union who received perfume straight from Paris. You can tell right away, it's from abroad. We don't make things like that. A real company. Dishes, toys, tools, everything is just as it happens.
Not only the thing itself is valued, but also its ability to contain a spirit, or serve as a basis for a simple artifact. And of course, this very resonance, which is indispensable. Goblins are almost all shamans, though not very skilled ones. This is the essence of their strength, and at the same time, their weakness, because they are very predictable in some things. We have a demand for goblin tinctures. There are connoisseurs. Fresh meat and fish, wild plants and semi-precious stones. Goblin crafts radiate shamanic energy, which is why I personally foresee troubles. No one has canceled safety rules. And the people in Opitnaya, new opportunities. Half a bull, Gura! The vendor set the price for the exclusive wind elephant and hurried to the other side, where a picture of a wild bull hung. Similar pictures with location gifts are found everywhere in the factory. It makes bargaining easier. You point your finger, and everything immediately becomes clear. This was my idea. The prices of the goods under the pictures are constantly changing. For the third day in a row, very approximate, just so that there is something to focus on. There was a complete mix here. Drawings were next to photographs and all sorts of junk for sale. Happy children with dolls, famous elephants neatly arranged on shelves, and much more, created a bizarre atmosphere. My 2-3 take, exclaimed the young, almost pretty goblin, waving her long arms, bargaining for a football with a guy on crutches, and added, "Yours, my love. Give yes?" "Yours is mine," her neighbor, a middle-aged man, picked up, shabby and unkempt, like an old floor rag. "Shut up," the boy ordered sharply, turning to the man, and he obediently fell silent, turning away attentively. Wow. Look at the guy. He's no more than 15, but his gaze is so tough, a real fighter. Behind my back, the boy and the goblin woman began to figure out the meaning of the phrase. "You're mine, love. Give yes?" Given the peculiarities of the goblin language, this could mean both a direct sentence and a completely incomprehensible combination of words. The language system here is complex. Theoretically, all languages are translatable. But the further along the linguistic and cultural tradition, the more often something like mine, yours sounds instead of coherent speech. We pushed through the trading rows on our side and finally emerged into the friendly pixies zone, which has been known for some time as a region of equally friendly goblins. There are many more goblins here, considerably fewer humans, and the trade has taken on a more agricultural slant. The smell of smoked meats wafts from here, and what smoked meats they are, simply delicious. In the pens, stupefied wild bulls moo loudly, and nearby, tarpons neigh. Medicinal herbs lie in stacks, water chestnuts are collected in bucket baskets, dried fish is carried on large carts. Just 50 meters from the entrance, cattle are being butchered. The air is filled with the heavy smell of blood, offal, and manure. It used to be a pastoral place, but now it has grown into a real country fair. More precisely, for us it is a fair, but for goblins it is a market of international importance. A real city-forming enterprise. The place is almost unrecognizable. Only the river and a slightly thinned forest remain the same.
The cracked boulders were dismantled for construction, and where the blackberries grew, there is now no trace left. Everything is trampled. My friend! I press the dirty hand of the rescued goblin, and after me all the other guys do the same in turn. Friend! Friend! He nods briefly, revealing a sharp-nosed smile. In this company he is something like the acting chairman or chieftain. I am not sure what the correct title is. Comparisons with Indian or Asian nomads can be misleading and erroneous here. This is one of the first things Sheldon told me. By the way, among the goblins I have the honorary status of elder, if I translated that title correctly. Not an exclusive title, but I am considered a member of the respected intelligent. The guys are elders too, but less honorable, whatever that means. Apparently it has to do with the color of the pants, but the details escape my understanding. We loaded up on maiden goblins and went about 500 meters from the portal, on the left side. A small valley with stones scattered everywhere was hidden in a narrow crevice, and cracked passages connected it with other valleys. And so on, almost endlessly. That time they tried to create a rough map, but even Anavar's keen sense of smell couldn't cope. The labyrinth of paths and valleys is very confusing and also saturated with magic. In addition, there is a thick aroma of spicy herbs everywhere, stones heated by the sun, on which tracks almost do not lie, and, in general, we will go slowly. Phew! Ilya sighed as he threw his backpack onto the hot stones, over which the heated air swayed, and began to rub his aching shoulders. I buff myself on the go, but it's of little use, he complained, sitting down in the shade under the only spreading tree for 50 meters around. I can barely keep up with you. Ah, these vile non-humans. We need to set up a camp here. Without responding to provocations, Anwar ran into the trap, and a heated and emotional debate about nations, religions, and similar things that viewers of the Ren TV channel like so much began. It's about time, Slavka muttered quietly, addressing only me. I don't see the point in dragging myself here every time with heavy loads. Yeah, what about training? Ah, a guess appeared on his face. That's why, but they couldn't say right away. With Ilyuka? I raised my eyebrow slightly. Ah, exactly, the interlocutor agrees, noticing his friend's laziness. At least he pumped up with the buff and tightened his muscles. True. There's no point in wandering along this path now. Therefore, we will gradually settle in two, territories. Here, if necessary, we can easily block the passage and turn this place into a real fortress. We had a hearty breakfast, drank tea leisurely, and after a short rest, which we devoted to discussing the affairs of the factory and organizing the camp, we began training. Without excessive loads, carefully, to feel our capabilities. Everyone has their own training, sometimes overlapping with others. For me, it's all about aiming and agility, from the sling and bow, which make your muscles ache, to crossbow shooting and parkour. Anvar is a versatile athlete, inferior to me in agility and mobility, and to Slavka in strength, but, perhaps, the most balanced of us. If only he didn't have such a slip in his head. He has no rage, but his narrow-mindedness is noticeable. A beast, and nothing more. Slavka, to the great chagrin of the Caucasian, is the strongest and fastest of us, but he has problems with endurance. He can run or crawl slowly for a long time, but in an intensive, jerky sparring with or without a weapon, he will last a maximum of 3 rounds. Apparently, the peculiarities of snake bodies will not allow this side to be developed much. Ilyuka is the most clumsy among us, and at the same time, a real cheater. When he's in good shape, he buffs to the fullest, and when he's not, although, even without buffs, he's close to the standards of a special forces officer, of course, in terms of pure physical fitness. Slavka predictably got tired first and started filming us with a tablet camera.
You're awesome! That's how he commented on the distance. Comrade Vova, a remark about you. You started showing off, got it? To cheat where you shouldn't. I nodded attentively, admitting that there was some truth in this.
Anwar! The voice of the reptilian sounded a couple of minutes later. Why are you chasing the commander? He's a Kender! He's short! Forgive me, Volodya. Oh, what are you saying? It doesn't even bother me, he replied. Lightweight, plus natural agility skills, and you're a beast weighing almost 80 kilograms. Where will he run across the stones without hitting a single one? They will all fall down on you, I continued. Anvar sighed, shaking sweat from his face through his t-shirt. I understand. I will compete with myself, not with the commander. We haven't had any sparring for a long time. He looked at me with the eyes of a dog that hasn't been taken out for a walk for several days. The same tired and pleading expression. Calm down, Anwar. I stopped him abruptly. I want to too. Damn! You can't even imagine how everything inside me is twitching. I want to practice my strikes, to fence. But I can't. The werewolf nodded, sadly lowering his nose and scooping his hair into his face. We already know how it all went. This is the legacy that awakens. Almost new discoveries every day. This is strength, agility, or a technique from virtual childhood. And, to be honest, quite combat techniques. What other sparring if we don't even know our own body completely? And the techniques are just blows to the knees and fingers in the eyes. Okay, Anvar and Slavka are real werewolves with a capital W. They recover in just 1 or 2 circles, just bring food to their hands without stopping. And me? And Ilya? It seems that Ilya is beginning to show some healing abilities, and my regenerative powers are awakening, but all this resembles a riddle with an incomprehensible meaning, which only causes admiration and interest. When everything really manifests itself, we will figure it out. But for now. Ilya, have you rested? Come on, come on. Lift that stone and go ahead. After the lesson, tired but happy, we rinsed ourselves in a shallow, knee-deep river full of stones and icy clear water. Slava, who loves warmth, chattered his teeth and said, "It's about 5 degrees. Wow, how cold it is," while rubbing himself with a washcloth and falling flat to wash off the soap. Where did 5 come from? Anwar objected with blue lips, but still retained his proud appearance. Probably all 10. Lunch, guys, I called to them from under the awning spread under the tree. The food is served. Please sit down. We ate as if there was no tomorrow, not thinking about slight hunger at all. Lazy conversation about everything, a cup of hot green tea in our hands, and our eyes began to close by themselves. Suddenly, something heavy fell on my chest, and then little hands carefully pulled my eyelids back. "Vova, did you miss me?" Charming cutie asked me with a demanding look. Ilya is breathing heavily and constantly adjusting the strap of his backpack. But he does not intend to give in. Sticky sweat is running down his nose. His lips are quietly muttering a series of curses and some spells. His breathing is intermittent and hoarse, but he does not want to stop. This means admitting that he is a weakling, unable to foresee the consequences of his decisions. I can almost see his thoughts, and frankly, it doesn't take much effort. He scolds himself and the world, constantly counting how much further he has to go to the factory. We left most of the cargo at the camp, and on the way back, an opportunity arose to make a quick buck selling to the goblins, and Ilya's greedy capitalist nature awoke. Now, he is tormented by the expected 3-fold profit that looms on the horizon. Slavka quietly purred under his breath, as if casually saying, "Billy was a very greedy pirate, but no one liked him." "Greedy, greedy, greedy, beefy," Miracle cheerfully picked up, jumping on Slava's backpack and making offended faces at Ilya as she imagined. The priest groaned fiercely, but only spattered his lower lip with saliva. Wiping it with his sleeve, he looked meaningfully first at his friend and then at the miracle. Ba, ba, ba! Opening her mouth wide, Pixia stuck out her tongue and flew up to the ceiling of the corridor, grabbing Sister by the hand. "A big spider," came the squeaky voices as they moved away. "Like this. We'll give you a lift to bed," the little sister happily responded as they carried her. I wonder who, exactly. A vague thought flashed through my head, and then disappeared. Greed does not change century after century, Slava continued to sing, deliberately ignoring the displeased look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Moral invalid. Ilya glanced at him sideways and hoarsely hissed something like, "Damned reptilian," stuck out his chin and sped up. Damn reptilian, Sweetie jumped on Ilya's backpack, making faces and singing the same old words in every possible way. Finally, she quieted down, stuck her hand in the pocket of the backpack and jumped out with a bright red marker almost as tall as herself. The rock art in the corridor will increase, I thought briefly, looking at Pixie, who was diligently drawing anatomically dubious but artistically significant genitals on the wall. Although no, all over Opetnia. They have more than enough energy, but it is increasingly harmful. With us, they are so sweet and gentle, just a candy and a sincere offer of friendship. However, their reputation is like that of a collective honey badger. Not as dangerous as the African original, but 100 times more vindictive and mischievous. On the other hand, how many people actually tried to just be friends with them? Ilya entered the registry office hall, or as it was also called, the Factoria, with one strong jerk, not noticing anyone around, breathing like an exhausted horse. His eyes were wide. "I see the goal. I see no obstacles." "Oh, how cute," came the touching voice of an elderly security guard, who was tenderly holding a gun in the crook of his arm. "Real flying dolls." "Pixia!" the squeaky voice of the little creature sounded, instantly flying up to introduce itself, starting from my head to the enchanted guard. "A lovely miracle." "Guys!" Without taking his loving eyes off the pixie, the man waved his hand to his comrades. "Come here. We have guests." "Pixie," the young man exhaled with admiration, leaving the duty room with a half-eaten chocolate bar, which he immediately handed to the flying creature. "Will you have some?" "Just like that?" my friend asked suspiciously. "Simple, simple," the guards nodded, watching with affection as a friendly fight for chocolate began, accompanied by cheerful fussing. "It's the same," I heard, climbing the stairs after Ilya. "Remember? On YouTube, 2 million views. The kids are in good hands," I thought joyfully, climbing up with Ilya and ready at any second to support the exhausted Petrov, who was walking with difficulty, relying on the strength of his spirit. Throwing off his backpack in the kitchen, he straightened up with a sigh and looked at us from under his forehead. Turning around, he climbed into the refrigerator, took out a 1.5-liter bottle of mineral water, and with wide eyes, drank it in long gulps, his appearance expressing discontent and internal curses. Puff. Having finished drinking, Ilya relaxed a little and turned to us, already calm. "I admit I was wrong," he said briefly. The reptilian tried to tease him again, but the buffer just grinned and said nothing. It seems to me that this happened not so much because of the sudden wisdom that appeared, but because of extreme fatigue and the realization that the outcome was doomed to defeat from the start. "You're developing," the Caucasian supported his friend, approaching the refrigerator and thoughtfully looking at the filled shelves. "Pass me some water," I asked Anwar, not wanting to get up from such a cozy stool. "With gas?" he asked. "No. Give me the one with the smell of rotten eggs." "And which one is this?" The werewolf asked in surprise, delving into the refrigerator almost to his waist. A crumpled bottle with no labels. Thank you. I unscrewed the cap, touched my lips to the neck, and rolled my eyes. I remember when I was little, we came to Lipetsk for some business, and my mother took me to the lower park, where, among other things, there were fountains with this water. Perhaps this will seem strange, but for me it will always remain a taste of childhood, along with ice cream and Alyonka chocolate. Over time, the springs passed into private hands, and, officially, they simply dried up. For some reason, there is enough mineral water for bottling, but for park fountains, according to those who remember, the water was first diluted, and then the supply was completely shut off. It's all over. But now, after the apocalypse, everything has suddenly resumed. And it has appeared, not only in the same places, but also in several new places. With the bottle in my hands, I stood up, leaned my hip on the kitchen table as usual, and said, "Don't get it?" Ilya, who was telling some kind of bad joke and quietly laughing at it, repeated the story again, causing the reptilian to roll his eyes. "Not you," I say, waving the buffer away and walking over to the kitchen counter, where I notice she's become higher, or, more precisely, I went down. "Damn," I blurt out. "So much for the blood legacy. There are 2 lines of short races in the family, and I'm still—" "I thought I imagined it," Anwar says calmly, opening a hissing can of beer. "It turned out that it wasn't," Ilya adds, to which I give him an angry look. Running for a tape measure, I mark the measurement on the doorframe and 162, I conclude in a voice that sounds like a professional mourner. I measure again, and, filled with the worst forebodings, head for the shower with the tape measure. 10 minutes later, I'm already in the kitchen, squeaky clean and gloomy to the point of depression. A cigarette is smoldering in my hand, my mouth feels like cats have shit, and my head is filled with hopelessness and an understanding of the transient nature of life. "Well, so—" Ilya can't resist. "-2 centimeters, I answer after a short pause, and a minute of silence falls in the room, uniting everyone. "This is," Anwar begins cautiously, "really bad, right? I heard that they used to do operations for—" "Not quite," I interrupt him so that he doesn't say anything unnecessary. "Within the statistical limits, an average indicator, it's just—" Not knowing what else to say, I shrug. After all, really, what can I add? "Is everything okay?" Anwar looks into my eyes. "You won't get it," I answer with a wry smile. "If anything," Ilya began. "I'll take that into account." He interrupted him and listened for several minutes to the awkward attempts to joke and support, which made everyone uncomfortable, especially those who were trying to console him. It was the kind of situation where everyone understood their awkwardness, but couldn't stop the flow of awkward words. "Maybe he'll grow up a bit more," Anwar said uncertainly, but fell silent when he felt my gaze. "Okay." He patted his knee and stood up from the stool. "I won't bother you with my problems." "Anwar, when did you think I had shrunk?" "Since the moment we left the location," the Caucasian answered briefly, finishing the beer from the can in one big gulp and crumpling it like a chocolate wrapper. "There is logic in this," I nodded. "We just need to understand its limits." "First of all," Slava intervened, "it would be a good idea to find out why your clothes don't look loose." First, I looked at the boots and hung. "Something strange stuck to the sole?" Slava asked with a slight mockery. "Huh, no." He shook his head and looked at the shoes again. "Just some kind of horror. This one," he pointed his finger at the sole, "was a size 40 in the morning, and now it's a size 38. "Didn't get it mixed up?" asked Ilya. "Me?" He stared at him as if he were sick. "I went fishing in these boots for several years and ran in them during the first days of the apocalypse.
How the hell could I have gotten confused?
Slava became interested, looking like a chess player considering a move. Are the rest of the clothes also old? Of course the t-shirt is just new, so what? It's comfortable, and whether it's darned or not, no one cares. The reptilian waved his hand. Check if it's too big for you. Do you think so? I stared at him. Although perhaps, yes, it's somehow strange. It really is a bit big, the reptilian said a minute later. It's not critical, but it's noticeable to the eye. I have one thought, Slava said unclearly. In order not to blab too much, bring here all the things you started running with. I understand. An understanding began to form in my head, and I quickly collected all the missing items and where did this come from?
A pack of half-eaten diet breadsticks made of cardboard, 5 protein bars, 3 muesli bars, Bounty and Snickers, a can of Sauri and oil, a can of Pollock caviar that wasn't the best quality, a pack of crackers with raisins and poppy seeds, a bag of small pretzels with poppy seeds and other things that had long been thrown out of the backpack. I threw it out. He turned to Slava in confusion. Is this a joke? Such a joke? Of course not, the reptilian frowned. What kind of jokes could there be? Did I also reduce your height? Ah, yes. Sitting back, he tried to put his thoughts in order. What is this? A system? It seems so, Slava answered, rubbing his lower lip. Look, do you perceive your things in any unusual way? No? If the dick is sick, it means it smells bad. Prelest suddenly intervened, wanting to share her new wisdom. Vova, she pulled my nose. And does my dick smell bad? The beauty looked at me with curiosity, clearly not putting any intimate meaning into her gaze. Overcoming my embarrassment, I reminded myself that pixies, at least ours, reproduce parthenogenetically and have very vague ideas about sexual relations. Lovely, you smell so nice. I had a hard time finding the right words that wouldn't lie. Pixies give off the scent of honey flowers and for some reason resemble milk, and when they sweat they smell like plant juice, which is also quite nice. Usually the winged baby prefers to doze on a backpack, and to communicate, she sits on my shoulder or head, so I absorb this smell well. Flying closer, she gently pulled my eyelids back and looked into my eyes. Was I deceiving her? Having made sure that I was telling the truth, Prelest went to her friends, who were surrounding the Caucasian guardian of morality, noisily singing the lines about a pussy that is by the scruff of the neck. He couldn't hold back his laughter, and quietly snorted when Sweetie started pestering the werewolf with a request to smell. Anvar made a pained face, and the guys and I could barely hold back our laughter. Life doesn't teach him anything, Ilya noted philosophically, not letting go of the soda and glancing at this flying farce with a bit of malice. How can morality exist for them? For them, a pussy and an ass are just places where they pee and poop. They show less interest than kindergarteners. And he keeps blowing it all out of proportion. Seeing the Highlander's pleading look, he sighed, but decided to help. He spent a minute searching YouTube and turned the tablet screen away from himself, turning on that very famous video. "We are pixies!" came the sound from the speaker, and the little ones immediately hid. Prelest's gaze was filled with deep resentment. How could this be? How could I bring strange pixies into the house? "It's you, darling," I said as fast as I could. See? Pixies discovered the internet. Vova! A desperate cry was suddenly heard on the street. It doesn't work. Running out of the window, Prelest, leading a noisy crowd, flew up to me and poked at the tablet. There were tears, despair, and pain in her eyes, as if the whole world had been punched in the face. "Oh, it works," the little girl exclaimed joyfully and ran back. "It doesn't work again. Vova, do something." "It won't work without me," I explain again, while Bugor, choking on coughing and smoke, hides a smile behind his closed eyes. "It's my tablet, and I can't just give it away. Give it away, or sell it. It's an artifact with a binding." "Ew!" Charming complained, plopping heavily on my head.
The mound went quiet with a hoarse cough, and I took off the cheeky little thing, who still hadn't let go of the tablet. "Well, what should I do with you, Miracle?" I asked, holding her in front of me. "The miracle is me," Slavka's pixie corrected me, looking as if she had changed her mind that I was in my right mind. "So what?" he repeated the question, not wanting to get involved in empty arguments. "Love?" Charming raised her eyes to me. "Vova!" she cried out in surprise, her eyes wide open. "TikTok is here!" She said this with such excitement, as if she were sharing a secret. "We're having a meeting right now," I explained patiently, "and you can't go there. It's strictly confidential." "What do you mean by confidential?" the sister asked with interest. "These are conversations that should not be disclosed to outsiders." "Ugh!" The little gossips simultaneously winced. "As you know," Uyghur began, settling himself on the council log, holding a smoking cigarette in one hand and a large mug of strong coffee in the other, which seemed almost unbearable in this heat. "Our equipment has begun to malfunction. It's not a secret," muttered one of the council members. "Get to the point, Volodya. Don't waste time." "That's clear to everyone," the namesake nodded calmly, taking a leisurely drag and washing down his coffee. "Neither to us nor to Federalissimo." "Oh my God." The irritated member of the council began to wave his hand, but stopped. "Is war already on our doorstep?" "According to our information, it's complete," Malloy answered with an angular grin. "There is no other option," Sheldon said calmly. "The imposter does not have many people, and most of them are not at all eager to die for the sake of officers' benefits. The conscript troops are certainly not eager to sacrifice their lives." "Kshatriyas," interrupted Malloy. "I cannot name the source of the information." Everyone nodded, understanding the situation. "However, the local leaders are clearly out of their minds. They are introducing a caste system to the masses, where officers and warrant officers are considered kshatriyas, and privates and sergeants are sepoys." "Complete nonsense," drawled the member in the vest. "That's true," the young man confirmed, "but isn't the whole situation we've found ourselves in absurd? They're pushing a caste system there with a distinct feudal tinge." "Nothing new," Olga Vladislavovna calmly remarked. "Yes," Malloy nodded in response. "Earlier it all seemed like nonsense, and we hoped that the military town would completely fall apart. But according to my information, they are powerfully processing the personnel there with the help of some dubious individuals. They are conducting educational work with elements of hypnosis, or if you like, mentalism." "What a horror," one of the guards said indignantly. "Now we don't need the Kashpirovskys." "According to the latest data," Bugor added, "processing is also carried out using psychotropic substances." "Vova." Prilest's voice interrupted my thoughts with notes of sincere indignation. "His brain will switch off. Give him yours. And anyway, stop keeping secrets from us. We are perhaps the most secret keepers in the entire valley." I couldn't resist. The guard sighed, running up and taking the tablet from the pixies. "Okay," I bowed my head, wincing slightly, admitting my mistake to the council. The guard with the tablet hadn't been able to keep the pixies away. It happens. Pixies are like that, sometimes unpredictable. And at times, I exchanged glances with Booger, closing my eyes for a moment. Then, I caught Little's eye. "In general, the situation is clear," the man with the same namesake said cheerfully, getting up from the log. "Martial law with full severity." "Guys?" I asked, looking back at them. Although the decision was clear in advance, there was no way to avoid discussion. "With us," Anwar replied. "We're fighting," Ilya smiled reservedly. "With us," Slava confirmed. "And we are with you," exclaimed Prilest and immediately caught my eye. "Vova, where are we heading?" "And the drones," I persisted, looking at the little pixies who had taken a chair in the corner of the living room with a tablet. I really didn't want to drag these little rascals into the war. I understood that they were predators, albeit low-ranking ones. They were used to killing and dying, but the eyes found these toothy creatures cute, like living dolls. And the funny, squeaky chorus of "the pussy smells awesome if the pussy is awesome" did nothing to help them be perceived as serious fighters.
Damn, cursed Bugor. Vava, what drones are there in this city? This is Lipetsk. Not Moscow. Not St. Petersburg. And not even Kazan. Lipetsk. Probably 50 in the whole city, and that's doubtful.
You're exaggerating, Anwar winced, waving away the smoke. There were significantly more of them.
So be it, the namesake said nervously. 200, even 300. But where are they? In elite Lenino? In gated communities with rich Buratinos? And we are here, in Opitnaya.
Well, Volodya, having removed the cork from a bottle of mineral water, intervened in the conversation with Molly. There really is a problem with drones. There have always been few of them in the city, and here even more so. Very expensive.
Our region, as you know, is not exactly poor, but very working class and simple.
Ilya interjected into the conversation. You could have gotten it for about 5,000, but the quality left much to be desired. The kid, leaving no doubt, added, taking a swig from the bottle, "This is cheap Chinese junk. You can't control it properly, and you can't really see anything from the camera." He continued, burping from the gas. "In the first days when we recovered a little, we collected them wherever we could. You understand, such a thing is immediately on everyone's lips. Buying a drone and not bragging about it is fantastic. We take any that are available, and thanks to them, at first, it was much easier. And then..." He shrugged his narrow, bony shoulders, paused, and added, "They probably started collecting late, or something else played a role. You can't guess."
Compare it to the situation with phones, only it was easier there.
I didn't understand and asked, "What exactly is wrong with them?" Bugor answered briefly, "They work only in the hands of their owner." I continued in confusion, "And what does this mean?" The namesake sighed and said, "They are very far from ordinary people." It became clearer to me, and I said, "Ah, so this is how it happened for us after the location. Things are going badly for everyone right now." Bugor sighed. "At first, the connection just let us down, and now the situation is absolutely terrible. With both mobile communications and the internet, it's not enough to just buy a computer or a phone. For the system to recognize it as your owner, you understand? You have to make an effort." I exchanged glances with the guys. It seems we missed a sea of important moments. Something was discussed, but the information flew past without stopping. I thought it was just about interruptions in mobile communication. And most of them are a complete failure when it comes to practical skills, Ilya drawled. My mother couldn't even insert a SIM card. She asked me or the salesperson to help. That's exactly it, Malloy sighed. 75% of them, if not more, the phones don't work at all. Not phones, not tablets, not computers. Can you imagine? An unpleasant story. Anwar, who was fixated on the internet, was horrified. Absolutely right, Malloy nodded. The others are a little better, but it's also difficult. For example, I changed SIM cards myself. Maybe 1 or 2 subscribers in the city managed to get through. If these subscribers are still alive at all, Bugor noted gloomily, lighting up again. The system, as I understand it, selects randomly from the list. Basically, these are all sorts of worthless entries like Natalia, the hairdresser, or Kolya, the electrician. But they have long since ceased to be among the living. As a rule, the guy confirmed, then there are more complex actions, replacing the battery itself, changing the phone settings, and so on. What about the internet? Slava asked with interest. If you follow this logic, it shouldn't exist at all. The internet is generally doing quite well, Malloy chuckled, but not everyone can change the settings, and symbol communication on Vkontakte or surfing TikTok doesn't require much effort. So what? The reptilian was amazed. Then let them correspond on VContact as much as they want. Ha ha, muttered the namesake. Only in those communities where they were active participants. The correspondence was preserved, but joining new ones is not possible. I see. The groups have survived, but there are very few people in them, right? I suggest, narrowing my eyes.
As a rule, the guy confirmed. Most are members of 2 or 3 communities at most where they wrote, at least sometimes, and if they're very lucky, some of their friends remained. Subscriptions on Contacto or YouTube do not matter. Correspondence is only conducted in places where a person left their messages more than once or twice. And, most importantly, they were answered. Wow! Ilya exclaimed. Can you imagine what freedom of action is opened up to internet trolls? That's right, Bugor chuckled bitterly, taking a drag on a cigarette that was in a tin can. And now we'll have to deal with this. Can you imagine? Before the apocalypse, I had 17,000 subscribers, I said with slight pride. Were you looking at Lipetsk? Bugor asked with interest. Or is this already a countrywide scale? Or maybe you want to hear about the global level? I said with sincere pleasure about my YouTube channel. I even had subscribers in the United States. This is serious, the namesake nodded approvingly.
You could say that you have a real postal hub. An incredibly important thing in our conditions. If it were also possible to easily add subscribers, it would be priceless.
Why can't it be like that? I asked in surprise.
After I posted the video from location on YouTube, about 7,000 more people subscribed to me.
Seriously? Malloy didn't believe it. I didn't expect that.
Well, look for yourself.
I looked at the Pixie, took out my phone, and unlocked it, turning the screen towards Malloy and Bugru.
You can look at the statistics. Go ahead and scroll through it yourself.
The namesake shook his head. In other people's hands, it works with a delay at most. Malloy said tensely. Enter "We Are Pixie" in the search. Did you post this? No, I shook my head, typing the necessary letters into the search bar. Someone from Pedrolissimo's team filmed it. And how the video ended up on YouTube is anyone's guess. Several days have passed since the filming, and I don't even want to guess who stole what from whom. 2 million views. Bugor noted thoughtfully, lighting another cigarette. And still only about 150 subscribers. No new ones at all. Looks like they're not adding any. An interesting story, Slava said, leaning back in his chair. Don't you dare try too hard, the namesake chuckled. Comrade Vova's account is excellent, and the equipment isn't simple either. I just assembled it from different parts, I admitted modestly. You see, Bugor exhaled towards the cloud of smoke. The result is obvious. Skilled hands with a clear head always bring benefits, especially after the apocalypse. It is 10 times stronger. The technique is serious, but the situation itself is far from unique. There are about 70 people left on Opitnaya with a good connection, the teenager confirmed authoritatively, about the same as before. The only thing is that no one has an advanced account, or at least we don't know anything about it. We'll have to check, Bugor said hoarsely. We must, Malloy agreed, and their eyes met very meaningfully. Actually, the topic is interesting. If you think about it a little, you can earn some money here. You just have to turn on your brain, at least a little. Calls for money? Ilyuka asked with interest, taking out his phone. Sounds tempting. You won't be able to do much with this, or rather, you won't be able to earn money for long. Malloy stopped him. I'm not sure, Slava chuckled and told me about the changes in my height, not all my clothes, and about the return of the dry rations from Natalia's youth home. This, Bugor hesitated for a moment, gives hope. If we save at least some of the equipment, the situation will not seem so hopeless. So, it is being restored? Wow, Malloy drawled. So all these 20-year-old vehicles with rusty lastochkas will drive on the roads, and foreign cars and more modern equipment will rot? Be glad that at least such equipment will remain. His namesake answered him. In this regard, we, at Opitnaya, will be doing better than the rich guys in the center. If necessary, we'll visit our swallow. Suddenly, a sharp bang hit my ears. Explosion! I managed to understand, pulling Ilya to the floor and knocking Slava down with my shoulder. The wide open windows shook violently, smashing against the walls and almost bursting out noisily, and a sudden gust of wind swept through the room, sweeping away everything in its path. Sheets of paper, an ashtray, canvases from wall mounts, overturned chairs. And we found ourselves on the floor, alive, but stunned. Booger pressed his hands tightly to his ears, from which blood was flowing. Mali held his cut forehead. Anvar turned over and flew out the window, and only then did I hear a piercing scream. Alarm! And then, long live the first consul, for the glory of the empire! Portal! They are Porta! The scream broke off, turning into a gurgling wheeze, and was illuminated by the malicious laughter of a madman. Then, Anwar's growl was heard, and, the next moment, without thinking, I threw the owl, lying on the floor, out of the window and hit. Having pierced the armor from behind, the owl sank right into the spine of the gray-haired elf, who was holding the 1.5-length rifle. Die, creature! Uncle Sasha appeared from around the corner with a machine gun in his hands. Settling down on the hot asphalt, he pulled the trigger. The next moment, he was already dodging the hammer blow. I managed to notice 3 swordsmen with round shields who were persistently pushing Anvar towards the wall. The action is instantaneous, and they are no longer in sight. And one thought is spinning in my head: to make it in time. And a burning irritation at the Caucasian who is used to meeting danger in the form of a beast. Parthenogenesis in biology means so-called virgin reproduction, that is, a type of sexual reproduction of organisms in which female gametes develop into an adult without the participation of fertilization. This process is characterized by the fact that the offspring arises directly from the egg cells without merging with male cells. Sepoys were mercenary soldiers in colonial India from the 18th to the 20th centuries. They were recruited by European colonial authorities, primarily the British, from among the local population to form armed bands to maintain order and combat rebellion. Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, 1870-1924, used the phrase, "They are terribly far from the people," to characterize the Decembrists, emphasizing the gap between their ideals and the real needs of ordinary people. Ilya's desperate cry echoed in my ears. The firearm doesn't work. Unfortunately, this signal sounded too late. I had already climbed over the windowsill, clutching the machine gun to my chest. After rolling along the asphalt, I dodged the spearman's blow and, as if in a breakdance, knocked him down. The butt pressed against my shoulder, several misfires in a row. I parried the blow with a light sword, and with my bare foot delivered a strong blow to the enemy's knee. I heard a crunch and a wild scream, in whose eyes shock was frozen. A vague thought flashed through my head. Full immersion, sensations set to 100%. Taking the sword, I made a short thrusting blow to the throat and rolled to the spearman's feet. I pierced the groin and with a quick movement slashed the inside of the thigh. I took the sword in my left hand. With my right, I pulled the knife from the sheath on my thigh, and the blood of hobbits and elves flows in my veins, so I can't miss. One of the swordsmen who was pushing Anvar got wounded, and was distracted for a moment. That was enough for the Caucasian. He jumped on the wounded man and broke his throat with a lightning-fast bite, immediately dodging the blow with his shield. The Caucasian wolf's jump onto the wall was a surprise even for me, although he can do parkour in any form. He climbed the wall, pushed off and, bending in flight, reached the second opponent, knocking him down. I reached him when he was already down, taking the spear and performing a long lunge, known from wushu. At that moment, Slava, transformed into a snake, flew out of the factory doors, forcibly pushing the door apart with his impressive head. His muzzle was covered in blood and cuts, and traces of chopping blows and bloodstains were visible on his body. Having handed the sword to Anwar, who had finally become a man, I snatched my owl from the elf's body. A short pause, no longer than half a second, and I parried the arrow fired from the crossbow. "Bitch!" the crossbowman cursed, drawing his sword from its sheath. "Come here, you bastard!" I'm in no hurry. After a short pause, he rushed at me and shouted, "For the glory of the Empire!" A few seconds of intense combat, filled with the sharp sounds of scraping metal, and I sidestepped back, and my opponent collapsed on the asphalt. He crawls towards me, scratching the ground with his fingers and giving me a crazy smile. For a moment, I thought that this face was somehow familiar to me. There was a dull thud from behind, and I instantly turned around, jumping to the side. "Don't touch Vova!" Prelest sharply intervened, hitting the attacker with a flower pot. Almost immediately after that, a pixie flashed in the air, as if melting. And, in place of the already lifeless enemy, there remained a fountain pen, a relic of the previous owners of the registry office. "You have no chance!" I heard Ilya's triumphant, sharp cry. Despite the swearing, his voice carried the insistence of a man ready to sacrifice himself, who understood that he had won at the cost of his life. "It won't explode!" A chill of horror ran through me. I went around the building and saw the bloody Ilya. His eyes were already losing life, but he stood there, holding a translucent shield in front of an army of opponents in camouflage and armor. Leaping forward, I jabbed one of the enemies under the heart, and with a swing, the blade of the owl, caught by the very end, slashed across the face of another. "For the glory of—" A spike pierced the eyes, full of madness, which I did not have the strength to look at. "Vova!" One of the enemies fell to the asphalt with a pixie spear in his temple. "Don't touch!" The second did not die right away. Grabbing the sharp splinter in his eye, he tore it out and took a few steps towards me. At that moment, Uncle Sasha burst into the crowd of knights with a warhammer, and Slava masterfully controlled someone else's halberd in the form of a naga. The enemies quickly ended. But... "Live, brother!" Anvar, covered in blood, shouted as he knelt before Ilya. He was breathing with difficulty, and there were only corpses around. Almost all of them ours. Of the guards, only Uncle Sasha survived, although the shift was already approaching, and some of the replacements showed up early, as usually happens. There were over 20 ordinary people, and Malloy, aka Wojtek, with a severed head, which smiles strangely at the dead enemies piled up in a heap. "Portals, damn it!" "Hortals!" cried Bugger, clutching the severed head of his young comrade tightly to his chest.
"They've conspired, the Pederosimo and the players. Bastards! Bastards! Bastards!"
"Vova!" He came up to me and grabbed my shoulder with his bloody hand.
"Film it, Vova. Record it and post it on YouTube."
Only now he realized that he was holding his head in his hands.
"Am gathering a council. There is no good news, Bugger said gloomily, addressing the members of the council and their close associates. The fact that Pederalissimo colluded with the players has been confirmed, and most likely this happened a long time ago. Well, now I understand why the soldiers have become like zombies, said the member in the vest with some strange satisfaction. I looked at him sideways but said nothing. He was an unpleasant person, but by no means evil. There are such people. Their pessimism is like an overflowing pot, and they either do not want to hold the lid on their thoughts or do not know how. But at the same time, they are useful and hardworking. But still, damn unpleasant. Players and humans in the same squad is bad news. One of the council members shook his head. I hope this doesn't happen again. The capture of prisoners yielded very few results, Bugor continued. Except that, as Igor Yuryevich accurately noted, this is essentially zombification. Comrade Vova suggested contacting goblin specialists, but the examination is unlikely to be quick. The only thing you can be absolutely sure of is that it is unacceptable to be captured by them under any circumstances. That's right, added Lyoka, who was present at the council as an expert on the military town. This is not just an alarming signal, but a complete disaster. He ran his hand over his face. Don't want to say that the military is making concessions, but they have their own rules of the game. They change depending on the situation, of course. But if someone has served long enough, then these algorithms are not so much calculated as they are perceived intuitively. Seizure of power in the military town within the rules, asked Olga Vladislavovna. Well, almost, the former contract soldier nodded. We went a little beyond the limits. But overall, it is predictable, and if desired, you can integrate into the system. But zombification, open actions of players, an attempt at a terrorist attack, along with the destruction of the passage to a location that is critical for us. I see, Bugor cut him off sharply. I understood the general meaning of your words. We'll deal with the details later. Volodya, he turned to me. What's going on with YouTube? Filmed and published. Taking out the tablet, I turned it on and went into my account. Wow, there's already a response. The flyers wrote, and they called almost immediately. Having set up a video link, we discussed the situation together and decided not to sit on the defensive. We also raised the issue of YouTube. One of the guards, who had an original way of thinking, suggested, instead of distracting attention, it would be better to subscribe to Comrade Vova's account. At least that's some kind of contact. The head of the military airfield, a strong lieutenant colonel with a half-gray head, was forced to smile reservedly and said, One issue has been resolved. It remains to sort out the targeting. We have... He fell silent and, as if plunging into cold water, continued, There are technical difficulties. Sheldon bit his lip and muttered quietly. That was expected. Bugor, sitting in front of a tablet in the Turkish manner, leaned forward and asked, How many planes can you lift into the sky? The pilot smiled wryly. We'll be able to lift everything, but there might be difficulties with landing and arming. The lieutenant colonel looked to the side and noted, These are our problems. There are probably ways to solve them, but unfortunately they are not quick. The situation is really difficult, but we promise to do everything possible. Don't expect much from us, but we will do what we can. Igor Yuryevich quietly asked, Is everything that bad? The lieutenant colonel repeated, Bad? No, not really. The main difficulty is related to the capabilities of the players. A self-proclaimed general,
cannot help but understand aviation, which means he is counting on the support of his allies, or perhaps his masters. I asked the lieutenant colonel, "What is required of us?" "You'll give us a tip. We have limited ammunition, and we also have to take into account the presence of players. We," he grinned with a crooked smile, "are no strangers to flying using a phone navigator. So if your spotters can get even close to the military town..." Their eyes met, and he wanted to refuse with all his heart. He rubbed his face to gain time to think, then remembered the sinister smile of Wojtek and Prelest, who got rid of strong enemies with amazing ease. "I will try to offer it to them," he said with difficulty, "although I can't guarantee success. And I don't know how to bypass the phone's binding to the owner." "Binding?" the pilot asked in surprise. "It's quite simple. Are you reading fairy tales? You need to drop a little of the owner's blood on the phone and until it dries." "Well, it's elementary," Sheldon muttered, hitting himself in the face with his palm. "So-and-so, Yes, go on." "In fact, there's nothing to continue," the pilot shrugged. "There are small details, but they're more for scientists. In practice, everything is simple. Blood on a phone or any device, and until it dries, it will work even in the wrong hands. In position, I wrote 2 hours later, awaiting the command. That's it, I told the guys for the sake of order. We're waiting for the signal. Slava cooed, curling into a ring and gaping wide with his snake mouth. Nearby, Anvar stretched out on the warm grass, exposing his furry sides to the sun and breathing rapidly with his tongue hanging out. In the form of animals, the guys recover much faster and, although they won't admit it, they worry less. Our forced march around the military town, passing through territories captured by the enemy, exhausted us more morally than physically. Sokol, Verkhney Park, Kameny Log, everything happened simultaneously, swiftly, and with a cautious look around. Goblins. Those allies are something else, but like them, they came here to help. However, in my opinion, the main motive was not nobility at all, but the unwillingness to lose such a profitable trading partner as a Pitnaya. And in second place was saving face. What can I say? I'm not going to honor goblins. Their nobility exists only within the tribe, for their own. However, allies they are, whatever they may be. The best warriors and scouts of the Union of Tribes. 50 faces, the sight of which can cause a heart attack, a stroke, as well as Parkinson's disease and epilepsy. These mugs are with us. A select group of masters of ambush, the art of piercing the throat, and insidious techniques available only to semi-savage tribes. Poison in weapons, where just one scratch causes convulsions with unbearable torment and death. Yes, they experimented on rats. And it's true. It was a pity for the tailed ones. However, there is no other way out. We wait. The signal from the scouts instantly removed the drowsiness, as if it had never been there. I was writing a reply, and suddenly, "Wava, are you on?" The subscribers heard. "It's on, it's on," the voice answered quietly. "Aha, we are the Pixias," the cute monster declared solemnly. "And we are the horror. Vova, where is our horror?" "Ah, we are the horror on the wings of day and night, and we will come with vengeance in the name of the moon," another toothy monster intervened, climbing into the frame. "They see me, right?" A muzzle crawled into the camera lens, trying to make out the lurking spectators. Ba-ba-ba, the tongue suddenly became long, and the slightly open eyelids gave the teasing a special offensiveness, in the opinion of the pixie. "Ilya suffered. We are taking revenge in the name of Ilya," the third one was indignant, pushing her sharp-tongued friend away from the camera. And they argued, in a squeaky voice, on live TV, for several dozen seconds.
In the name of Ilya, the moon warrior with the black eye finally agreed. But for the moon too. We are pixies, the first warrior repeated menacingly. Vova, tell them! You are a pixie, the operator repeated. Look, she turned to her friends. Scary! That's it. I'm tired of it. Let's fly to carry out retribution. She menacingly showed her fist to the camera, and then added in a different voice. Well, that's it. Start. And then tick-tock, right? You promised. The camera rose into the air, and the MiGs took off with her. Chapter 10. Mom, I huddled even tighter, pressing myself against the rocky ground under a layer of rubble. And it seemed I even tried to bury myself in it, dropping my nails on the small rubble and half-rotten construction debris mixed with the soil. Explosions. 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 Clods of earth, concrete chips, and who knows what else hit my back painfully. I wanted to observe more, flashed through my mind, and then immediately disappeared the only clear thought in the last minute. The observer is a complete zero. At what point did things go wrong? Probably when I suggested coordinating air support, or when the goblins who had joined in said they would work with the junior marching chieftain in this fight, meaning me. How and why I became a junior marching chieftain and at the same time an honorary elder is still a mystery to me. I don't think there is any official meaning or legal justification for it. It is quite possible, or even more likely, that the goblins simply decided to join in to rob our wealthy enemy together with us. And I became the reason that allows this to be done legally, without unnecessary formalities and quibbles. The goblins seem to be with us, but they act independently, concentrating on their tasks and not delving too much into allied obligations and other unnecessary details. But all this is just reflection after the fact. At that time, in the hustle and bustle, I was not the only one who did not figure it out, I think, nor were all the members of the council. We were burning with a thirst for revenge and blood, and the appearance of the goblins was perceived as a self-evident event, a kind of rule of the game. That's how it all started, and it turned out very strange. Fear of being suspected of cowardice, misunderstanding, pressure of circumstances, and simple but convincing argumentation of the council members. And now, Mom, I barely overcome my fear. I raise my head and try to understand if everything is okay. Everyone is alive. That is, Anvar and Slava are safe, but I still haven't had time to feel warm emotions about the goblins. So in relation to the green-faced ones, the thought, acceptable losses slyly flashes. Anvar's wild nature has taken over. Now only the furry part of his body with his tail tightly pressed to his stomach sticks out of the ground, and clods of earth fly from under his hind legs. He continues to dig, which means he is doing the right thing. Slava is hiding in some nasty ditch and trying to pretend he's a hose, with his head buried in a pipe, most likely not a sewer. Judging by the curves of his body, he's trying to move forward, but his heavy body is in the way, and that's not always a good thing. I am in the same situation. I am not much different from my comrades. Only there is no pipe for shelter. Otherwise, a slight envy flashes in my head in relation to such a successful shelter. Therefore, with a certain sense of pride, I notice that my pants are dry, and for the first time, I envy my friend's second uniform. It's convenient, damn it. The pants will stay clean. Honestly, I'm jealous, especially at these moments, when I'm under fire with thoughts about how great it is. Even if something bad happens, you just need to turn into a beast and all the troubles will remain outside, and you will be clean and well-groomed. Or not so fluffy, it's not that important. Explosions
More explosions. In such moments, when it is impossible to change anything, the strangest and most absurd thoughts creep into the head. This feeling of complete helplessness makes the subconscious look for any distracting fantasies just to keep sanity and not go crazy. Chaos sets in thoughts, which tries to somehow drown out the horror of what is happening. Damn pilots.
They always rush there. I press myself to the ground again, desperately praying not to God, but strangely to my mother, as if this will help stop the nightmare. Somewhere, deep inside, there is a desire for everything to end at any cost, even if I have to leave forever, because this airstrike seems unbearable for anyone who is not ready for such an ordeal. It is impossible to convey in words this terrible horror from the explosions, the screech of fighters and the trembling of the earth, when the explosions literally throw the body into the air, and death itself seems to dance nearby. Please, stop, I repeat in my head. Thoughts of death try to intertwine with thoughts of my mother, and a burning desire to quickly survive this hell, no matter how. When the roar dies down a bit, the most rude curses towards the pilots and their accuracy creep into my head. I hate them with all my soul, to the point of pain in my teeth and cracking enamel. I hate them, and all their relatives, to the 7th generation. They may be gods in the air, but when it comes to shooting, bombing, and missile strikes, it seems like they haven't had any training since college. Not even once. Then the ground shook violently, and suddenly everything stopped. Not believing that the raid had really ended, I raised my head. Yes, indeed, the MiGs, having made a turn, fly away. I force myself to get up, and the thoughts about pilots that had recently arisen now seem stupid and shameful. Until next time. Mom.
Someone's tiny and weak voice sounds quietly inside me.
Follow me, guys,
I order in a trembling voice, and take a few steps forward. The ground beneath my feet sways. I have to strain not to fall. Forward. Or do you think you're immortal? The furry one on the back responded first. A few seconds passed, and the werewolf crawled out of the freshly dug hole.
Crouching low and zigzagging, he rushed towards the breach in the walls of the military town. Slava followed him, his scaly body sliding across the shell-torn ground, and then the goblins stood up and slowly moved forward. I noticed in passing that some of their loincloths had become noticeably heavier. Most of them. Flashed ironically through the subconscious, not wanting to remember the recent envy of Slavka's pipe in the sewer and the lack of pants. He didn't wet himself. What a hero! The hero, who did not wet himself, as befits a commander, runs behind in almost dry pants, leading and directing everyone. Where does this pathos come from in me? The shame for what I said does not give me any peace, although who cares about it anyway? But I feel this shame, and that's it. I am not ashamed of my disdainful thoughts about goblins, quite the opposite. In my mixed soul, like a bamboo forest, nationalistic irritation towards the outsiders' allies grows. Vova! Suddenly a charm fell on my head, emitting the smell of gunpowder and fire. The smell of a guard's ribbon. A strange association flashed through my subconscious. Did you see? No, you saw? Performing a ritual dance on her head, accompanying it with words like, we go whoosh, and they go boom, then a hole. And no, did you see? Charming threw herself into the air with a strong jerk, and flew forward, dodging the gaze. From the direction of Bikhanov Garden, the sounds of a serious battle can be heard. Shots from cannons and heavy machine guns, exploding mines and grenades, machine gun fire. Clear signs of an approaching war. The wind brings oily and sharp smells of burning, gunpowder, and military chemicals. The imagination draws smoke with particles of burnt flesh,
which makes you feel sick. Damn psychosomatics. The battle continues, and Charming and Sweetie are right in the center of it. It makes your heart clench, and the fact of your own powerlessness weighs you down and depresses you. You have to remind yourself that they are adult pixies, creatures that are not vegetarian at all. It doesn't help much. Having run about 50 meters, I fall, clutching a machine gun in one hand, a tablet in the other, trying to cover it with my body and praying that the unknown but very accurate enemy does not hit me. "Shoot the goblins, you bastard!" I whisper desperately, pressing myself to the ground. There are a lot of them. I don't feel sorry for them. One less, but not me. Not me! Crouched low to the ground, I wait out the barrage of shots until Slava bursts through the hole in the wall, knocking down the unexpected enemy with his powerful head. A few tense seconds of mortal combat with the reptilian, and the way is clear. "Forward," I call again, leading by example, trying to ignore the pain in my bruised knee. 2 or 3 goblins remain lying down. The rest filter into the military town, dividing into 3 groups. 10 goblins remain with me for cover. The rest are evenly divided between Slava and Anvar. Excluding, of course, the dead ones. There is a great shortage of experienced fighters, but unfortunately the situation is seriously complicated by politics. We are a free detachment, and part of the council stubbornly refuses to transfer their fighters to our command. Perhaps if we had tried to come to an agreement, everything would have ended differently. But all 3 of us got involved in the conflict. On top of the already tense nerves, local activists decided to advance their political interests, finding, damn it, time for it. Personally, I am sure that both sides acted incorrectly, but the split between us and Opitnaya is final. Now we are a completely independent unit, which means that we will act based on our own goals and interests.
Damn it!
The words escape along with the dust and earth when I rise after another fall. What kind of nonsense doesn't come into my head? After spitting a few times, I whistle to attract the goblins' attention and use gestures to explain what to do. Not right away, but they begin to understand, walking around the cars parked on the side of the road, one of which is still emitting a black, unpleasant plastic smoke. In the military town, the greenskins look as alien as possible. Even the shaman's averted gaze barely helps, as if the war spirit itself had risen up against the saboteurs in dirty loincloths. No false respect for the authorities. No overrolled boots. In general, they sneak along as if out of step. "Volodya?" A plump woman with a barely familiar face looked out of an open window on the first floor. She smelled of perfume, and then of printer ink. "What are you doing here?" One of the goblins struck her in the throat with a spear and immediately crouched down, while 2 of his comrades, pushing off from the hunched back, ran inside. A few seconds, and a goblin's grinning face appeared in the window opening. "This is how we live," I muttered out loud, pulling myself up and swaying over the windowsill. Some office space. Never mind. Trying not to notice the pangs of conscience and the corpses of the mercenaries, I settled in with relative comfort. I'm torn between trying to coordinate combat operations and worrying about my own safety. In theory, I should be clearing the building, or at least 1 floor. But we remain in the shelter. The goblins have made some incomprehensible signs on the door and the doorframe with the blood of the murdered woman, and meeting my gaze they nod reassuringly, as if to say, "Don't be afraid, Comrade Vladimir." Their faces are calm, so I try to maintain a facade of imperturbability. And in my head I hear over and over again, "Volodya, what are you doing here?" Then I will reproach myself and wake up from nightmares. But now there is no time for this. Damn war. I barely had time to sort out the situation on the tablet when I heard mortar shelling from the direction of Malibu. Then a deafening explosion of monstrous force was heard. The ground shook under my feet, and the Lukoil gas station on Tereshkova ceased to exist. War is not romantic at all. An unexpected thought flashed through my head. Not at all. I look at my phone, trying to coordinate fire support via direct communication. "Sister, fly in circles around Anwar," I shouted into the phone and stared at the screen with tension, hoping that I had been understood correctly. Failure in planning. A C- for everyone. I reproach myself, noticing more and more mistakes in organizing the operation. The nurse understood the situation correctly, and a few seconds later I noticed a wolf making its way to the 6th clinic, acting like a real scout. He moved like a plastun, changing direction in zigzags, pressing against the walls of buildings and hiding in shelters. Behind him walked a squad of goblin fighters, carefully distracting attention in order to loot. The goal was pharmacy warehouses, medical equipment, and, if possible, to kidnap doctors, any specialists. In the current conditions, a person who knows how to properly apply bandages and inject into a vein, and not just superficially, is in fact priceless. His skills literally save lives. Particularly valuable is someone who has received at least some training and can not only provide assistance independently, but also teach others, which is much more important. Explaining methods, sharing knowledge accumulated over thousands of cases, and not just random or home experience, is a strategic advantage. Doctors, biologists, zoologists, veterinarians, chemists. Where can you not find such specialists? For this, even those who have lost themselves with a difficult character or unconventional views are hired. Several times I corrected Anvar's actions, managing to see enemy units through the phone, and I hesitate to clap my hands when I see goblins ambushing our troops. 20 greenskins firing poisoned darts from camouflage at the same time is a serious threat. From a distance of about 25 meters, goblins rarely miss. Somehow, all this seems wrong, my pale lips quietly said, and my conscience reminded me in time that the dead were our own people, and under the influence of psychotropic drugs and mental techniques. But what can I do? If we don't stop the new Napoleon with a mustache right here, it will be much worse. We were not the first aggressors, because the enemy has much more dangerous goblins on its side. But such a thought is of little comfort, especially when the green skin eyes, carefully examining the military town, come to mind. For them, this is not a mythical El Dorado like the one the conquistadors were looking for, but a very real place. Glass fragments, curtains, metal strips, plastic figures from Kinder Surprises, real treasures. They will definitely return. They will definitely return. On the other hand, there are players for whom we are all just NPCs. They are like beta testers, breaking our reality for their own gaming purposes. In a short battle, not only the military perish, but also the goblins. Some of the dead manage to shoot blindly, some have already acquired magical powers and noticed not the goblins, but a strange shimmer hiding behind the truck. An exchange of blows. The filming is done on a phone with poor resolution, and only the smallest figures of the dead are visible, which the goblins methodically strip naked. The proverb, "What is taken in battle is sacred," learned from some books before the apocalypse, takes on a new meaning. But this is wrong. It is only right when we rob, and when we are robbed, this is vile looting. "We are a pixie," Prelist exclaims cheerfully, addressing the viewers of the live broadcast in his squeaky voice. "We are a report. We are to blame for everything. We are the ones to blame. We are a horror, aren't we, Vova? A horror." I obediently agree. biting my lip, and switch my attention to Chudo and Slava, who has a phone taped to his snake-like head. Slava, there's an APC about 50 meters to your left. Can you hear me? I can hear you perfectly well, he replies. There's an APC on the left, got it. I'm worried about trifles again. Painfully replaying in my head on the left, said to the snake. It's stupid, but I can't stop myself. A kind of self-flagellation. As if I'm trying to punish myself for not personally participating in the battle. A short conversation between the reptilian and the pixie and a nimble little girl, hidden in invisibility, attaches a thermite grenade to the armored vehicle. Excellent. That is, for us, it is a success. But for the crew, of course, not so much. Having made a sharp turn on the spot and shooting several bursts blindly, the crew climbs out of the burning APC right under a hail of poisoned darts from the goblins. Explosion. And 5 goblins were scattered by a deadly grenade, which was stored by one of the crew members. Tears welled up in the eyes for a reason. They literally splashed the face. Pressing my lips together until they bleed and frequently wiping my nose, I continue to coordinate the battle, because otherwise, all this work will be in vain. I know that the Sokolskis will strike now, and then, most likely, but not for sure, the centers will come to the aid of Pederalissimo, and then the flyers will rise into the air again to clear the battlefield of enemies. Time. There's an electronic clock hanging on the wall, and the seconds drag on, like gum melting in the heat, stuck to the sole of a sneaker. Slowly, smoothly, as if it were dragging on in a slow-motion film. We have it, Anwar shouts with uncontrollable excitement. We found it. He is in the hospital, or more precisely in the pharmacy warehouse there. We do not have the strength, or, more importantly, the conscience, to seize the hospital. It is too cruel to fight with medical workers. Slava and his men are laying out thermite bombs at key points, as expected with a delay, so that they can escape before the military comes to their senses. It's just a small problem, and the military turned out to be not so stupid. After all, we are strangers on their territory. The entire infrastructure here is built, taking into account the charter. Goblin troops disappear like sugar cubes in boiling water. But the result? With the roar of the engine, a truck drives away from the hospital, loaded with boxes, apparently with medicines. Nearby, under the guard of goblins, are 2 frightened women in white coats and a strong Caucasian.
Time, Slava, time! I shout into the phone. Go away! Found it, Vova. Flying into the window, Milashka speaks at triple speed, flashing her eyes and waving her arms. At first, I can't understand what exactly she's saying. Found a pie, let's go! Vova, let's go! She stood, frozen in front of me with childish hope in her eyes, and I don't know what to do. This is a situation where no matter what choice I make, everything will turn out badly. As a commander, I have to... Let's go. I nod decisively. How far? Yes. Turning to the goblins, I proclaim, you are free. At first it takes some time, but they manage to convey that the operation is over, and it's time for them to return to the location.
Baring their teeth, the 5 remaining greenskins shake their heads, showing that they understand, and disappear into the sunset light. That is, they are heading towards a nearby gap in the wall. And the talk, I think, looking after them. The junior marching chieftain, the pride of the goblin nation. A real raid in its purest form. To say that they are loaded like pack animals is to say nothing. The load is so heavy that they constantly fall out of invisibility, which looks incredibly strange. Some distortions in space, like ripples on a television screen, silhouettes appear for a moment and then disappear immediately, as if, oh, screw it. I squeezed the thoughts that suddenly appeared out of my head. and realize that I have started to think more clearly. Slava, I shout into the phone. Send your goblins home and come to me. I am transmitting my coordinates. Fortunately, we did not go far. The territory of the military town is small, and we carefully did not go deep inside. We just went a little bit into foreign land, ankle deep. A couple of minutes later, Slava comes up to me, immediately turns into a Naga, and looks questioningly, with unblinking eyes and vertical pupils. A pie, I answer laconically. Some strange thing stumbled upon it. We'll have to pull it out. I don't ask for his consent, because we've already discussed this topic more than once, and settled everything long ago. Even if Slava didn't have a particularly warm relationship with Seryoga, to put everything on the line to save the former commander, there is still such a concept as mutual assistance and investment in further cooperation. A squad whose members are ready to help each other, out of any trouble, is, by definition, stronger and more reliable than ordinary mercenaries who got together only for money.
An important matter, the reptilian said approvingly, leaning on the halberd,
and I again promised myself to find out where it disappeared to when turning. And why did you let the goblins go? They're no use, I frowned disapprovingly, to which Slava suddenly jumped up, rising on his snake-like tail almost to the ceiling, but immediately almost fell down, expressing thoughtfulness on his face. Exactly, I nodded meaningfully, although I didn't really understand the reptilian's logic, which had puzzled me more than once since he was an ensign. But I think I finally got it. Did you notice it too? I looked at Slava with a squint. As soon as we left, my brain immediately started working normally. Yes, he answered slowly. There is something to it. I thought it was just stress. Do you think? Don't immediately accuse them of evil intentions, I interrupted. It's most likely just the background influence of their artifacts.
They're like Christmas trees, damn them. These damn shamans.
And our heads didn't suffer much from this. He nodded gloomily. Well, yes, allies. It hit me hard, I agree. At first I chalked it up to stress. But then, damn it, I developed xenophobia. This is a natural reaction of the psyche to a stimulus. The reptilian nodded with the air of Sigmund Freud. Background influence and, I understand, I'll keep quiet. Popeye. I exhale with a hiss, blowing air out of the wheel, and trying to simultaneously release all the accumulated negativity, be it external or internal. Obviously, the goblins have hung many artifacts on themselves, not only for protection, but also to maintain background. Magical or spiritual, if we consider that they are shamans, radiation, without which they would not have lasted long outside the location. But the situation turned out, as usual, far from the best. About pie. I repeat once again, trying to pull myself together and opening the map on the tablet. Cutie claims that he's here. He's there. Pixia pointed her finger in the right direction outside the window and looked at me as if I was crazy. Sighing, I promised myself to try to explain the concept of a map to them, and I sigh again. There's a lot more they have to understand besides the map. I wonder if they'll be able to. I'll take care of the sentries, I say confidently, although in reality there is no sense of confidence, tapping my temple with my finger. The hobbit skills have activated, and the help of the pixies won't be superfluous. Slava agreed, although it is obvious that he is tormented by doubts, but he keeps them to himself. Despite all the trials of the last weeks, it is difficult to call us dogs of war. We lack knowledge, practical experience, and psychological readiness. My heart beats so hard that it seems to rise to my throat, and the pressure seems to split my temples. I am invisible, I repeat like a spell. I do not exist. I am part of the military town. I walk slowly along the wall, carefully avoiding the gaze of soldiers and warrant officers. Fortunately, in this area of the military town, there are few of them for an obvious reason, and the locals sit at home, not showing themselves outside. The glances pass me by, or pierce me through. I have not yet fully understood how the hobbit gaze works. The only thing I know for sure is that this system is multi-layered and very strong, because representatives of this race get along well among the Vurzels and are far from being subordinates. At least, that's how it was in my imaginary childhood. After the air raid, I expected serious destruction. Such an inappropriate thought slips into my head, and although I try to push it away, my eyes still notice the discrepancies. There are traces of bullets and shells on the walls. The pavements and sidewalks are covered in holes in places, but overall it seems that this was not an airstrike, but rather a mortar attack, and not a grad, but a maximum of 82 millimeters. Sometimes the damage is more severe. In some places the walls of houses collapsed, but the overall impression is that the raid failed. Or do I just not understand anything, and the pilots did not try to destroy infrastructure, but only hit armored vehicles and enemy manpower concentrations? Doubtful. How can this be if clods of earth and concrete chunks reached us when we were still about 200 meters away from the military town? Magic, and a sour taste appears in the mouth. Something doesn't add up here. After all, magic is usually the presence of pixies and other miracles, and the enemy must look scary, unpleasant, smelly, and mean, but he can be easily defeated. There's something like a rainbow film over some of the houses if you look closely with true sight. It's barely noticeable, and I wonder if my eyes are playing tricks on me. I've seen too much self-hypnosis lately. So, a sound wave suddenly hit me in the back, and I instantly turned around holding out an owl that seemed to appear out of nowhere. It bared its teeth angrily, and a gray-haired elf with a long sword approached me, gracefully twirling the blade with one wrist. In his left hand appeared a strange device, slightly reminiscent of a Rubik's Cube, whose edges glowed softly. In an instant, the construct opened up, throwing soldiers to the sides as if a truck had hit them at full speed. "We'll be the only ones dividing the confrontation," the player blurted out. "You won't leave, runt." "You're lucky then." Meanwhile, the structure continued to unfold, surrounding us with some kind of force fields and destroying the corner of the house that was affected by the weave. The young ensign screamed in horror as his feet seemed to be pressed into the asphalt. However, his scream lasted only a moment. A few seconds later, a short, cropped head burst out with a crack, and a moment later, all that was left of the soldier was a smeared spot on the asphalt, stretching for about 10 meters. "It hurts!" Miracle screamed hoarsely, and I saw how she was thrown to the side, but not entirely. Only bloody pieces of flesh remained below her knees. Slavka rushed forward with incredible speed, caught the pixie, and fell to the side himself. Alive. But how unharmed was he? Another moment, and the space around me and the elf seemed to become denser. People and strangers beyond it slowed down. Tens, hundreds, and even thousands of times, Slava was still falling with a miracle in his arms, not taking his eyes burning with hatred from the gray-haired elf, while the young conscript was sliding motionless down the wall like a lifeless doll. "In the back," the elf said with contempt, again deftly spinning the sword with one hand. "You and your kind only know how to attack from the rear, pathetic nonentity. You don't know what honor is. Vile creatures, capable of hitting only in the back," I heard the continuation. "You're repeating yourself," I thought gloomily, standing facing the elf and feeling like a novice gladiator who had been sent into the arena with a kitchen knife against an enraged beast. He radiated contempt and handled the sword deftly, and I was almost ready to give up, because in front of me was a truly pumped-up player, and I was just an NPC who was familiar with fencing only from YouTube videos and awkward recordings from the virtual childhood of a half-breed kender in a hobbit village. The elf spun around again, reminiscent of a wushu master at an exhibition. Then, dropped to one knee and struck me with a long sword, and I managed to block it. Judging by the elf's slight surprise, this shouldn't have been done. In principle. After that, I parried his attacks several more times. I retreated with a sliding step, mixing boxing skills and combat experience gained in the rural militia. I was sweating, nervous, but I managed to dodge at the last moment, albeit with difficulty. My hands were wet with sweat, my legs were shaking, but I, damn it, remained unharmed. The player launched into the air, turned around in a graceful pirouette, and slashed his sword straight at the spot where I had just been standing. An almost balletic turn with a sword catch and hair flying, and I responded with an ugly but effective parry with a titanium conduit. The sounds of the sword scraping against metal ripped off some of the blue tape, causing me some hidden irritation. I understand that my modest skills are not comparable to the virtuoso mastery of the player, but the edge of his blade sometimes rests against the crosshairs of the rebar, sometimes against the titanium pipe, sometimes against the imperfect sword of the owl. The clang of metal, not at all like the sound of a cinematic, is sometimes accompanied by sparks. This is all completely wrong. It shouldn't happen this way. I realize it, and so does the enemy. And after a few moments of subjective time, I didn't just start to parry the blows, I started to actively counterattack. A lunge. The elf gracefully blocked it, tensing his tight muscles like ropes. But I didn't engage in a power fight, and sharply turned the blade, tore his palm with the sharp end of the reinforcement crossguard, and retreated a couple of steps. The wound wasn't deep, I think, but it was probably painful, and the sword handle, wet with blood, didn't give a firm grip.
"Oh, you," he began as if playing the role of an operetta hero, and I got the gist. They're fucking playing. Spectators, ratings, the need to win not just like that, but spectacularly. Also the bet on the uniqueness, epicness, and legendary nature of weapons, on decisive blows and skills built into the system. And I have just a cleaver mounted on a titanium pipe. Not a unique, legendary, or epic weapon. No critical hits, no prompting the owner of the necessary movements, and certainly not guiding the hands to the target. A regular piece of iron, suitable for a post-apocalypse world, and somehow it resets all epics, legendaries, crits, and other system advantages. It's also an epic, in its own sense. A sideways smile appeared on my face and, lunge! The elf parried the blow, spinning beautifully in a dance pirouette, throwing the sword into his other hand. Again the ringing of firearms, and in the player's eyes I see growing panic, which does not correspond to the image of a conditionally immortal creature. I smile so widely that it seems like my lips are about to burst, causing the elf to panic even more. Why is he afraid? I'll figure this out later. Having cast aside all extraneous thoughts, I begin to parry blows, attack, actively move around the court, and gradually better grasp the manner of play of my opponents, understand the style, and flexibly adapt to it. The elf remains as graceful as ever, fluttering like a butterfly across the field that takes up half the school gym. And I'm just jealous. Another miss, another mistake. Dodging a wide blow, I take a step forward and with a short lunge reach the elf's neck. At the very last moment, he manages to dodge and parry my thrust, trying to grab the weapon with a deft move. Without entering into a struggle, I simply kick him in the knee, and when he involuntarily bends over, weakening his grip, I intercept the weapon, and with a cutting motion, run across his neck. Not fatally, but a trickle of blood runs from the elf's wound. By the way, his injured palm still hasn't healed. From YouTube videos, I know that such players, especially high-level ones, recover almost before our eyes. And here, the blood is still flowing and doesn't want to stop. Playing with time.
my brain managed to think, catching the torment of the falling Slava and the cry of pain from the pixie. The elf is now limping badly and fighting more carefully, without his acrobatic tricks. If he had fought like that from the start, I would have been finished off quickly. But it's too late. The opponent. I wanted to say something spectacular to him, but I restrained myself.
Now is not the best time even for a sharp, "Prepare to die, bastard."
I simply move around the arena, avoiding direct confrontation, constantly maintaining his attention at the limit. And I wait for a mistake, fatigue, any blunder. A sudden pause. A bloody trace on the player's palm. Slides off the hilt of the sword during another feint, and I immediately take a step forward. A simple combination of a blow and the expected defense, but this time I get involved in a power fight. A blow. The owl's blade pierces the elven throat. He, releasing the sword, clings with bloody fingers to the blue electrical tape on the pipe. A deadly melancholy appears in his eyes, unusual for a player, and I'll think about it later. For now, I let go of the owl, grab the knife from my hip, and hit him in the groin without swinging. 1, 2, the elf lets go of the owl and grabs the knife. The blade pulls towards himself. The player's palms are wounded.
"Wait!"
He whispers pleadingly. I cut his femoral artery, plunge the knife into his groin again, then into his throat, and begin to beat him like a ram. For some reason I cut off his head and realize, yes, I want to see it, above the fireplace, even if only metaphorically. The construct of force fields, or magic ones, it doesn't matter, still surrounds us. Looking at Slava, who is still falling, whom I hold in my arms, I begin to collect trophies, not because I have to, but to keep my hands busy while my mind works. I strip the elf of every last piece of clothing, not so much out of greed as imitating a YouTube video. Yes, those videos where they examine the bodies of dead players, noting anatomical features, runic tattoos, and all sorts of things with artifacts hidden in the most unexpected places. There are quite a few survivalists who have finally found their element and are showing themselves with mad joy in the post-apocalyptic world. As painful as it may be for the Slavic roots of the Kender, it is not the Russians who are leading the situation. The Americans, to hell with them, have created an entire cultural environment around survival, or, more precisely, several layers of traditions, and everything is much simpler with weapons, both in terms of acquisition and in matters of training and use. And here, in Lipetsk, before the zombie invasion, there were no shooting galleries left at all. Most of them were closed. The only shooting range is located somewhere near Silikotny Lakes, but membership there costs $5,000 a year. Rent of the site and other services are paid separately. For an ordinary person, such pleasure is not available. I think that in Afghanistan, the arrival of the apocalypse and government structures, if it changed the lives of local residents, then not always for the worse. And the situation with survivalists there is even more intriguing. However, the feeling of, this is something completely different and opaque competition with the West, remained in some minds even after the actual disappearance of the human race. To this day, a number of representatives of the Pikavests on Opitnaya are raging, since decomposed Europe did not disappear instantly, but continues to exist, albeit as fragments of statehood. It would seem, what business is it of yours? But it turns out that there is an interest. People are strange, exclaims a voice from a virtual childhood in a hobbit village, and I, a human, agree with myself, a Kender. For the sake of order, I try to record everything on the tablet, but the equipment is in such a state that it is unclear whether it is functioning at all. There are failures, slowdowns, new icons appear and disappear, the interface changes before our eyes. I killed the elf, I say in a hoarse voice into the camera,
showing a very rejuvenated face, quite simple despite the pointed ears. I've already fought him twice today. I walk around the elf showing him close up. Then I tell him about our first meeting and the background of the fight, constantly looking back at the barrier which, damn it, hasn't disappeared. Slavka falls in the same way, clutching the pixie in his arms, and the conscript slides down the wall in the same way. I manage to film them too. I pay special attention to the pixie, whose scream seems to break through the stop time. Broken legs, Slava's eyes burning with hatred. I'm shaking, but I'm trying to hold on. If I start panicking, that would definitely be the end for me. First, I remove the stain from the ensign and the conscript, who is sliding down the wall endlessly slowly. I especially emphasize that this was done by an ally of Federalissimo. Then I give some information about the Kshatriyas and the influence on the psyche of the fighters. Perhaps after this, someone will reconsider their attitude to alliances with players. Then I do some looting, with feeling, with understanding and awareness, trying to carefully examine each thing with the help of true vision, simultaneously filming the process on camera. Everything around is buzzing, but it is much more difficult to understand the essence of this buzzing. Sometimes I see clearly, sometimes I don't catch it at all, and sometimes I just intuitively know. However, most often I don't know, don't see and don't understand what is happening. Overall, it turns out to be some kind of nonsense, but I try to strictly follow the regulations, which I partially studied on YouTube, as well as on Sheldon's advice and Slavka's recommendations. Who the hell knows if I'll be able to write anything down? I stop for a moment, because I really don't want to do work that most likely won't produce results. Okay, I finally overcome myself and say, let it be a dress rehearsal. I continue to undress the elf and closely examine his things, carefully describing my feelings and all the visions. I do everything correctly, everything is necessary, and they didn't deceive me. I throw the rag away with disgust and carefully wipe my hands. 3 eggs, really? Communication with the elf's genitals is not caused by love, or interest in them, or even a desire to check information from the internet. It's just that, if you believe this very internet, players often place tattoos or artifacts in the most unexpected places. Game logic allows this. Sometimes, very expensive and useful artifacts are implanted in such hidden corners. Most often, this manifests itself in the form of piercings, but there are other cases. There are rumors, although no, these are clearly fantasies. I don't even want to repeat them, much less check them. As I looked at the genitals and the truly enormous penis, I thought not so much about the insecurity and the actual size of the dead player's penis, but about other oddities. The suffering, pointy-eared one defecated, and this is another fact in the piggy bank of unusual things. This does not happen if you believe YouTube. Players, as a rule, die easily and without a trace, and here, flowed out of all natural openings. And then there is this fear, which is completely unusual for a creature capable of dying dozens of times a day. Maybe, I froze, they have some kind of restrictions? For example, no more than a certain number of deaths in a certain period of time? Otherwise, the player's brain stops working in the virtual capsule? It is possible that this artifact is very complex, given the stop time in a specific area. This could also be something incompatible. Final death? I repeated the words, increasingly realizing that my hypothesis was most likely close to the truth, which meant that I had stumbled upon a very important topic. At any cost, hackneyed phrases from war films and images of commissars from gray films come to mind. But, having looked again at Slava and Chudo, I realized, not any. Absolutely not any. The main thing for me is to save their lives, and the fate of all mankind,
fades into the background. I'm not too worried about myself, the skills of hobbits in Kender, especially adapted for stealth and quick escapes, given almost 100% guarantee of a favorable outcome, even in the worst situations. Bitch, I mutter regretfully, looking at the pile of loot. The weapons and armor look very expensive, but I will not carry them around with me. Artifacts are even more valuable. But true sight shows some kind of bloody trail that seems to connect this damn jewelry with the deceased owner. I don't know exactly what it is, but it seems like some kind of binding. And personally, I am scared even just to try them on or take them as trophies. Will it work? I look at the jewelry. Or not? I decide not to risk it and leave the trophies on the asphalt. There is no wallet, coins, or other safe things. Perhaps they simply did not drop or were not there to begin with. Or NPCs are not supposed to have such treasures. Now everything is lying. Maybe right on the ground. But I can neither pick it up nor see it. The only things that can be trophied the most are armor, clothing, and that's all. Weapons and jewelry emit such an energetic background, as if they were just pulled out of the Chernobyl zone. It is possible, and even most likely, that removing such a binding is not difficult. But I do not remember the appropriate methods, and I do not have the internet now. Dog! I involuntarily swallow my saliva, sorting through these useless things. If you hand them over to Apitnaya for a minimal price through resellers, then the whole team cannot worry about money for several months. I look with alarm at the bracelet, the pattern on which looks suspiciously like a Rubik's Cube, and the force field, still shimmering with a mysterious light around me, the dead elf and the pile of useless treasures. This device is dangerous and dubious, like a mine that cannot be removed. The worst part is that you'll have to play Minesweeper with this bracelet no matter what the circumstances. Dog! Out of impotent anger, I kick the lifeless elf and then do it again. Sitting down on the asphalt, I look toward Slavka, who has only moved a few centimeters during this entire time. Turning off the tablet, I clasp my head in my hands. No thoughts. I try to awaken my imagination and creative flight, but inside there is emptiness, absolute nothingness. My head is completely empty after the fight, and the only thing I think about is the warm asphalt underneath me, which is nice to sit on, and thirst. There is water, but only an incomplete liter bottle, which does not help at all. You can sit and wait for the artifact to discharge for hours, but what if it doesn't work in the next 1 or 2 hours? Or even if it remains charged after a day, perhaps it is programmed so that the discharge occurs according to the rules of the outside world, and until it is completely free of energy, I can turn into a real mummy. Cursing, I lean on the owl and rise from my seat. At that moment I realize that I don't understand anything at all. After all, I left the owl with Slavka when I moved forward, hiding from prying eyes. How she suddenly ended up in my hands is a mystery that is difficult to explain. It's worth thinking about. A weak spark of reason lights up in my head, reminiscent of the times of Ilyich. So. I spoke as if casting a spell. Apparently it really was a call. Having put the owl on the asphalt, I try with all my might to get a response from it for several minutes, but to no avail. Only my eyes ache from the constant tension and intent gaze. Then I took a few steps towards the weapon and extended my hand. There it was, Appa, in my palm. I muttered quietly as if in horror that I had not reached it earlier, but now I believe, not just believe, but know and can. Only after a couple of minutes did I actually manage to do it, and my joy knew no bounds. Sitting down on the asphalt again, I no longer felt despair. What about the pack? No, an open pack of diet bread made of cardboard, and I remember all the hopelessness with which I left Natalia's small room. Food, water. Concentrating, I close my eyes and try to imagine as clearly as possible that bottle of water, which by a strange coincidence of the system's circumstances became an indivisible unit. It worked. After unscrewing the cork, I drank almost half of the contents, got scared of something and put the bottle away, closing my eyes and stretching out my hand as if I were putting it on a shelf. Interestingly, I really did put it away from myself. Then I took it again and filled my mouth again. Bread, then bars, everything in a row. I ate it. I pounced again, but this time with the addition of pretzels, breaking off pieces of dry dough to dip them into pollock caviar from a crookedly open can. Nervously, I ate until I was completely satiated, until I felt sick and started hiccuping. But I didn't care. I'm not an elf to be ashamed, but an ordinary mortal. Ah, great. But then my gaze fell on the damn barrier, and my mood immediately soured. It was just awful. It seemed like such a gift from fate. Not something outstanding, but now I always have food, clothes, and weapons with me. Even if not legendary, not epic items, but ordinary iron that can reset any epic item. If things go really badly, I can just hide and go into independent survival. The only snag is my addiction to tobacco and probably explosives. My rejuvenated body requires it as much as it did at 16. True, the speed of work has also returned. I guess I'm still pretty young for my race, hence all the teenage problems. No acne yet, but I suspect that's temporary. Overall, it's not bad, except for the speed and maybe the acne. But that annoying barrier ruins all the joys of good food. Okay, I said slowly, let's see what happens next. All hope, frankly, is only in chance, in luck, and the cherished Ilyich light bulb, capable of lighting up somewhere in the dusty attic of my memory. What else can one count on? On physics and chemistry? On a creative approach? By the way, the gun volunteered. With a delay, I even managed to get hungry and eat some food, but in moderation. Nevertheless, it volunteered, and my mood immediately dropped. I can say with confidence that my MP is, damn it, an alchemical thrower. 8 cartridges, 12 caliber. And at the same time, 1 cartridge is replenished per day. And the regular ones, as I understand, are completely unsuitable? This is, of course, bad. Of the quality weapons for urban battles, the only thing left is a survivalist's reserve, and the Kalashnikovs have been acting unpredictably lately. And my instinct tells me that we will switch to crossbows. Okay, we will solve problems as they arise. In principle, the situation with a gun would not have become critical at another time. The ability to not carry a last resort weapon with you all the time, but to keep it somewhere hidden, calling it when necessary, is worth a lot. And water, of course, is important. But now it turns out that I can only count on 8 bullets. And then I'll have to fight, hand to hand. Do I need this? The fact that I can defend myself even with a cold weapon does not mean that I want to do it. Or maybe a crazy hope flares up in my head, and I spend almost an hour of subjective time trying to summon something else. Anything, damn it. A 1.5-liter bottle of draft beer, which I remember until the very last bubble, with the hiss escaping from under the unscrewing cap, with every drop of hop bitterness. No way, I say regretfully, trying to find cigarettes, cartridges, and my favorite teacup from among Natalia's things that she gave us as a newlywed gift. By the way, I need to go and get them, flashed the thought. Not myself, of course, but through intermediaries. Hire someone to save these memorabilia after all. And not equipment, I tell myself on my tablet half an hour later. And if it is equipment, then it's different. I take out of the hiding place only those items that were with me from the very beginning. Ha ha, since the end of the world. The cartridges, the stone, his own hair, and many other objects remained in the same place, not wanting to get lost in the space of oblivion. All attempts to call up the interface and so on remained fruitless.
Only now I want to go to the toilet.
I say grumpily, looking around.
But I'm not used to shitting in the street. After all, I'm not from Europe.
Damn, I'm in the same boat. That's the power of all-pervasive propaganda. Although time stands still, what if? Maybe the scene with my failures in the toilet will be imprinted in the minds of everyone, even the crows hovering over the town. My brain was completely occupied with solving the pressing problem, but only incredibly absurd thoughts invading my head brought me back to reality. I rubbed my ears, made a few boxer-style movements, throwing off my worries and practicing beautiful combinations with blows to the body. The usual actions confused me, but soon I began to think a little more clearly.
It seems that the subconscious is throwing some tricks. I look at the bracelet, with gems lying separately, and add,
mind clearance, probably. A sapper can't make a mistake twice in a row. There was no immediate solution, but after turning off the protective field, different options began to appear in my head. In fact, there are two. The first is to grab Slavka and Chudo, take them outside the territory, leaving Sergei in captivity and hoping to free him later. The second is to contact them and together try to break through to Sergei. The problem is that Pi is in the workshops, a little further, closer to the center of the military town. Before the chase begins, we will have about a minute, 3 at most. By the time the soldiers come to their senses, the reports will go through the chain of command, and the reaction will start working. Of course, time can stretch out, but it is better to rely on an active fighter, and not on a typical staff worker, who does not seek to take responsibility for himself, if he is not sure of 100% success. So, Kshatriyas. I opened the tablet, carefully studying the map and assessing the distances. Next, I add information about the location of barracks, classrooms, and other buildings nearby. When I'm done, I enter data on the usual patrol routes, taking into account combat mode and alert. There's enough time overall to pick up Slavka and Pixie, load them into the Toyota Land Cruiser, which is parked about 20 meters away, and drive away through the holes in the wall. No doubt about it. Even if he ends up motionless after hitting the barrier, I'll definitely have enough strength to carry the reptilian to the car. Will it start? He suddenly remembered the problems with the equipment that had begun and began to doubt.
It should, he answered himself, looking carefully at the numbers.
This car is a trophy, and we did its maintenance, as if confirming our qualifications to General Tasha and his team. We confirmed our competence. Major Petroshenko, who received this rank, was pleased with his machine. And I, that is, Pirog and I, were engaged in manual work with the equipment. In theory. He checked all the calculations again, but then with an unpleasant feeling he approached the bracelet. Cooling it with water, he repeated out loud, "Running water washes away all negativity and foreign interference." He poured water from the bottle again and again. No effect. He bit his lips, but there were almost no other options left, and time was running out. Having given up, he settled down near the pile of artifacts and poured his hill on top. A pile. Instead of paper, he used the elf's clothes, those areas with coats of arms. Symbolic. He nodded with satisfaction and thought, to take it off or not to take it off? It's a vulgar gesture, but damn, it's symbolic. And a slap in the face to all those big-eared, impudent fellows. Having decided that the shoot would most likely just be a training exercise, I did it anyway, accompanying the process in the style of Sacha Baron Cohen. You don't want to, huh? He approached the bracelet again and stood there for a long time, hesitating. Blood, huh? Okay, let's try. Having made a small cut on his wrist, he splashed the bracelet with blood, and it began to glow faintly, and that was the end of all the effects. Like this, driven by a truly crazy idea, read somewhere at random, he grabbed the severed head by its long hair and raised it above the artifact. Almost all the blood flowed out of the head, but for some reason it did not coagulate, even when it ended up on the asphalt. It seemed alive, fresh. I shake my head with excitement, and with every drop falling on the bracelet, the light becomes brighter. Wow, my hands are shaking, but if I calculated everything correctly, then it should be something like this. If this is really system logic, and if not, by right of the winner, having wrapped the severed head in a t-shirt, I tie it to my belt and put on the bracelet, standing closer to Slavka, who is falling. I barely manage to catch him, falling onto the asphalt together with the reptilian. Grabbing him under the arms, I drag him to the Toyota, and the car immediately opens its doors with a characteristic squeak. My swallow, I smile. Good girl. Now. Having dragged Slavka inside, I slap him on the cheeks. Eh? Bandage the pixie. Oh yeah, he looks slow, and probably shell-shocked, fiddling with the miracle in the back seat, and I quickly jump behind the wheel, and the Swallow starts up as soon as I get in. I step on the gas, mentally thanking the idiot Major for the tinted windows of the car. I'm one of us. I'm one of us. I repeat like a spell, trying to hide the Swallow from prying eyes. Who knows if it worked? Apparently the habit of my car worked, and I got to the garages without meeting a single person blocking my way. In less than 30 seconds. My heart was demanding police U-turns, like in the movies. But finally common sense kicked in and I drove up to the garages smoothly, in a businesslike manner, as befits the serious Major Petrochenko. As I was reversing, I looked in the rearview mirror. Pi. Yes. I see. He wipes his hands with a rag, visibly tense. And who are those two with him? Security or something? Oh well. Major Petrochenko slowly opened the door, and a half-breed Kender tumbled out of the driver's seat with a crash, knocking down one of the soldiers and pointing a gun at another. Jump! Seryoga! I shouted him with wild eyes. I shout quietly, not with the roar of an airplane, but with the right tension. Hello, Volodya. He answers calmly, smiling crookedly. Glad to see you. He falls silent, and an unspoken understanding passes between us. Come on, I urge him. Aye. He steps into the garage and slaps the side of the BMP. I'll go in my car. Are you with Slava? He looks inside and shakes his head, pursing his lips. Okay. Better not to risk it. And let the guys go. Yours. I promise. Bending down, Seryoga calmly unfastens the long chain. In my eyes, this clearly indicated instability in the leadership of the military town. One can understand the chain of custody, although such measures speak more of an internal disorder than of any psychiatric diagnosis. But a mechanic in a garage? What does that even mean? A red-haired guy who was holding his head after falling came up to me and helped me get up. How did you... I began, but immediately restrained my bout of curiosity and said, Let's go, quickly! There is no wall on the Komini log side, and until the sentries arrive, we're leaving. I found you! Exclaimed Malashka, flooding Sergei with words, tenderness, and tears. Pixia treated the young soldiers who were her own as expected, not perceiving them as enemies or threats at all. The soldiers looked at me askance, climbed into the infantry fighting vehicle behind Pi, and we immediately took off. Time. as if the pulse was beating in the temples. Panic had already begun on the territory of the military town. Some purely service units were raised on alert. Contract soldiers with weapons were driven out into the streets, but we broke through, almost. Metal barriers were already being erected at the exit, and hedgehogs of barbed wire were being stretched. A portly military man with a vaguely familiar face waved us to stop.
Sergei slowed down, and then turned his twin 30mm cannon, taking out an officer, barbed wire, and several other soldiers. We flew out of the military town like a stone from a slingshot. It seems like they were shooting at us, but this is far from certain. Climbing over the ruts, we gradually moved further and further away from the shelling zone. Slava, call Anwar and tell him we got out. I give a short order, not so much out of a desire to spur the guys on, but to keep the reptilian busy so he'd be less nervous. Probably real fighters would try to break through to their own people through the entire military town, or at least inflict serious damage on the enemy's manpower. And only after that would they retreat.
But we are not like that, and therefore we are simply happy that we remained alive. When Sergei turned into Kameny Log, I was initially tense, but soon remembered that he knows Lipetsk well, has studied all its streets, alleys, and dead ends better than any historian. A small amount of doubt remained, and, frankly, I felt a little sorry for Lestachka, for whom this route is hardly passable. The Toyota slowly made its way through the log after the BMP, tearing off the side panels. The stone log, already overgrown and abandoned in places, used to resemble a training camp for survivors. After the zombie apocalypse, it quickly went wild, became a habitat for packs of walkers, and turned into a truly frightening space. We moved for a long time and suddenly, damned Susanin, Slava exhaled, looking around the endless expanses of the location. Apparently this is his fate, isn't it? After driving about 5 kilometers along the river, Seryoga's armored personnel carrier turned onto a long pebble cape that cut into the water, and I followed him, turning off the engine. Getting out of the car, Pyrog sat on the armor, mindlessly staring at the flowing river. A little while later, with a cautious glance in my direction, conscripts approached him, very similar to each other, like nesting dolls from the same set. "Here we are," I said, sitting cross-legged on the warm stones and pulling a bottle of water out of my backpack. "Will you have some?" "It can be different." Pai's eyebrows rose, but his surprise quickly passed. "I will. And what about the inventory?" "That's another matter," I answered, first handing over the water, and then telling him about my findings and thoughts, glancing at Slavka from time to time. This reptilian was fiddling with Pixia, quietly whispering in her ear and rocking her in his arms like a baby. The sight of this and the bloody bandages on her stumps evokes not tears, but a desire to howl in pain. "It hurts! It hurts so much!" came a hoarse, almost feverish cry, making me blink quickly and turn away. "What should I do now?" "They won't get through?" I suddenly asked Seryoga, pointing at the portal. He shrugged and was silent for a while, then reluctantly answered, "They shouldn't. As long as the battle is going on, they won't go. At least now there's no point. If they even understand what's happening." "I hope so," I nod, looking closely at my friend. He has noticeably grown younger, and now looks 16 or 17 years old. Instead of a neat beard, an uneven and sparse youthful stubble has appeared on his face. The bald spot on his rounded head is covered with short but thick reddish hair, and although he has become a little shorter, his posture seems to have straightened. In general, such a turn was expected. However, in my head, his current appearance and how he used to be have strangely formed. There is absolutely nothing in common between them, and at the same time, it seems like it should be so. It's as if someone had penetrated his thoughts, although, who could do that? The system, of course. And I really don't like that. If the system is capable of interfering in such things, then how much of Vladimir Nikolaevich Yevgenov, who just a few weeks ago was climbing a rope out of his new wife's window, is left in me now? The memories extracted by the half-breed Kender were implanted in my consciousness as if it were the natural order of things, but it shouldn't be that way. It shouldn't be that way, damn it.
Yes, I wouldn't have survived without the skills I learned in the village militia, without cunning and other little things. And there's a whole kamaz full of such details. However, I take everything for granted, and only when moving to the location and back does the critical mind come into play. But there are plenty of such absurdities, and we all perceive them as commonplace. Now here's the question, I said out loud, unable to remain silent. Why does the system, which is capable of writing memories from an imaginary childhood into our brains, bother with us at all? How much of the real thing is left in us, and what has been imposed by the system itself? And why, anyway? I continued, getting heated and almost spitting saliva. With such incredible possibilities, does all this nonsense with players and beta testers exist? What are they doing there? If the system has such almost divine powers, allowing it to subtly control the consciousness of each of us, then why do they involve testers? Everyone can think as they want, I said, letting off steam while remaining calm. But it seems to me that the situation with the system and its players can be compared to monkeys holding a grenade. Maybe their civilization is rotting, or maybe the players had nothing to do with the creation of the system. Maybe they just stumbled upon it and became attached like parasites. In that case, we can, Pi began. Hope, Slavka interrupted him, is so tiny. He showed a gap between his fingers through which even a small coin would not pass. So be it, Sergei firmly stated. The main thing is to start, and then we'll see. We'll see, I answered with a threat in my voice. Squinting to the side, it was unclear at whom. Okay. Sergei jumped off the armor, killing the drama of the moment. Let's write it down before we forget. I quietly agreed and dictated everything in my own words into the tablet camera, then repeated it into the recorder and copied it into a notebook. During this process, several dozen small thoughts about the system and the players accumulated in my head. It is clear that for most, there will be a logical explanation, although it is unlikely to prove anything. But it is precisely for the sake of such thought experiments that brainstorming exists, to feed the imagination with various ideas. Now let's figure out what of all this can be perceived as arguments, what is unstable, and what generally sounds like nonsense worthy of drug addicts' fantasies. Vova, Natalia quietly pulled me by the curls. Do you have any candy? I sighed, quietly disapprovingly. And Natalia seemed to immediately understand my mood and decided to take offense, with pouting lips and arms crossed over her chest. She resembled a small, cute Miss Bach with wings, and although her appearance was completely different, the mood and image of a cartoon character were clearly visible. Stepping with her foot in the air, she sharply pointed her hand towards Natalia, and I immediately felt awkward. Sorry, I said quietly to the little one, feeling my pockets in search of candy. And accidentally got some odd bars, yes. As far as I know, Seryoga doesn't particularly respect tasty things. Besides, the strange atmosphere of the military town, with its rational rations, almost ruled out the possibility of the prisoner having them. You remembered just in time, I muttered out loud. Handing Natalia the much-needed treat, I opened the can of energy drink myself, and the hissing sound attracted Natalia's attention. Smell it, Smell it. Wrinkling her nose, she flew up and shamelessly licked the drop from my lips. Give it to me, she demanded confidently, and accidentally dropping the bars, she grabbed the can, which seemed as huge as a beer barrel against its background. I hope she understands what she's doing, the reptilian said with slight anxiety, watching Natalia's efforts with her injured friend. He helped the pixies settle down to the side, having built something like a nest in a crack in a large rock on the cliff, and now he's very worried, because he's not able to provide more significant help. All that's left is to watch them without interfering. Because Natalia, it turns out, can hiss better than any reptilian, and she also bites very painfully. Well, basically yes, I answer, slowly filling with cautious optimism. They are like on sweets, and in general, I didn't go into this conversation, although I really wanted to say that these are not people, but half plants, and real NPCs but not like us, but real characters from fairy tales that never existed. Programs, but exceptionally high-quality ones. But I bit my tongue because, in the end, what difference does it make? If the universe is a hologram, then we are all just a bunch of code. And what kind of program could there be? It was a pixie, and that was enough. And I am a half-breed kender, a quarter hobbit and almost a quarter human, with a drop of dark elf blood. It was a little awkward to spy on Natalia as she tended to her wounded friend. And yet, I spied a little. Pixia gave the unconscious miracle an energy drink, fed him bars, and looked not like a shaman from a savage tribe, but a real professional medic. Let's get acquainted, said Pi, gathering us together and moving his guys forward. Vladimir Nikolaevich Evgenov. I introduced myself, a.k.a. Vova, a.k.a. Volodya. That same Comrade Vova, Slava picked up, continuing the baton. The soldiers smiled reservedly and looked warily in my direction, not moving far from Sergei. I don't bite, I smiled without malice and pointed my finger at Slava. But he can. Yeah, Slavka's snake-like head said carefree. Oh my. Sergei's jump naturally stopped, resting his side against the side of the BMP. The next few seconds, Pirog swore masterfully and jumped on one leg, and when he finished, it became clear that there was no reason to be afraid. After all, the sight of a laughing snake, running away from blows, hiding in a folded, sweaty t-shirt, and screaming in a childish voice, "I'm not guilty of anything," is slightly surreal, but not at all scary. Lolek and Bolek, the limping Pi introduced his soldiers. That is, Leonid and Boris. Come on. We can leave it as is, one of them smiled timidly. We've gotten used to such nicknames since school. Short, thin, reddish. They really did remind me of Sergei, which I noted. No, he spread his hands. They are not related. They are half-dwarves, that's why they look alike. Sergei stopped, frowned, and chuckled quietly, biting his lower lip. No, he said less confidently. That can't be. No, definitely not. This is how small the world is, Slava said in a theatrical whisper, crawling up from behind and placing his heavy snake head on my shoulder. A jester, I said, more to encourage my shy comrades. We decided to spend the night right here, on the Pebble Spit. This is a mountain river, fast and cold, with many rapids and riffles, so there are no serious fish in it. Trout, of course, are found, but crocodiles and plesiosaurs can only be seen in separate backwaters. The tent was set up in the gathering twilight, constantly looking at the setting sun. In Pirog's BMP, there was also a tent made by hand, but in our climate, it is almost unnecessary. So we set it up exclusively in the rain, although in vain. Seryoga settled down near the car, and I prepared a place next to Listochka. How your previous owner let you go, poor thing, I said, clearing away the piles of rubbish from the interior.
The Toyota was flashing its dashboard lights and beeping its alarm, as if it agreed with me. "Your former owner is a real pig," I grumbled, pulling out cigarette butts, candy wrappers, chip bags, and some other junk. "She was all clean not long ago. Never mind, we'll survive." The Toyota squeaked pitifully and rubbed against me with its seat in front. "Do you want to come to me? Do you think so?" she said with her squeal. And although I doubted it, she seemed to answer affirmatively. "Keep in mind, all our work is in potholes and ravines. Repairs and maintenance will be constant. Maybe it would be better to give you into good hands at Opitnaya. There you will drive on asphalt, fill up with tasty gasoline, 95 and sometimes 98. How do you like the idea?" Okay. He patted her on the steering column. "Let's finish at Opitnaya. We'll talk there." I washed the Toyota already in the twilight, carrying water in a plastic bucket. Sergey, with the help of the guys, finished tidying up the BMP and hung a web of weak protective charms and rune stones with bloody symbols made of fish guts around the parking lot. Cheap and effective, enough for the night, a time-tested classic. "Comrade Vladimir," Slavka called me, conjuring by the fire. "Come and eat, please." The delicious smell of fried trout came from the fire and my stomach began to rumble. Coming. Now I'll wipe the headlights again." "Damn," I swore, plopping down by the fire, only now realizing the absurdity of the situation. "Why did you hit the stones so hard?" Pi understood me in his own way. "No. I was talking to the machine. Can you imagine? And it answered." "Yeah," Sergey responded indifferently. "So you admitted it." She admitted. He stared at his friend. "Did you know?" Vladimir, the dwarf, looked at me mockingly. "I'm a mechanic, and I've been working as a mechanic for the last few weeks. Naturally, I know such things like an old woman knows the Lord's Prayer." And on YouTube, I still couldn't calm down. "It was," Slava nodded, impatiently blowing on the fish. "Ah, did you miss something again?" He glanced at everyone. "Uh-huh," the reptilian muttered and hissed, burning himself on the very hot fish. "Ugh, oh my," having shaken himself off a couple of times like a snake. Slavka refreshed his tongue and grabbed the fish again. "You've had a real row with the legacy these days." "Ah, I see. Well, at least there is a reason, and not just some stupidity." I calmed down. "What are you surprised about, Comrade Vova?" The reptilian, who had taken the form of a naga and sat comfortably on the warm stones, looked at me with a sneer. "You are not one of the last technomages." Saryoga smiled slightly in response, but remained silent. "Tamer of hemorrhoidal teapots and master of sparkling sockets." Lialik and Bolik snorted cautiously, hiding their faces behind empty mugs.
"Well, that's something else,"
I muttered in thought. "Really, what the hell? You could say evolution within the system. Not Darwinian, but why not?" We finished our tea in the dark, sitting by the fire in a meditative state. It was that familiar comfort of a weekend hike, when all the tests have been passed and there is one final push left, and after it, our home, and the always beloved refrigerator, shower, and especially toilet. Before going to bed, I was a little upset, remembering that among the usual soap and toiletries, there is enough of everything, but damn it, there is no regular toilet paper. And in a few years, I am sure, even Donkova's tear-off books will become a rarity. Several times Cutie woke me up, demanding chocolate bars, an energy drink, or a soda to help her friend. Weekly waking up, I did not always react properly, and then the pixie bit, exclusively for educational purposes, as I understood from her squeaky remarks. "Vova!" A squeaky voice rang out in the middle of the night. Yes, I remember." Without waking up, I groped my way through the energy drink and bars. Here you go, cutie. Vova! It turned out that the pixie can be quite heavy when it jumps on your face and stomps on your lips with its bare feet. How could you? Small but strong hands squeezed my eyelids, lifting them up, and the charm appeared before my sleepy eyes. And I felt the full seriousness, depth, and scale of a woman's resentment. How could I leave such a charm as this pixie and let things slide without the participation of the charm herself? And in general, Vova, moaned Darling, pressing her tiny hand to her chest, her lips trembling with resentment. Do you understand? I understood. That is, in fact, I had no idea. But I was confused, depressed, and defeated, and also ready for any apologies and even compensation in favor of the charming. After all, really, how could I have allowed this to happen? The quarrel was gaining momentum, became louder and more intense. The wheels of the family conflict were spinning. And I, burdened with guilt and women's tears, slowly began to realize that the situation was not at all healthy. Darling, I said quietly, interrupting her monologue. You...
Damn.
What kind of confusion is this? Seryoga cursed loudly, sincerely, and from the bottom of his heart, and the notes of panic in his voice suddenly really scared me. Grabbing a gun from the utility room, he jumped up from his prone position like a spring and rushed towards the noise, ready to shoot at any second. However, fuck, I drawled, pulling up my pants and taking a step back. What the is going on here exactly? It's an infantry fighting vehicle, Pi nervously answered, frozen in the middle of the throne and breathing intermittently. It's mutated. Yeah. First I hide the MP in my back and then in the utility room, slowly retreating back. I'm not a coward. I just want to see the whole picture. Nevertheless, I look around for side escape routes and mentally prepare to jump into the river. There, I think, it's no worse than trout if something goes wrong. Through rapids and rapids, away from here.
Vova,
Darling called me timidly, burying her face in my ear and desperately licking it. And what is this thing? If I had known, baby, if I had known. The alarm beeped. The Toyota started moving and lightly touched my thigh with its bumper, as if asking for affection. Gently stroking the warm metal, I looked at the BMP, then at Pirog. Seryog, honestly, tell me, what kind of experiments did you conduct to get this? Not finding the right words and a little afraid of offending the living metal, I point at the BMP with my hand. Ah, he smiled awkwardly and took a step forward, carefully touching the armor. The machine happily started its engine, rose on its jointed legs and took a step forward, as if approaching its owner. Having gathered his courage, Seryoga stroked her and whispered a few affectionate phrases, which made the combat vehicle move its entire body, resembling a huge dog, more like a beetle. An original creature has emerged, Slava noted with some awkwardness, and I merely nodded in response.
The charming Darling, hiding behind my back, squealed in fear, clutching my hair and trying, it seemed, to bury herself in the long uncombed locks.
Yes, it is indeed a curious creature, I agreed with the reptilian, carefully examining this beetle-like fighting machine, and not forgetting to gently stroke the Toyota. By the way, turning around, I examined her brainchild of the Japanese auto industry. It looks like there are no problems, I asked Slava uncertainly, to which he shrugged.
The car, sensing attention, beeped and flashed its headlights.
She's showing off, I translated to Slava, confused. She's a good girl and she's gotten a little better overnight. By the way, if I feed her quality gasoline and good oils, and then add some strong steel and rubber, she'll improve even more. In words? The reptilian asked in surprise, raising his eyebrows far above his hairline. No, rather with images and aromas, I replied, gently stroking the Toyota's bumper again. You're my good girl, my clever girl.
The girl responded with an alarm and blinked her headlights, and maybe even wet herself with joy. Or maybe the oil just started leaking. I'm not sure if these events are connected. Yeah, I repeat again and wave Slava away. It seems I accidentally admitted to being the owner of the Toyota when I called it my good girl. So now it's with the owner. That is me. And we are responsible for those we have tamed. Nowadays, having a car with a soul is a real advantage. And judging by Seryoga's BMP, it is not such a rare case and not a complete break with the system. Perhaps. At this time, Pi is carefully examining the BMP, and I have a complete incomprehension in my head. How a combat vehicle could overnight turn into this. What came out was something resembling a beetle, with a protruding trunk, hard armored elytra, and wings that are apparently made of parachute silk. It can also fly, Slava muttered sleepily. I'm not sure, I say, more skeptically, trying to estimate the weight of the steel giant. Okay, let it flutter, the reptilian shrugged, not taking his unblinking gaze off the BMP. Well, I wanted to say something, but I looked at the Toyota and fell silent. This just can't be, but damn it, it is. Feeling my attention, the car blinked its headlights and slightly opened the front doors. I immediately had associations with a kind, huge dog that stuck out its tongue. Pi quietly said, "Good boy, very good." He has completely calmed down and seems to perceive the BMP as a pet. And the machine itself is clearly delighted. It wags the barrel of the gun, opens the fenders, that is, the side doors of the landing compartment. It is especially difficult to determine the exact class of this iron structure, which was named Boy. Leaning on the hood of the car, I watch as Pirog introduces the BMP to Lilek and Bolek. I can't say for sure, but it seems that this good-natured iron beast perceives them as younger members of his herd, or Pirog's puppies. Something condescending, warm, emanated from him. The Toyota squeaked as it moved forward slightly, and I stepped aside. What do you want? To meet? Come on, come on. After short beeps of the alarm and a horn, the vehicle moved off cautiously, as if it had suddenly become lower, like in the Caucasus. The BMP stopped, turned its muzzle toward the Toyota, and swung its gun back. The car, gaining confidence, drew even closer. I shook my head, trying to get rid of the obsessive thought of two dogs getting to know each other. When they sniffed each other near the exhaust pipes, the associations returned. And not just one, but a group. After some time, we all sniffed each other carefully, including the BMP. These are our own, boy, insisted Pi, barely holding back his laughter, watching me adopt a wary pose, and the BMP, like a living creature, looked up at me. Our own. Friends, you understand? The boy poked me in the groin again, purring like an engine, and in these sounds I imagined, it doesn't matter. As a result, I saw a scene of an unusual game for the BMP, which we call tag, where they throw sticks of different sizes. I voiced my thoughts out loud. Seryoga nodded, and the BMP shook its gun and warmly touched me with its metal side, as if greeting the ingenuity of its owner. The pixies were shaking like crazy, but they got to know the BMP and were treated quite kindly. They weren't afraid of the Toyota, I noted automatically. Why is that? Do they sense that it's a herbivore, that is, a machine without weapons, or is there another reason? We had breakfast watching the Toyota and the BMP frolicking on the Pebble Beach. There was almost no conversation, only interjections and prepositions, accompanied by nods towards the cars and, of course, swearing. Even for the world after the disaster, such a scene with free play of equipment looked rather unusual. I thought, probably something similar is happening all over the world now. Another reboot of the system, or a reboot of our world, it's hard to figure out.
Surely such cases are happening everywhere, and the internet is overflowing with tens of thousands of videos of revived machines. Prelest, having gotten a little more comfortable, circles around them with my tablet, feeling proud of her bravery and belonging to the profession of a blogger and journalist. Prelest is not very good at math, but she already knows that millions of views is a hell of a lot. She is overwhelmed with the desire to act and achieve fame. Like puppies, one of the brothers suddenly said, watching the playful cars. Yes, Pi responded after a moment. There's something unusual about them. Vova! Darling shouted to me, flying up onto my shoulder and holding out the tablet. Drop another drop of blood. This one has almost stopped flowing. I make another cut on my almost healed forearm. Drops fall, and Pixia immediately pushes away from me, and I hear a thin voice moving away. Her comments are quite unusual, but Prelest definitely lacks charm. So, runes? I persistently try to get Pi to tell me the story of the BMP's transformation. Yeah, he answers, torn between breakfast and looking after the boy. I'll send it all to your flash drive later. You can see it yourself. I almost completely disassembled the BMP, restored it from the wreckage. And the runes. I don't give up. I put it on almost every detail, Parag answers, without turning his head. I even duplicated some of them in different languages. Here, send it to your phone. He rummaged through his pockets, disconnected the flash drive from the keychain, and gave it to me. Without wasting time, I insert it into the phone and quickly scroll through the information. What can I say? There is a lot of data, but without much structure. I can already see where he made mistakes. No, not because I am a genius. It is simply much easier to correct mistakes that have already appeared than to avoid them in the process of work. Ancient languages have multiple meanings, and some words originally had a completely different meaning. Where Sergei engraved the word to move, implying the way that is familiar to modern man, that is, to roll. In the original language, it simply meant to go. And so it turned out exactly the way it turned out. Of course, I'm not a linguistics expert, but it's hard not to grasp the essence of the error when the consequences are so obvious. Running on jointed paws along a pebbly spit. By the way, they didn't run for long. A couple of minutes, and the equipment started to get tired, and, as I understood from the beeping and signals of the Swallow, without drivers inside, they got tired incredibly quickly. Without owners within sight, they could only flash their headlights and sound the alarm. Yeah, I summed up, looking at the images transmitted by the Toyota and putting off my thoughts for later. First, I need to sort out my head and understand what of what I saw is true and what is the fantasy of my brain, which is trying to conveniently put together other people's pictures. By the way, having looked into a plastic shashlik bucket found in the depths of the Swallow, he checked the contents sprinkled with salt. The sight, however, for me, accustomed to dismembered bodies, was not particularly shocking, if only a little unpleasant. Not good, of course, but familiar. It worked! Sergei interrupted my thoughts. Vova, using your method, I decided to extract from the subspace what happened to me that day. Here's some homemade smoked lard. Do you want some? With black bread. I want it so much. I perked up, closing the bucket and giving in to the aroma. Oh, and it's streaky! We're alive! With the help of Charm, who rose into the air with a tablet, we were able to roughly understand what part of the location we were in. We had the simplest maps, obtained through exchange with the goblins. These are extremely simplified schemes with reference marks like a stone resembling the head of Jihir and time in days instead of exact distances. But at least there is something. You can navigate more by eye than with precision. But even this is already hope. According to rough estimates, the area of the location is comparable to half of the Lipetsk region, not counting the numerous gorges and hidden valleys. So such primitive maps are better than no information at all. The main difficulty was in choosing the route. We can go anywhere on foot. The main thing is not to get into ogre settlements, but the situation with equipment is worse. There are many mountain rivers, ravines, and steep hills here, which looks beautiful, but seriously complicates travel. The mood began to deteriorate because it would take about 3 days to reach the factory on foot. And now, God forbid our anabasis drags on for a couple of weeks, Slava said with concern in his voice. Lilek and Bolek were increasingly silent. It seemed they were slightly afraid of me. I wonder why. Perhaps, agreed Pai. We'll have to come back regularly. I say this like Grandpa Wang. The boy has better cross-country ability, and it seems to me that he didn't develop the wings in vain. But your Toyota? Hearing this, the BMP began to blink and hum, and Sergei went into a trance, communicating mentally with his metal machine friend. A few seconds, and the boy, spreading his wings of parachute fabric, soared upward. He moved with difficulty, tore the air into pieces, but the main thing was that he was flying. Immense power, Slava exclaimed, raising his head. I think I said something too, although I'm not sure. At that moment, the boy flew over the Toyota with a hum and grabbed it with his jointed paws, rising into the sky again. Let go! I told you, let go! Grabbing the wet t-shirt I had recently worn to chase Slava, I ran after them, not thinking about anything, only worrying about my metal lastochka, which was screeching anxiously at altitude. Something similar to oil or gasoline was dripping from it. A few seconds passed, and the BMP carefully lowered the car to the ground. A moment later, sitting down next to me, the Toyota immediately rushed towards me, hiding behind my back, and complaining about the boy, shaking with its entire body. It's okay, baby, it's okay. I gently stroke her windshield. What a naughty boy. Marina was also filled with compassion, although she didn't forget to film what was happening on her tablet. For the car, sat on the steering wheel and in a squeaky voice, told something comforting, making plans for revenge. With markers, she said menacingly, without stopping filming, right on the windshield, indelible. The BMP suddenly fell silent, realizing that it had done something wrong. Seryoga severely punished the boy, and the swallow behind him was making shrill, angry complaints. We are Pixie, Perleste declared in a sharp, squeaky voice into the tablet lens, making plans for terrible revenge on the boy. I just shook my head and sat down on the warm stones, leaning my back against the metal wall of the swallow. My head is in chaos, like a stew of vinaigrette and compote. I try to put my thoughts in order, but a piercing ringing of squeaky creatures bursts into my ears. Cutie has joined, charming, and... I stood up and looked into the Toyota's interior, where I saw Miracle. Although still weakened, she was alive, and quite confident. The legs are growing, Slava said quietly, spreading his entire scaly figure nearby. His snake-like face was lit up by the smile of a man overcome with pleasure. I nodded, trying to contain my emotions, although it didn't work out very well. But so be it. Basking in the sun, I listen attentively to the daring plans of revenge and try not to think about anything. I don't want to think, and I can't. Because so much has happened in the past 24 hours that I need to put the events in my head in order and to think. Later. Vova.
Prelest's shrill voice pierced my ears, and I opened my eyes.
A pixie was hovering in the air in front of me, holding a tablet the size of herself on her outstretched arms. All I could see was this screen, bare feet below, and wings on the sides of the device. A picture brings a smile to your face. Vova, repeats Pixia, holding the tablet motionless. Say something to my and our caretakers, viewers, and listeners. Turning the tablet towards himself, Prelest says into the camera with a slight smile, "We are Pixie," and turns the tablet towards me again. Yes, Slava supported her, smiling broadly with his snake-like mouth. "Tell them something, Comrade Vova." Well, I glanced at him sideways, suspecting that he had long been looking for a reason to call me by my nickname on camera. But, alas, no thoughts came to mind. "This is how we live, damn it!" I threw up my hands. "We all saw it for ourselves."